Chapter 833, Great Ning Palace, 2. After a short exchange between the voices, Bo Lai King Gao Fu, cultivator of true flame, stepped forward, stroking his beard, and said, I've long heard that Taoist master Qiushe cultivates the whole pill Tao of lead and mercury. The transformations of elemental essence in this Tao are beyond us. Might we ask for a demonstration? Very well. Taoist master Qiushe nodded gently. She raised a hand, palm up, and released two faint golden gleams. One ascended and transformed into brilliant golden light, while the other descended into vermilion red. She spoke softly. Azure and emerald blend as one, forming pure and bright converging water, capable of revealing the shattered remnants. She extended one finger forward and gently rested another finger upon it. The remaining 3 fingers were slightly curved as she pointed toward the dark blue converging water below, respectfully saying, Behold the radiance of the embraced supreme unity. Chengshui Tomb had already been submerged by converging water. The terrain below them was especially low, with nothing left above the waterline. It looked like a small lake, the dark blue water opaque and jewel-like. But once the Taoist master gestured, the black clouds reflected on the water's surface began to shift. Li Xianfeng looked closely and saw a broken cliff reflected in the water, with scattered pavilions and towers, and billowing white clouds drifting to and fro. The reflection grew increasingly vivid. The converging water beneath their feet had turned into a mirror, revealing a limited yet clear realm. Taoist master Qiushe withdrew her hand and said softly, Let each of you send someone into the water. What a divine ability. Taoist master Qiushe had performed this with effortless grace, without the slightest strain. Even after letting her hand fall, the reflection remained perfectly stable on the water's surface. The merciful ones remained silent, while only Bo Lai King Gao Fu praised, a most ingenious divine ability. Si Buoxiu watched silently, tilting his head slightly before taking a golden talisman from his robe. It was only 2 fingers wide and etched densely with radiant markings. He handed it to Li Xianfeng and said solemnly, This is the Summon Golden Talisman. It can summon golden energy to aid in battle, but lasts no more than an hour. Its effects may be weaker in this realm, so use it wisely. He turned around and pointed out the 3 behind him. This is Si Yuanli. These 2 are Qi Tianxing and Qi Fujiu. Si Yuanli was the middle-aged man, who was already at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. The other 2 were youths. Qi Tianxing had a calm demeanor and nodded politely, while Qi Fujiu was equally well-mannered and pleasant in appearance. Yuan Xiu said gravely, Once he enters the water, I entrust his safety to you too. Lingyu Rao and Li Xianfeng immediately responded in unison. We obey the Taoist master's order. The group descended from the clouds into the water with a wave of Yuan Xiu's sleeve. Li Xianfeng felt a moment of darkness followed by sudden brightness, and then nothing beneath him. He channeled mana to ride the wind. Mist swirled ceaselessly below his feet. There was no sun or moon above, only an endless white haze. The black clouds, converging water, the merciful ones, and the Taoist masters were all gone, leaving only vast skies and a chilling wind rushing toward him. Looking into the distance, he saw a cliff rising steeply into the sky, adorned with staggered pavilions and towers. Ning State favored deep blues and glazed jewels, so it was no surprise to see these buildings constructed with black and dark blue hues. Colored glass twinkled in the distance, presenting a scene of rich splendor. Li Xianfeng paused briefly and looked around, but only found Si Yuanli beside him. The middle-aged man was riding the wind, surveying the area. His green robe fluttered, and a jade-green longsword had already appeared in his hand. Seeing Li Xianfeng looking over, he cupped his fists and said, Apologies for the trouble, fellow Taoist. Yuan Xiu clearly has his own agenda. Li Xianfeng didn't need to think long. Lingyu Rao was certainly with the 2 Qi family members and had separated the moment they entered the realm, leaving him with Si Yuanli. Li Xianfeng found it hard to believe that this wasn't orchestrated by Si Buoxiu. He returned the gesture, and the 2 descended into the clouds. After observing for a while, Li Xianfeng felt that this strange place resembled neither a grotto heaven nor a sealed world. He asked softly, Do you know where this is, fellow Taoist? This is the Great Ning Palace. Since Si Yuanli would need to rely on him later, he spoke with a gentle demeanor and answered thoroughly. It's not comparable to the grotto heavens of true monarchs, though the naming conventions are quite complex. some called palaces, others halls, caves, or chambers. The immortal mansions once had a formal system to classify such cave dwellings. He paused for a moment, noting they still had some distance to descend, then continued in a quiet voice. To be precise, it was the dwelling of Purple Mansion realm cultivators. In ancient times, spiritual energy was abundant and the world was more complete. My family's Taoist master says it was a time of complete surplus in all things, with treasures everywhere. True monarchs and Taoist masters of those eras far surpassed those of today, and there were many who had mastered their divine ability. Power resided with multiple Taoist masters, not just one perfection. When they combined their divine abilities, these figures could create dwellings on Dharma artifacts or spirit items that were either large or small. Though not as refined as grotto heavens hidden in the Great Void, they had their own wonders. The Great Ning Palace is one such example. Li Xianfeng thoughtfully looked down at the mountains beneath his feet and asked, "It's really that vast? That doesn't seem right." The realm before him stretched beyond sight, making Li Xianfeng suspicious. If every Purple Mansion realm cultivator had such abilities, Azure Pond Sect and Golden Feather Sect would have countless such domains, yet he had never heard of them. Yuan Su hadn't even mentioned it. Something felt off, and he stared intently ahead. Very perceptive. Yuanli secretly sighed in his heart, but he maintained a smile as he replied, "You're right. After the changes in heaven and earth, constructing a dwelling with divine arts has become immensely difficult for Purple Mansion realm cultivators. In ancient times, 3 or 5 of them could build a small immortal palace. Nowadays, it might take more than a dozen. Aside from the likes of the Wang, Xie, and Luoxia families, who across the land still has that kind of power. What's more, today's immortal palaces are said to be cramped and unimpressive. Few Purple Mansion realm cultivators are willing to pay the cost. As for the Great Ning Palace before us," Yuanli continued softly. "It was constructed in ancient times with the aid of Anhuai heaven, anchored to a grotto heaven rather than stored within a Dharma artifact or spirit item. Then, a true monarch intervened, which made it possible for such a vast territory to be formed. However, now that it's been opened and connected to the present world, it will begin to collapse within a few months and vanish completely." The two finally reached the ground and landed upon pale blue lake water. The blue-black stones beneath were clearly visible. Shallow waters stretched away on both sides, presenting a picturesque scene. The Taoist masters have plotted so carefully because they hope to trace the remains of Anhuai heaven. While there are many grotto heavens in northern Jiangnan, such as the once famous Donghua heaven of the Yuan prefecture, Anhuai heaven was among the wealthiest. Yuanli's personality, unlike his Taoist masters, was gentle and chatty. He smiled and said, "My elder brother is Yuanbai. He was once a Sword Immortal's disciple and had close ties with your esteemed family." "I see." Li Xianfeng nodded slightly in acknowledgement. As they flew, they passed a greenstone sculpture of a flying fish spouting water every half a kilometer. After dozens of kilometers, they finally saw a long, orderly jade road stretching over the lake. It was black on the outside and white within. The seamless road extended far into the distance. What a splendid view. Li Xuanfeng's own home lay by Moongaze Lake, and his family soon to become the sole ruling clan in that region. So when he saw this immortal palace of Ning State, he nodded silently in approval. Yuanli, however, could hardly wait. He picked up speed along the road, his blue robe fluttering as he said with a laugh, "Fellow Taoist Xianfeng, Ning State is famed for its mastery of true qi, and the Jiang Li family even supported the nation. There must be many treasures here. We must hurry on." Chapter 834, Painted Panels, I. Li Xianfeng frowned slightly at his demeanor. Watching Yuanli fly ahead at great speed without the slightest caution, he thought to himself, does this man have some hidden backing and thus such confidence? Or has he simply lived too long under the protection of a Taoist master and grown naive and careless? The Xi family was low-key and reserved within the sect, and Li Xianfeng had rarely encountered them. He had never interacted with Yuanli before, nor even heard his name. Most likely, he was a rash type who might end up dragging others down with him. Li Xianfeng followed closely, golden bow in hand, his tiger-like eyes scanning the surroundings. He activated his perception technique and swept his gaze across the lake scenery. After just a dozen breaths of flight, they saw the vague silhouette of a blue palace floating on the water, with a faint golden light hovering above it. A Buddhist cultivator. The golden glow of a Buddhist cultivator was easy to recognize. Yuanli identified it at a glance, his face twisting in disdain. He looked toward Li Xianfeng and muttered, "Brother Xianfeng, don't let him take the lead." Li Xianfeng naturally wasn't afraid of offending a Buddhist cultivator. The golden string of his bow hummed as a golden arrow leapt from his waist. He gathered astral chi with the swift precision of long practice. The bowstring thrummed, and when he relaxed his fingers, a burst of petal-like energy scattered the golden light in the distance. "Damn you, what foul demon dares use sorcery against this old monk?" A stern voice rang out from the golden light as a figure leapt upward. Li Xianfeng and Yuanli arrived in a flash. Li Xuanfeng's gaze locked coldly onto the old monk within the light, raising his golden bow and aiming it at him. This old monk. The monk's eyes were dark and filled with blazing fury, but the moment they met Li Xuanfeng's icy gaze, his tone immediately softened. His fierce expression turned to fear as he exclaimed, "Li Xianfeng, this humble monk, has no wish to feud with fellow Taoist. This destiny belongs to you." He vanished into his golden light, fleeing in a puff of smoke and leaving behind a trail of flower-like energy. Clearly, he was too injured to even conceal his wounds. The glow on Li Xuanfeng's bow slowly faded. Since he did not know how many more fights awaited here, he chose not to waste more mana on the wretch. Yuanli glanced sideways at him, pausing for a full breath before saying, "Taoist, Brother Xianfeng, after you." The two descended together, landing before the palace. Yuanli waved his sleeve and pushed the doors open. The grand hall had a large table that was flanked by several jade chairs. The setting was lavish yet elegant, with an antique incense burner placed in the middle. The whole picture was immaculate and exuded ancient charm. Profound. Yuanli had just begun to speak when he saw Li Xianfeng calmly say, "Make haste, fellow Taoist. Gather what you need and head for the center at once." "All right," replied Yuanli. Yuanli paused briefly, then briskly walked along the corridor above the water. Li Xianfeng watched as his spiritual sense quickly swept through the entire hall. Dharma artifacts floated into the air one by one, streaming colorful light as they flew straight into his storage pouch. Each item was collected without pause and stuffed into the pouch with single-minded focus. Li Xianfeng immediately gained some insight into this man's temperament. He raised his hand and looked toward the central screen of the hall. It had a painting of an armored man, gripping a strange beast in each hand, turning his head to look outward with bold heroism. The screen itself was quite ordinary, and there was nothing unusual about it except for the impressive figure depicted. Off to the side was a line of small characters, written in elegant calligraphy. "Emperor Liang founds his nation. A gift to Brother Jiang." At the end was a signature, "Chen Xuanli." Li Xianfeng looked at it with mild interest and casually picked it up. Just then, Yuanli finished collecting the hall's treasures and hurried over, glancing at the object in his hands and asked, "Fellow Taoist, that is?" "It looked interesting, so I took it," replied Li Xianfeng. Then, he tucked it away with a flip of his hand. The two immediately lifted off, riding the wind at full speed toward the center. The lake's scenery below rushed past them, and after about 10 seconds, another palace came into view. This palace was even smaller than the last, yet Yuanli descended eagerly. Li Xianfeng could only follow. A quick scan of the interior with his spiritual sense confirmed that it was indeed completely empty. Yuanli looked visibly disappointed. Li Xianfeng turned to him and said quietly, "No need to dwell on it, fellow Taoist. Most of these palaces have likely already been visited. We shouldn't delay. Let's head straight for the central cliff. If we wait any longer, there may be nothing left for us." Yuanli rose into the air with him, showing a trace of hesitation as if troubled by something. After a few seconds, he nodded and sighed. "You're right, fellow Taoist. Let's move quickly." Though Li Xianfeng kept his eyes fixed ahead, he noted Yuanli's expression and grew thoughtful. The two streaked through the air, their flight light trailing behind them like long flames as they raced toward the cliff. About 15 minutes later, the cliff appeared before them. Li Xianfeng could vaguely see figures already descending and silently nodded to himself, thinking, the great Ning Palace may be vast, but it's still nothing like a true grotto heaven. These cultivators aren't ordinary folk. Wherever they go, it's like locusts sweeping the land. Not even 15 minutes has passed since we entered, and already only the mountaintop palaces remain to be plundered. There would definitely be a fight atop the mountain. That would be the real climax of this grotto heaven. Gone were the days of leisurely exploration, when days might pass without running into another soul. From what he'd seen along the way, he now understood that perhaps due to changes in the world, interference from a Purple Mansion realm cultivator, or some other issue, none of the great Ning Palace's formations had activated. They were all just decorations, leaving cultivators free to come and go as if strolling through their own backyard. This cliff was the heart of the great Ning Palace. It was the most critical area. Yet as he looked up, he saw only a sparse few flickers of light across the mountainside, no more than could be counted on one hand. Dim and faint, they looked like they could be resolved with just a few arrows. This is far too easy. It's nothing like Green Pine Temple's Mirage Mirror Heaven. All the main heirs of the noble families have their methods. Everything has been laid out in advance by the Purple Mansion realm cultivators. The true contest lies in the battles between them. He drew his bow and descended with Yuanli, sweeping his spiritual sense across the air. The mountain was covered in verdant blue palaces. They chose one nearby to land upon. Yuanli followed in haste, finally showing a hint of caution. Li Xianfeng stepped into the hall, his expression instantly chilling as a dense wave of spiritual energy rushed toward him. The formation core at the center of the hall was steadily releasing spiritual qi. It was so thick it had condensed into minor pure spiritual qi, spilling outward in a rush of pure white mist. Around the formation core stood 4 large cauldrons, each venting white mist. Treasures filled the space, and jade thrones gleamed with grandeur. A massive yet exquisitely carved immortal throne rested above, flanked by 6 green square cauldrons filled with various spirit items. 2 of the cauldrons near the steps had already been overturned, lying scattered on their sides. Their contents clattered and rolled across the floor, radiant treasures casting dazzling multicolored light. It was almost too bright to look at. Several cultivators stood in confrontation within the hall, but Li Xuanfeng's gaze swept past them entirely, landing instead on the screen behind the immortal throne. The screen had a faint green glow. Made of a dim, deep green material, its borders were lined with intricate runic designs. There were 8 panels in total, and they blocked spiritual sense, preventing any glimpse of what lay behind. The screen seemed to have a strange allure that instantly captured his attention. The 8 interlinked panels formed a great hall of their own that was visually disorienting. Li Xianfeng hadn't even had time to examine it closely when he was rooted in place by the overwhelming sense of familiarity it evoked. Chapter 835, Painted Panels, 2. This is... The intense sense of déjà vu stirred unease within him. He was sure he'd never seen it before, yet the ancient style felt intimately familiar. His gaze followed the panels to the final one. It depicted the outside of the hall, where a man stood with his ear tilted as if listening. At that moment, Li Xuanfeng's mind roared with realization, and he finally remembered why it felt so familiar. He had seen that very view before, the painting of black-green winds, the swaying pine forest amidst the heavy abyssal gale. Chongming Hall. These panels depict the 6 sons of Chongming. He quickly withdrew his gaze, feigning nonchalance as he scanned the hall again. The cultivators inside had all turned to look at him. Some were cloaked in eerie demonic energy, while others were wreathed in true flame or bathed in Buddhist radiance. All of their eyes now locked firmly on him. Li Xuanfeng's gray eyes narrowed slightly as he met their gazes without hesitation, showing no concern for the warning in their stares. He was regally composed as he stepped forward into the hall with one hand gripping his bow, and the other held behind his back. Yuanli followed close behind, visibly tense. His long sword shimmered with brilliance. It was practically pressed against his armor as he stared fixedly at the 4 central cauldrons. So its fellow Taoist Xianfeng. The tension in the hall lingered until someone finally spoke. Gaofeng Jing of the True Flame lineage was clad in his dark red robe and wielding a horse lance. Many of the devil and Buddhist cultivators had already been eyeing him with suspicion due to his attire. But when they heard the cautious tone in Gaofeng Jing's voice, their gazes gradually shifted away, pretending to focus on one another instead. Li Xianfeng had taken roughly 15 minutes to obliterate Murong Wu in both body and soul, shatter Yu Qian's Dharma body, and tear apart a demonic creature with his bare hands. The ensuing rain of blood had deeply shocked the northern devil cultivators. Then, he had even forced his way into Buddhist territory and slain Tang Shidu, catapulting his reputation to its peak. Many of the devil cultivators hadn't seen him in person, but they had all heard the name. None of them wanted to face him directly. Gao Fengjing glanced around the room, true flame burning steadily across his body, before finally speaking. There's no need to delay, fellow cultivators. More are on their way. If we wait too long, no matter how powerful we are, how much can we seize? And how many wounds will we suffer in the process? As his voice fell, Gao Fengjing raised his lance high and grinned. Now that fellow Taoist Xianfeng is here, we have 8 present. How about one-on-one duels, each to claim a cauldron? His words were blunt, completely disregarding Yuanli's presence. The latter made as if to speak, only for Li Xianfeng to extend an arm in his defense and say softly, "Just focus on protecting yourself, fellow Taoist." Before he could finish, a burst of brilliance erupted in the hall. Li Xianfeng took a step forward and reached for the nearest cauldron, only to find, with a raised brow, that no one dared challenge him for it. Instead, 2 nearby devil cultivators exchanged glances and suddenly launched their assault. One unleashed thick purple qi, the other rose in swirling demonic smoke. Together, they encircled Gao Fengjing, whose body blazed with true flame as thunderous explosions erupted. "So we meet again," Li Xianfeng saw clearly as he hoisted the cauldron. It was a deep bluish green, warm to the touch, and covered in opulent, ornate patterns of birds and beasts. There were dragons and phoenixes dancing across its surface. One of the 2 attacking Gao Fengjing was cultivating purple essence. He was a devil cultivator named Murong Gong, whom Li Xianfeng had briefly fought days before. His form was hidden in a purple mist as a swirl of demonic light surged around him. "Ha ha!" Gao Fengjing burst into furious laughter. His lance flared with scorching true flame, emitting dazzling golden-red light as he bellowed. "Murong, you vile old cur. I knew you'd pull something like this." 7 elite Foundation establishment cultivators were now locked in battle, unleashing deafening blasts. Golden and white lights flashed as immortal and demonic energies surged and clashed, yet the grand hall stood firm, immovable as a mountain. Boom. As they exchanged blows, more massive booms echoed from afar. The entire Great Ning Palace immediately erupted into chaos in a chain reaction. Places that had been still and silent suddenly burst into action. Spiritual energy twisted and churned violently. Li Xianfeng weighed the cauldron, which emanated a subtle mystical glow in his hand. The lid was tightly sealed and immovable. Even his spiritual sense couldn't penetrate it. There seemed to be another world within, so it couldn't be stored in a pouch. He had little interest in the cauldron. Whatever treasure was inside, it was unlikely to end up fully in his possession. But Yuanli's eyes were practically glued to it. Li Xianfeng casually handed it to him and said softly, "Stay close." Yuanli nodded eagerly, his joy almost spilling off his face. He showed not a hint of refusal, murmuring gratefully, "Fellow Taoist, your generosity is unmatched. I'll surely speak well of you before my ancestor. When we leave this grotto heaven, you'll be handsomely rewarded." Li Xianfeng responded nonchalantly, his spiritual sense silently locked on the screen behind the immortal throne. He paid no mind to Yuanli's flattery. Perhaps affected by the surrounding demonic and dharma light, the dim dark green screen now gleamed with a richer hue, like an aged bronze. It stood firm behind the hall, unshaken by the residual waves of mana still rippling through the space. Li Xianfeng hesitated no longer. His gaze didn't even linger on the mountainous piles of treasure below. He soared toward the throne, reaching for the screen. Li Xuanfeng's eyes narrowed. Platinum lines suddenly lit up on his chin, flowing downward across his chest, forming the sleek and elegant heavenly gilded helm. His eyes glowed faintly as he focused with intense concentration. Benefactor. A figure suddenly appeared before him, calmly blocking his path. It was a burly man with long, narrow brows and a clean-shaven head. He wore a golden kasaya and gazed at him with gentle eyes. "This humble monk has long heard of your name and held you in deep admiration. But fate conspired against us, keeping our paths apart. Until now." Li Xianfeng glared coldly, saying nothing. He had already raised his golden bow. Golden light surged forth as 5 arrows leapt onto the string. A sharp hum filled the great hall, silencing every cultivator in the room. Clang. Chapter 836. Yuanli, I. Li Xianfeng had risen to great fame during a north-south conflict. His reputation had spread beyond Jiangbei, and even the powers between Yin and Zhao had heard of him and knew his name. This reputation had been forged through slaying Murong Wu and shattering Yu Qian's Dharma body. So, While he was renowned, he had also offended more Northern Dao lineages than he could count on both hands. The lofty Purple Mansion realm cultivators and Mahas might not care, but killing direct descendants, those with ties of blood and interest, had vaguely but surely offended a great number of Northern cultivators. Li Xianfeng understood the grudges he had accumulated. Now he no longer cared which Northern Dao he offended. Whenever he struck, it was with full force, buzzing through the air. The Buddhist cultivator before him was somewhat unusual. He lacked any sinister aura, and was instead somewhat similar to Lu Jin of the great Mahayana Dharma realm. His Dharma light was much gentler and nearly approached Qinghong in purity. The monk didn't appear evil, but blocking his path without cause was enough reason not to hold back. As soon as this Buddhist cultivator appeared, Li Xianfeng merged 5 arrows into one and shot it straight at his Dharma body. Buzz! A burst of golden brilliance exploded before Li Xianfeng, falling like scattered sparks. Sharp, piercing cries echoed like shattered metal. The burly man before him lit up, golden kasaya draped over his shoulders. He said with a smile, "This humble monk is Jiang. I've long heard of your immortal arrows, benefactor. After much contemplation, I found this method to counter them. I was waiting precisely for your golden arrow." He had already rolled up his sleeves and now raised the entire dazzling golden kasaya high, displaying the side interwoven with brilliant patterns. Circular gold discs adorned it, emitting curling white smoke and golden mist as he chanted scripture. "Come, venerable great capacity heaven receive." He spoke Sanskrit, and the layered golden mesh of the kasaya lit up with him. It was bright and immaculate, as if containing endless space within, flowing with golden mantra patterns. The golden light of the arrow buzzed in the air, then fell into the kasaya. Jiang's veins bulged as he gripped its corners and pulled his arms down. The golden kasaya floated midair, wrapping tightly around something. A massive bulge inside twisted and jumped violently, like a furious wild snake trapped within, struggling with all its might. Jiang's face flushed red as he shouted, "Seal!" All of his mana surged into the kasaya, and he actually managed to restrain the force for a moment. The slender eyebrows, bald monk revealed countless pale golden scriptures across his scalp. This, Yuanli stood behind Li Xianfeng, eyes fixed on the kasaya. A trace of concern rose in his heart as he held the large cauldron in his hands. Truly strange. It's like a unique Dharma artifact combined with a matching spell, specifically designed to counter flying objects like this. Looks like this bald donkey is no simple figure. Not sure if Li Xianfeng can suppress him. He lowered his eyes thoughtfully. He was not as helpless as he appeared. The green sword at his waist twitched, its blade already secretly aimed at the monk. When Master Monk Jiang managed to subdue the golden light, a hint of pride surfaced on his face. His thin brows arched as he lifted and flicked his hands, trying to redirect the golden light elsewhere when he heard a deep, iron-like voice, quite bold. A sudden piercing screech rang in his ears, and his whole body seized up. The fierce man clad in golden soft armor had already appeared before him, the golden bow glowing brilliantly on his back. Master Monk Jiang recoiled in shock and cried out, "You!" Li Xianfeng had only been 3 meters away. It was just a single step for him. The monk, however, had been too arrogant and focused entirely on guarding against the next arrow. He never expected this move. His tiger eyes slightly opened, and his terrifying gray pupils flashed. One hand grabbed the monk's neck, and the other yanked on his dazzling Kasaya Dharma artifact. Platinum light gleamed from both arms as he exhaled sharply. "Huh." Crack. Jiang struggled twice, flailing in place, but his neck was crushed like brittle wood, producing a series of crisp cracks. But the moment Li Xianfeng had appeared in front of him, his head had already rolled off his shoulders and shot through the air to flee. The Kasaya dimmed and burst into golden light across the sky. Boom. An instant later, Li Xianfeng's fist pierced through his chest, bursting out from his back in a spray of multicolored brilliance. The muffled sound was not loud, but it was especially jarring. Jiang's body slumped like mud, while his head darted nearly half a kilometer away, looking back in terror. The man brushed the golden light away with one hand, dispersing it into nothingness. 5 spiritual arrows emerged from the glow, lining up in a row and swimming around his palm like 5 obedient golden-scaled fish. Li Xianfeng glanced coldly at the head in the distance and spoke in an icy tone. "Go." Buzz. The 5 streaks of golden light vanished instantly from his palm. Before Master Monk Jiang could speak, pain exploded through his organs, leaving him reeling. He forced himself to cast a spell and yanked out the gleaming kasaya. Boom. But how could this hastily conjured kasaya compare to the one he had prepared earlier? It lasted only a second before the arrows tore into it like a fierce wolf bursting into a straw hut and scattered it to the skies. Soft, colorful petals rained down from the air, fluttering in every shade. The 5 golden arrows reappeared at Li Xuanfeng's side, while Master Monk Jiang vanished without a trace. Li Xianfeng raised a sharp brow, unhurried. His gray eyes glinted with sarcasm as he spoke softly. Since fellow Taoist was so eager to fight, why retreat at the last moment and leave without a word? A golden red arrow had long been waiting, and it leaped eagerly onto his bowstring. Li Xuanfeng's gray eyes sharpened as he drew his bow back to its maximum and aimed into the distant north. Fall. As soon as the words left his mouth, the golden red arrow vanished from the string. In the distance, radiant light exploded across the sky. Sizzling candle-like flames rained down, dancing on the lake's surface before plunging deep into its waters. The sound of blood being spat drifted back to Li Xianfeng on the wind. Many cultivators stood in the air. Their expressions varied, but when he glanced down at them, they all quickly averted their gazes, avoiding eye contact. Truly living up to his name. That monk was naive. He ended up as a laughingstock. Only then did the glow on Li Xuanfeng's bow begin to dim, and the platinum patterns on his face gradually faded away. Yuanli hurried over and asked in a low voice, "Brother Xianfeng, did that bald monk Jiang die?" Chapter 837, Yuanli 2. Jiang was clearly an elite among Buddhist cultivators, with little distinction between his methods of escape and survival. His aura was somewhat similar to the ancient sects of Buddhism, and his spells lacked any sinister traits. Thus, Li Xianfeng had held back and hadn't struck to kill in the end. Though he had secretly held back, his display was impressive enough to intimidate the devil cultivators around them. He casually walked down to stand before the 6 square cauldrons. Gazing at the dazzling treasures, he spoke softly to those behind him. "Go ahead." Li Xianfeng stood alone beneath the immortal seat. The surrounding devil cultivators hovered in the air, too afraid to fly closer, though their greedy and reluctant gazes were apparent. Yuanli swallowed hard while staring at the cauldrons and replied, "Brother Xianfeng, how could I have the nerve to take more? The best treasures have already landed in my hands. You decide what to take." Li Xianfeng was surprised, causing him to glance at the man. Looking at the man's honest and sincere appearance, Li Xianfeng casually waved his hand, taking only 2 layers of the spirit items from the ground. The dark green-black screen naturally fell into his hand as well. Then, without lingering, Li Xianfeng took flight with Yuanli. Behind them, the devil cultivators could no longer restrain themselves. Chaos erupted atop the great hall in a thunderous clash. Naturally, Li Xianfeng hadn't taken everything in one go. He watched coldly as the devil and Buddhist cultivators broke out into a brawl. Even the 7 cultivators within the central hall had settled their fights. Several dark lights fled in disgrace and scattered across the sky. Gong. A thunderous shout echoed across the sky. Torrents of true flames surged into the sky, golden red light shooting up into the heavens and raining down as sheets of fire. Though the flames started as gold and crimson, they turned dark red midway down, sizzling as they scorched the air. Gao Fengjing emerged from the great hall in a dark red robe, his face flowing with flame, hands entwined in raging fire like a demon god. A flickering violet light leapt feebly away, and Gao Fengjing laughed wildly. "Come now, old dog Morong, bark one more time for Grandpa, would you? Still have time to talk now." His strength was truly overwhelming. He had beaten Gong and the devil cultivator into a sorry state, sending both fleeing in different directions. The watching cultivators all glanced sideways as he pursued them wielding his lance, flames trailing across the sky. Li Xianfeng glanced around, and Yuanli's soft voice reached his ear. "Brother Xianfeng, what now?" Yuanli's earlier words had left Li Xianfeng unsure of his temperament, so he simply answered softly, "I leave it to you, fellow Taoist." Yuanli gripped the great cauldron tightly. He understood better than the others what lay within it. His hands clutched the green rim so hard they turned pale, and his expression grew grave as he thought to himself, "But the location is wrong. The Taoist master once said something from my family was inside a small hall in the lake, but we've already missed it. The Taoist masters are watching from the surface, and I can't afford to act too obviously. Earlier I gave it back to Li Xianfeng to avoid drawing ire, which might have raised his suspicions, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. So far he's one of us. If I can go with the flow, this might turn out better for me. Though he was troubled inwardly, his face remained puzzled and hesitant as he shook his head and replied, "Why don't we find another place to rest and wait for the Taoist master to summon us out?" Li Xianfeng heard him clearly, but didn't believe him in the slightest. This only confirmed his suspicions. The Si family is discreet, not foolish. I've never heard of this Si Yuanli, but Master Yuan Xiu gave me that Monarch calling command golden talisman in secret. There must be a reason for it. If this matter was so easily resolved, why would he give me a purple mansion realm talisman? Moreover, Yuan Xiu is famed for his expertise in talismans, so this one isn't ordinary. He wouldn't give it away without cause. There must be a scheme here. Whatever he asks next, I'll protect and follow. As Si Yuanli turned toward him, Li Xianfeng didn't overthink it and responded softly, "I'll follow your lead, fellow Taoist." Si Yuanli nodded quickly, looking every bit the timid and meek figure, and answered, "There are many northern cultivators here. Though Brother Xianfeng is strong and fears none, there may still be strange methods difficult to guard against. It would be unwise to linger too long. There were many small halls on the lake we passed by along the way earlier. While they may not hold anything valuable, they're safe and easy to access. Why not go take a look?" Li Xianfeng responded with a grunt, immediately understanding. So that's why this old fox looked so reluctant earlier and acted like he was trading sesame for a watermelon. It turns out the item his Taoist master mentioned is in one of those lake halls. The thought flashed through his mind. Si Yuanli truly played the part of a timid man to perfection. When their eyes happened to meet, his look of fear was flawlessly acted. Since he had kept up the act this far, Li Xianfeng played along, frowning deeply as he said, "I've been tasked to protect you, so naturally I'll follow wherever you go." Si Yuanli chuckled awkwardly and quickly fled the cliffside at the center of the battlefield with Li Xianfeng. A few devil and Buddhist cultivators still trailed them from afar, their eyes glinting with hesitation. Si Yuanli drew his green sword and let out a relieved expression. He's a fine warrior. He's strong, flexible, socially adept, and able to read the times. No wonder the Purple Mansion realm cultivators favor him so much. A golden bow indeed, and very useful. He looked left and right while scanning the lake for palaces. He even had the spare attention to run through his thoughts again. No wonder Taoist Master Yuan Su married his family's daughter to him and held him in such regard. After Yuan Su's death, our own master took him in without delay. Yu Su is greedy, selfish, and even ignores even his kin. Lingyu Rao is formidable, but his family is too deeply tied to the great Xiaokuei temple. Only this one is capable, values loyalty, and is easy to coerce. If I were a Purple Mansion realm cultivator, I'd use him too. Si Yuanli paused slightly as a small palace appeared on the surface of the lake below them. He quickly gathered his thoughts and feigned surprise, looking up and asking, "People are still out here looting? Just so you know, not every faction sent their core disciples inside. Some lacked the strength and stayed at the periphery early on to collect spirit items and treasures. It's not a bad strategy." Since Si Yuanli was continuing to play his role, Li Xianfeng responded offhandedly. His gaze swept across the devil cultivator below, then suddenly narrowed as he murmured, A certain devil cultivator below them had a cold face and held a sinister demon blade. His tall nose and deep eye sockets marked him as one of the northernmost cultivators. He was most likely from either South or North Mabe, with Hu or Jia ancestry almost certainly in the mix. Though he had never seen this man before, Li Xianfeng found his attire and bearing strikingly familiar to a description he'd heard in the past. He stared quietly, and the golden bow behind him suddenly leaped into his hand. What a coincidence! I searched for him many times amid all the devilish smoke and battles without luck. Yet here he is, right inside the great Ning palace. After all, the man below was a devil cultivator. Si Yuanli didn't find it strange that Li Xianfeng took up his bow, but when he saw how solemn his expression was, he assumed it must be a formidable foe and asked softly, "Brother Xianfeng? Who is that?" Chapter 838, Taking Action, I. Hold on, fellow Taoist. Li Xianfeng gave no further reply. The black-clad youth below was extremely alert. He merely glanced once up at them and instantly stirred up devil winds, his robe billowing as he fled in the opposite direction. If he was not struck down in time, he could become a future threat. Li Xianfeng drew back his bowstring, and a golden arrow settled onto the string. The youth below immediately felt his ears ring, dread flooding his heart as his body trembled with instinctive alarm. Their eyes had met earlier. Li Xuanfeng's perception technique had pierced through the black mist on the youth's face and saw his features clearly. The youth had also seen his features. The moment he saw that bow in Li Xuanfeng's hand, he prepared to flee, with high alert in his heart. Now, understanding dawned upon him like a plunge into an icy lake. He shuddered inwardly. That's the Bianyan's immortal bow, Li Xianfeng. This youth was none other than Helian Chongwang of Tifo State, the one who had fought Li Qinghong during the Devil Plague. Back then, Li Qinghong had slain the female cultivator at his side and obtained a Dharma robe, which had later been forged into the cyan sparrow plume. She had once worried over it, and specifically mentioned it to Li Xianfeng. As Li Xianfeng loosed an arrow, thoughts raced through Helian Chongwang's mind like lightning. He quickly made a judgment in his heart. Seems the small hall I was heading toward has already caught their eyes. This arrow is to block me. So he immediately leaped away from the hall, not hoping to dodge the ghost-like arrow, but fully presenting a posture of retreat. Devil smoke churned beneath his feet as he stepped back twice. Pain bloomed in his chest, and he coughed up blood. Though Helian Chongwang was Tifo State royalty, their nation was already weak, and in recent years had suffered a severe decline in talent. Things had gotten so bad that a mere mid-stage foundation establishment realm cultivator like him had been sent out. Clearly, there was no one else to use. Helian Chongwang had been constantly on edge during this whole foray. Any random cultivator around him would at least be in late-stage foundation establishment realm, and many even stronger. Just now, he had merely clashed with a single devil and had nearly been killed. He was a naturally cautious man. He couldn't see where the arrow came from nor where it would go. All he felt was a numbness and pain, and suddenly a gaping hole had opened in his chest. Terror consumed him. To have such a towering reputation, he truly is exceptional. When weapon mastery reaches its peak, it births intent. This man surely possesses arrow intent. He had no intention of entangling himself with Li Xianfeng. He immediately turned to flee, pulling out a life-saving talisman as black energy ignited around his body. He muttered under his breath, "Translucent blood silver technique." But Li Xianfeng only drew nearer. The first arrow returned to his bowstring, and another leaped up from his waist. He pulled the string taut once more. Strike. In the distance, the black-clad youth's head exploded like a watermelon, releasing a cloud of blood mist. His hands clawed at where his head had been, and his headless body panicked further, transforming into a streak of devil light and fleeing at top speed. He really means to kill me. Helian Chongwang couldn't guess Li Xuanfeng's thoughts. He poured all of his mana and blood essence into his spell. He pushed the translucent blood silver technique to its limit, forming a silver-red aura that worked to expel as much of the astral qi from his body as possible. Helian Chongwang's translucent blood silver technique was a secret method of the whole pill Dao. Perhaps it was the outer world's qi or the nature of the secret realm, but its power had inexplicably increased. He coughed up a blood arrow, but it was shredded by astral qi before it could touch the ground. This surprised Li Xianfeng. His astral qi had been refined through a combination of spiritual orifices and lifelong cultivation, and was now enhanced by 2 immortal foundations. Its power was terrifying. Once someone was infected by his astral qi, it clung like a bone-rotting parasite. It would bind to one's mana, and, once inside the body, would take years to purge. It was not something a simple blood cough could resolve. Perhaps his spell art is truly extraordinary, thought Li Xianfeng. Li Xianfeng didn't recognize his immortal foundation, but beside him, Yuanli gave a soft exclamation of surprise. Li Xuanfeng's waist quivered as 3 more arrows jumped up. His vigilance had deepened. According to Qinghong's description, this man is cautious, capable, ruthless, and decisive. That seems entirely accurate. Though his cultivation is still shallow, he's already able to dissolve my astral qi. His technique must be marvelous. He's simply not strong enough to unleash its full potential. Someone like him mustn't be allowed to escape. I must not be careless. It's better to eliminate him early and avoid future trouble. He drew his golden bow to a full moon curve. 5 arrows circled the bow, but did not touch the string. Instead, a gold-red arrow darted from his waist like a swimming fish and settled obediently on the bow. Clang! A burst of golden-red light erupted in the distance. Yuanli felt a sudden gust of wind sting his face and couldn't help but glance at the middle-aged man beside him in astonishment. Brother Xianfeng, isn't that a bit much to kill a chicken with an ox blade? His only answer was a buzzing sound, as Li Xianfeng vanished from his side. When Yuanli looked up, he saw that while Hellion Chongwang's devil light was fast, it was not nearly fast enough to outpace the arrow. He had already turned into a sky full of devil smoke. Li Xuanfeng's eyes flashed with golden light as he flew at lightning speed into the devil smoke. His heavenly gilded helm was operating at full power, enhancing his speed even further. He reached into the smoke and snatched at something, finally stopping to scan his surroundings with narrowed eyes. Yuanli stepped closer and saw the fierce man slowly open his palm, revealing a silver-gray drop of mercury that writhed and spun in his hand, radiating a faintly intoxicating glow. A thin layer of silver light coated the mercury drop, resisting Li Xuanfeng's mana and preserving Hellion Chongwang's soul. But now, that light was gradually fading, growing dimmer and dimmer. Yuanli feigned sudden realization, exhaled heavily, and said quietly, "The whole pill Dao is known for its mystique. As expected, it includes many life-saving spell arts. If not for Brother Xuanfeng's vigilance, this one would have truly escaped." Li Xianfeng nodded silently. The drop of mercury in his palm suddenly revealed a face. He was high-nosed and deep-eyed, unmistakably Hellion Chongwang himself. His voice was sorrowful as he said, "Immortal seniors, I have never offended either of you. I merely lingered a few steps too long. Does that warrant my death? Senior Xianfeng, your junior killed my concubine, took my Dharma artifact, and chased me to ruin and dismemberment. I've not sought revenge, yet now you seek my life? Is this the act of a true and righteous man?" Hellion Chongwang had pieced together the reason for Li Xuanfeng's murderous intent in just a few seconds. His voice turned mournful, filled with pitiful desperation. Yuanli laughed heartily and simply said, "You're a devil head. Does killing you need a reason? Man-eaters and blood-drinkers like you deserve death from all." Li Xianfeng merely tilted his head, gaze shifting away. He didn't reply to Hellion Chongwang at all. His mana grew brighter and brighter, polishing away the silver sheen on the mercury drop. Crack! Before Hellion Chongwang could respond again, Li Xuanfeng's radiant mana had surged past all resistance. His soul was instantly annihilated, leaving only the dimly glowing drop of mercury behind. Chapter 839, Taking Action 2. Li Xuanfeng's mana hadn't harmed the object at all. He swirled his mana around it once and withdrew it. Li Xianfeng stared at the drop of mercury lying silently in his hand. He suspected it to be a Dharma artifact, so he channeled his mana through it a few more times, but no Dharma light emerged. Could it be a spirit item? Li Xianfeng frowned as he tried to determine its origin. The ever-observant Yuanli saw his mana flash twice and softly remarked, "I doubt it's a Purple Mansion Realm spirit item." It seems this man's entire cultivation was transformed into a spirit item and condensed into this tiny mercury drop. It's quite a curiosity indeed. His words were clear enough. Li Xianfeng flipped his hand and stored the item, silently wondering, if this is a Purple Mansion Realm spirit item, perhaps Taoist Master Qiushui could make use of it? If I can use it to earn her goodwill and trade for the Radiant Sky Stone, that would be ideal. Yuanli had recovered Hellion Chongwang's Dharma artifact, but his storage pouch could no longer be found. The crafty youth had embedded a small spirit array in it, so that his sudden death destroyed the pouch, burning away nearly all of its contents. Only a few durable spirit items had fallen into the lake. The two said little and made their way toward the small palace. Yuanli quickly passed through the corridor and paused at the main hall's entrance, studying it closely. Though he had confirmed something internally, he still voiced apparent surprise. Fellow Taoist Xianfeng, this hall still has remnants of a formation. Oh, Li Xianfeng followed him down and paused at the entrance. Two stone statues sculpted into three-eyed Mount Tiao beasts, famed for guarding formations and drawing wealth, flanked the door. The ancients had favored them as household guardians. What a fine ancient formation! Yuanli stopped and pointed to the formation, marveling. Come take a look quickly. This formation is quite something. It's a rare ancient formation with the Supreme Yin and Supreme Yang as its cores. These two fruition attainments never manifested but also never shifted, so the formation can still function to some extent. The owner of this hall must have been extraordinary. He seemed thoroughly intrigued, speaking at length from the formation's foundational patterns to its yin-yang balance, even touching on the impact of Shangyuan Dao attainment. Li Xianfeng listened thoughtfully. Perhaps opening this formation will trigger some major change. Yuanli is likely stalling on purpose until it's closer to the time we leave the Great Ning Palace, so as to avoid complications. Li Xianfeng didn't press him, treating it as an opportunity to hear some rare stories. Since Yuanli seemed to be making idle conversation, he deliberately asked something obscure. That's interesting. Do you know how many have attained the fruition of yin and yang today? Yuanli faltered slightly, but had no choice but to answer. The supreme yin and supreme yang fruitions are very exalted. The last few holders were all immortals. The supreme yang once belonged to Immortal Ingza, and the supreme yin to the immortal lord of Moonlight Origin Mansion. Unfortunately, both disappeared ages ago and have left no traces. Whether they are dead or in seclusion attempting breakthroughs, I'm just a humble cultivator and wouldn't dare speculate. It would only shorten my lifespan, better not to say more. As he spoke, standing idly started to feel awkward. He placed a hand on the formation, seemingly studying its patterns and thinking of ways to break it. His tone was casual. As for Bright Yang and Veiled Yin, fellow Taoist surely knows more about Bright Yang than I do, so I won't elaborate. But Veiled Yin has remained vacant ever since its previous bearer was slain by the Wei Emperor, which is what set the current trend of male cultivators vastly outnumbering females. He had spoken too quickly and paused for 2 seconds, as if realizing he had said too much. He hurriedly glossed over the 2 fruition attainments and said in a low voice, Lesser Yang is none other than the Lesser Yang Devil Monarch, Huai. The tale of Split-Reed Island is known across the world. The Devil Monarch was split into 3 by Immortal Ingza, which led to the rise of Dragon Monarch Xiang. To this day, Dragon Monarch Xiang still considers Immortal Ingza his senior. Lesser Yin is even more elusive. Few Dao lineages have even heard of one that bears it. He barely finished his words and noticed Li Xianfeng was about to ask more. Unease crept in. There were many Purple Mansion Realm cultivators watching from outside, many from Golden Core Dao lineages. If he said the wrong thing, it would be troublesome. He made up his mind and quickly patted the formation, saying urgently, Brother Xianfeng, I've found a way. Not allowing another interruption, he handed the green cauldron to Li Xianfeng and quickly said, This formation once reached Purple Mansion Realm at its peak, but it's decayed over time. Look at this. He pointed at the 8 rays of light at the center of the formation. There were 6 outer ones surrounding 2 inner yin-yang flows. He explained, the inner 2 represent supreme yin and supreme yang fruition, but 2 of the 6 outer lights have failed. What remains are pristine, converging, joy, and geng. Remove these 4, and we can immediately enter the formation. Li Xianfeng took a close look. He wasn't well versed in formations, but noticed that Yuanli had produced 2 white talismans and placed them in his palm. He glanced at the talismans. They shimmered faintly with multicolored light, about 3 fingers wide and a palm's length. One bore 4 words in green-gray ink, turned pristine into converging. The other was written in pale golden-white script, nearly blending into the paper itself, borrow Geng for joy. The 2 talismans matched the 4 formation aspects perfectly. Bushio's intentions were now plain. It was the moment when hidden knives were drawn. Yuanli raised the talismans high, as his slouch vanished and he straightened. His gaze sharpened, all trace of weakness gone, and he spoke in a solemn tone. By the mandate of heaven, Geng is lent to joy. As dragon and serpent struggle, pristine is turned into converging, thus granting access to true law and wondrous divine ability. Though he spoke rapidly, his voice carried solemn weight. It hung in the air for 2 seconds before green-gray and pale gold lights burst from his hands, shooting skyward and exploding in brilliant flashes. Boom! Green raindrops began to fall from above. Li Xianfeng had prepared in advance, so his mana gathered into a golden shield before him, blocking the sweeping aftermath as he silently stepped back. His eyes opened slightly, golden mana gleaming white. The corridor beneath his feet collapsed, revealing a sheet of deep blue converging water before the main hall. 2 green fish-shaped bells hanging from the eaves jingled, then fell mid-air, disintegrating into beads of bronze before hitting the ground. The 6 rays of light in the formation flickered, the green pristine and blue converging reversed, while the white joy and golden geng inverted. The entire formation crumbled like dust in the wind, collapsing without force and dissolving into scattered color. Unlike most broken formations, no shockwaves spread, nor did any restrictive power activate. It was as if the formation had never existed, leaving behind only a hollow gleam. Creak. The hall doors swung open with a creak. Yuanli, now energetic and unrecognizably spry, leaped inside. His deep voice echoed out, "Fellow Taoist Xianfeng, take whatever you wish inside. I only want the scroll on the table. But we must leave in 10 seconds. Once the others arrive, escape will be impossible." Chapter 840. I should not enter. His tone was resolute, and his eyes were sharp. His sword was lifted high, and shed sword essence bright as frost, exuding an ethereal air. No longer the coward from before, white mist rose beneath his feet as he flew into the hall. Li Xianfeng naturally followed close behind, golden bow glowing as he sped forward. The round grand hall was somewhat empty, with a few square cauldrons placed about. A jade platform, radiating brilliant white light, stood at the center. The jade platform had 8 corners and was shaped like a blooming lotus. A jade box, etched with intricate golden patterns, gently floated in the air above the platform. The hall alternated between light and shadow. Golden light lit up the ceiling, where talismans hung from red threads at varying heights, swaying and colliding in the gusts stirred by the 2 intruders. The highest seat of law glowed dimly. Its armrests were shaped like phoenixes, and the large screen behind bore complex patterns, converging brightly at the center to form one large word, Sima. Not See. It's Sima. Yuanli didn't even glance at the jade platform. He rode the wind straight past it and reached for the tall desk. Sure enough, a scroll lay upon it. It was seemingly ordinary, without a trace of Dharma light. What a lavish grand hall. He stepped right up to it in 2 strides. Li Xianfeng, as expected, reached for the gold-patterned jade box atop the jade platform. The platform had no real protective measures, only a thin light film covering its aura. Li Xianfeng simply reached out and grasped it. The gold-patterned jade box was scorching hot. It radiated searing heat as it landed in his hand, a warm breeze brushing across his face. A single gesture allowed Li Xianfeng to pull down most of the golden talismans in the hall and stuff them into his pouch in one breath. Meanwhile, his spiritual sense slipped into the jade box, where a streak of red-golden brilliance darted back and forth. It scorched his spiritual sense, causing his heart to thump as he wondered, "This looks like." Yuanli had already retrieved the scroll and was fleeing the hall. Li Xianfeng, neither careless nor greedy, swiftly followed him back to the entrance. There, he spotted a letter and an incense burner on a small table. He grabbed them just in time and stored them away. His spiritual sense was still checking the gold-patterned jade box when a sudden thought struck like lightning, fiery red like gold, darting like light. It must be the supreme Yang Sun essence. The joy stayed in his mind for only a moment before shock struck his heart, and the item in his hand suddenly felt even more scalding. He quickly reviewed everything. Yuanli made it sound nice, saying, "Take whatever you want, but a spirit item like the supreme Yang Sun essence isn't something ordinary cultivators can keep." Now we took the jade box. Those purple mansion realm cultivators may very well have seen it. If I walk out of Great Ning Palace with this in hand, they'll surely suspect me. Am I not walking into death? His heart was clear when he said, "Take freely." It was likely only referring to those golden talismans and common items. As for the rest, how could one justify keeping them to oneself? He kept the gold-patterned jade box in hand, since he dared not place it in his storage pouch. Doing so would surely raise suspicion upon exit. Though scalding hot, Li Xianfeng calmly raised the spirit item and handed it to Yuanli, speaking in a steady tone. "This rightfully belongs to your esteemed family. I, Xianfeng, dare not keep it for myself." Yuanli rode the wind at full speed, scanning both sides carefully. He paused in surprise when he heard these words. As he reached out to take it back, the scorching heat met his hand, and his spiritual sense jolted. He immediately understood. He quickly stowed it away, asking no questions. Instead, he solemnly said, "Once we are out of Great Ning Palace, I will explain everything in detail." The implications of his words only struck Yuanli once they left his lips. He considered explaining further, but felt it would only make matters worse. Li Xianfeng, however, instantly understood. So it really is the Sima family. Yuanli had moved with practiced ease the whole time, and Li Xianfeng had already harbored suspicions. His doubts had only increased once Si Yuanli had produced the exact 2 talismans needed. Though Si Boxiu was a purple mansion realm cultivator, the sky was filled with many others of that realm, especially Maha and the Merciful One. Who among them couldn't see through Si Boxiu's plans? Why, then, was Si Yuanli the only one to have come all this way in disguise? Putting it all together with the Sima character in the hall, Li Xianfeng realized this grand hall belonged to the Si family. When he asked casually, Si Yuanli wasn't paying attention and responded without thought, effectively confirming it. So the Si family really does hail from Ning State, or at least has a branch there. In any case, Si Yuanli played dumb the whole way just to achieve his goal. They split up the moment they entered the grotto heaven. It seems even Si Boxiu might be wary of the Qi family. If Li Xianfeng could see this much, how could the Purple Mansion realm cultivators high above, let alone the Mahas, miss it? Now that Si Yuanli had retrieved the item, he no longer bothered to conceal anything and said solemnly, "Though I feigned ignorance all the way, many northern cultivators are already aware of the southern situation. They are guarding against my clan. It will come sooner than expected." Just as he finished speaking, black demonic mist rose from the lake beneath them and chased after the 2. These devil cultivators had seemingly intended to enter the hall, but suddenly changed direction and veered toward them instead. Li Xianfeng turned with bow in hand, firing 2 arrows in rapid succession like shooting stars. They streaked into the demonic mist, and golden light burst beneath his feet, forcing several of the devils back. While Li Xianfeng blocked the pursuing devil cultivators, Si Yuanli also drew his sword and soared into the sky. His stance was entirely different from before. Though he was not widely known, he had cultivated at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm for years. His long sword was elegant and powerful, its light gathering into true sword essence. A flick of his sword in midair struck down a crimson blade with a sudden bang. He reversed his grip and flung out a burst of bright sword essence, speaking in a low voice. "Brother Xianfeng, be careful." Li Xianfeng remained composed. The golden string in his hand quivered, releasing a burst of golden light that shot down a demon in the mist. Si Yuanli muffled a grunt as he muttered, "Brother Xianfeng." Just as he spoke, 4 gold-robed master monks appeared around them, each taking a position at one of the cardinal directions. Their expressions were calm, and their chests half-bared. They each had a different weapon: saber, spear, staff, and cudgel, and they spoke in unison. "You 2 benefactors have grown far too greedy." The massive cauldron floated beside Si Yuanli, glowing with a mesmerizing blue radiance. The 2 of them had taken the most precious items from the cave dwelling, and the 2 sky-reaching talismans had caused such a stir that all of Great Ning Palace had noticed. They were now obvious targets. Li Xuanfeng's gaze swept across the 4 identical monks. In the distance, several more clouds of demonic mist were rushing toward them. Sensing danger, he raised his golden bow again, a crimson gold arrow leaping into place. Si Yuanli also knew they couldn't afford to be surrounded by these 4. He activated his Immortal Foundation mana, and his green robe turned white. Snowflakes fell around him as he flicked his sword and said coldly, "North." Sword light burst from his blade, transforming into ethereal mist that fell like white snow. Though it appeared otherworldly and light, each flake was deadly. It was the Si family's pine white full essence sword art. The crimson gold glow also vanished from Li Xuanfeng's bowstring. A piercing whine echoed through the air as the northern Buddhist cultivator's expression darkened. He raised his long staff high while the other 3 slowly closed their eyes, channeling their golden light toward him. Huh! Just as he shouted, he was immediately shredded by the blizzard of sword light. The monk had only just opened his eyes when a massive gash was torn through his throat. Astral chi mixed with crimson gold light sprayed forth, nearly ripping his body apart. Chapter 841. I should not enter, too. Si Yuanli's sword essence was far stronger than the monk had expected. Most of the golden energy he had prepared to counter Li Xianfeng was spent resisting the sword strikes, leaving him open to the arrow that had arrived. Li Xianfeng drew his bow again, but saw that the northern master monk's body had melted like mud, his glow shifting until he became another spear-wielding monk. Si Yuanli furrowed his brow, but just then, a devil cultivator had raced ahead of the group and was nearly on them. Clang! The black-clad devil cultivator drew his spear in a flash of black light. The weapon surged like a dragon, striking fiercely at the Buddhist cultivator. Yuanli was momentarily stunned by the devil cultivator's choice, but immediately seized the chance, raising another storm of white sword light. The spear-wielding Buddhist cultivator was clearly shocked and had no choice but to raise his spear to parry. The two spears collided midair with a thunderous boom. Li Xianfeng let out a slow breath, feeling his mana surge and ebb within him, and raised a crimson gold arrow to his bow once again. Buzz! For currents of mana intertwined in an instant. The spear-wielding Buddhist cultivator had just parried with his weapon and couldn't react in time. He was struck head-on by the white mist and the crimson gold arrow. He let out a cry of pain. His body was blasted to ashes, leaving only a head flying high into the air. The four-man encirclement collapsed at once, and the glow on the remaining three dimmed. Li Xianfeng and Yuanli didn't bother with a follow-up strike and rode the wind northward without hesitation. After speeding half a kilometer away, Li Xianfeng glanced back, only to see that the black-robed devil cultivator had been exceptionally devious. He had stabbed the severed head with his spear but deliberately kept it alive, parading it about as he dashed off southward with the bald head. Zhong Qian. This man was none other than Zhong Qian, who had been dispatched under Taoist Master Chongyun's command. He hadn't exchanged a single word with Li Xianfeng. He hadn't even spared him a glance, and simply dashed southward with the head impaled on his spear. The remaining three Buddhist cultivators were caught in a dilemma. Neither north nor south was ideal. After hesitating in the air for a breath, they ultimately chose to abandon their fallen companion and resumed chasing the two cultivators. But Yuanli and Li Xianfeng had already flown far ahead. The sword cultivator from the Sea family laughed loudly and hurled several streaks of sword light as he mockingly shouted, "Bald donkeys! Chase me again, and I'll string up the rest of your three heads too." As he roared with laughter, a sheet of red erupted in the northern sky. Blazing true flame surged skyward, igniting the clouds above. A burly man in dark crimson robes, holding a cauldron under one arm, swaggered proudly as he laughed. "Murong, you old dog. You can't even catch your granddaddy with just four of you." It was none other than Gao Jing, cultivator of true flame. He had snatched away two great cauldrons and brazenly soared into the sky, drawing the gaze of many. A swarm of devil cultivators swarmed toward him, drastically reducing the pressure on the two of them. Yuanli cheered, "Good man. I love this kind of unruly brute." Li Xianfeng looked at the sky, filled with blazing true flame. The tension in his bowstring slowly eased as he observed silently, a doubt arising in his heart. Something's not right. The Monarch calling command Golden Talisman hasn't even been used yet. This is far from over. Just as Li Xianfeng slowed, a murmur reached their ears. "Yuanli, give the Huai River map to Xianfeng." The voice was aged and solemn. It was none other than Taoist Master Yuan Xiao. Li Xianfeng paused slightly. Yuanli fended off an approaching devil cultivator with his sword and handed the scroll over without hesitation. Li Xianfeng accepted it in stride. The murmur of incantations once again sounded in his ear as Yuan Xiao transmitted the scroll's spell. As he memorized it in silence, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly shifted. Rumble. Some kind of restriction was seemingly triggered at the cliff in the center of Great Ning Palace. A radiant column of iridescent light surged skyward, lighting up several kilometers. It was clearly visible from across the lake. A faint circular arc appeared in the sky, and a rain of pale droplets began to fall. Li Xuanfeng's eyes narrowed as he slowly recalled the appearance of Mirage Mirror Heaven at Green Pine Temple. At last, his lingering doubts were resolved. "So this is where you were waiting for me. A grotto heaven." Everyone within Great Ning Palace looked up and listened before rushing toward the cliff in a frenzy. Yuanli, however, seemed unsurprised as he turned to Li Xianfeng. "Fellow Taoist Xianfeng, shall we head in now?" Li Xianfeng was about to respond when he suddenly felt his instincts twinge. A strong sense of danger had suddenly surged in his heart. The talisman seeds that had lain dormant in his qi for years stirred slightly, causing his two immortal foundations to tremble faintly. "I shouldn't enter?" Alarm bells rang in Li Xuanfeng's mind. He quietly looked up and saw the semicircular grotto heaven in the sky gradually revealing its colors. A crystalline glow shimmered brilliantly in the center. It was perhaps some treasure. "I shouldn't go in." A chill rose in Li Xuanfeng's heart. But Yuan Xiao hadn't just sent him here for the Great Ning Palace. There was no retreat now. He could only stall for time and said thoughtfully, "We have great treasures on us, We shouldn't act rashly. There might be devil cultivators lying in wait near that light column. I've expended much mana fleeing from all those cultivators. Might I rest briefly and regulate my qi? His words took Yuanli by surprise. The middle-aged man suddenly realized Li Xianfeng hadn't stopped drawing his bow for the entire chase, and had even stepped in to protect him earlier, so his mana might truly be low. He quickly said, "Indeed, no need to rush. Let us pause for a moment and proceed slowly by wind flight." World within the mirror. Nestled among gray-black peaks, a pale moon-colored palace atop a raised platform shimmered faintly. The clouds above had scattered, releasing beams of radiant light. The light in the sky was dim, and the wisp of bright radiant Yang Imperial Union essence hung there like a sun, illuminating the great void beyond. One could faintly glimpse various Mahas and Purple Mansion Realm cultivators seated in formation around Great Ning Palace. Li Xianfeng had been drawn into the conflict between Maha and Zipei, which involved multiple Mahas and Purple Mansion Realm cultivators. Lu Jiangxian had been quietly watching from the side. It was he who had forcibly sealed the talisman seeds in Li Xuanfeng's body, rendering them unresponsive to the divine abilities of Mahas and Purple Mansion Realm cultivators. It had saved him much effort and concealment. His gaze pierced through the veil, landing on the scene within the great void. Anhuai heaven, resembling a translucent glass orb, was slowly approaching the mortal realm. The images within it were becoming clearer by the moment. Chapter 842, Anhuai heaven. Fine drizzle fell endlessly within Anhuai heaven. Dark teal and pale blue palaces stood gracefully amidst flowing streams, while winding bridges threaded between the structures. The entire complex was arranged with elegant precision, bearing the refined charm of Jiang craftsmanship. Truly beautiful. Lu Jiangxian's gaze followed the riverside scenery of Anhuai heaven upward. His divine sense penetrated the illusion, inspecting every detail thoroughly as he swept through it and reached its deepest recesses. There, he found a pristine celestial palace, lit by luminous green lanterns. A cascade of crystal light poured out from its gates like a waterfall, flowing in every direction. A stairway of sparkling steps led upward to a lone immortal seat that faced the starlit night of the grotto heaven. Lu Jiangxian took just one glance and froze slightly, his pupils widening as he murmured, "What is that?" The celestial seat at the summit was carved with dragons and phoenixes, its armrests adorned with depictions of two flood dragons. Large enough to hold two adults lying down, the seat was vacant, save for a tiny, crystalline object resting upon it. Though it was barely the size of a fingernail, it stood out upon the grand seat with an inexplicable allure that made it impossible to look away. It gleamed with a crystal luster, as if it had emerged from a narrow aperture. Its ends intertwined and condensed into a jade-like piece the size of a finger. All kinds of illusions erupted from it, like a fountain. These fantastical and surreal visions included Taoists refining pills and ascending upon consumption, white cranes delivering fruits, monkeys knocking at doors, crystal shards exploding, and brine condensing. From time to time, white cranes and Taoists flew out of the illusions and landed on the palace grounds. The Taoists continued refining their pills while the cranes gently dropped fruits into the pill furnace, causing white flames to flare. In the blink of an eye, a breeze of spiritual energy swept past, shattering the visions. Then, new ones emerged as monkeys knocked again while immortals laid hands upon devotees' heads. Metallic essence. It's metallic essence. Metallic essence remnants exist within Anhuai heaven. He had seen the bright young metallic essence with his own eyes. He was in disbelief as the grotto heaven slowly took form in the great void. He immediately realized something was amiss. If that's metallic essence, the situation in Anhuai heaven has far surpassed anyone's expectations. Those Purple Mansion realm schemers thought they were trying to hook a fish, only to drag up an entire pond. Even they won't be able to cover this up. The great void is filled with Mahas. Cultivators are already leaping into Anhuai heaven. In less than 15 minutes, the Purple Mansion realm cultivators and Mahas will be able to observe inside. Things will soon spiral out of control. Li Xianfeng must not be allowed to enter. Qingshui tomb. The sky was pitch black. The various Mahas, along with the Merciful One, sat in command, emanating waves of multicolored light. On the other side, the Purple Mansion realm Taoist masters had varied expressions. Some of them held Dharma artifacts, while others sat quietly amidst the clouds, calmly observing the scene below. The water's surface below them resembled a tabletop. The pavilions and towers atop it were barely palm-sized, and the figures upon them looked like ants, brandishing their Dharma artifacts and clashing over prizes. Occasionally, their collisions would emit pinpricks of brilliance that flickered briefly before vanishing. The Purple Mansion realm cultivators' eyes varied between indifference and serenity as they all focused on the tabletop below. Their spiritual senses drifted about, occasionally pausing upon one another. As the situation in the waters evolved, more and more gazes converged on two individuals. The first was the stern-faced Yuan Xiao, but the other was none other than the poised and elegant Bo Lai King, Gao Fu. The burly man, wreathed in true flame, stroked his beard and smiled slightly. The Gao family wasn't particularly dominant among the northern factions and normally wouldn't draw much attention. Yet Gao Fengjing, the greatest talent of their clan in nearly a century, had been slaughtering freely in the waters below and seizing great spoils. No wonder Gao Fu beamed with delight. Taoist Master Yuan Xiao's face revealed nothing, but the hand resting atop his sleeve was relaxed, revealing a composed and content demeanor. He was clearly pleased deep down. Taoist Master Qiushui watched quietly, her gaze pausing on Zhongqian. Meanwhile, Taoist Master Chongyun kept his brows lowered, his expression unreadable. Qiushui softly remarked, "Taoist Master Yuan Xiao, I've never seen this Yuanli before. He's quite the talent. No wonder you kept him so well hidden." Boxiu forced a faint smile onto his stern face and replied quietly, "Taoist Qiushui flatters me. The Si family has seen a decline in talent. This is the only one we've had in years. He does have some ability, but calling him a young genius is perhaps too much praise." Though his words were modest, he felt quite gratified. The Si family not only had few members, but those few with promise often opposed him. Yuan Xiao had long found it troublesome, but finally, there was a younger cultivator who brought honor to the clan, and that gave him a sense of relief. Just as Qiushui finished speaking, a crystalline light pillar that pierced heaven and earth emerged from within Great Ning Palace. Several Purple Mansion realm Taoist masters exchanged glances, smiles blooming across their faces. Taoist Master Chongyun chuckled. "You all calculated it precisely. Great Ning Palace really does hold the entrance to Anhuai heaven. This is thanks to Taoist Master Qiushui." Taoist Master Yuan Xiao returned the compliment casually, but Taoist Master Qiushui only smiled and said, "Everyone had their guesses, yet now you all place the credit on me." The mood among the Taoist masters was clearly pleasant. There were faint stirrings in the great void as other hidden Purple Mansion realm cultivators turned their attention toward them. Taoist Yuan Xiao maintained his stern expressions as he muttered, "They wouldn't lend a hand when help was needed, but now they come to share the spoils. Even if they send people now, they'll be a step behind us," Chongyun responded briefly. But Yuan Xiao still felt uneasy. He feared more trouble might arise once they entered the grotto heaven. He secretly activated a divine ability to transmit a message, instructing Li Xianfeng to take hold of the Huai River map. As he was transmitting the message, he suddenly realized the surroundings had gone completely silent. His previously relaxed brows slowly stiffened. When he sensed the aura emanating from the crystalline light pillar, his aged face froze in disbelief, eyes brimming with shock. This. The crystalline pillar emitted waves of pure white brilliance, and the aura it revealed caused an eerie silence to settle over the great void. The three-headed, six-armed Maha and the Merciful One calculated frantically, shocked into disbelief. The Purple Mansion realm cultivators looked at one another, their eyes filled with both wonder and obsession. Bo Lai King Gao Fu stroked his long beard, his black cloak rippling as rings of crimson light radiated from behind him. Blazing true flame burned from his robe into the surrounding void. The bearded king murmured aloud, "Metallic essence?" His words rang out like a bottle shattering, shaking the entire great void. The Mahas immediately opened their eyes, the Merciful Ones rose to their feet, and all the Purple Mansion realm cultivators jolted with a resounding shout, "Metallic essence! Metallic essence!" The scene instantly exploded into a cascade of red, orange, green, and all colors imaginable. Multicolored light surged across the great void as over a dozen divine abilities activated simultaneously, flooding into Great Ning heaven and erupting in a storm of radiant brilliance. All arrangements and strategies were abandoned in an instant. There was metallic essence at stake. It was worth risking one's life for. so who could still think about measured moves? The Purple Mansion realm cultivators and Mahas abandoned all restraint and, unlike their usual calculating selves, dove into the grotto heaven with ruthless decisiveness. Rumble. Jinlian. You. A furious roar rang out in the sky. A Maha revealed its true form with 3 heads and 6 arms. Its massive body filled the great void. Its golden chest was as vast as a mountain, and its eyes hung in the air like 2 suns. When it moved, golden dust scattered across the heavens. The Dharma artifacts on its arms swayed gently, shaking the mountains and wilderness of the manifested world below. Boom! The Maha descended on Great Ning Palace, pressing down with such weight that the entire celestial palace groaned under the strain. A voice rang out in shock and fury. Stabilize the realm first. If Great Ning Palace collapses, none of us will be able to enter. The command caused only a brief pause in the air. Great Ning Palace's barrier couldn't withstand such overwhelming force. It was like snow meeting fire. It vanished in an instant. Dozens of divine hands simultaneously surged forth, forcibly keeping the celestial palace intact within the great void. Taoist Master Yuan Xiu's eyes flew open, his expression shifting rapidly. All composure and dignity vanished as a fierce look spread across his aged face. He shouted, "Qiu Shui, it's a relic from Ning State. It's still within Great Ning Palace." Taoist Master Qiu Shui was equally stunned. She stared straight at the colorful light from the ruins, her heart pounding. Her pupils dilated as she suddenly looked up. One after another, Purple Mansion realm cultivators revealed their forms, nearly compressing the great void into fragments. A major calamity is coming. Chapter 843, The Scheme of Golden Feather Sect, I. Great Ning Palace. Li Xianfeng adjusted his breath mid-air for a while Yuanli stood with his sword in hand. He kept one arm behind his back as he silently gazed at the crystalline pillar of light that pierced the heavens and earth. The Tao lineage of Ning State is renowned for its use of true essence, often in conjunction with talismanic arts, with many cultivators practicing talismans and shamanic paths. Anhuai heaven has never been opened before, so there must be quite a few treasures inside. He was in no hurry. The grotto heaven was vast, and many formations remained intact. It was far beyond what Great Ning Palace could compare to. Being early or late by 15 minutes didn't matter. Yuanli was still in thought, when suddenly the world seemed to dim slightly. The crystalline light pillar flickered faintly. He furrowed his brows, but everything quickly returned to normal. Suddenly, a golden glow faintly lit up the sky. Yuanli froze in surprise. Glancing down, he saw the clear lake surface rolling with waves of white mist as tiny lotus flowers burst forth and rapidly bloomed in full. As he stood dazed, endless pink lotus blossoms crowded and collided across the lake's surface. Auspicious heavenly glow rose at the horizon. Only then did Yuanli belatedly lift his head. The sky was now filled with boundless gold, as fine golden dust fell like sand. An enormous celestial figure was now reflected in his pupils. A majestic yet benevolent golden face filled nearly the entire sky, breaking through the clouds as if the heavens themselves had collapsed. Its eyes, shimmering with golden lacquer, slowly descended into Great Ning Palace. "Mahat!" Yuanli cried out in pain, hurriedly shutting his eyes. Crimson tears of blood welled at the corners of his eyes and streamed down his cheeks. His heart was filled with terror and shock as he said, "Have I gone mad?" Li Xianfeng opened his eyes at almost the same moment. A muffled boom like thunder rang out, golden white light flashed, and Yuanli coughed up a mouthful of blood. He screwed his eyes shut and clutched at his chest with one hand as he forced out a whisper. "Honored Taoist masters." The sky burst into a kaleidoscope of color. Yellow, orange, red, and purple filled the sky. Hazy halos bloomed one after another as vague flames surged forth. Silhouettes descended in quick succession, and in the blink of an eye, a slender hand reached out and a white-clothed woman stepped through. Splash! She had just flown into the air when a misty white rain began to fall, delicate and ethereal. It was quite beautiful, but the two had no mind to admire it. As the white rain brushed past them, the spirit wind beneath Li Xuanfeng's feet vanished like winter snow. His footing gave way, and when he instinctively tried to summon mana, not a trace of spirit wind responded. "It's the water mansion," thought Li Xianfeng. He crashed onto the stone platform, shattering the tiles beneath him. Yuanli fared even worse. slamming down beside him with a heavy thud, his face flushing red. Li Xianfeng looked up, but the white-clothed woman had already vanished. They had been merely brushed by her divine ability, but the wind beneath their feet had been entirely dispersed, leaving them momentarily unable to fly. Yuanli struggled twice before he managed to rise. His eyes were still shut, blood pouring out in streams, dripping down his cheeks as he murmured, "Brother Xianfeng, they've all made their move." The radiant lights overhead surged toward the central cliff, painting the sky with strange phenomena. Li Xianfeng watched Yuanli take out a jade vial and drop 2 drops into each eye before finally opening them slightly. Li Xianfeng felt the tremors underfoot and rose to his feet. "There's likely going to be trouble inside Anhuai heaven." Yuanli chuckled twice and muttered, "Trouble? This is beyond that. We should be thankful just to be alive." He hadn't even finished speaking when another bearded immortal streaked across the sky. Torrents of true flames surged through the air, evaporating swathes of lake water and sending fiery sparks scattering. Yuanli was forced to shut his mouth, raise his hands, and summon mana to defend himself. His face was twisted from the heat, and his palms sizzled audibly. Even the dullest among them could now see that there was no sense in heading for Anhuai heaven anymore. They would likely be burned to ashes by true flame or have their bodies eroded by water mansion. It would be an end without a corpse or soul. As for the majority of cultivators who had already entered, they could only pray their sect's Taoist masters were inside as well. Otherwise, no one even needed to target them. Just standing in the grotto heaven would be enough, for not even a trace of their true soul would remain in a few moments. So this is why we weren't supposed to enter. Yuanli had only glimpsed a Maha unleash his full power and been grazed by the divine abilities of a few other Taoist masters. He was already bleeding profusely and gravely injured. The flesh of both his palms were sizzling as they tried to fight the searing true flame, yet he still gritted his teeth in bitter relief. Thank goodness we rested beforehand. Li Xianfeng also endured the searing true flame with gritted teeth. Though he and Yuanli had narrowly escaped disaster, his expression remained grim as he asked in a deep voice, "Brother Yuanli, this is no time for relief. How do we get out of Great Ning Palace?" "Out of Great Ning Palace?" Yuanli wiped the blood from his face and shook his head. "Without a Purple Mansion realm cultivator to receive us, you and I will die trapped in this damned place." As expected, Li Xuanfeng's heart sank. Yuanli lowered his voice and said, "We must hide quickly. You have the Huai River map. If things truly become dire, unfurl it. It should preserve your life." He stabbed his long sword into the ground. One palm pressed flat against the hilt. He tapped the ball with the fingers of his other hand as he intoned, "Complete Yuan escape spell. Seek aid from the nether world." The sword immediately radiated with light. The ground beneath them split open wide before Li Xuanfeng's eyes. Yuanli gave a slight nod and began burrowing into the earth. Li Xianfeng let the spell art guide him. After sinking for roughly 15 minutes, they finally reached the bottom. Pitch-black stone walls appeared around him. It was an enclosed chamber no larger than a small hut, with neatly squared stone surfaces. He suddenly noticed Yuanli looked shorter. Upon closer inspection, he saw that Yuanli's lower body was still embedded in the stone. His face was pale, with a stream of mana held tightly in his chest. Boom! Li Xianfeng immediately understood, striking the stone with his palm to extract Yuanli's bloodied lower body. The moment mana began circulating, the wounds on Yuanli's legs rapidly healed. "The spiritual energy here is unusual. It's no wonder I made a misstep." He coughed once, then laughed heartily. "Brother Xianfeng, your caution has saved both our lives." Yuanli didn't suspect that Li Xianfeng had anticipated anything. After all, the Purple Mansion realm cultivators and Mahas that they saw were clearly beyond any forecast. Clearly something so catastrophic had occurred that even mighty cultivators were forced to intervene. If even Taoist masters couldn't foresee it, how could Li Xianfeng? "You flatter me, Brother Yuanli." Li Xianfeng watched as he took out pills to heal and replied softly, "If not for that brief delay, even had we entered the grotto heaven, you would still have been protected by your sect's Taoist master. Nothing too serious would have happened." Yuanli was momentarily stunned by those words. He didn't know what to think, but he replied gently, "Our sect's Taoist master may treat his own kindly, but it's always best to trouble them as little as possible." Li Xuanfeng's thoughts were elsewhere. He spoke in a low, calm voice, It's a pity that Qi Tianxing and Qi Fuju from the Qi family now have no Qi family cultivators to shield them within the grotto heaven. Before he could finish, Yuanli burst into laughter. I forgot about those two bastards. What a delight. Serves them right. Li Xianfeng lowered his gaze, fingers gripping his golden bow so tightly they turned pale. Meanwhile, Yuanli continued laughing in satisfaction. These two were the most promising of the younger Qi family generation, and now both are gone. I'd love to see what talents Qi Zhiyun can turn to next. Chapter 844. The Scheme of Golden Feather Sect 2. The Great Void. The Great Void was shrouded in endless darkness. Gradually, a harmonious and beautiful arc began to glow, revealing its form within the void. The shape of Anhuai heaven grew clearer and brighter, becoming the most prominent feature in that space. More and more gazes turned toward Anhuai heaven, staring through its transparent and beautiful barrier to observe what lay within. Lu Jiangxian's divine sense hovered within the great void. It took only the slightest movement for it to slip inside. Lu Jiangxian's divine sense was far superior to mere spiritual sense. While the Purple Mansion realm cultivators were still speculating whether Anhuai heaven even existed, he could already see its form. Now that Anhuai heaven had fully manifested, and others were only just gaining clarity, he had already entered without needing to pass through Great Ning Palace. After the incident with the 5 true monarchs of Green Pine Temple, he had become confident that even Golden Core realm cultivators couldn't detect his divine sense. Reassured, he sent a wisp of his divine sense drifting into Anhuai heaven, where it landed above a small lake. The lake was only 2.5 kilometers across, its waters rippling with a bluish-white radiance. Yet it didn't seem quite like water, drifting upward like mist before being drawn back by the formation at the lake's edge. A grayish-white stone stele inscribed with several ancient seal characters stood at the lake's edge. Daling Lake. Lu Jiangxian took one look and immediately recognized it. River Pure Qi. This lake was formed entirely of river pure Qi. Li Tongyai used this very Qi for Qi cultivation, but just a small vial had cost him dozens of spirit stones. Yet here in Anhuai heaven, there was an entire lake of it, likely intended for cultivators of the pit water Dao to refine their techniques. Just as Lu Jiangxian paused to observe, 2 figures flew in from the sky and stopped at the same spot. The one in front was a female cultivator in golden robes, her eyes bright and gentle. Behind her stood a figure cloaked in black, faintly shrouded in golden haze. Qiu Shui and Chongyun. The 2 landed in front of him, but they were unable to see him. They both looked up at the lake. A look of admiration appeared on Qiu Shui's face as Taoist Master Chongyun used mana to transmit his voice. Ancestor. This Anhuai heaven is rather strange. We can't extend our spiritual sense at all, and the formations are still intact. Who knows how long it will take to find what we need. Taoist Master Qiu Shui nodded slightly and revealed a golden pearl in her hand, releasing a mist-like golden glow that enveloped the 2 of them. Then she spoke softly. No one could have expected it would turn out like this. What a pity. Tian Ke, Tian Yuan, and I went through all that secret planning just to protect Zhong Qian, and in the end, there's no use for him. The 2 did not linger and rose swiftly into the air. Though they were suppressed by the grotto heaven, making their speed modest, Taoist Master Chongyun chuckled and said, Ancestor, Zhong Qian is a gentlemanly sort and easy to handle. That's why we chose him in the first place. Even if he's not useful here in the grotto heaven, he'll be a major asset once he establishes a sect in Jiangbei. Who knows? He might even help reform our devil sect into something more like the Immortal path. Taoist Master Qiu Shui smiled gently and replied, That's true. Su's state is currently empty and pure, with exceptionally rich spiritual energy. Don't let the efforts and calculations of your Grandmaster and me go to waste. Their conversation showed clear familiarity, and it turned out that Taoist Master Chongyun was her junior. His tone carried great respect. Of course, it's just a shame. They casually gathered treasures from the palace on the lake's small island. The items were precious, but no longer of real value to those at the Purple Mansion realm. Zhang Qiushui kept her focus on detecting any signs of combat. Meanwhile, Taoist Master Chongyun sighed softly and said, Seeing this whole lake of river pure Qi reminds me of something. Back when we were setting up the plan, I casually placed a piece and handed the River Mountain Sutra to Li Tongya. I thought him exceptional and suited to the image of a river beast. He might have been able to unravel it. But then Maha meddled. Later, We saw Li Yuanjiao making swift progress in cultivation. He was ambitious and a true schemer. He might have been capable of stirring up northern Azure Pond, crossing the Great River, uniting Jiangbei, and doing something grand. But he died inside the Grotto Heaven. Lu Jiangxian sharpened his gaze, and in that moment, saw through Chong Yun's disguise to a clear view of the man's face. He looked ordinary, but had a sharp, fierce gaze. A blade was hidden within his robes, suppressed and ready. So it was you. Lu Jiangxian sighed inwardly. Chong Yun. Zhang Yun. The man before him was none other than Zhang Yun of the Golden Feather Sect. He had entered seclusion years ago to break through to the Purple Mansion realm. Not only had he succeeded in just 20 years, he had even infiltrated the ranks of Eastern Sea's devil cultivators. In an instant, all the scattered clues aligned. Why had the Golden Feather Sect spread the Blood Dharma manual during the Devil Plague? Why had Chimin Difu, a devil cultivator, known the Golden Feather Sect's techniques? Clearly, this had been planned years ago. To avoid suspicion, they had secretly stolen the Blood Dharma manual from the Miao family of the Southern Sea, quietly gathered a group of devil cultivators, and converted several northern disciples of the sect, like Chimin Difu and Zhang Huai, into devil cultivators and scattered them across Jiangbei. It was all for the moment Zhang Yun achieved his breakthrough. He could immediately rally a loyal force of devil cultivators and instantly alter the balance between north and south. Leveraging the chaotic situation in Sioux State, he fabricated the identity of Taoist Master Chong Yun and justified the establishment of his own sect. It also explained why Zhong Qian, who was supposedly dead and his Dharma artifact long divided, had suddenly reappeared among devil cultivators. Naturally, the Golden Feather Sect had secretly protected him, grooming him as a pawn for this very day, so he could enter Anhuai heaven. Furthermore, as the founder of a sect and a key figure in the northern-southern struggle, Chong Yun could even claim a spot in Great Ning Palace. If everything went according to plan, the specially preserved Zhongqian would shine brightly within Anhuai heaven and seize countless treasures. This plot would allow Golden Feather to not only gain 2 entrance slots, but also secretly establish their own sect in fertile Jiangbei. It would secure the northern flank and ferry endless spirit herbs and spirit items from the spiritual energy-rich Jiangbei into the Golden Feather Sect. This was the Golden Feather Sect's century-long plan. 100 years ago, they foresaw the Shangyuan breakthrough, predicted inevitable chaos in Jiangbei, and how several Purple Mansion realm cultivators would join forces. They began planning in secret, and now, at last, the fruits have begun to ripen. Chapter 845, Palace of Enlightened Tao I. Lu Jiangxian remained only as a wisp of divine sense as the two conversed. Though he couldn't act physically, it allowed him to pass unnoticed right beside Taoist Master Chong Yun and Taoist Master Qiu Shui. He did not linger. His divine sense roamed, sensing waves of magical powers clashing. Many familiar faces of Purple Mansion realm cultivators appeared here and there. These cultivators hailed from both the north and the south, but they were mainly Purple Mansion realm cultivators and those merciful ones. His divine sense swept through the surroundings and rose high into the sky. He saw countless blue-black grand halls, some encircling lakes, and others stacked like fish scales upon mountain ridges. Clouds billowed throughout, and colorful arrays were interwoven in a landscape of boundless grandeur. Several grotto heavens in the south had already been opened. Chu Yi had forcibly broken through Eastfire Heaven alone, thus it lacked prohibitions. Mirage Mirror Heaven had connections to many southern Tao lineages. But Anhuai Heaven was the first grotto heaven to remain fully intact till the present. Most of the formations in Anhuai Heaven weren't independent, but rather subarrays affixed to the foundational grand formation inscribed deep into the grotto heaven itself. Though time had weakened it somewhat, its structure remained firm. These were naturally problems for the Purple Mansion realm cultivators to worry about. Lu Jiangxian, however, moved freely and was able to observe nearly half the entire grotto heaven. He frowned slightly and thought, Jinlian and Zhilu, where have they gone? Those Mahas were not to be underestimated. Jinlian was a Maha of 7 lifetimes, and only someone like Zipei and Jiang could match her. Their movements could decide the entire balance within the grotto heaven. It was of great importance. However, even after scanning the area twice, he still couldn't find them. Growing suspicious, he sent his divine sense to linger in Anhuai Heaven's highest point, the Anhuai Hall. The metallic essence remained safely on the celestial throne. It shimmered faintly from the fluctuation of purple mansion realm divine arts nearby, but it bore no sign of being touched. There was a glowing official seal emanating quiet brilliance next to the throne. For large characters were engraved beneath, Jiang family of Huai. Though divine sense could not move spiritual items, he had cultivated the immortal technique true insight profound method from Mirage Mirror Heaven. Manipulating the metallic essence would be easy. Lu Jiangxian could have entered Anhuai Hall and taken the essence for himself, but it would require him to reveal his true form to take it. But how could the upper sect Mount Luoxia not be watching something like this? The southern underworld specializes in gathering metallic essence. Could they be watching from the Great Void right now? Perhaps some pact gives the Purple Mansion realm cultivators a chance to fight over it. But if I take the metallic essence like this, I'll surely die, thought Lu Jiangxian. He had never intended to take it. Instead, he continued gliding swiftly through the grotto heaven. The many formations might as well have been air as they parted before him. He soon passed over numerous celestial halls and radiant treasures, before halting in front of a tall, circular altar-shaped hall. A radiant plaque hung above the hall, its brushstrokes flowing like dragons and phoenixes. It was clearly a Dharma artifact itself, inscribed with several ancient seal characters. Palace of Enlightened Tao. Dharma light glowed brightly inside the hall. Jade slips floated quietly on shelves, suspended and reinforced by multiple formations. Evenly spaced and neatly arranged, they stretched along a grand brown rack that extended deep into the palace. The Palace of Enlightened Tao was circular in design, rising higher toward the center, and divided into 6 tiers. The outermost ring stretched into seeming infinity and was dotted with star-like crystalline lights that glimmered across the towering, endless brown racks. The centermost tier was only the size of an ordinary room and had jade slips placed upon desks. 5 silver desks encircled a central cylindrical jade platform, upon which a single translucent, radiant, immortal slip hovered silently. So this is it. The full legacy of Ning State's Tao lineage, all cultivation methods of Anhuai heaven, gathered here. He stepped over the densely packed luminous jade slips at his feet and landed at the center. The platform beneath him was a pale gray, streaked with crystalline patterns that pulsed faintly, like breathing. Clearly, some profound formation was carved into this platform and still functioning loyally after 1,000 years, yet it hadn't detected anyone's presence. Lu Jiangxian calmly stepped inside, gazing at the immortal slip at the center. His divine sense touched it lightly, and as expected, a restriction was hidden within. The royal family of Ning State was indeed cautious. Even after laying a grand formation over the central platform, they still embedded a seal within the immortal slip itself. The restriction glowed with crystal clarity. A wisp of divine mana coiled around it, subtly connected to the altar below, and even further, to the vast formation spanning the entire grotto heaven. Lu Jiangxian hesitated for a second, but ultimately refrained from forcefully probing its contents. Instead, he shifted his divine sense across the surrounding desks and began reading carefully. Fortunately, the remaining manuals were evidently for the daily cultivation of Anhuai Heaven's disciples. The formations could be unlocked with enough merit or permission. A few encrypted arts were simple enough, so he easily saw through them. Purple Mansion Realm Techniques. These are indeed genuine Purple Mansion Realm methods, he muttered. Lu Jiangxian frowned as he read. All 5 were based on the true essence Tao. It was extremely high in grade, and clearly part of a complete set. Their chi-gathering methods were exceedingly refined, but demanded near impossible precision. It required even the buildings of Anhuai Heaven to assist. At this point, there's no way to gather chi as required. I can only take them as reference. In the end, they are Purple Mansion Realm methods, after all. He speculated that the central immortal slip was likely yet another true essence technique. Losing interest, he shifted his gaze downward to the vast array of other methods and spells below. While Lu Jiangxian quietly enjoyed the fruits of the Palace of Enlightened Tao, chaos had long erupted throughout Anhuai Heaven. The true monarch who had founded this grotto heaven cultivated the true essence Tao. The sky shimmered with crystalline hues, and faint traces of formation patterns could be seen flowing downward, creating a beautiful, ethereal scene. Yuanli stood above a grand hall with a gloomy expression. The golden glow in his hand flickered faintly but remained dormant. A cultivator before him stood with arms folded, speaking in a low tone. Senior C, this place belongs to our Mount Chongming. The Purple Mansion Realm cultivator from Mount Huai floated midair, calmly watching him. Yuan Shio's face darkened, but not because of the hall in question. Though Anhuai heaven was once grand, the Jiang family had gradually declined. Their golden core realm cultivator had disappeared early on, and Anhuai heaven had slowly faded from the manifest world. The family had already withdrawn before even the final Purple Mansion Realm cultivator had perished. Only that last Purple Mansion Realm cultivator could still enter the grotto heaven. When that final Purple Mansion Realm cultivator died a violent death, Anhuai heaven had fully vanished. Most treasures valuable to Purple Mansion Realm cultivators had long been exhausted, and only a few spirit artifacts and items remained. If not for the recent discovery of metallic essence, none of this current chaos would have erupted. Chapter 846, Palace of Enlightened Tao 2. His dark expression wasn't due to greed for what lay within the hall. If the metallic essence truly resided there, the disturbance caused by opening it would be far beyond what Mount Chonghuai's Purple Mansion Realm cultivators could conceal. Finding it first wouldn't mean claiming it. Nor was he upset by Mount Chonghuai slighting him so openly. What truly unsettled him was the deeper message saying that his old friends had all passed. Alone, Yuan Shio was now weak and isolated. He was no longer well regarded by these younger cultivators. Though he often quarreled with Yuan Su and found him distasteful, if a junior had dared say such words before them, Yuan Su would have slapped the offender and cursed him to his face. That idiot's done it more than once, too. The image of Yuan Su flashed through his mind, but Si Buoxiu, his true name, quickly forced it away. He turned his gloomy gaze toward the Purple Mansion Realm cultivator of Mount Chonghuai. But after a moment, he said nothing, simply flicking his sleeve and leaving in silence. He had only taken 2 steps when his divine power, words of hidden perception, stirred faintly. Instantly stepping back, the golden talisman in his hand surged to life, blocking the beam of golden light coming straight at him. 2 radiant Dharma bodies shot out before him. They were both glowing gold. One had 4 arms and 4 legs, with 2 faces on its neck. One of the faces was grinning, and the other one weeping. The figure held various Dharma artifacts in its hands. The other had 2 eyes on his face and a 3 on his chest. He gazed coldly, his arms arranged like a lotus bloom. It was he who had launched the golden attack just now. Nuzi, 5-eyed. Si Buoxiu was already simmering with frustration. But this incident was like a spark that had lit his fuse. His eyes turned dark, and countless tiny incantation symbols that were fine as sand surged like a river across his eyes. His voice overlapped with itself as he snarled. You bald donkeys think you've got the guts for this? Who else dares? Fellow Taoist Yuan Shio. No need to be rash. Nuzi, the merciful one, appeared completely calm and temperless. All of his faces smiled at once, as his voice ran out like a chant of scripture. We can speak peacefully. All I ask is that you vow never to interfere with Li Xianfeng again. Let me fulfill this little wish of salvation, and I shall trouble you no more within this grotto heaven. Si Buoxiu had always detested Buddhist cultivators. Rage surged in his chest. How could he listen to such drivel? His voice boomed like spring thunder. Keep dreaming. The golden talisman in his hand flared to life, unleashing a golden veil of light like falling rain. Complex runes burst forth. This was his famed profound yellow Dao talisman. Yuan Shio began to chant softly. Preserve the talisman in the belly, draw protection from the hidden source, divine command, conceal. In that instant, the radiance on the 2 merciful ones dulled beneath a veil of ash. The colorful and golden halos behind their heads dimmed, and the entire sky seemed to fade to gray. All the scattered spiritual light was drawn into the talisman. Nuzi's spell flickered twice in his hand. He gestured, but nothing formed. The golden blade that should have appeared failed to manifest. Anger twisted across both of his faces as he sneered. A powerful divine art, indeed. He shook his arm, and the golden blade came flying out. Half of it was still embedded in his own Dharma body, like a venomous tongue biting into his limb. When he noticed that 5-eyed was still standing idly, he hastily transmitted a message. 5-eyed, act with me now. As long as we injure him, the effect is the same. Once it's done, that fruit is yours without question. The 5-eyed merciful one nodded deeply. The 3 eyes on his chest radiated a violet-blue glow. His expression was focused and calm, but inwardly, he was scheming. I've long heard this man is a standout, even among Purple Mansion Realm cultivators. His mastery of talismans often wounds people by surprise. I wonder how badly he can hurt me. Ideally, he'll injure me severely enough that I can fake near death and slip away to cultivate in seclusion. He hadn't joined this mess for some fruit. Yuanli had fallen at Moongaze Lake, and in his panic, he had miscalculated to the point of nearly sending himself to death. Now that a glimmer of hope appeared, he was filled with anxiety. He had made bold promises before that superior and claimed he would handle things cleanly. But on the surface, he still had to seek revenge against Li Shijuan. If anyone sensed something amiss, and that superior caught wind of it, he'd be done for. After much deliberation, he settled on a plan of joining forces with Nuzi. Outwardly, he acted greedy and hesitant, but inwardly he hoped Yuanli would strike him down quickly so he'd have an excuse to retreat north and lie low. Nuzi had no idea how many mental backflips the man beside him had done, but when he saw Five-Eyed truly act, he exhaled in relief and thought, thankfully, this idiot desperately needs the fruit. Looks like this will go smoothly after all. Bushiu was in the midst of casting a divine technique when 3 beams of violet-blue light shot toward him. His expression darkened, and he flipped his palm over, forming a new spell as he murmured, "He who hears the Tao, void and emptiness, beware the deviant Tao, all ends in nothingness." When he turned his palm back up, a mass of milky white qi had formed in it. The beam struck it, and Bushiu furrowed his brow slightly. He forced his hand to close around it and tossed the qi aside, unraveling the spell with ease. The 3 eyes on Five-Eyed Merciful One's chest blinked. He tried to replicate the spell twice, only to realize he'd already forgotten how to cast it. Both shocked and delighted, he shouted theatrically, "Nuzi, how is this man so powerful? You dare trick me into fighting him to the death over a mere spirit fruit? What logic is that?" Nuzi, having just resolved the spell himself, suddenly swelled in size. Many arms appeared across his body, each forming a different weapon. He muttered via sound transmission, "Don't play dumb, damn you." How many Purple Mansion realm cultivators from that era were ever simple? Yuan Su, Yuan Xiu, Zipei, and Xiu Shui were all titans. If he's not famous, it's only because Duanmu Kuei and Donghua overshadowed him. Of course, Five-Eyed knew all this. He was just playing coy, angling for more. He replied with a transmission, "I'm done. I'm done. This old monk refuses to fight anymore. If you want more, I'll pay you more." Naturally, Nuzi saw through him and replied coldly. Though the 2 merciful ones appeared united, they were still bargaining in secret. Bushiu could see right through them and sneered, "A rabble of fools." He was about to unleash another divine art when his expression suddenly froze. He looked up, studied something carefully, then abruptly withdrew his energy and placed his hands behind his back, face dark and silent. The 2 merciful ones also sensed something and raised their heads, only to see a man materialize before them. The newcomer had youthful features and wore azure robes. His sleeves fluttered as his loose long hair swayed in the wind. His eyes were pale teal, and he was surrounded by glimmering green shadows. He stood with hands behind his back, his expression calm and unhurried. He glanced over casually and spoke softly, "Uncle, it truly has been many years." Chapter 847, Immortal Threshold, I. Late stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Yuanxi's gaze lingered on the sword-wielding man before him. His attire was identical to that of Bushiu. It was the attire of Azure Pond Sect's first-tier Purple Mansion realm. Yuan Su never liked wearing them, but Yuanxiu never took them off. Qi Buzi. Late stage of the Purple Mansion realm. For divine abilities. The man did not have the usual narrow-eyed, flat-browed face of Qi family members. His features were sharper, and his eyes were larger and more striking. His cultivation was complete and forceful, emanating a fierce presence. Bushiu was silent at first as he calculated. Qi Buzi had just turned 300, yet his form already shimmered with layered reflections, revealing the unique balance of clarity and murkiness of pristine water. His aura was even more terrifying than Bushiu's own. He disappeared for decades, and shows up having crossed the purple immortal threshold as if it were nothing. A century ago, Qi Buzi was a genius of Azure Pond Sect, progressing at a frightening pace. After breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm with heavy murk, he swiftly cultivated divine abilities. He cultivated Spring's Echo, and then Clear Dusk Rain, in under 100 years. Qi Wei had held him in high esteem, calling him the treasure tree of the Qi family. That bastard dared to brazenly sweep up geniuses across the lands, all because he had Qi Buzi backing him. Too bad Buzi doesn't follow the old man's script. Later, Qi Buzi broke through to the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Yuanli thought he would stop there, but in the decades that followed, whether he mastered Purging Dew or Chogui hidden form, he had somehow reached the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm. One must understand that the Xinjiang Mansion stabilized once 3 divine abilities were formed in the Purple Mansion realm. The 4th divine ability was extremely difficult, so getting stuck for 100 years was common. In the Immortal path, this was called crossing the Purple Immortal threshold. Si Buxiu himself had been stuck at that threshold for nearly 100 years. He had only broken through to the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm after Qi Wei's death. Thus, he knew full well how hard it was. The immortal threshold seemed like nothing to him. What kind of fortune did he gain in the Eastern Sea? Si Buxiu's aged eyes were grave as he replied coldly. Buzi, your cultivation has truly advanced. Qi Buzi, however, was all grace and ease. He lifted his sword slightly, smiling as he said, Uncle overpraises me. Let's first deal with these 4 fools. His gaze turned to the 2 merciful ones before him. One hand formed a seal at his waist, and the other gripped his sword like a talisman blade. Divine energy flowed as he said, respectfully summon the weak, ugly Ding water. His words fell into the air, transforming into gray light that burst from between his lips and landed on the sword hilt. It clashed with the golden blade and rippled outward in waves of gray radiance. Humph! Ugly Ding corresponded to weak and dissolving among the heavenly stems, governing the clarity of one's artifact sense. The remaining 2 merciful ones could no longer remain hidden in midair. They burst forth at once, radiating colorful light. They were both golden body cultivators and massive in form. They simultaneously struck at him with their palms. Qi Buzi even had time to glance back and laugh lightly. Uncle, all these merciful ones wield borrowed divine arts from the same mold. In the end, they are still borrowed. He spun lightly, and his azure robes fluttered as he vanished. He reappeared behind the 2 merciful ones, raising his sword with a grin. Borrowed power is never your own. Once seen, it's easy to deal with. His magic sword released 2 rays of clear light, suppressing the colorful radiance around the 2 merciful ones. He spoke casually. Next, you'll need to form seals. The words struck the merciful ones hard. A flicker of hesitation crossed their golden-painted faces. They had half-formed their seals with 7 or 8 hands, but now they were stuck. They were unable to press on or abandon them. Qi Buzi reversed his sword and lifted it, laughing. Trash! His azure sword erupted in a cascade of sharp currents, and tens of thousands of blades blasted forward. The 2 merciful ones screamed and retreated. Five-eyed, watching from the side, eyes blazing with golden light, instantly abandoned Si Buxiu, who was still holding back. He flung out 2 golden rings and hurled them at Qi Buzi. When Qi Buzi revealed himself, Nuzi the merciful one was already wavering, torn between retreat and delay. When he saw Five-Eyed strike with full force, he made up his mind and moved to hold off Si Buxiu. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky. A blazing red light streaked across the air at lightning speed, appearing before them in an instant. Only after it arrived did the voice catch up, echoing slowly, Bald Donkey. Taoist Master Hongli of Hangzhou Dao Gate. Si Buxiu's ears twitched. He immediately recognized the man from his voice and sighed inwardly. His plan to probe Qi Buzi's strength was clearly for naught now. He struck without hesitation, his talisman spraying countless golden chains toward Nuzi, the merciful one. This is bad. Just hearing the voice sent a chill through Nuzi's heart. Hangzhou Dao Gate had always stood opposed to Buddhist cultivators, and Hongli was notoriously vengeful. When he saw him arrive in force, especially with 3 Purple Mansion cultivators present, Nuzi panicked like a rabbit, abandoning Five-Eyed and bolting away. Who knew Five-Eyed would be just as terrified, cursing inwardly. Why is that lunatic here too? I agreed to be injured, not to die. He swept the field with spiritual sense and confirmed his fears. Nuzi had fled, and the brothers Sheik and Shuren had also vanished. He made a snap decision, stepped back, and turned into golden light, soaring upward. Bald Donkey. Taoist Master Hongli roared like a ferocious tiger. He struck the golden light with a palm, making Five-Eyed stagger. He said coldly, Way of emptiness? Come on then. The Buddhist cultivators all scattered in panic as Qi Buzi rode the wind back. See, Boishio hesitated whether to pursue Nuzi, but unlike Hengli, he bore no deep grudge against the Buddhist cultivators. He had no desire for such thankless labor. As they watched the fire-wreathed Hengli give chase, Qi Buzi landed beside Yuan Xiao and said casually, "Hengli truly loathes the Buddhist cultivators." Both men understood well. Hengzhu Dao Gate had always despised Buddhist cultivators. Years ago, when Murong Xia had traveled south to seek enlightenment, he happened to seduce a direct disciple of Hengzhu Dao Gate. 3 Purple Mansion Realm elders struck out in revenge, but returned in defeat. It quickly became the talk of the town. Since they had grudges both old and new, it was no wonder Hengli harbored such hatred. Yuan Xiao didn't respond, instead saying sternly, "Now you're finally willing to show yourself?" Qi Buzi seemed used to his tone. He stepped slightly behind, one hand holding his sword, laying its blade flat across his other palm. He kept his eyes on the sword's engravings as he said, "Uncle, I didn't come here out of greed for metallic essence." He grinned as he said softly, "First, since metallic essence was left behind in Anhuai heaven, it means that the Purple Mansion Realm cultivator must have died suddenly. Besides the essence everyone wants, who knows what ancient spirit artifacts might be inside? I figured I'd stop by for a look. Second, as you know, our sect only has 2 Purple Mansion Realm techniques. Even counting the Ning family's Pristine Spring Profound Cave Sutra, that's only 3. The remaining 2 are truly hard to find, so I hope to check here." There was indeed merit to the idea of finding techniques in Anhuai heaven. Though the Jiang family had brought out many copies, most originals were still kept safest within the grotto heaven. Since that Purple Mansion Realm cultivator had seemingly died suddenly, many techniques might remain untouched, so there really could be one aligned with the pristine water Dao. Yuan Xiao heard his words, but his mind was struck by the hidden implication. His heart thundered, and disbelief flickered in his eyes. He muttered, "I see, so you cultivated all 4 Daos on your own." "Naturally." Qi Buzi smiled gently as he lowered his gaze. "I may lack in other areas, but I have plenty of ambition." True monarch Shan Yuan cultivated by his own nature and became a true monarch. I tried to learn from him, and I've made some progress. Yuan Xiao's heart was tangled. Hands clasped behind his back, he said nothing, thinking of his senior brother Yuan Su. Yuan Su had never asked the Qi family for a single technique, even unto death. After a few moments, he finally responded, "To acquire Purple Mansion Realm techniques on your own, that's something, at least." Qi Buzi smiled and simply replied, "Uncle, you flatter me." Chapter 848, Immortal Threshold 2. Dense formation patterns in the sky gradually lit up as they conversed and flew northward. 3 pitch-black fissures appeared. The entire formation shuddered slightly, but with no one controlling it. It could only resist through its built-in instructions. Countless golden eyes lit up within the darkness. Then came innumerable massive hands that started to pull at the edges. A golden Dharma body strained with all its might to push inward, producing thunderous collision sounds. Boom. Taoist Master Qi Buzi studied the scene carefully, then turned and said, "I was wondering why Maha hadn't acted yet. Turns out this immortal Dao formation sensed him and kept him sealed outside for more than 15 minutes. Though his tone was joking, his footwork technique picked up speed. Yuan Xiao also glanced up once before passing through the grotto heaven and stopping before a tall, rounded altar-like dome. Qi Buzi halted instantly and looked up. White steps led to a blue hall, glowing faintly with floating white mist. Above the entrance hung a bright plaque, on which a few ancient seal characters were inscribed in golden strokes. He took in the scenery before him and nodded. "Uncle, shall we go together? It seems to be the palace of enlightened Dao within Anhuai heaven up ahead." Yuan Xiao looked up at the formation. No one had entered yet. He wasn't very interested in cultivation techniques, but did want to examine the spell arts. While nothing passed down by a true monarch would be kept here, it would still be worth studying for a Purple Mansion Realm cultivator. He nodded and said, "Lead the way." Buzi smiled slightly and replied, "I understand formations a little, but I can't compare to Uncle's formation-breaking talisman techniques. Your skills were already famed across you state back when you cultivated at Moongaze Lake. I rarely got to witness them myself. Now I finally get to see it for real." The Great River. The Great River surged with mighty waves, flowing from the west into Lake Xian, dividing the land into north and south. The spray was so white and crystal clear that the whole scene was breathtakingly beautiful. Cultivators moved about the riverbank. A beam of bright light descended from the south, stopping at the formation along the shore. A young cultivator emerged, standing on radiant light under his feet that drew many stares. Li Shiming had stayed here for several months and was growing familiar with the place. The cultivators on either side stepped aside at his descent and greeted him respectfully. "Greetings, Taoist." He held a small white disc, about the size of a palm, engraved densely with markings. It was divided evenly into 3 sections, each with distinct patterns. This was the Dharma artifact he had exchanged for using the devil jar. Called Jiang, it was a solid defensive artifact, also taken from a devil cultivator and given to him easily by the Ning family. Jiang was forged from spirit items of the lesser yang attribute, mixed with a trace of true flame essence. Clearly, its previous owner had been a devil cultivator of the Purple Mansion or Golden Core realm. Though not bright yang, it was close enough. It was a reliable artifact. Li Shiming knew full well the devil jar was worth less than Jiang. The Ning family had offered the exchange so easily to repay a favor. He accepted it in silence, feeling more at ease. "Taoist Shiming," one of the nearby cultivators called out, his face filled with both alarm and fear. He spoke in a hushed tone. "Please hurry. The devil cultivators from the north are descending again." Li Shiming's expression darkened. He strode forward quickly, stopping before the formation and looking up. Sure enough, several devil cultivators stood within the thick, overlapping devilish mist, their greedy eyes staring directly at him. The number of devil cultivators gathering here over the past few hours keeps increasing. Li Shiming had no idea what had happened at Chengshui Tomb. After months of defending this place, he had gained some experience, but the battle between North and South had taken an entirely unexpected turn since the midnight hour. A tangled mess, a complete mess. It was as if some restriction among the devil cultivators had been removed. All of Su's state was in chaos, with orders from Mount Bianyan blocked to the north. It was as if the entire chessboard had been smashed to pieces. The north and south were left disoriented. The devil cultivators had begun slaughtering each other, yet the massive devil cloud still advanced, spawning countless tendrils that surged southward. The former sense of orderly combat where soldier versus soldier, general versus general, had completely vanished. Dozens of Qi cultivation realm devil cultivators had fled into Li Shiming's area within the hour, with even several Foundation Establishment realm devil heads pausing here. The cultivators in the formation were so terrified they nearly lost control of their bowels and hurriedly called for him. The man reported, "Taoist, in just 1 hour, several of our strongholds on the northern shore vanished without a trace or message." Li Shiming felt more and more uneasy and asked quietly, "Any word from the Ning family?" "They came asking once, 15 minutes ago," replied the man. Li Shiming immediately frowned and sighed inwardly at how clueless this man was. If this formation had been under his full control, how could someone like this hold such a position? He said coldly, "What did they say?" The man seemed to realize his blunder and trembled under Li Shiming's tone. Suppressing his fear of a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, he responded respectfully. Reporting to Taoist, the upper sect asked, "They asked if you could get in touch with General Xianfeng." "What?" Li Shiming froze, a chill creeping up his spine as he murmured, "Didn't Ning Hyun say uncle was with Taoist Master Yuan Xiao? Why would they ask me something like this? Did he lose contact with the Taoist Master?" I don't know." The man thought Li Shiming was questioning him directly and collapsed to his knees in fear, kowtowing repeatedly. Li Shiming no longer paid him any mind, pacing anxiously as dread grew in his heart. He rushed to grab a jade talisman from the desk, infused it with spiritual sense, and wrote, "The north is in upheaval. I urge Zhou to retreat quickly to the eastern sea." He yanked the man up from the ground and shoved the talisman into his chest, his voice sharp and stern. "Deliver this to the Li family in Chengdu immediately." Chapter 849, Shaken with Fear. The white steps before the circular hall gleamed brightly, and the 4 words Palace of Enlightened Tao above the hall sparkled with light. The formation around the hall flickered on and off, humming softly. Buzz. Both Yuan Xiao and Buzi were late-stage Purple Mansion realm cultivators. Dealing with a formation that was already worn and flawed due to the changes of heaven and earth was effortless for them. It took them less than half a stick of incense's time to twist several formation nodes and open the formation. A wave of dense spiritual qi rushed out. Qi Buzi's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked around to see a vast expanse of jade slips stretching as far as the eye could see. The surging spiritual chi caused the jade talismans labeled with technique names to clink together between the racks. Beneath his feet, countless intricate formation patterns seemed to glow and fade away like breathing. It wound and twisted through the hall like rivers, accentuating the grandeur of the entire hall. He couldn't help but express his surprise in a sigh. The immortal treasury of Ning State truly is as vast as a sea of mist, backed by the power of a nation and descendants of Golden Core realm cultivators. This treasury far surpasses that of my Azure Pond sect. He stepped forward and activated his technique, but only floated a foot above the ground before dropping straight back down. He frowned. What a formidable formation. Though the formation outside the hall had been broken, each floor within the hall was reinforced with its own formation that protected the jade slips. The formation layers interconnected like Dharma masters cooperating, locking down the environment completely. Traces of the Water Mansion Dao were evident, so much so that even a Purple Mansion Realm Daoist master couldn't fly inside. He had no choice but to advance quickly on foot. He swept right past the jade slips on the first floor. After climbing several levels, his eyes skimmed over the many slips until he paused, joy lighting up his face. Thinking, the Clear Dew Origin Manual, could it really be this? The jade slip glowed with a pale azure hue, emitting an alluring radiance. Unfortunately, the grotto heaven suppressed spiritual sense, so any external probe dissipated quickly. Chi Buzi formed a seal and gently touched the jade slip. His spiritual sense tried to enter but was blocked by the formation, so he resorted to divination with finger signs. This formation is powerful, but it has flaws. With enough time, I can deduce its contents. He focused his spirit entirely on the jade slip, unaware that an old man stood ghost-like nearby, hidden in the glow of the jade slips. His eyes shimmered with dense, intricate patterns. Si Buoxiu had followed him in. His gaze had never lingered on the sea-like treasury, not even for a moment. He was fixed solely on Chi Buzi's every movement, hiding like a shadow nearby as he coldly watched. His feet hovered just above the ground without making a sound. Spiritual sense was suppressed in this grotto heaven, making it hard to perceive one's surroundings. Si Buoxiu took advantage of the opportunity to inch closer, his old face filled with suspicion and gloom. He remained hidden in the shadows, his eyes glowing with countless tiny golden runes due to the full exertion of his divine ability. His aged lips trembled slightly. The spell condensed at the tip of his tongue, but remained unspoken. As Chi Buzi became increasingly engrossed in deciphering the jade slip, joy appearing on his face, his guard dropped to the lowest point. Suddenly, Si Buoxiu stepped forward, golden light erupted from his lips, and he let out a thunderous, explosive voice, Chi Wei. This was a divine sound technique that was terrifying in its force. Had the target been an ordinary Chi cultivation realm cultivator or someone in the embryonic breathing realm, they would have been instantly reduced to ashes. The golden shockwave rippled from his lips, but when it struck Chi Buzi, it passed over him like a gentle breeze, doing nothing more than ruffling the green-robed man's garments. He tilted his head and responded, "Uncle, you've mistaken me for someone else." The golden runes in Si Buoxiu's eyes seemed about to burst forth, as they condensed tightly within his pupils. He paid no mind to the reply as his divine sense was verifying something. Dharma light flowed between Si Buoxiu and Chi Buzi. The two faced off in silence, the hall bathed in radiance. Si Buoxiu muttered in a low chant-like tone, Li Jiangquan, Qin Shuyu, Ning Tiaoxiao, Xiao Xianyu. He recited the names one by one, eyes fixed intently on Chi Buzi, watching for any change in expression. Only after finishing the list did he finally wave his sleeve and return to a composed demeanor. "I'm only concerned for your safety, Buzi. Don't hold it against me." "Thank you, uncle." Chi Buzi's smile remained gentle throughout the entire event. Si Buoxiu nodded slightly and finally turned to leave, going off to browse the techniques in the hall that interested him. Chi Buzi watched him go, then turned his gaze back to the jade slip in his hand. A flick of his fingers formed spell seals, and the formation light on the slip began to gradually dissolve. Everything that had just happened seemed not to weigh on his mind at all. He showed a trace of delight as he read carefully, then frowned and gently placed the jade slip back on the desk, murmuring, "Another one that only goes up to Foundation Establishment realm. Could this divine ability have been made forbidden by some family? What a nuisance." He exhaled deeply. The formation before him flickered between light and shadow, causing a slight sense of dizziness. Uncle. Just as he stepped onto the high platform, he saw Si Buoxiu holding a jade slip and reading intently. Chi Buzi took a step forward and called out to him twice, but his expression suddenly froze. Si Buoxiu stood frozen like a statue before him. Spiritual qi shimmered within the Dharma light, like mist and smoke, yet Si Buoxiu seemed paralyzed. Uncle. Chi Buzi's calm smile finally vanished, replaced by a creeping dread. He stiffly twisted his neck, eyes scanning the formation patterns on the platform beneath his feet. The patterns, which had once glowed faintly along the flow of spiritual qi like a beautiful river, were now frozen in place. The entire hall seemed to hold its breath in terror. Even the clinking of jade talismans had ceased. Everything stood in utter silence. A great terror engulfed his soul. Every divine ability within him ceased functioning. Chi Buzi stood as helpless as a mortal, slowly looking around until he saw a figure quietly seated atop the beam that was glittering like stars. The man sat neither too close nor too far, yet all the hall's radiance gathered around him, trembling with fear. Chi Buzi's gaze traced the hem of his snow-white robe, patterned with suns and moons, slowly upward. The ancient-style garment was dignified and austere, its patterns dazzling to the eyes. Multicolored lights circled his body, swiftly turning into white clouds that manifested the myriad faces of humanity: joy, sorrow, laughter, weeping. The entire formation above trembled, as if it would ascend with this immortal and vanish into some celestial capital of white jade. Chi Buzi's gaze dared not rise past the robe's hem. The immense fear within him surged like a tide. His thoughts roared with terror. Who is it? The one from Luoxiao? Or Ning State's golden core? Has that true monarch not died? Struggling to compose himself, he slowly knelt to the floor. His voice was hoarse as he said, "This humble cultivator is fortunate to witness such immortal presence. May I know which exalted being I face?" The immortal's voice was light and cold. It drifted gently down like a whisper from the heavens, sending a tremor through all his limbs. "Weren't you always longing to meet me?" Chapter 850, Bestowal of the Method I. All Yin fruition attainments revere the Supreme Yin. The Supreme Yang is the foremost manifestation during the day. All Yang phenomena follow it. Chi Buzi's spiritual orifice had opened earlier than most, so he could already cultivate by the age of 5. Chi Wei had begun teaching him with the concept of fruition attainment. The various Tao fruits were introduced starting from Yin and Yang. Chi Wei had read this line from a hall in the Myfan Sect. It was an ancient cultivator's view on Yin and Yang fruition attainment. The next line went, "The mystic brilliance of the supreme Yin falls into the Bingzi water. It becomes the color of the lake moon. It guides the pristine and converging positions. This implies the true hornless dragon inquiring into the Tao. The celestial essence of the supreme Yang blends with the Rinchen water. It becomes the divided Yang hairpin and dissolves the lesser and bright Yangs. This is the alternation of fullness and waning. This is the division of Huai." When Chi Wei read that passage, no emotion had crossed his face. Only later did Chi Buzi realize that Chi Wei had used this line to justify consuming Li Jing. Putting aside the differing terminology for spirit items among Tao lineages, it was clear that the lake moon autumn could guide pristine and converging. The divided Yang hairpin could dissolve the two Yangs. But Yin and Yang had seldom revealed themselves since ancient times. Spirit items had withered. Tao lineages had been lost. There had been very few who even reached the foundation establishment realm through Yin-Yang fruition attainment. The Purple Mansion realm had been even rarer. Those who had attained the Tao fruit of Yin and Yang in the past had all been unbelievably powerful. No ambitious person in the world had ever dared to covet that Tao. Most Purple Mansion realm cultivators set it aside. Only a few people like Chi Wei used changes of the Yin-Yang duality to achieve their aims. There were perhaps only a few stubborn sects who still tried to make real progress in these two Taos. It was precisely because of the deep significance that Chi Buzi did not dare let his eyes linger when his gaze fell upon that Yin-Yang pattern. He dropped his eyes immediately to the floor as if he had been burned. His forehead pressed tightly against the etched lines on the ground. All the arrangements and calculations in his heart were shattered. Only boundless panic remained. It's actually him. It's this immortal lord. What valley water? What water mansion? It was Yin and Yang all along. He pressed his forehead firmly to the ground. His voice had gone slightly hoarse, and his tone could not be more humble and respectful as he said, "This Junior Buzi greets the immortal lord." But in his mind, thoughts raced like lightning. Who is this person before me? This was no longer the age when immortals revealed their divine forms. Only Mount Luoxia and the underworld were acknowledged as the residence of immortals. Those ancient cultivators who had become immortals had either perished or flown into the boundless outer heavens. Only a few had been known by name in recent ancient times. Those with yin-yang fruition attainment had been even scarcer. His courage drained away as he gritted his teeth to keep his lips from trembling. The answer was already clear to him. Ingza. Chi Buzi had made countless calculations, but he had never once imagined that the Li family was backed by this immortal. Who was Ingza? He was the master of Green Pine Temple, a great cultivator who practiced both yin and yang. He had also attained the Tao fruit of Supreme Yang. The lesser Yang devil monarch, Quelled, had been unbelievably powerful back then. Ingza first sent someone to read a celestial edict in front of Tuoba Xiantan, and only then did he act to capture Quelled. True monarch, Tuoba Xiantan of Tiansheng, had not even dared speak a word. Quelled had been split into 3, and each part was no weaker than an ordinary golden core realm. This alone showed how terrifying the devil monarch had been in his prime. Chi Buzi was shaken to his core. For a moment, he did not know what to do. Pristine Water had personally come and stood humbly to the side, performing the disciples' salute and addressing this figure as master or martial uncle. He knelt obediently, staring at the frozen pattern on the ground. He could only squeeze out a sentence after taking several breaths. This junior is deeply grateful to witness the immortal countenance. I had only wished to receive the immortal's decree and serve with all my strength. I did not expect to trouble your divine presence. I am overwhelmed with both fear and honor. Chi Buzi was fairly cogent, and his tone was humble and respectful. He never thought that lowering himself was disgraceful in any way. This person before him had attained a Tao fruit. Even now, traces of his legacy could be found in formations, spells, pill forging, artifact refinement, and yin-yang transitions. What harm was there in speaking a few words in a soft tone? I only fear I am not humble enough. If Chi Buzi had been born 1,000 years earlier, before the changes of heaven and when the heavenly order was still intact, even claiming to have spoken with Ingza would be considered a brag and met with laughter. Now, he simply submitted himself honestly, without even the slightest hidden intention. The immortal above leaned silently forward, then spoke. This lord did not pass through this place for you. It is a tangle of fate. You came seeking me on your own. Chi Buzi responded meekly. Lu Jiangxian's divine sense had already connected with him and could naturally read his thoughts with perfect clarity. He had always admired power and never hesitated to use underhanded means. He had little respect for pristine water. That true monarch withheld knowledge and passed down incomplete and confusing methods. He lacked the grandeur befitting a true monarch and stood in Chi Buzi's path. Naturally, Chi Buzi came to resent him. Chi Buzi knew with near certainty that this ancient immortal could perceive his every thought. He was extremely calculating and had immense self-control. He deliberately filled his heart with admiration to the point that even he believed it. Lu Jiangxian simply examined the fullness of his emotions and remained silent for a long moment. He certainly did not believe that the Chi Buzi before him had any way of deceiving him. Good, truly a ruthless one. Chi Buzi was still kneeling. He did not even dare lift his head, let alone try to guess the immortal's mood. Then he heard the immortal pause, followed by a statement that made his mind reel. Dang Jiang, come out and face me. What? It felt as though 10,000 great bells rang in Chi Buzi's head. The heavy sound echoed again and again in his mind. The disbelief only flickered for a brief moment before he felt everything recede, vanishing into endless silence. It was as if his soul had left his body and now quietly watched from the side as his body moved. Chi Buzi saw his own body leap up and perform a strange and twisted salute. A familiar face twisted into a foreign expression and obsequiously said, "This little god greets the lord of the mansion. I humbly welcome your great presence. This little god congratulates you on your return from the immortal mansion. May you bring peace to this realm. All crowned hermits and feathered guests under heaven shall have joyous tidings." The one who had taken over his body was none other than the fiendish being that had leaped out from the Li family. Chi Buzi had fought him with wit and will for years, until he thought he had finally destroyed him and devoured the treasure hidden in his soul, gaining a great advancement in cultivation. He never imagined that the wretched thing was still hiding within his body. Dang Jiang, very good. You really managed to fool everyone. Qi Buzi's anger flared for a moment, but was quickly swept away by his rationality. He forced himself to ignore it. Even though it felt like his soul had left his body, he still maintained his respectful thoughts, silently watching the fiend control his body and babble on. Lu Jiangxian had no intention of speaking further with Dang Jiang. He silenced the immortal official of the water mansion with a thought and spoke softly. I was in secluded cultivation that day and not within the mansion. Yet you used our link to escape. At this point, he paused, as if addressing another person. It ended up saving your life. Qi Buzi shuddered involuntarily. Of course, he understood the immortal was speaking to him. A wave of dread rose in his heart. So it's true. When I searched that young cultivator's memory, I triggered something and nearly got myself killed. But it happened to coincide with Dang Jiang's escape, which ended up sparing me. Dang Jiang, having taken over Qi Buzi's body, did not stop talking. He immediately burst into sobs, crying out, Lord of the mansion, my lord, this lowly one has suffered so terribly in this filthy world. What kind of world is this? This little god, this little god. Chapter 851, Bestowal of the Method 2. Qi Buzi was left speechless as his breath caught in frustration. He sneered inwardly, grinding his teeth in hatred as he thought, I've fought with you for decades. Do you think I still don't know what kind of scum you are? You talk so righteously, but deep down you're lustful, cowardly, and greedy to the core. Pretending, and you're still pretending so well. Lu Jiangxian watched the creature's mouth flap and secretly felt a headache. It had taken a lot to stage this moment properly, and he truly feared that this fellow would talk too much and give something away. Jinlian wasn't talkative at all. How did he manage to produce such a noisy thing like Dang Jiang? Lu Jiangxian silently commanded the creature to shut up, gently shook his head, and spoke in a warm tone. You have deserted your post for many years. Naturally, you must bear punishment. Return to your position. When these words landed, Qi Buzi instantly regained feeling in his limbs. The burden in his heart was finally lifted. When he felt the cold touch of the floor beneath him again, he sighed silently in his heart. So he really didn't take my body. After all, he is an immortal. So it was this idiot abandoning his post from some grotto heaven or secret realm back then. No wonder that fiendish thing barged in out of nowhere. He had originally thought that Dang Jiang had been sent by some true monarch to seize his body. That was why he had gone to Zhongshuan Island and taken the risk to speak all those words. Now that he had finally pieced together the full chain of events, he felt a trace of envy in his heart. This fool really has foolish fortune. He paused for a moment and realized that this immortal lord, who seemed to be Yingzi, had likely come only to retrieve the fiend. In all likelihood, he would soon depart into some immortal realm, and anxiety began to rise in his heart. Qi Buzi had finally obtained a chance at forming a golden core. How could he let it slip away? At the very least, the immortal before him seemed approachable. He gritted his teeth and bowed fiercely, then spoke in a solemn tone. Buzi feels longing in his heart to behold the immortal lord's face. I only fear the great path is not in harmony. To see the immortal is like seeing the truth of the Tao. I beg the immortal lord to guide me to the golden core Tao. He could not stop trembling in fear as he spoke. The immortal above did not seem surprised and quietly watched him. After a moment, he said, You used your body as a cage to imprison Dang Jiang. You prevented him from revealing himself. That can be considered a merit. Qi Buzi felt both doubt and joy in his heart. He pressed his head even closer to the ground. The brilliance before him receded like the tide, little by little fading away, leaving only a long sigh. The immortal declared, You have the heart to cultivate yourself and preserve your nature. That is already rare in this world today. Since you seek a clear path, I shall show you one. Make good use of it. Qi Buzi knelt silently. Only when the brilliance before him had fully vanished did he slowly raise his head. Everything before him remained frozen in endless stillness. It was tranquil and peaceful. If not for Si Boishiu standing beside him like a statue, Qi Buzi would have thought everything had been nothing but a dream. He slowly stood up and looked around. All the splendid colors in the great hall were slowly fading. The stone steps, jade slips, formation lines, everything dissolved like sand in the wind, leaving behind endless whiteness. He looked ahead, where a snow-white command token floated in the air. The man in green stepped forward and gently grasped it. A thunderous boom echoed in his mind as the token transformed into white radiance and shot into his consciousness. Countless spell chants surged forth like a great flood. Qi Buzi slowly raised his head, light flashing in his eyes, as several large words appeared in his mind. Heavenly glyph, bright, profound, sacrificial method. Clink clang. He suddenly lifted his head. The white light before him had completely vanished. The clinking of jade pendants returned to his ears at the same time as the flow of spiritual energy reappeared in his perception. Qi Buzi still held the green jade slip, cool and smooth to the touch. The glow of the formation lit up his green robe, revealing intricate patterns. He heard the aged voice of Si Buxiu behind him. Any gains? Not enough. Qi Buzi smoothly and naturally lifted his head. A look of helplessness appeared on his face as he slightly shook his head and frowned. It's still only Foundation Establishment realm. He quickly searched through it again. As expected, the purging dew of pristine water was still not there. Disappointment written all over his face. He returned to Si Buxiu and spoke softly. What a pity. Has Uncle already taken the spell he wanted? There's nothing here I particularly need. Si Buxiu shook his head and said, these techniques seem more suited for ordinary disciples to study. What I'm looking for is a more profound kind of sigil and formation art. While there are some interesting things here, there's still not enough. A more profound kind of sigil and formation art. Qi Buzi's expression remained natural. There was no trace of the events just moments ago. He smiled and said, then we'll have to head to Moonlight Origin Mansion. Wouldn't dare say for sure. Si Buxiu's mouth twitched slightly as he silently shook his head. Qi Buzi cast his gaze across the sea of Dao methods and casually remarked, since Uncle has already taken what he wants, then let's act together. Trigger the formations in this hall and destroy everything here. Si Buxiu frowned slightly, but found some sense in the suggestion. The ones at the center were all Purple Mansion realm techniques related to true essence. Their formations were especially tight. There might even be additional restrictions layered within. It would take at least an hour to break one open, since none of it was essential to either of them, and time was precious within a grotto heaven. Spending an hour just to extract one technique was not worth it, but leaving it for others to take was even more unacceptable. Si Buxiu activated the profound yellow Dao talisman and placed it onto the center of the formation, speaking softly, stay back for now. Breaking this great formation isn't easy, but triggering its self-destruction is much simpler. Si Buxiu was a master of the art, so Qi Buzi naturally left it in his hands and gracefully retreated. Once he was a quarter of a kilometer away, a dazzling blaze shot skyward. Golden red mixed with ash black erupted as true flame and merging fire exploded simultaneously. Now, no matter how good the techniques inside were, they've all been completely burned away. Qi Buzi's face was slightly reddened by the surging flames in front of him. A harmonious smile appeared on his face, and he was thoroughly satisfied in his heart. I must keep the heavenly glyph bright, profound, sacrificial method strictly confidential. But who knows when someone might catch a glimpse? It needs a plausible origin. This palace of enlightened Tao is the perfect source. Who knows what secret techniques were hidden within? Burn everything to ashes, and there's nothing left to verify. Who could possibly say otherwise? He clasped his hands behind his back. His green robes flickered between light and shadow under the blazing fire. He forcibly suppressed the surge of joy and doubt in his heart, thinking silently, I'll study this technique carefully when I return. But since it was bestowed by an immortal, there's an 80 or 90% chance I won't understand a thing. Still, I must try. Chapter 852, Crimson Reef, I. In the mirror's world. Thick mist dispersed, and shimmering soft light fell on the misty mountaintop. Lu Jiangxian paused with Danjiang in hand. This fabricated immortal official had his spiritual sense suppressed and was dazed and confused in Lu Jiangxian's grasp. He moved his divine sense slightly, dispersing the glow of various magical arts around him and dimming his clothes. Only then did he sit quietly under the tree and begin to reflect carefully, using the hidden seed in Buzi's soul to drag him into an illusion in advance. With my current inherent rank and the metallic essence, even a golden core realm cultivator would be stunned for a moment. This fellow absolutely lacks the ability to see through it. There shouldn't be any traces left. Lu Jiangxian now possessed the ability to traverse the great void, and Buzi had already revealed his ambitions. Danjiang was no longer of any use in Buzi's body. After all, it was a part of Maha Jinlian. Retrieving it might serve other purposes. The only risk was Buzi's unusual behavior. If he failed to conceal the traces and was soul-searched. Fortunately, the restriction was still in place. He had studied the immortal texts, and the mirror itself had become more complete. This time, he had focused on reinforcing the seal, making it completely undetectable and placing it inside Busey's body to prevent him from falling into the hands of any true monarch. After thinking it over, he found nothing amiss and pondered silently. Although this man had once humbled himself, he was not easy to deal with. Relying solely on inherent rank to intimidate him wouldn't be enough to control him and might even arouse his suspicion. I could only keep him dangling with this method of extending the cultivation path. Lu Jiangxian had no real immortal arts or techniques to give him. Sending ordinary things would only reveal the truth. Thus, he had carefully refined the immortal mirror's essence extraction and spirit-seizing methods before handing them to him. He thought, if the Li family cannot find a purple mansion realm demonic creature, then let Busey search for one himself. As for whether to reward him after he sacrifices it to me, that's another matter. At worst, I just won't respond, and he'll only suspect the offering wasn't grand enough. He wasn't worried that Busey wouldn't take the bait. Though this man was cunning and treacherous, his natural talent was excellent, and his desire for the Tao was unshakable. It was precisely because he was cunning and knew the taboos of all sides that Lu Jiangxian dared to let him try. But Purple Mansion realm demonic creatures were not so easy to kill, especially one without any backing. It was just a casual hook, after all. Lu Jiangxian quickly shifted his attention, savoring an interesting matter. He thinks I am Ingza. The leap in logic wasn't hard to understand. Lu Jiangxian himself had once doubted it, but from what he heard, Ingza had attained the supreme yang fruition attainment, which didn't quite match. According to Li Jiangxuan's memories, I should be the lord of the Moonlight Origin Mansion, bearing the supreme yin fruition attainment, which also matches the current abilities of the immortal mirror. But whichever way I look at it, these two should not be the same person. What was even harder to account for was the relationship between Moonlight Origin Mansion and Green Pine Temple. The Kong family said that Ingza was from Moonlight Origin Mansion, yet he was also the master of Green Pine Temple's mirrored Mirage Grotto Heaven. Even the Sunseeker ring had been engraved with Green Pine Temple Lu Jiangxian. He couldn't make sense of it, so he gave up for now. He looked down at the rows of moon-white buildings below as he stood atop the peak. He lightly flicked his sleeve. An elegant, moon-white tower rose from the mountainside in a burst of radiant light. 81 jade steps unfurled one by one, winding downward. Countless jade slips poured down like mountains and seas, yet each one landed neatly in its designated cabinet. The Tao collection of Anhuai heaven is all here. He landed atop the exquisitely elegant celestial tower, which was filled with countless magnificent corridors. Countless jade slips spurted out from the mountain peak above, some streaming through windows, some from palace gates, and others from corridors, but all rushing into this white jade tower like a storm. Lu Jiangxian murmured, hundreds of years of work. The Anhuai Heaven Tao collection, brought together by families from Jiangnan and Jiangbei, as well as small clans from the Eastern Sea. Altogether, there are over 16,000 Taoist texts and more than 51,000 spell arts. He stood in front of the white jade tower and flipped his hand over. Several colored immortal slips appeared at once. There are 12 Purple Mansion realm cultivation methods. 1 leaf fire, 1 whole pill, 2 purple essence, 1 bright yang, 1 jade true, 1 azure manifestation, and 5 true essence. With the exception of bright yang, jade true, and azure manifestation, the rest all came from the Anhuai Heaven Tao collection. The Palace of Enlightened Tao might not have held all the cultivation methods of Ning State, since some might have been moved earlier, but the sheer number was still astonishing. Lu Jiangxian threw them into the tower, then suddenly paused, beckoning. 6 of them were the Yuan family's Yin-Yang Temple Tao lineage, also an extremely ancient immortal art. Lu Jiangxian read through them carefully and gradually realized something was wrong. Among these 6, only Profound Goat was a Purple Mansion realm technique. The rest were all Foundation Establishment realm methods. Together, they formed the 6 Dams Azure Cloud Technique Manual. When Lu Jiangxian first obtained this technique, he didn't understand it well and had only skimmed it. Now, after reading so many Purple Mansion realm methods, he finally noticed the problem with this manual. The 6 Dams Azure Cloud Technique Manual once said that once Profound Goat is cultivated to the Purple Mansion realm, and the other 4 Foundation Establishment realm techniques are completed one by one, one can attain divine powers. How could that be? Although Lu Jiangxian had never practiced it himself, he had written a Purple Mansion realm technique himself and understood what Purple Mansion realm cultivation entailed. If one did not consume others, they could only refine themselves, and it would take 5 Purple Mansion Realm techniques. If not, why would the elementals remain trapped in the southern border? He finally took out the technique, condensed a human figure before him using moonlight, and carefully deduced it. After a dozen seconds, he saw the flaw and muttered, "This ancient technique states, once the other 5 Daos condense an immortal foundation within the body, they can resonate with the external world and transform into divine abilities. But in this era of heaven collapsing and earth splitting, the heavenly Tao itself has disappeared. What is there to resonate with? Even this one Purple Mansion Realm technique, Profound Goat, requires resonance. Without that portion, how difficult it would be to break through to the Purple Mansion Realm." Lu Jiangxian silently put away the jade slip, gradually realizing. So the Yuan family's relocation from the north, flourishing for a time, yet never producing a single Purple Mansion Realm cultivator, was not without reason. Their decline was long predetermined. The Yuan family might not have lacked spiritual qi to cultivate Profound Goat, but in the end, the family's ancestor realized this flaw and switched to cultivating water virtue. He returned the techniques to the white jade tower, sighed inwardly, and glanced up at the sky. The battle inside Anhuai heaven was growing more intense. The Purple Mansion Realm cultivators who wanted to enter had already gone in, and the great Ning Palace, which had served as the entrance, was on the verge of collapse. Li Xianfeng is still inside. Li Xianfeng had gained much in the great Ning Palace. Not only was that screen a Dharma artifact from ancient techniques, but even the mercury droplet containing Helian Chongwang's soul was no ordinary item. Even the casually taken incense burner was remarkable. It's a pity that the Supreme Yang Sun essence couldn't be taken, otherwise, it would truly have been a massive gain. Yuanli's limited vision couldn't see it, but Lu Jiangxian's divine sense had swept over it clearly. The mercury droplet housing Helian Chongwang's soul was clearly a whole pill treasure. It would be useless in the hands of an ordinary cultivator, but in the hands of one who practiced this method, it could be of endless use. In the Anhuai Heaven Dao collection, there is a 6th-grade whole pill text called the Hoshu Golden Book. I could bestow this book while waiting for the bright yang cultivation to succeed. The whole pill is famous for its marvelous transformations and has great uses. He organized the techniques, then leaped out again, stopping in the great void. As he watched the countless divine lights gradually rising in Anhuai heaven, he examined the opportunities, thinking to himself, "That's a metallic essence of the true essence Tao." Although these Purple Mansion Realm cultivators didn't have immortal arts, their means with metallic essence would certainly not compare to his. But if they had divine powers, holding metallic essence would enable countless possibilities. Metallic essence was incredibly powerful. When Duanmu Kuei failed to break through to the Golden Core realm, the 2 underworld beings that emerged from the metallic essence had needed the use of Dharma relics to be subdued. Dongfang Yu of the Dragon Clan had also failed in his breakthrough attempt, causing the chaos of falling water rising storm in the Eastern Sea. The fallen metallic essence had naturally gone to the Dragon Monarch, and none of the Purple Mansion Realm cultivators dared or even cared to fight for it. After all, there's someone holding the converging water fruition attainment, but true essence is different. This true essence metallic essence originally came from a true monarch. Once it was seized, even the Purple Mansion Realm cultivators and Mahas couldn't calculate its background. There would be no aftermath after seizing the treasure. Once one had the metallic essence in hand, one could reincarnate anywhere and cultivate true essence again, gaining another 500 years of life. They would even have hope of reaching the Golden Core realm. When one's true end drew near and their Tao path was severed, even Purple Mansion Realm cultivators would risk everything to snatch the metallic essence, using it up before falling, and then seek rebirth. As for the new Purple Mansion Realm cultivators like Hengxing and Zhang Yun, they were taking a cautious approach. They are more interested in fishing in troubled waters and dividing up the legacies left behind by the desperate Purple Mansion Realm cultivators. Chapter 853, Crimson Reef, 2. Boom. Purple lightning rumbled and exploded in the clouds. Li Qinghong, clad in a long green feathered robe, gathered lightning on her spear and descended on a pitch-black mountain peak, casting a heavy gaze northward. Few dared to confront her directly as she fought her way through. Most merely tested her strength. The devil cultivators were mostly cautious. A few greedy ones attacked for a few moves before retreating. Therefore, her mana consumption remained low. The worry on the woman's face was not due to the demonic smoke, but because of the overall situation between the south and the north. Chaos, thought Li Qinghong. Li Qinghong had felt this deeply as she came along. Su's state had fallen into utter chaos. Though the demonic clouds still roiled, the situation was completely different from before. Previously, though it was chaotic, there was order within the chaos. You could faintly see traces of the choices of Purple Mansion realm cultivators. At least the northern devil cultivators still followed some rules, thought Li Qinghong. Now the chaos among the devil cultivators had reached the level of headless flies. Whether it was in the east, west, south, or north, one could see devil cultivators from various sects and families flitting around. Some were even led by Purple Mansion and Golden Core Dao cultivators, all fighting for themselves. Outside of Su's state, devil cultivators and Buddhist cultivators were still gathering rapidly. Where she stood near Lake Xian, she could even see many cultivators from the eastern sea swarming ashore and surging southward, hinting at a strange and ominous new tide. Now Jiangnan is the upper evil spirit storage, where all evil and corruption emerge. When the devil cultivators reach the river's edge, their strength grows even stronger. Why would they stop there and not continue to sweep downward? Li Qinghong kept worrying as she withdrew the lightning from her spear. Suddenly, she felt a violent surge of devil wind rushing in from the east, whipping the ground smoke into a frenzy. She frowned lightly, raised her spear, and pointed it diagonally at the ground. Purple lightning flickered to life with a thunderous roar. She snapped her spear up, and it flared with blazing lightning that shone brightly in the sky. Boom! A gray flame shot out from the demonic smoke and was struck squarely by the spear in midair. The flame exploded with several bursts of light that clung stubbornly to her spear. But the surging lightning shattered it within moments, and it fell to the ground with sizzling sounds. Crash! Li Qinghong drew her spear back and took up a defensive stance. The blazing purple lightning danced along the spear and up her hand. Her apricot eyes glowed faintly purple as she looked into the gray smoke. A tall, thin man in a red robe descended from within the devil winds. His brown boots struck the ground, sending up a wave of gray fire. A command token, gray with red patterns, floated beside him. He crossed his arms over his chest and looked at Li Qinghong with some curiosity, his gaze somewhat cold, and said, "Fellow Taoist, what an impressive bearing." Li Qinghong swept her spiritual sense lightly over him and sensed this man's overwhelming cultivation. His Dharma robe was especially luxurious. She realized he was no ordinary figure. She silently examined him while estimating the distance in her heart. This place is no more than 250 kilometers from the Lake Xian stronghold. I still have 3 profound thunder talismans. If things go awry, retreating wouldn't be difficult. As she considered her escape route, the man's red robe began to float in the demonic smoke. His voice was a bit stiff and sharp as he said, "Fellow Taoist, thunder cultivators are rare these days, and even rarer are female cultivators. It just so happens I've heard your name." Li Qinghong maintained her impassive stare, but her spiritual sense quickly searched around to see if he had others nearby. Meanwhile, the cultivator before her continued to speak. "My younger sister went to Jiangnan, but was stopped by you. She couldn't save that person and even lost the merging fire token. She has been banished from the island and cannot return." The man in the red robe's face darkened. "And I haven't yet settled the score with you." Li Qinghong immediately understood he came with ill intent. She spun her spear with a flourish and laughed lightly. "Oh? So that foolish woman is your sister. No wonder she had such an aggressive air. She was so arrogant, trying to seize my sword and kill my family. Granting her one profound thunder was already merciful." It was clear that he was Gua Hongyao's elder brother, the one who had come for Su Xiao back then. Li Qinghong instantly understood that he was no friend. She didn't hesitate as she thrust her spear forward, lightning coursing through it. Boom! A swirl of gray fire rose around the man in the red robe. He made a spell gesture, and the fire clung to the command token and shot forth. It collided with the lightning in midair and exploded into a sky full of thunder and fire. His tone was grim as he shouted, "How could I not know about my own sister? Would she target your family without reason? If you had just let them leave peacefully, would things have come to this?" Li Qinghong danced with the lightning, smothering the rushing gray fire. Her black hair floated lightly in the wind. She couldn't be bothered to argue and only replied coldly, "What's the point of talking now? I'd like to see the might of the crimson reef merging fire." Bright purple light gathered on her feathered robe. The man in the red robe laughed out of sheer rage. He pressed 2 fingers together, and the command token leapt up, sending out a stream of gray fire that twisted the air as it burned. He spat out in a low, hateful voice, such bold words. You've killed too many devil cultivators and think everyone's mana will scatter when they face lightning. Chapter 854. Jiang, I. Qinghong leveled her silver spear at her opponent with one hand, while the other hand formed 2 fingers pointing diagonally at the ground. Bright lightning gathered at her fingertips. As raging gray fire shot toward her, she brought her slender hand to her lips, exhaled a breath of lightning, and intoned, "When the sun reaches its height, it births 6 thunders." A thunderous boom rang out as 6 dazzlingly bright, silver-white rays of light emerged before her. 6 slender, elegant command tokens flickered simultaneously, and their runes lit up one by one. Boom. The 6 ancient command tokens aligned their bases, forming a 6-sided silver-white array in the air. Explosive silver-white lightning leaped out and soared into the sky. It met the gray fire and instantly blasted it into ash, filling the sky with silver-white fragments. Not only was this silver lightning incredibly powerful, it also followed the mana connection of the gray fire back to the red-robed man's palms. It flickered on and off, sending a numbness through both his hands. The red-robed man's expression changed dramatically. He hurriedly shook off the spell art in his hands, dropping a clump of gray fire that gleamed with silver light as it shuddered and contracted in the air. Boom. The gray fire, no longer under his control, hit the ground like thunder and exploded, sending gray dust flying everywhere. It felt like rain. He stared at the 6 Dharma artifacts as if he'd seen a ghost. Although Crimson Reef Island's east and west sides were at odds, and Guahongjian had suffered because of it, the merging fire command token he held had been granted by the island itself and was considered excellent among Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. But now when his opponent produced 6 command tokens of similar, if not higher, quality, Guahongjian was at a loss for words. Then he looked at her fine Dharma artifact spear and the mysterious greenish-white feathered robe she wore, each piece no worse than his own, and felt shock and confusion rise within him. Am I the Purple Mansion realm descendant, or is she? How could a single family have so many high-quality treasures? What is this? He was frozen in shock, but Qinghong didn't wait for him. Using the 6-fold profound thunder punishment tokens in real combat for the first time had yielded surprisingly satisfying results. She deftly formed a hand seal with her slender fingers. The 6 command tokens suddenly leaped up. One started to crackle with lightning and rose to float upside down over another below, while the other 4 positioned themselves at the east, west, south, and north. She parted her vermilion lips and said coldly, "Rabbit enters Dragon Palace. Bestow the profound punishment." Guahongjian only heard the thunder roar. He clasped his hands together and slapped them down on his command token. A pillar of gray merging fire shot skyward, enveloping him. He heard the clouds herald thunder as the roiling merging fire wrapped around him. Boom. A silver-white lightning bolt descended from the sky, and the merging fire surrounding him exploded. A silver-white glow ate its way through the gray flames, making them sizzle and hiss. Fortunately, the lightning only flickered for a moment before vanishing. Guahongjian's face turned pale, then regained some color. He dispersed the flames, his hands slightly numb, and flung out a sleeve of black smoke, secretly relieved. Thank goodness we're not in the Eastern Sea. Unfortunately, we're not in the Eastern Sea. Qinghong felt a tinge of regret. She drew back her Dharma seal, and the silver command tokens gathered together to form a 6-sided silver formation. It's a pity I'm not skilled in spell arts. I can only partially activate these 6-fold profound thunder punishment tokens. They cannot be fully utilized. These 2 invocations were not her own invention, but were inscribed within the 6-fold profound thunder punishment tokens when she had refined them. There were 6 in total, each very powerful, but controlling them was extremely cumbersome. Qinghong hadn't had the artifact for long and had barely deciphered 2 of the spells. She sighed inwardly. The first spell is still decent, but the last one falls far short of what the description says. Maybe it's because of the changes in the heavens, and the thunder no longer exists. If this were the Eastern Sea during the falling water rising storm, this strike could at least injure him. A thought flickered in her mind. She flipped her hand over, and all 6 thunder tokens leaped apart and floated at her side. Her feathered robe glowed greenish-white, and her spear pierced through the thunder shadow in an instant. Her spear danced, spreading a field of purple sparrow shadows in the air. But Guahongjian was a direct descendant of Crimson Reef Island and had managed to regain his footing during the exchange. His command token flew up, capturing 2 points of gray light. He formed a seal and shouted, "Go!" The 2 gray lights shot toward Li Qinghong at lightning speed. Gray fire erupted around her and dove into her mana. She used her mana to disperse them, swung her spear across, and slashed at his chest, only to see a black round shield materialize in front of him. The 2 collided, and purple lightning exploded. The black shield fell away, smoking, and Guahongjian seized the chance to pull back. Li Qinghong's spear never paused, but as she thrust to pursue him, the gray fire on her body burned ever fiercer. It clashed with the lightning and gave off thick black smoke, forcing her to retreat a step. Merging fire shortens lifespan and damages life force. It transforms into artifacts to dispel evil, and like a malignant tumor, it burns stronger with every moment it's allowed to burn. Now that the Li family's legacy had grown more complete, she could now recognize many famous Dao lineages. Li Qinghong instantly recalled the nature of merging fire and dared not allow the flames to burn unchecked. She stopped immediately. Sure enough, the gray fire clung to her mana, rapidly burning through her mana. Merging fire could also damage her Dharma robe, yet withdrawing her mana would damage her cyan sparrow plume. She had no choice but to press her 2 fingers together and activate her Immortal foundation. The purple lightning on her body grew denser until it gradually suppressed the merging fire. Guahongjian hailed from Crimson Reef Island, so he had used this move successfully many times. Knowing her reaction, how could he give up? He thrust his palm forward to restrain her and shouted, "Fire, come." 2 streams of gray fire spewed from between his lips and poured into his palm. They were then guided by his merging fire command token, transforming into 2 talisman seals that shot toward her face. Li Qinghong sidestepped and raised her spear, summoning lightning. But the spear shadow seemed a bit too thin amid the raging merging fire. It only split the merging fire into 2 sections, but the flames still clung to her. She let out a muffled groan, and her eyes suddenly glowed with purple light, purple talisman origin light secret technique. She spat out a point of white light from between her apricot lips. It expanded rapidly in the air, not to block the merging fire before her, but to softly and elegantly bypass it and shoot toward Guahongjian. Boom. A waterfall of purple lightning expanded, flowing like clouds and rain in the air. The spell art in Guahongjian's hands was instantly shattered by the lightning, and the intense purple lightning struck toward him. His face turned pale, and he hurriedly pulled out a talisman. Chapter 855, Jiang 2. The merging fire on Li Qinghong's body lost its mana source and dimmed slightly. She swung her spear and forcibly extinguished it, though her chest still felt slightly stifled. The merging fire on her mana shield continued to burn fiercely. She freed her hand to form a seal, and the 6-fold profound thunder punishment tokens instantly retracted to form a barrier between the merging fire and her Dharma robe. The purple lightning waterfall condensed for 2 seconds before slowly dissipating. Guahongjian stumbled out, covered in dust, and coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, which transformed into lightning and drifted away. He spat bitterly. What formidable thunder arts! What spell art is this from? Li Qinghong withdrew her mana. The 6-fold profound thunder punishment tokens were arrayed in front of her, shielding her from the merging fire. Sure enough, the merging fire struggled to burn through the Dharma artifact and weakened from having nothing else to consume. She let out a quiet sigh and thought to herself, indeed, it is as sturdy as ancient Dharma artifacts. The 6-fold profound thunder punishment tokens had a long history and were crafted long ago. Although they weren't as indestructible as Li Enxing's water wall pearl, which could even serve as a defensive Dharma artifact in its base form, they were still extremely strong. Guahongjian's merging fire was not enough to trouble them. One often suffered from internal reverberations in battles involving thunder arts. After taking a hit from profound thunder, Guahongjian's core was shaken, and he had no choice but to pause and recuperate. He could only watch helplessly as his spell was neutralized. He stared heavily at her and thought, she's rather troublesome. Since I can't take her down immediately, it's inevitable that other devil cultivators might gather. The 2 were now in a brief stalemate. Li Qinghong also scanned the demonic smoke. Suddenly she froze, and together with Guahongjian, turned to look into the depths of the black smoke. A wild wind swept by, revealing a pair of black boots as a young man emerged. He wore a black robe and was dressed like a devil cultivator. His sleeves were tightly bound with gray cloth, giving him a lean, capable look. His exposed fingers were slightly pale. His face was somewhat pale, and his eyebrows slanted upward, giving him a sharp appearance. His gray eyes held an inscrutable light. He crossed his arms over his chest, squinting as he surveyed them. His gaze passed quickly over Guohongjian and settled on Li Qinghong, examining her silently. Li Qinghong didn't recognize him and took a cautious step back. But Guohongjian's expression brightened. His eyebrows rose as he called out, "Fellow Taoist you?" His spirits soared instantly, and his red robe started to billow. The flames of hatred surged in his heart, and with them a spark of greed. He shouted, "Taoist you, help me kill this woman quickly. She has many treasures on her. Let's divide them together." Taoist Yu acted as if he hadn't heard. He glanced at Li Qinghong, then turned his head, looking at Guohongjian with a frown. "What are you supposed to be?" Guohongjian's face turned pale and then green. He realized this man had a strange temperament. Holding back his anger, he said softly, "I am Guohongjian of Crimson Reef Island. A few years ago, I visited the Southern Sea to ask you for a talisman." When she heard him call out Taoist Yu's name so eagerly, Li Qinghong had already been on guard. How could she just stand by and watch them get acquainted? She leaped into the air, riding lightning, and shot through the layers of demonic clouds, heading south. Purple light streaked through the air in the blink of an eye. Guohongjian immediately sensed it, and his face turned anxious. He threw out gray fire to intercept her, shouting, "Taoist Yu, we can't let her escape." But the black-robed youth in the sky remained unmoved, arms crossed as he watched the show. Only then did Guohongjian rise on his fire, but a white bolt of lightning immediately materialized above him. Having just been hit by one, he was instantly terrified out of his wits. All his mana rushed into his merging fire command token, and a fierce blaze of merging fire enveloped him in an instant. PSSHH. This white bolt of lightning looked fierce, but when it struck the merging fire, it vanished without a trace. No purple lightning waterfall fell. Guohongjian froze in shock, and then his expression darkened. When his gout of merging fire fell away, he saw that the lightning-augmented glow from Li Qinghong's Dharma robe was astonishingly fast. She had already flown south. He landed with a sullen face and looked back at Taoist Yu. The young man wore a mocking smile, as if it was none of his concern. "Yu Jiang." Anger flared in Guohongjian's heart, but he gritted his teeth and restrained himself, speaking coldly. "You have quite the patience, Taoist." In truth, Guohongjian didn't know this man very well. He had heard of this man's reputation while stationed in the Southern Sea at the large continent of Danzhongwolo, and had deliberately gone to visit him to exchange for a talisman. The Southern Sea had once been home to a major Dao lineage of Buddhist cultivators, and so was full of devil cultivators. An ancient revered one had once attained enlightenment in Danzhongwolo, but now it was very chaotic. The talisman had helped Guohongjian a lot, so he had a deep impression of this man. This man always stayed in the Southern Sea. Why did he suddenly come to Jiangnan? Could it be that he also wanted a share of the spoils? The black-robed youth, Yu Jiang, watched coldly. His long brows rose as he examined Guohongjian with a hint of amusement. He said, "If you insist on seeking death, don't drag me down with you." Guohongjian was truly so infuriated that he nearly exploded. His hands folded behind him. He immediately started cursing. "Yu Jiang, I never knew you were such a coward to be so afraid of a mere family thunder cultivator. The two of us fear no thunder. You could have restrained her Dharma artifact, and I'd have bound her with merging fire. We wouldn't even need to fight her directly to capture her. Why shrink back like this?" "Oh." Yu Jiang let out a cold laugh, his eyes narrowing dangerously. He replied, "I have never seen a family's thunder cultivator with such a marvelous Dharma artifact and such ancient spell arts." Guohongjian snapped back sarcastically. "Who doesn't have a few lucky opportunities? What does that prove? Couldn't the Azure Pond sect have lent her the Dharma artifact? So from now on, you're just going to back off every time you see a cultivator with a remarkable Dharma artifact or ancient cultivation techniques." Impatience flickered in Yu Jiang's eyes as he replied coldly. The profound thunder she used was the Tao of thunder steering and cloud dwelling. Do I really need to explain who controls that grotto heaven now? With so many suspicious details. Aren't you afraid that Dongfang Heiyun is watching from the sidelines? The youth swept his sleeve and mocked. If he decides to take a stroll and kills you like a cat playing with a mouse, who would you go to for justice? Tianwan. Guoshintong? Could you even find them? And even if you did, would they be able to figure out who did it? Even if they guessed, would they dare to utter a single word in front of the converging water true monarch? A single breath from Beijia could leave a purple mansion realm cultivator nursing a century-long injury. This Yu. His words were truly sharp. Gua Hongjian's face turned green, then red, but he found himself unable to retort. He also knew what Jiang meant by a single breath. The gap between a true monarch and a Taoist master was like heaven and earth. Moreover, there were historical examples. There was an account in the ancient texts of the Valley Water true monarch named Tianyi. He was once wounded by earthly element, his Dharma body shattered, leaving only a wisp of metallic essence that was about to dissipate. He encountered a greedy purple mansion realm cultivator, but blew him to death with a single breath. Guohongjian paused for a few moments, pondering silently, and finally fell quiet. After hearing this, the matter indeed felt a bit ominous. Guohongjian stiffened his face, unwilling to lose face, but also mindful of this man's talismanic prowess. He didn't want to offend him and could only mutter stiffly, "I did not understand the subtleties. Thank you for the advice, Taoist." Idiot. Jiang couldn't be bothered to waste more words with him. Every purple mansion realm Taoist master's attention was on the grotto heaven. Every moment counted for slipping into Jiangnan. He stepped forward, his mind filled with that thunderous radiance, and muttered softly, "Li Qinghong." Chapter 856, Calamity, I. On the riverbank. The demonic smoke on the northern bank was heavy and dark. Cultivators from all factions in the north gathered in small camps on the shore. The major forces each occupied a corner, their auras converging and flowing down the river with an imposing momentum. Even more northern road cultivators were visible further back. At a glance, the sky was full of fleeing lights, just waiting for the riverbank's formation to break so they could flood into the south. The rolling demonic smoke halted at the river's edge. A bright checkpoint hung, suspended in the air. Gleaming white bricks that radiated grandeur were fitted tightly together. The city gate towered high, with two white pillars at its base carved with many runes and mysterious incantations. A brilliant light shimmered inside the city gate, as if aligned with a bright yang. The dazzling light radiated outwards, piercing the black smoke and forcing the devil cultivators to retreat. At the very top of the checkpoint sat a young man clad in a golden Taoist robe. A palm-sized white disc, covered in intricate patterns, floated in front of him. The youth sat upright, quietly watching the cultivators on the other side of the riverbank. He was accompanied by another figure in a white feathered robe, a spirit fan at his waist. He stood gracefully, carrying a sword in his arms. His gaze was on the north as he pondered. Li Shiji was originally supposed to report to Mount Bianyan, but the entire north had been engulfed by demonic smoke a few hours ago. Mount Bianyan stood isolated in the black fog, giving him an excuse to stop at the checkpoint. After all, Li Shiji had no desire to face the group of Qi family members at Mount Bianyan. Besides, his own territory lay just beyond this grand formation, so he was all too happy to remain on guard now that something had changed. He had taken a short blade from a devil cultivator, examined it carefully, and exchanged it for a Foundation Establishment realm sword. It was completely brownish-yellow in color and was called Shusher. Because of its rather poor materials, its quality was not high and ranked near the bottom among Foundation Establishment realm weapons. After some careful inquiries, he learned that this sword actually came from Yuanwu Peak. It had been forged in the early years by Tang Shijun, a member of the Tang family who had died while trying to break through to Purple Mansion realm. The sword was now over 100 years old. What a coincidence! Li Qijing's Qin Che sword from back then had also been forged by the same Tang Shijun when he was the peak master of Yuanwu Peak. After looking at his options, Li Shiji found nothing better and ultimately chose this sword. What exactly is happening at the Great Ning Palace? Half an hour earlier, the number of devil cultivators gathering at Li Shiming's front line had grown. When some started to occasionally test the defenses, he had manifested his Immortal Foundation and stood atop the formation. Regardless of Li Shiming's personal strength, his late-stage Foundation Establishment realm Immortal Foundation, condensed with a fourth-grade technique, was truly intimidating. When Li Shiji, also at late-stage Foundation Establishment realm, stood beside him, they were more than enough to deter the crowd. The riverbank had many crossing points, so the devil cultivators, seeing that he was not to be trifled with, naturally gathered elsewhere. Only the direct northern cultivators have gone to the Great Ning Palace, and they haven't been seen since. The rest are easy to fool. They have no real fighting spirit. Li Shiming was no fool and picked his moments carefully. But even though many devil cultivators withdrew, his mood remained low. He waited for a moment. A female cultivator in green robes flew from afar and landed at his side. She wore a light turquoise Taoist robe, with brilliant Dharma light shimmering. Her beautiful face carried a hint of restrained anger, but she paused slightly when she saw Li Shiming. "Greetings, Senior Lingyu," said Li Shiming. This was Lingyu Lanying, who was also guarding the riverbank. She had lost her mount and spirit pet during the earlier chaos, and had only just flown back in recent days to defend the riverbank. She took out a jade talisman and handed it to Li Shiji, speaking softly, "News from Bianyan." Li Shiji focused intently as his spiritual sense probed the talisman. Lingyu Lanying spoke bluntly, "News from Mount Bianyan. Qi Jian is being forceful and decisive, ordering more troops and saying reinforcements will arrive soon. He's telling us to hold this place." She laughed sarcastically as she continued. "On the other hand, my family received news that although he sent people back to recruit more cultivators, he's also gathered all the members of his direct bloodline at Mount Bianyan. Clearly, he wants us to clash head-on with the devil cultivators." Li Shiji sighed inwardly. Qi Jian had never been a magnanimous person. Although he put on a good show of being gracious and approachable, his true nature was revealed the moment he had to act. The Li family had wanted to receive this order to hold, since their Moongaze Lake was just behind the defensive line. Li Shiji and the others wanted the Azure Pond sect to stand firm and resist the devil cultivators. So although Qi Jian was acting out of his own interests, it ultimately aligned with the Li family's needs. But the devil cultivators were pressing so fiercely that he was gathering up all the Azure Pond sect direct descendants, Qi family guest cultivators, and Qi cultivation realm cultivators back at Mount Bianyan, leaving the various families to hold the line. Clearly, he didn't value their lives at all. He only wanted to squeeze out their last ounce of worth. Li Shiming sat quietly on the Radiant Pass, exchanging a glance with his brother. Both of them understood perfectly and watched coldly, thinking, Mount Bianyan, though on the far bank and isolated in the north, is actually the safest place. Its layers of formations are formidable. The devil cultivators will flow downstream like water. They would rather crash into our weaker earthen dike than break themselves on that rock. After all, the grand formation on Mount Bianyan could be seen from far away. Disregarding whether or not it could be breached, the first devils to charge it would certainly die. Meanwhile, the river crossing's defenses were full of holes. If the devil cultivators could find just one weak spot, they only needed to reach out to grasp the wealth of Jiangnan. Qi Jian gathering his direct descendants at Mount Bianyan is truly a no-lose position. Even if Purple Mansion realm cultivators never show up and all lines in Jiangnan collapse, it's just another plundering of the north. When the order came down, Lingyu Lanying, Li Shiji, and even the various families all saw the truth. This man was indeed a narrow-minded schemer. Now that he'd shed his mask, his actions basically spelled it out. Your own family's foundation lies beyond the river. Surely the devil cultivators can't break into Mount Azure Pond, can they? If you can't hold it, that's your own misfortune. Li Shiming was silent for a couple of breaths, then replied, "What do you think, Senior?" Lingyu Lanying's apricot eyes widened slightly as she answered, "We've already sent someone back to report to the sect master. If Qi Jian is acting like this, how can the riverbank be held?" Li Shiji shook his head slightly and said softly, "It's too late. Besides, the sect's disciples are very good at self-preservation. Would they really fight to the death with us? Even if they came here, they'd only watch from the sidelines." His words were tactful but clear. The Qi family's disciples were extremely privileged. Even if they were sent here, would they really follow the orders of people like Li Shiji? Li Shiji paused for a couple of breaths, then added, "If they actually do send people over, I fear the elders would have their own demands, which would make things even harder to handle." This, Li Shiji had reminded Lingyu Lanying of an important fact. It would be one thing if the Qi family really came to guard the formation and took over command. But if things went even a little wrong and they demanded an escort to leave, what then? The female cultivator looked at him with renewed attention and said gently, "After all, it's still a force. Sai, what exactly is happening at the Great Ning Palace? It doesn't look like the north and south have completely fallen out. This place is full of holes. We can hold it for a while, but certainly not for days or months. Why hasn't the Taoist master said a word? Li Shiji offered comfort. The Taoist master hasn't responded. Perhaps he's still fighting the devil cultivators. It's been 6 hours. Though Purple Mansion realm duels can be long, they wouldn't stretch on for months. If we hold on long enough, perhaps there'll be a turning point. Ling Yuanli fell slightly silent. She too knew that Moongaze Lake lay just beyond the Grand Formation, and the Li family would naturally be more anxious than anyone. Meanwhile, her own Lingyu family, deeply rooted in the south, would likely be less affected. Chapter 857, Calamity 2. Most of Ling Yuanli's urgency was for her family's disciples inside the formation and for the people of the counties that would suffer if the line broke. Her concern should be far inferior to that of the Li family. She settled down and said softly, besides the families on the riverbank, there's also the Shao family, a Purple Mansion realm immortal family. What if Taoist Master Shooting decides to intervene? She spoke the words, but in her heart she knew the hope was slim. Sure enough, she saw Li Shiji shake his head. The Shao family has been secluded for years. Their Taoist master has long made it clear that he doesn't want to interfere. He even went to the Northern Sea a while back. The devil cultivators aren't stupid. They won't even touch a scrap of Shao family territory. Everyone present reached the same conclusion in their heart. Shao Shooting didn't intervene even when Li Xia slaughtered the prefecture and the Shao family's own lands were massacred. There are so many hidden agendas in today's North-South conflict, and he's always been the most rational and meticulous. Why would he get involved now? They didn't dare to speak the words aloud, except for Ling Yuanli, who nodded and said, "Then I'll return to the formation to stand guard." She rode the wind away, and only then did Li Shiming speak, his voice somewhat low. "Brother, could the Purple Mansion realm cultivators really be willing to sacrifice all these families here and let the northern cultivators flood south? Even the Azure Pond sect would suffer a huge loss of vital qi. Why would they do that?" "Hard to say," Li Shiji responded and asked. "Has the family replied?" "Not yet." Li Shiming activated a secret technique and spoke quietly. But a few days ago, Zhouwei reached the 7th layer of qi cultivation realm. He's carrying a 3 aspects breaking realm pill and a talisman pill on this trip. With those two combined, he might soon have a chance at Foundation Establishment realm. Foundation Establishment realm, and he's not even 20 yet. Even if he secluded himself for 5 years, he'd still only be 25. Li Shiji frowned, circulating his secret technique, and said softly, "That's a bit too fast. It's almost catching up to Taoist Master Yunjian's cultivation speed. Zhouwei's innate talent is exceptional. He could have built up more strength. But the situation keeps changing, and there's no time to go slowly." Li Shiming sat quietly atop the Radiant Pass, his voice soft. "Not necessarily. People like him can't be measured by ordinary logic. For him, adapting to the times is more important than slow accumulation. If he establishes his foundation, what difference does 1 or 2 spell arts make? How many high-grade Bright Yang spell arts can our family even afford to let him learn before he reaches Foundation Establishment realm?" Li Shiji paused, tilted his head to look at Li Shiming, and nodded in agreement. "Brother Shiming, you have a point. We have to get through this hurdle first." Li Shiming looked ahead. Dharma light illuminated the world, and torrential rain was pouring between heaven and earth. But it evaporated with a hissing sound before it could even hit the Radiant Pass beneath his feet. The demonic smoke surged rapidly, countless tendrils of fleeing light shooting out from it, dragging rolling black clouds in their wake. 5 beams of light flew close, heading straight for the formation beneath the 2 men's feet. Northern cultivators followed the 5 devil cultivators like a swarm of locusts, landing one after another in front of the formation. Li Shiming activated his Immortal Foundation and casually selected 2 of them, smashing down with force. Boom. A brilliant light shot out from the grand checkpoint. The Radiant Pass was best at honing and suppressing, and it also countered devil cultivators. Bright light flowed from it, causing the 2 being suppressed to curse loudly and hastily summon their Dharma artifacts to defend themselves. Humph! Their bodies sank under the pressure. Their curses stuck halfway in their throats, turning into muffled grunts. Both of them were only at the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. How could they endure such a blow from Li Shiming's late-stage Foundation Establishment realm Immortal Foundation? One of them shouted, "Back there? This guy's Immortal Foundation is weird, like a solid object. Someone get over here and help." Li Shiji drew his sword. His gaze swept over the 5, picking out the one with the highest cultivation, a mid-stage Foundation Establishment Realm Old Devil. He vanished, and a misty golden glow danced in the air. He suddenly appeared behind the cultivator, casting a sleeve of heavenly glow. Golden cloud. The devil cultivator was so frightened that he hurriedly drew the long blade at his waist, but he was caught completely off guard. He didn't even have time to release any blade energy, as Li Shiji formed another hand seal. He stepped to the side, splitting into several rainbow phantom splits, each forming a seal and chanting. The old devil was completely unprepared. Li Shiji even had time to watch his reactions, finding his movements suspicious. All 6 phantoms drew their swords simultaneously, sending out arcs of white crescent-shaped sword light. It was Li Shiji's first time wielding a Foundation Establishment Realm sword. Xushi allowed his sword light to carry half again its usual strength as it shone with a sharp brilliance. The old devil finally found the chance to release a wave of chilling blade light, but it was instantly shattered by the sword light. His figure was flung aside in a splash of blood. A miserable howl hung in the air as he reappeared a few meters away, too terrified to stop as he frantically formed hand seals. Li Shiji saw that the man's lineage was shallow, so he summoned a single rainbow light, then tugged and twisted it in the clouds. The man's spiritual energy instantly fell into chaos. Li Shiji casually stripped his spell art from his hands and advanced calmly. The old devil couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, "Help! Quickly!" A swirl of devil winds churned at his feet, revealing a mid-stage Foundation Establishment Realm female cultivator. She also held a sword, raising its light as she struck at Li Shiji. This female cultivator seemed to be of the rare wood virtue type of Immortal Foundation from U State. A wave of wood spirit chi rose as she swung her sword. Li Shiji's expression finally grew a bit serious, and his Immortal Foundation circulated, releasing a flow of multicolored clouds. He brought 2 fingers together, and heavenly glow appeared. He casually pinched the surging sword energy, then flipped his hand to send out a sleeve of brilliance. The female cultivator's spirit sword was now in his hand. It was merely at the chi cultivation realm. Floating light gathering. The northern cultivator was visibly stunned, her eyes filled with complete disbelief. There's actually such a spell art. Li Shiji found it all very strange. He had never had the experience of casually leaving his opponent so utterly bewildered, and he felt a tinge of emotion. Since leaving seclusion, the enemies he'd faced were either the first breath of a dragon monarch, a prince from the Tuoba family of Great Liang, or at the very least, deeply entrenched old devils like Chimin Difu with hidden backgrounds. He'd always found those opponents so difficult to handle that he had almost forgotten that he was the peak master of Azure Pond Peak. When facing these Northern Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators with no Dao lineage who relied solely on luck and brute strength, the difference was indeed stark. Yet these 2 acted like they were facing a dire threat. Even though those last 2 moves had not been life-or-death struggles, the fact that they had been so easily toyed with revealed the terrifying strength of the man before them. They exchanged secret messages. The one before us is probably surnamed Chi, an old devil with years of experience. He's not easy to deal with. We should call for reinforcements quickly. Chapter 858, Calamity 3. Li Family. A continuous drizzle dripped and trickled among the treetops on Mount Qingdu. The atmosphere felt a bit gloomy inside the grand hall. The elder paced a few rounds in the hall, holding a letter in his hand. He called someone in, his heart heavy, and said, "Go and summon the air." The letter contained some speculations by Li Shiming and Li Shiji about the situation between the north and the south. Li Xianxian had just received it and glanced through a few lines, but it had immediately made him rather uneasy. The northern devil cultivators have lost their restraint and are swarming south. How could the defenses on the riverbank possibly hold? Li Xianxian read the letter over and over, unable to find peace in his heart. Li Shiming advised him to send the air to the eastern sea, clearly implying they might not be able to hold the riverbank. The letter even urged Li Xianxian and the others to flee to the eastern sea as well, which made the old man frown deeply and sigh heavily. How could I abandon the lake and run? I have lived long enough already. If the north falls and the devil cultivators come south all the way to Moongaze Lake, I will still hold my ground to the last moment. Someone needs to give an account if something happens to the sons and disciples. I should lead them to meet the ancestors in the netherworld. If the family is destroyed, there must be blood spilled. He sat down and pondered for a few seconds, feeling much more composed in his heart. After a while, Li Zhouwei came in, wearing his armor. He was only 18 years old, but he was already at the 7th layer of Qi cultivation realm, with strong Dharma light emanating from him. He was almost progressing 1 layer per year. Although the breakthroughs in the later stages of Qi cultivation realm were especially difficult and normally required several times the effort, at his speed, he would likely reach foundation establishment realm at around 22 or 23 years old if he relied solely on self-cultivation. But the later stages of Qi cultivation realm were quite different for the Li family. They had the 3 aspects breaking realm pill and the talisman pill. After building up enough cultivation, they could first take the breaking realm pill to break through, then steady their foundation before taking the talisman pill. The talisman pill's effects were not comparable to ordinary pills. The cultivation it provided was real and solid, as if achieved through self-cultivation. In some ways, it was perhaps even better, and one could immediately attempt to reach the foundation establishment realm. Without waiting for him to be greeted, Li Xianxian waved Li Zhouwei into the hall and handed him the letter. Li Zhouwei glanced through it and frowned. After a moment, seeing his golden eyes flicker, Li Xianxian said, "According to your uncle's description, the riverbank may not hold." Li Xianxian thought of sending him to the Eastern Sea, but worried he might insist on staying at home. So he hesitated and only asked, "What does Ming Huang think?" Li Zhouwei read the letter carefully again and replied, "Looking at the situation, if the riverbank falls and the devil cultivators flood into Jiangnan, they will likely take 2 routes. One goes down along Moongaze Lake, and the other squeezes through the wilderness between Shanji Prefecture and Lixia Prefecture. That route is caught between 2 Purple Mansion realm powers, so it's not an easy path. I'm afraid they will still attack our family." Li Xianxian hadn't expected him to mention this matter. Just as he was about to ask further, he saw Li Zhouwei softly say, "After I head to the Eastern Sea, you should split the family into 2 routes. One burrows away to Lixia, the other drives the people toward Mount Dali. Senior White Banyan Fox and that Lucan are on good terms with our family and can grant us temporary refuge." Li Zhouwei explained the arrangements in detail. Li Xianxian listened and felt slightly relieved in his heart. He said, "There probably won't be many people who can be saved in the mountains." Li Zhouwei nodded and replied, "The devil cultivators could reach here in less than 15 minutes. The nearly 1,000,000 people along the lakeshore wouldn't even have time to gather in that short time, let alone all squeeze into the mountains." Li Xianxian fell silent. Li Zhouwei had no choice but to say, "It's hard to predict these things. The riverbank might still hold. There are so many Purple Mansion realm cultivators in Jiangnan. Who knows which of them might act? We're only making necessary preparations." Li Xianxian nodded and said hoarsely, "There's no time to lose. Take a group of people, pick some of the young talents from the various families, and bring the pills as well. I will have Kongheng take you there." Li Zhouwei thought for a moment and said softly, "That works out. Lady Yin is about to give birth, and the master monk is considering the idea that Jiangnan is the upper evil spirit storage. It would be good to take her along to the Eastern Sea as well. Perhaps things will turn out differently there." He was a decisive person, and the matter was settled neatly. He bade Li Xianxian farewell and immediately flew out of the hall and descended. Less than 15 minutes later, Kongheng arrived with a few people and landed on the mountain. The monk was always calm and peaceful, and years of cultivation had made him appear even more unfathomable. There were few clear distinctions among master monks, making it hard to guess his true strength. Yet, even those like Li Shiming who had broken through later than him had all reached the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. This monk probably wasn't far behind either. The Eastern Sea was chaotic, and the white ape would find it hard to establish a foothold there, but Kongheng would be much safer. When Kongheng saw Li Xianxian, he was very kind and said softly, "Please rest assured, my lord. Your esteemed family has accumulated much virtue and will surely turn calamity into blessing." Li Xianxian disliked hearing talk of virtue and vice. He forced a smile as he sent the people out of the lake, then rode the wind back and sat in the grand hall, where he was once again left all alone. The elder pondered deeply, unable to determine whether it was virtue or vice he had accumulated. He stopped thinking about it and quietly looked out at the rainy weather outside the window, where white frost had already formed. After a moment, a 9-foot-tall, burly man in white armor came in and silently stood in the hall. "White ape!" Li Xianxian exclaimed. The old ape raised his head, his voice like rocks clashing. "Greetings, master. This old servant has just returned from patrolling the lake." The man and the ape had fled the raging flames in the marketplace all those years ago and had accompanied each other for decades, so there was no need to speak of their understanding. He saw Li Xuanxuan's unease and moved to his side to stand, then said, "This old servant stone embrace slumber technique has been brimming with spiritual energy and running smoothly in recent days. Perhaps there is a purple mansion realm breakthrough in the true essence Tao, or maybe some spiritual item has emerged." Li Xianxian nodded silently, not perceiving anything unusual from it. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt a cold breeze enter from the door. Li Xianxian raised his head slightly, as if something had dawned on him, and was about to stand up when suddenly he heard knocking at the hall door. A handsome man in white entered. He had sword-shaped brows and star-like eyes, a handsome appearance, and held a slightly slender cold sword in his arms. His brows were furrowed slightly in worry as he looked inside. "Shijuan." Li Xianxian was overjoyed and stepped forward, holding the letter in his hand, and asked, "Has your injury fully healed?" "Greetings, great uncle." Li Shijuan first saluted, coughed twice, and smiled. "It hasn't fully healed yet. I was worried about the family, so I came out of seclusion early. Yu Mujian's sword strike was indeed formidable. If it hadn't been for the Earthview Bloodstone, Li Shijuan would likely have fallen on the spot. After several years of recuperation, he couldn't stop worrying about the situation at home and emerged from seclusion early, with his strength only barely recovered to 60%. Li Xianxian was overjoyed, immediately pulling him over to find a seat. The white ape silently served tea. Li Shijuan recognized him with a glance and said softly, "So it's you? Truly blessed with deep fortune, congratulations." The white ape cupped his fists and withdrew. Li Xianxian recounted the events of the past few years in detail. Li Shijuan listened, his brows furrowing tighter and tighter. After a long exhale, he replied, "As expected, I knew Azure Pond Sect wouldn't have arranged anything good for my family, so it's come to this." He lowered his gaze, his eyes gradually reddening as he said softly, "I misjudged. I shouldn't have trusted that Zhao Tingue. He died and left everything to ruin my family. Qinghong has already ridden the thunder to seek him out." Li Xianxian didn't know how to respond. The old man waited a moment and finally said, "But your injuries are not yet fully healed. You cannot act. It's better to focus on cultivation and seclusion." Li Shijuan closed his eyes and exhaled, still carrying some sorrow. The radiant snow pine ridge began to circulate inside his body, driving all emotions from his mind. His tone calmed, and he said softly, "Not necessarily. Even with my injuries, I can still strike once or twice without issue." He shook his head slightly, held one hand level, and revealed a shimmering light condensed from frost and snow in his palm. It was pure white and crystal clear. A wave of cold mixed with sharpness surged around it. This was not quite a spell art, yet not exactly a spirit item either. It looked like a mass of highly condensed energy. With a thought from Li Shijuan, the light leaped like a swimming fish, dancing in the air. Its fine scales were clearly visible as it flicked its tail and fell back into his palm. "What is this?" Li Xianxian had never seen such a thing before. For a moment, he couldn't figure it out. The old man was stunned for a second, then saw Li Shijuan's sword-shaped brows raise slightly as he said softly, "Sword Essence." Chapter 859, Calamity 4. Lake Xian. Li Qinghong rode the wind 50 kilometers out. The black smoke before her gradually faded, but the sky remained heavy and rolled with gray clouds. The sky was the same gray on both the north and south sides of the lake, dimly hiding the sun. She flew for a while, and somehow her mind turned again to those two, and she pondered in secret. So it seems at least Crimson Reef Island has been offended. The east and west reefs of Crimson Reef Island have not gotten along in recent years. I don't know whether Guahongjian's faction is east or west, or if there's any room to maneuver. As for Jiang, judging from Guahongjian's attitude, he's also a powerful figure in the Southern Sea. As she flew south, she also realized it would be impossible to return to Mount Bianyan, and she felt a sense of relief. That's fine too. There's no need to follow their orders. I'll just return to the riverbank and help guard the lakeshore for my family. The devil cultivators were already pressed up to the riverbank. She no longer had the heart to deal with that group on Mount Bianyan. Like Li Shiji, she just wanted to hide as far away as possible. Turning a corner of Lake Xian, she glimpsed the radiance overflowing from Profound Peak Gates, Shanji Prefecture. Light flowed in all directions. When she approached, she could faintly see a towering, majestic mountain suspended above Shanji Prefecture. The mountain loomed vaguely in the clouds, emanating a hazy glow. She could feel her body growing heavier as she drew closer to Shanji Prefecture. She looked up thoughtfully and thought, it must be a purple mansion realm divine ability. Such power could only belong to Taoist Master Changshi of Profound Peak Gate. Only then did she understand why the demonic mist had stopped at Lake Xian and why the devil cultivators had not crossed into Jiangnan. The threat hangs high above in the sky. Who would dare put even a single step over the lake? She quickly flew past and vanished into the wilderness by the riverbank. But a beam of golden light caught up and stopped brightly before her, revealing a woman in a xiang robe. The woman was dressed in xiang colors, with a round face and almond eyes, and held a small golden mountain in her hand. She was Qinghong of Profound Peak. She looked worried as she stepped forward and softly greeted, Qinghong, little sister. Qinghong had thought she was at the Great Ning Palace, so she was surprised to meet her here. She nodded in reply. Qinghong spoke softly, it's been so long. Why don't you come sit in my sect for a while? As soon as she said that, Qinghong felt something off. Qinghong had returned from the northern ruins and settled at Mount Yin Pass. The two had even met at Mount Yin Pass days ago, so it was indeed strange to say long time no see. That could have been considered a polite greeting from Qinghong. But at this critical time of conflict between the North and South at Azure Pond Sect, it was hardly a leisurely moment. The timing really didn't make sense. She was clever enough to not immediately refuse or accept. Instead, she asked, I should have taken a moment to pay a visit when I passed by Shanji Prefecture, but I noticed something strange in the north. Qinghong replied softly. Something has happened in the Great Ning Palace. She moved a few steps closer and used secret techniques to transmit her voice. Did you think it was strange that the North and South armies are now at odds? That's because all the Mahas and Purple Mansion Realm cultivators from both sides have entered the Great Ning Palace. Now the Northern Demon Horde is out of control, and the Southern cultivators have no protection at all. Qinghong's pupils widened slightly as Qinghong continued. My sect's Taoist master had a grudge with a few of the new demon leaders, so he didn't go. I don't know exactly what happened, but Anhuai heaven has now appeared in the Great Void, and all the Purple Mansion Realm cultivators have entered it. Qinghong's voice was slightly hoarse as she asked, the north is already strong, and my second uncle is still in the Great Ning Palace. The defenses along the riverbank are hastily built. How can we possibly resist the northern demon horde? Of course, we cannot. Qinghong nodded firmly, then hesitated a moment and asked softly, do you know which route the demon cultivators will take when they move south? Qinghong had been traveling across the north and south for a few years, so of course she knew. She answered, after crossing Sioux State, they could either enter Wu from the riverbank west of Mount Shiping or follow the entire riverbank south. Any spot would let them into Yu State. Qinghong nodded, a solemn expression appearing on her round face, and she said softly, right now, only Taoist Master Yuanli remains in the Azure Pond Sect, and he has entered the Great Ning Palace. Meanwhile, Golden Feather Sect has 4 Taoist masters, with 2 of them currently guarding their sect. If you were a demon cultivator moving south, where would you attack? Of course, it would be the Azure Pond Sect, replied Qinghong. At this point, Qinghong no longer hid anything, treating Qinghong as one of her own, and spoke in a very gentle tone. The Azure Pond Sect has seen its Purple Mansion Realm cultivators fall one after another, and its top experts are nowhere to be seen. It's at its lowest point in 500 years. Yuanli has been trapped in Anhuai heaven, with no way to receive word from him. Yet the core members of the Azure Pond Sect, like Qizhiyan, are still at Mount Bianyan. Now that the northern demons are out of control, do you think the other immortal sects have no means to influence them? Ever since the events at Anhuai heaven, the entire situation has taken a sudden turn. At that very moment, they decided to go with the flow, and a new chessboard emerged, targeting Azure Pond. Isn't this situation a perfectly timed, heaven-sent blade? The other immortal sects are taking advantage of the Azure Pond sect's weakness to cut out the roots of the demon sect. Even the remaining northern demon cultivators and high-level Buddhist cultivators are happy to watch this scene unfold and are deliberately staying hidden. Her voice grew heavy, her expression solemn. Right now, the Azure Pond sect faces a great calamity, and all the other sects are just watching from the sidelines. Little sister, I fear it's not wise for you to return. Chapter 860, Profound Punishment. Qinghong felt a chill in her heart. She pressed her lips together and gently transmitted through mana. However, There is still Taoist Master Suguan in the upper sect, who is said to be a first-class cultivator. I wonder if he is still on the mainland. If the devil cultivators move south, he should step in to stop them. Suiguan. Taoist Master Suiguan was a peak Purple Mansion realm cultivator from the Azure Pond sect's Grotto Heaven. He was said to be very powerful, and Kongsijiang obviously knew this. She paused, put away the golden mountain in her hand, and used a secret technique to transmit her voice with a solemn expression. My Taoist master has already asked Punlai. If the true monarch heads to the outer heavens, then Suiguan will definitely remain in the Azure Pond sect and wouldn't dare to enter the present world, let alone come to Jiangnan. Li Qinghong slowly raised her head, her almond-shaped eyes meeting those of the woman. Kongsijiang hesitated for a moment, then spoke softly. The true monarch's divine powers are beyond measure, but Punlai is not necessarily inferior. The other Taoist masters should also understand this, which is why they have made this plan. Li Qinghong had weighed the causes and consequences and now understood. She remained silent for a moment, then replied softly, "Thank you, sister. But Moongaze Lake is right on the riverbank, and I must return. Even if the riverbank cannot be defended, I will still go back to protect the lake. I cannot abandon my clansmen and enter the sect alone." Kongsijiang sighed faintly in her heart, unsurprised, as she spoke gently. "In that case, I have a message from the Taoist master that might help you, sister." The round-faced woman in Xiang attire leaned close to her ear, keeping her mana exposure minimal amidst the spiritual energy, and spoke gently. "Flooded fields bring 100 years of crop failure, which is certainly satisfying. But when the river floods back and destroys all the courtyards, that is even more satisfying." Li Qinghong listened intently, and only then did Kongsijiang continue. "Great Ning Palace will manifest in this world in half an hour. It is less than 500 kilometers from here, so if you ride the lightning back, you should make it in time. I won't delay you any longer. Please take care of yourself." "Half an hour." Kongsijiang bowed slightly and transformed into golden light that soared east, returning to the territory of profound Peak Gate. Meanwhile, Li Qinghong silently rode the lightning west. She said Great Ning Palace would manifest in this world in half an hour, thought Li Qinghong. Li Qinghong did the math in her head. Kongsijiang's estimate was probably because Li Xianfeng and others were still at Great Ning Palace or somewhere. As long as they could hold on for half an hour, there would definitely be a chance to turn the situation around. Even if Yuan Xiao was still trapped and unable to come out, at least Li Xianfeng, Lingyu Rao, and the others could still come. Judging from her tone, the southward movement of the devil cultivators this time is a result of a consensus among several Purple Mansion realm cultivators. That means the riverbank's formation is bound to be broken. It's only a question of how long it can be held. Now that she knew the situation had shifted to target the Azure Pond sect, this was no longer something that a few people could control. Li Qinghong no longer hoped to hold the riverbank. She only hoped to protect her own family. As long as second uncle emerges from Great Ning Palace in half an hour, his renowned prestige among the devil cultivators, combined with the strength of the whole family, will be enough to protect Moongaze Lake and force the southward-moving devil cultivators to change their course. Li Qinghong tightened her grip on the spear in her hand as brilliant purple lightning crackled constantly above her black hair. The 6 silver-white six-fold profound thunder punishment tokens on her body glowed with dazzling light, intense thunder pouring into them as if they were ready to erupt at any moment. She darted into the wilderness. Those witnessing her passage only saw purple lightning gliding through a patch of black clouds, accompanied by faint rumbling. The Qi cultivation and embryonic breathing realms devil cultivators beneath her feet all scattered, not daring to lift their heads. After flying for several kilometers, she saw the riverbank filled with urgent streams of light, requesting aid. Several Foundation Establishment realm cultivators hastily rode streaks of light past her, as if transferred from marketplaces all over, rushing to reinforce the frontline defenses. Li Qinghong paused, purple light flowing through her eyes. She located the place where demonic smoke was the most rampant and arrived in an instant on her lightning. As soon as the purple light landed, she saw rolling black clouds surrounding a brown formation. There were numerous Qi cultivation and embryonic breathing realms cultivators beneath it, but in the sky, several Foundation Establishment realm devil cultivators were working together, hurling all kinds of Dharma artifacts at it. The formation was already on the verge of collapse, groaning under the weight of the black demonic hammers conjured by the joint efforts of those devil cultivators. She didn't hesitate. She lifted her spear with one hand and formed a hand seal with her free hand. Bright lightning gathered at her fingertips, and the silver command tokens that had been impatiently waiting assembled before her into a hexagonal shape. She muttered, "When the sun reaches its apex, 6 thunders are born." The 6 silver command tokens spun together, unleashing explosive thunder that instantly leaped across several kilometers, leaving a streak of silvery white light in the sky, and slammed down among the 6 devil cultivators. Boom! Furious thunder rang out. Those devil cultivators had never expected such a powerful bolt of lightning to suddenly strike them. Caught off guard, their spells were forcibly interrupted, and they screamed in agony as black smoke rose from their bodies. A cloud of darkness exploded outward from the 6, and silvery lightning wrapped around their Dharma artifacts, knocking them down from the sky. The lightning also surged along the threads of their mana, slamming into their bodies, filling the air with flickering silver and causing them to tremble violently. Clang! Qinghong didn't pause. Her spear thrust forward and a bolt of purple lightning exploded, spanning several kilometers in an instant. Her eyes glowed with intense purple light, and the thunder at her feet surged with a fierce violet glow. Qinghong noticed one of them was already injured. Decisive and swift, her thunderous spear transformed into countless purple sparrow shadows, piercing through that devil cultivator and erupting in a burst of purple lightning. Qinghong had prepared this strike long ago, and had arrived with overwhelming force. The other devil cultivators were still reeling from the blast of the 6-fold profound thunder punishment tokens. Their bodies were trembling and blood was gushing from their mouths. How could they possibly react in time? The man managed only a single wail before lightning incinerated his eyes, blasting outward from his eye sockets, ears, and mouth. An instant later, the purple lightning erupted from every inch of his body from head to toe. Boom! He was already injured, and his body had just been seized from several Qi cultivation realm cultivators. He was torn to pieces by the lightning. A pitch-black bead leapt up and fled north at full speed without looking back. Only at this moment did the surrounding devil cultivators collectively panic. They exclaimed, "A lightning cultivator!" An old devil cultivator, experienced and knowledgeable, was especially stunned. Silver lightning still coiled around his body, burning his mana with a sizzling sound as he muttered, "Decreed as heavenly punishment, profound thunder is most effective against devil cultivators." Qinghong wore a long, feathered robe of pale green and white. Purple lightning danced around her, causing her black hair to flutter. Though her almond eyes were beautiful, they now held a cold light. Her long spear shifted, while the spell art on her other slender hand never ceased. The 6-fold profound thunder punishment tokens formed another formation in the air, releasing a wave of silver lightning that filled the devil cultivators with dread and confusion. Her pleasant voice echoed in the sky. "Branch into the Qin Palace. Decree the profound punishment." Boom! The fleeing black bead had barely flown a kilometer before a silver bolt of lightning slammed down on it with a deafening boom. A heart-wrenching scream rang out. That person had likely been reduced to ashes. She hadn't even glanced to the north. The purple lightning on her spear shifted direction, but before she could even speak, the remaining 5 devil cultivators leaped in terror. Every single one activated their escape light and fled north. Boom! The fleeing figures vanished into the clouds to the north, and only then did the deep rumble of thunder ring out. Qinghong let her spear fall and turned to face a young man emerging from the formation. The youth emerging from the formation wore a brown robe. He looked somewhat familiar, and was possibly from the Lingyu family. When he arrived in front of her, only to find the devil cultivators had already fled in defeat, he could only stand in amazement and mutter, "Senior." Qinghong had just annihilated one of the devil cultivators in a blinding, thunderous assault right in front of the other 5. Still, her internal mana was slightly unsettled. She paused briefly to adjust it, dispersed the seal in her hand, and the 6-fold profound thunder punishment tokens flew back to her body. "If you can't hold out, request reinforcements again." Qinghong responded crisply, not bothering to pursue the fleeing devil cultivators. Instead, she summoned her lightning once more, flying like a shooting star toward the next crossing, leaving the people in the formation staring in stunned, complicated silence. Was that the Leaf family's thunder cultivator, Li Qinghong. The youth slowly let out a sigh of relief. Several cultivators flew out together, seeing the look of relief on each other's faces. Though the demonic smoke ahead slowly began to gather again, it was much better than before. Chapter 861. Profound Punishment 2. Western Riverbank. The river water rolled past, and the formation beneath his feet glowed brightly, preventing the spirit wind in the sky from crossing the riverbank. The demonic smoke moving south had no choice but to settle here, forcing a battle on the riverbank. Li Qingyi lifted his rainbow light, dispersing the incoming spell art. He glanced downward. The surging devil cultivators were being held off by the formation. Most were blocked, but quite a few were searching for gaps, trying to slip around the edges of the formation. The Azure Pond Sect's formation hadn't originally been designed to trap devil cultivators. It had been a strategic move between Purple Mansion Realm cultivators, a defensive measure rather than a complete blockade. After all, in their eyes, it was just a game of moves and countermoves between Purple Mansion Realm cultivators. But the situation had changed dramatically. The devil cultivators had surged toward them as one. The formation was no longer enough, even though it left them trapped outside. Most of the devil cultivators coveted the treasures inside, and, emboldened by their numbers, hurled spell arts at the formation rather than trying to bypass it. Still, quite a few devil cultivators found other ways to slip through the gaps between formations. These were mostly Qi cultivation and embryonic breathing realms cultivators, and Li Qingyi paid them little mind. He was fighting four at once, blocking any Foundation Establishment realm cultivators from attempting to leap over, while still keeping an eye on the situation below. Shusher's light rippled in his hand as he slashed away a flying Dharma artifact. Another figure landed before him, riding the wind, holding a large hammer in each hand, looking exceptionally fierce. Now it's no longer me blocking them. It's these devil cultivators, greedy for the treasures and techniques I carry, who have surrounded me themselves. A thought flickered through Li Qingyi's mind. The golden cloud transformed into a golden heavenly glow that leaped a few times in the air. He flicked his sleeve of heavenly glow, revealing his form and leaping out of the encirclement. Though he was now fighting 5 opponents at once, and it was growing harder, he remained calm. As a disciple of a major sect, he was not someone these devil cultivators could easily match. His heavenly glow was adept at maneuvering escape spells, and if the fight became truly desperate, Li Qingyi could simply ride his escape light to leave unharmed. It was Li Qingming who, using his radiant pass, was holding down 4 devil cultivators but was already showing signs of strain. Li Qingyi, far more experienced in combat, frowned as he watched and thought, he doesn't know any advanced escape spells, and this footwork is all part of his Immortal Foundation manifestation. If he gets injured, it won't be a small matter. If he can't hold out, it'll lead to big trouble. As this thought crossed his mind, the female cultivator practicing with virtue in front of him had already drawn another Dharma sword and thrust forward. But Li Qingyi also knew swordsmanship, and this woman's sword art was truly not very skilled. He flicked his fingers, and the Dharma sword fell into his hand. He twisted his wrist to throw it away, and even managed to snatch away another devil cultivator's spell art at the same time. The female cultivator, both angry and afraid, quickly backed up a few steps and reached for her storage pouch at her waist, only to find she had only an embryonic breathing realm sword left. Her face fell in embarrassment as she muttered, "Such a devil. Only knows how to sneak around with those underhanded spell arts." She was still afraid of Li Qingyi and dared not raise her voice. She muttered to herself, but stopped halfway. Li Qingyi paid her no mind and took a moment to glance around. This woman's Dharma light was actually clear and pure, so she didn't seem like a devil cultivator. Li Qingyi looked at the other 2 beside her. Though there were some blemishes, they were lighter than those of ordinary Jiang cultivators. Only the last 2 radiated bloodlight, which was a clear sign they were up to no good. A thought stirred in his heart. Both the North and South refer to them as devil cultivators, but it's never that clear. As long as they're Purple Mansion or Golden Core Realms cultivators, whether they're devil cultivators or not, or to what degree, all depends on their own cultivation. Though these thoughts filled his mind, the spell art in his hands was utterly merciless. He made no distinction based on the purity or impurity of their mana, striking every blow to kill. These cultivators were at most mid-stage Foundation Establishment realm, and his onslaught immediately forced them onto the defensive. At the other end, Li Qingming's forehead was dotted with sweat as he fully activated the Radiant Origin Pass. A A dazzling stream of light burst from it, the scorching radiance within burning the air into a bright and still state. It trapped the 4 devil cultivators' Dharma artifacts inside and forcibly suppressed them. While he still had to defend against incoming spell arts, he finally found a brief moment to glance at his surroundings, and his heart sank. There are even more devil cultivators on Brother Shiji's side than here, and more demonic smoke is still coming. How could we possibly hold this? Brother Qingyi and I are both pretty strong among Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators, yet we're already under heavy pressure. How could the other places fare any better? He understood that the riverbank would inevitably be breached, but he had essentially pinned himself by suppressing these 4. How could he possibly get away easily when the formation broke? He grew anxious. Li Shiming waited a moment, then suddenly saw streaks of purple lightning light up in the east, drawing closer and closer with every moment. The jade token at his waist grew warm. Instantly overjoyed, he activated his Immortal Foundation, and the radiant light shone even more brilliantly, holding the 4 devil cultivators down tightly. Boom. After counting a few breaths, he finally saw the purple lightning tear through the sky. A woman with black hair flowing held a spear in one hand. 6 silver 6-fold profound thunder punishment tokens swirled and gleamed around her. The pale green feathered robe she wore glowed softly with purple light in the air. Rain was still falling from the sky. When the gray-black raindrops neared her, they were captured by the power of primal magnetism, transforming into small round gray beads that quietly rotated around her. Her beautiful, misty purple eyes turned to look, and her voice was sweet. When the sun reaches its apex, 6 thunders are born. The silvery lightning reflected in Li Shiming's eyes, flashing as it descended from the sky. Amid the shocked expressions of the surrounding devil cultivators, Li Shiming finally let out a sigh of relief, shouting, "Ant!" Chapter 862, The Fall of Great Ning Palace. Great Ning Palace. The sky over Great Ning Palace was gloomy and gray. The once bright and beautiful lake had completely dried up, the ground had cracked, and the occasional clouds drifting overhead quickly dissipated. The cliff at the very center had already collapsed, filling more than half of the dry lake bed. Countless palace halls and towers had toppled and collapsed, littering the ground with wreckage. It was a scene of desolation. Trouble had broken out in Anhuai heaven, and a host of Purple Mansion realm cultivators had started to battle. They had even started fighting inside Great Ning Palace itself, causing the entire area to quake. In less than 15 minutes, the place had been reduced to ruins. If not for the continuous efforts to maintain it, it could very well have been shattered into dust. Now, with all the Mahas and Purple Mansion realm cultivators inside, some unknown Purple Mansion realm cultivator had apparently left a hidden trap that destroyed the sky-piercing pillar of light. It had been smashed to pieces after everyone had entered, leaving Great Ning Palace abandoned and disregarded, shrouded in darkness. Silence lay heavy over the area as Li Xianfeng stepped down from the palace ruins. The ground was covered in rubble. He pressed one hand on a stone stair several feet wide, pulled it loose, and casually tossed it aside, where it landed with a heavy rumble. Li Xianfeng had been trapped here for some time, but he hadn't been idle. After all, there might be quite a few spirit items hidden in the ruins of the collapsed palaces that he could put to use. He retrieved a bright silver lamp from the debris, brushed away the dust, and saw large words engraved on its base, Gaoping Shi family. This lamp was only at the Qi cultivation realm. Li Xianfeng examined it carefully. The craftsmanship was elegant and refined. Just then, he heard Si Yuanli's voice from the side. When the Wei state fell, many cultivators fled south and reached the riverbank. At that time, most of the land south of the Great River was under Chu's control. The king of Chu ordered the cultivators to stay north of the river, forbidding them to cross south. The Sima, Su, Shi, Xiao, and other families gathered in Jiang and held secret talks for several days. Led by the Li and Jiang families on both sides of the Jia River, they founded the Ning state, upheld the legacy of Wei, and made the Wanglin Upper Sect the leading Immortal sect. The collapsed palace's roof ridge jutted high into the air. Si Yuanli sat cross-legged on top of it, resting his chin on one hand, looking rather leisurely as he continued. Sect rivalry wasn't so fierce at that time. All cultivators did their best for the country. Ning state made the king of Chu extremely wary, and he always viewed the later arriving families with suspicion. After listening for a while, Li Xianfeng glanced at the glowing signature of Gaoping's Shi family on the lamp base in his hand and said softly, I heard the founder of the Chuanli Dao came from the Shi family. It was indeed the Gaoping's Shi family. Yuanli replied. That person only ever listened in at Chongming Hall, so strictly speaking, it was only half of a proper Dao lineage. But the more one lacked something, the more they cared about it. I heard that person claimed allegiance to the Green Pine Temple Dao lineage for life. The Chuanli Dao was the same way, always obsessing over such things. Li Xianfeng nodded slightly. Yuanli paused for a moment, then spoke softly. Fellow Daoist, you guessed right. My Si family originally bore the surname Sima. We were a powerful family from the north, with Purple Mansion realm cultivators as far back as the Zhou dynasty. When Wei fell, we fled south all the way and finally settled in Jiangnan. So that's your ancestral origin, Li Xianfeng noted. Yuanli sighed softly. The noble lineages from north and south have lasted to this day. When you look around, whose ancestors weren't princes, marquises, or generals? It's better not to mention it. Once you do, all you can say is that their descendants are unworthy of their name. Li Xianfeng fell silent for a moment. At least his own family was acknowledged as Weisli. Then he saw Yuanli pause for a moment and speak softly. My ancestor once guarded the riverbank for the Wei state, and that's how this scroll of the Huai River map came to be. It was drawn by the true monarch Shangyao Chui Yin of the time. It's a first-class ancient Purple Mansion realm spirit artifact. Li Xianfeng was slightly stunned and asked softly, an ancient spirit artifact. It looks like it's for defense and suppression. How does it compare to the Xinyo pristine marsh seal? Well, Yuanli considered for a while, then shook his head as he replied, it can't really be compared. Besides, different spirit artifacts perform differently in different hands. In any case, both spirit artifacts are extremely formidable. Li Xianfeng suddenly recalled the binding ring and clouds under that Yu Muxian had used in the past. Since Yuanli seemed open to conversation, he casually asked, how does it compare to binding ring and clouds under? Ha ha ha. Yuanli let out a hearty laugh, raising his eyebrows with disdain, and answered, fellow Daoist, you must be joking. Binding ring and clouds under are imitations made by Yuan Wu. Binding ring is a copy of the Yu cultivating Sect's Buyu, while clouds under is a copy of Xiao Kuei Temple's Tian Xiao. They're already somewhat inferior to ordinary spirit artifacts. How could you compare them to an ancient spirit artifact? He hesitated for a couple of seconds, as if searching for a suitable analogy. Then he pulled out an ordinary Dharma sword from his storage pouch and pointed at it. This thing also came from Yuan Wu Peak. It's said to be at the Foundation Establishment realm, but anyone can tell it was just pieced together by countless Qi cultivation realm refinements over time. It barely meets the Foundation Establishment realm, has the appearance and some qualities of Foundation Establishment realm, but no real wonders. The orthodox Immortal Sect disciples would never use this kind of Dharma sword. Li Xianfeng examined it carefully, found it just as Yuanli had described, and nodded. Yuanli chuckled and said, fellow Daoist, comparing this thing to Fuchin Peak's Waterwall Pearl is about the same as comparing those imitations to an ancient spirit artifact. The words flashed through Li Xuanfeng's mind like lightning, and he keenly caught a certain phrase. Binding ring was a copy of the Yu cultivating Sect's Buyu. When Yu Muxian had brought out binding ring, Tang Shidu had mocked it endlessly, infuriating Xiao Yongling so much that even his spiritual qi changed color. Li Xianfeng remembered that incident well. He vaguely recalled that the Xiao family's ancestor, Xiao Xianyu, who was once hailed as a golden core seedling, had been slain by a Dharma artifact resembling the binding ring. Whether Tang Yuanwu actually had that level of strength at the time is another question, and the binding ring hadn't even been completed yet. That means it must have been that spirit artifact, Buyu. Xiao Xianyu was killed by the Yu cultivating sect. Was it Shang Yuan? Or who else? Li Xianfeng wasn't curious without reason. Xiao Shooting's actions were difficult to understand, and there was no way to infer his position. If he could get information about Xiao Xianyu, he might be able to roughly deduce Xiao Shooting's stance, giving himself a basis to judge the situation in the future. These direct descendants already have resources and innate abilities that are 100 times greater than ordinary people, and most of their temperaments aren't far off either. They monopolize the situations and relationships, leaving ordinary people clueless and at their mercy. Li Xianfeng thought deeply. Yuanli seemed also touched by the Huai River map. The two of them fell silent, and the sky overhead had turned a pale blue. A bright glow faintly shone through, illuminating them as if they were at the bottom of a lake. After losing Taoist Master Qiushui's divine abilities and suffering at the hands of all those Purple Mansion realm cultivators, Great Ning Palace finally couldn't hold on. Yuanli exhaled and laughed. Just wait a little longer, and we can finally leave this wretched place. Chapter 863, The Fall of Great Ning Palace, 2. Boom. Purple lightning roiled in the sky with a terrifying momentum. The lightning around Li Qinghong's entire body had turned bright purple. Each feather on her feathered robe was glowing brightly. She had slaughtered her way here without regard for cost or consumption, breaking several sieges at different crossings. Even though she had been injured, she'd also saved a lot of time. She immediately activated the vast sky-fierce sparrow inside her body. Her internal mana surged, and her thunder pool roared with waves of lightning. Her eyes shone with a misty purple hue, and her silver-white spear shone as it pointed forward. Silver lightning burst forth from the 6 tokens in her palm, descending with a thunderous crash. Of the 4 northern cultivators beside Li Qiming, 3 were Purple Mansion and Golden Core Daos cultivators that had ingested blood qi. The last one was a true devil cultivator from the Diverse Mansion Unified Furnace. The silver lightning exploded, and they all let out pained howls. The 3 blood qi-infused Purple Mansion and Golden Core Daos cultivators were better off, as they were only paralyzed. However, the last devil cultivator was like a man thrown into boiling oil. His robes burst apart, and his skin bubbled with countless blisters. His blood vessels burst, and thick black smoke billowed forth. His eyes burst from their sockets like 2 rotten fruits, exploding midair with a pop. The blood evaporated in an instant, and his body melted like wax, revealing pale white bones at the elbows. Profound thunder. Li Qiming was shocked as he watched. This devil cultivator had been the most restrained in his previous battle with Li Qiming. He was often drenched in sweat under his radiant light and unable to move freely. Yet, thunder truly was the bane of devils. And among all lightning, profound thunder was supreme. He naturally couldn't compare. Li Qinghong had seen countless devil cultivators on her way. Her almond-shaped eyes glinted as she immediately understood that this one's entire body had almost certainly been refined through demonic rituals, usually making him indestructible. But he was as fragile as tofu against profound thunder, breaking apart in just 2 strikes. She rode the lightning closer, and the purple spear shadow pierced into the demonic smoke, seizing the moment when the silver lightning was still reverberating in the air. Purple light and sparrow shadows flew in, but instead of striking the devil cultivator whose body was already melting, she turned and aimed at a figure in midair. Li Qinghong had rescued several crossings already, and had long since understood the mindset of the attackers. She wasn't in a rush to kill the heavily wounded devil cultivator. Letting him go would actually attract many cultivators to hunt him down and relieve pressure on the Grand Formation. As she calculated, the cultivators themselves were miserable. Their internal mana was still trembling, yet they were being forced to use their Dharma artifacts to defend. Their hearts quaked. This southern devil sect even has a Tao lineage of thunder arts? Why are they working with the devil sect? Li Qiming formed a spell seal and saw a round shield fly toward him in the air, humming and shimmering faintly. But its quality was truly mediocre. It had just reached him when the purple and white spear was already there. Clang! Purple lightning exploded on the round shield. The Dharma artifact was struck so hard it staggered to a stop and almost flew backward. It started to give off black smoke from the sheer heat of the collision. But Li Qinghong's spear did not pause. It thrust forward again. Just then, a bright radiance descended, and the familiar suppressive force returned. The bright light atop the sky flickered, and a magnificent white barrier rose once again. Battling such a fierce, thunder-wielding cultivator was already nerve-wracking and left no room for distraction. The renewed suppression caused merely a half-beat of delay in the northern cultivator, but that was enough. His eyes were filled with the sight of lightning striking down on him. Puff! Li Qinghong was battle-hardened and experienced in spell combat. Her spear flashed, and the Dharma robe on his body, as fragile as a layer of thick hide, shattered with a crack. Her spear had already pierced his chest, spraying blood. At that moment, the Dharma artifacts of the remaining devil cultivators finally arrived one after another, but they were all subdued by the Radiant Origin Pass. The man with the spear through his chest turned deathly pale, vomiting blood as he stumbled backward, desperately suppressing the lightning within him. Li Qinghong withdrew her spear and activated the vast sky-fierce sparrow within her, purple lightning crackling under her boots. She pointed her spear diagonally, eyes like lightning, and coldly shouted, "Begone!" Silver lightning spread with her words, forcing them back several steps. Li Shiming loosened the Radiant Origin Pass's suppressive force at just the right moment. 3 Dharma artifacts flew out in a hurry, and the 3 men, as if granted amnesty, quickly retreated. As for the devil cultivator whose body had melted earlier, he dared not linger any longer. He had long since transformed into a black mist and fled several kilometers away. He was also being chased by other streams of demonic light and continued fleeing northward at a frantic pace. Li Qinghong stepped forward with her spear. A muffled thunder rang out, and purple lightning landed beside Li Shiji. When she looked back, the surrounding cultivators felt a chill of fear and retreated in unison. Li Shiji had held his own against 5 opponents, which was a testament to his mastery of spell arts. He took the opportunity to rest and replenish his energy. But when he saw Li Qinghong return alone, his expression turned slightly somber. Li Qinghong's purple lightning shielded him. The profound punishment tokens whirled around her. The Durua spear gleamed silver, and the cyan sparrow plume shone brilliantly. Thunder itself was already fearsome, but with her late foundation establishment realm cultivation strengthened by the vast sky-fierce sparrow, she shone even more brightly, making everyone's expressions change in shock. Lightning cultivator. The female cultivator of the wood virtue shuddered slightly, her eyes filled with disbelief. 5 of them had surrounded and attacked him for so long, yet they had gained nothing. They lingered unwillingly until Li Qinghong's 6-fold profound thunder punishment tokens lit up, at which point they all fled in a rush. Li Qinghong exhaled lightly and looked into the distance, where streaks of escape light continued to converge rapidly. More and more brilliant streams of light were flowing together. Li Shiji moved closer to her and said softly, "Aunt, I'm afraid we can't hold anymore." The situation was becoming increasingly clear. The Foundation establishment realm cultivators in the sky had some reservations and weren't fully engaged. Many of them were still fighting among themselves. Yet, the number of embryonic breathing and chi cultivation realm cultivators flooding in was growing rapidly. What's more, those who had arrived so far were just rogue cultivators from the north without any background. The ones with real strength were still observing from the sidelines, ready to pounce at any moment. The Azure Pond Sect's formation here isn't exactly impressive. Even if these Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators don't strike, the southbound Devil cultivators can each throw a spell art and still tear this grand formation apart. Once the formation beneath their feet was broken, a horde of cultivators would swarm them. There would be no point in holding this place any longer. Li Qinghong nodded silently and said softly, "I've received some news. I'll do my best to hold on for a little longer. Maybe there's still a chance." She turned to the north. The purple light in her almond eyes dimmed, but the bright purple lightning on her robe still danced, intimidating the demons in the sky. A patch of black cloud gradually emerged from the demonic smoke and slowly approached them. It didn't carry an overwhelmingly demonic aura. Instead, it exuded a peculiar and profound feeling. Li Shiming frowned slightly as his immortal foundation burst into the air, transforming into a massive radiant pass that glowed with a searing light. It illuminated a man in crisp, practical black robes. His face was slightly pale, and he stood with his hands behind his back. He had sharp eyebrows and 2 calm gray eyes. He slowly rode on 2 black clouds and held a white talisman in his hand as he stopped unhurriedly in front of them. "Fellow Taoist, we meet again." Chapter 864, The Fall of Great Ning Palace, 3. Jiang. Li Qinghong had just seen him earlier, when she had been dueling Guahongjian. He was a cultivator from the southern sea whose aura was hard to gauge and carried an air of deep mystery. He simply stood there, staring at Li Qinghong's dazzling purple lightning-covered figure. His expression was naturally full of admiration, as if he were waiting for something rather than attacking. Li Qinghong knew this person was formidable and held her spear without striking. After 2 seconds, she saw a streak of blue-black light shoot skyward from Chongming tomb in the north, rapidly spreading and dyeing half the sky blue-black. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, as if something had fallen from the distant mountains, sending tremors through the earth. A hazy purple-black energy surged skyward. The demonic smoke in the north all paused and twisted in chaotic confusion. Some turned back north, some halted to fight among themselves, and a few continued south, becoming increasingly disordered. She glanced worriedly, but the young man before her seemed to have been waiting for this moment to arrive, and finally spoke. Daoistly, the great Ning Palace has fallen. Qingshui tomb is filled with all sorts of relics, and the devil cultivators will surely rush to search for them, so the offensive will slow down for a while. I came here especially for this chance, and I ask for your guidance. His clear voice slowly echoed in the air. Li Qinghong frowned slightly at the unexpected words and softly replied. Li Qinghong greets you, Taoist friend. But there is a great calamity between the north and south at the moment. I fear it is not appropriate for a duel right now. Please wait until this time has passed. If I survive, you may seek me out then. Jiang looked at her seriously and replied. I have some grudges with the Azure Pond sect, and since you blocked the devil cultivators, I'm not too pleased. Li Qinghong narrowed her eyes slightly. His words were contradictory, but she immediately became alert. Of course, since the southern advance of the devil cultivators was the will of several Purple Mansion realm cultivators, I greatly reduced the pressure on the defense lines by blocking them alone. As time passes, I might offend all the Purple Mansion realm cultivators. She exhaled slightly. She started to regard the person in front of her as a cultivator sent by one of the Purple Mansion realm cultivators to block her. On one hand, she was relieved he hadn't come a moment earlier, and on the other, she drew her spear, purple lightning rippling, and softly said, Li Qinghong of Qingdu. Jiang of the Southern Sea, replied the man. The young man nodded lightly, and suddenly a clap of thunder exploded by his ear. Li Qinghong's figure vanished from where she stood. She rode a surge of purple lightning, speeding toward him with sixfold profound thunder punishment tokens spinning in her hand and shining with silver-white lightning. When Yang reaches its peak, it gives birth to 6 thunders. Boom. Before her spear could reach him, a streak of silver-white lightning shot forth, but Jiang glanced at the 6-fold profound thunder punishment tokens and formed a seal with his hand. A glistening gold rune appeared in his palm. He said softly, Thunder falls in Dui, resting in the sea of clouds. In an instant, a vast ocean appeared in the air and a sparkling golden light rose from it. The silver-white lightning fell into it and disappeared like being drawn into a bottomless vortex. The vast ocean swirled once, then condensed into a single golden talisman that fell into Jiang's hand. Li Qinghong's profound thunder had been dispelled. However, she already knew this person was formidable and was not surprised. But as the Duruwa spear carried a purple shadow and thrust forward, Jiang actually raised his hand to slap at her spear. Li Qinghong's silver spear seemed to land on something soft, bending slightly and brushing past him. The black-robed youth casually deflected a surge of purple lightning with a wave of his hand. Clang! Li Qinghong pulled her spear back, reversed it, and raised the 6-fold profound thunder punishment tokens in front of her to guard against attacks. She glanced quickly and saw that the tip of the Duruwa spear had indeed bent slightly, but it was slowly straightening out like a living thing. This is the shamanic talisman Dao technique. She now had a rough measure of her opponent's strength, while Jiang remained outwardly calm. Still, the hand holding the golden talisman trembled slightly, dissipating a bit of silver lightning. Clearly, he wasn't as nonchalant as he appeared. Li Qinghong drew her spear back, but Jiang raised his sleeve and lightly flicked it, releasing a few specks of black light that spun in midair, transforming into flowing talismans that quietly circled him once before falling into his eyes. His pupils suddenly widened, staring intently. Li Qinghong felt as if thunder had exploded in her mind, seeing only darkness as drops of fresh blood dripped, and everything before her became unclear. What a formidable spell art! Li Qinghong's vision dimmed, giving Jiang a chance to form another spell seal. His gaze fell on the Duruwa spear in her hand, and he calculated silently. That spear is not ordinary. Perhaps because of its profound thunder nature, it naturally restrains shape-shifting demons and evildoers. It was able to straighten itself out almost immediately after receiving my palm strike. He placed one hand under his elbow, extended 2 fingers on the other hand, and pointed them at the Duruwa spear in Li Qinghong's hand. Raising his head slightly, he intoned, Rise, shamanic transformation, turn the weapon into demonkind. Li Qinghong's eyes briefly darkened, but a clear light surged from her dantian, sweeping away the illusions of the shamanic talisman Dao in her mind. Once she regained her clarity, she summoned her lightning and suddenly felt something slimy in her hand. The Duruwa spear in her hand had turned into a white python with fine scales, opening its mouth in confusion as it tried to wriggle free. Qinghong gripped it tightly, realizing she had fallen into someone else's spell rhythm. Command! She decisively spat out a profound thunder, and a spot of light shot from between her lips and teeth. Jiang raised an eyebrow, stepped back half a step, and the air exploded with a purple thunder cascade that came crashing down. He had no choice but to pause his spell art to defend himself. Qinghong seized the opportunity, pouring her vast lightning energy into her spear and completely purging the shamanic talisman Dao art from it. The Duruwa spear instantly regained its original form, its silver light flashing as it merged into the lightning cascade. Jiang struggled to move in the thunder cascade but managed to raise his hands, talismans glowing as he pressed both palms against the spear, trying to deflect it. Qinghong was no longer playing around. Her eyes turned a bright purple-white, and terrifying lightning coursed through her body, instantly tearing his spell art apart as she thrust straight at him. Good. Jiang had no choice but to avoid her strike. He gently twirled his robe, letting it be shredded in the lightning. His figure reappeared several feet away, and he spat out a mouthful of purple lightning. Both of them stopped fighting and looked north, only to see billowing demonic smoke roaring as several magnificently dressed, awe-inspiring devil cultivators stood among the clouds, slowly pressing down from the horizon. Clang! But neither of them looked at the demonic smoke in front of them. Instead, they gazed farther north, where a point of golden light was rushing through the air with fierce, overbearing astral chi, ruthlessly tearing through the demonic smoke and rapidly approaching. Thunder Arts split the sky, wielding the spear like a wandering dragon. Chapter 865, Qinghong Side Story, I. This side story is a speculative future based on the heaven-expanding profound talisman, beginning with the northern-southern conflict. Profound thunder. Silver-white mist drifted amidst the darkness as long sun-white plumes fluttered lightly. A bluish-purple glow streamed down from the white robe of a young woman and scattered along the hem of her skirt into the dark clouds. She looked no more than 17 or 18 years old, with a delicate nose and misty purple eyes. Purple and white lightning coiled around her, illuminating a breathtaking beauty. Long, profound, heavenly lightning talisman is already 70% spent. The summoned thunder is becoming even more powerful. Qinghong had just slain Shi Zikong and watched the young man collapse at her feet, her expression somewhat complex. The entire formation was channeling the lightning from the long, profound, heavenly lightning talisman into her, and her footwork technique-infused body was nearly coalescing into lightning, naturally restoring her appearance to that of a 17 or 18-year-old. The profound thunder was vast, yet it was not black, but rather silver-white. Shi Zikong had mentioned that the profound thunder was not truly profound colored thunder. In ancient times, it had been classified among the three thunders and was called divine thunder. Later, Immortal Lord Huan Xian had attained enlightenment in the Northern Sea, becoming the source of all thunder arts that wielded punishment and slaughter. The closer one was to the Northern Sea, the more terrifying tribulation lightning became. The purple-gold devil Dao then migrated southward, and from that point on, it was no longer called divine thunder, but rather, using the northern symbol profound to represent it, became known as profound thunder. Hence its silver-white hue. Mist like silver-white lightning drifted through the air. Qinghong climbed the white steps one by one. Figures either stood or knelt in the main hall below, some on the verge of death, while others slowly transformed into lightning. A few cultivators knelt sporadically, while thunderous voices roared furiously in the grand hall above. Zhang Yuanyu, Zhang Yuanyu. Each time that voice echoed in the air, countless silver-white lightning bolts lit up the endless darkness above like a spiderweb, flashing briefly and leaving behind a chorus of rumbles. Zhang Yuanyu. Qinghong took another step forward on the steps before the grand hall. It was as if time that had been frozen began to flow again. The silver-white lightning cascaded back down the steps, and the voice roared once more, now tinged with a cold hatred. Zhang Yu, why did Taiyu die? The voice lingered for a moment, then left a profound silence. No reply came from the other side, but a soft shower of golden rain fell through the cracks in the tightly closed hall doors, dotting her face like tiny stars. Dazzling lightning poured down the steps again, illuminating the carvings on the pillars and stairs in a brilliant silver white that cast shifting light on her face. The voice sounded again, cold and grim. Metal says transformation. Metal says transformation. And what about you, Zhang Yuanyu? Did you not lend a helping hand with the fall of Great Liang and Taiyue's rise to fruition attainment? These words rolled forth like waves, then turned into a golden rain as they left the hall, fluttering toward her face. A crisp, pleasing sound rang in her ears like tiny bells as the cyan-white plumes on her clothes gave off a delicate metallic clink. Chaotic illusions arose before her eyes. There were crowds of people, rivers of blood, chariots thundering across the plains, broken swords, and swirling dust. Zhang Yuanyu. Li Qinghong paused slightly as an ethereal yet calm and clear voice drifted in. Taoist friend, how much of the profound Thunder Dao lineage remains? Moreover, how much strength do you truly have as a mere residual position of the hearing chime seat? Why meddle here? Zhang Yuanyu. The voice cracked like muffled thunder, echoing in the air, deep and resonant. You old thing. Countless silver-white talismans rose from the top to the bottom of the white steps. Silver-white lightning surged upward, and thick, dense thunderclouds gathered above Li Qinghong's head. Profound lightning appeared on her robe, and the long, profound, heavenly lightning talisman transformed into a point of purple light that flickered like a star above her head, sometimes near and sometimes far. Li Qinghong's vision gradually blurred. Boom! A bolt of lightning flashed by, and the long, profound, heavenly lightning talisman slowly activated, enveloping her in the heart-questioning spell. Li Qinghong faintly heard a deep, cold voice. Dongfang Weiming also wants to seize the profound thunder. You two old things have clearly colluded. Good, very good. The sunlight was fragmented, resting on the yellow-green treetops of autumn, and the light before her eyes was sliced into several segments by drifting dust, streaming down like liquid gold and landing on the boy's profile. His gray pupils slowly shrank in the sunlight, reflecting Li Qinghong's youthful face. Her gaze traveled down his cheek and paused at his lips, watching them part and close, his lips red and teeth white. Sister. Li Qinghong realized that her arm was still tender, with bead-like sweat dripping down its curve. Her arm was not overly pale, but the color of youth made it uniquely and strikingly beautiful. Ding-dang. A silver ring on the wooden spear in her hand spun, jingling as the spear tip danced among the osmanthus flowers on the treetops. Bright yellow blossoms were lifted by the spear tip and fell onto her wrist. Ding-dang, ding-dang. The crisp sound rose and fell, and she remembered this was the training method she had practiced when she was 10. She was spinning the silver ring to poke at the osmanthus flowers, knocking down just one blossom without letting a leaf fall or a flower shatter. At that time, Li Qinghong already had some cultivation and could do it easily, so she deliberately caught the flower on her wrist, partly because it looked nice, and partly because it was more challenging. The boy before her sat quietly in the sunlight, his lips still parting and closing. Li Qinghong's vision blurred as his gray eyes moved closer and farther. She wanted to look at her brother longer and couldn't help but mouth the words he was saying, sister. A purple-black light shimmered in his gray pupils, reflecting a purple thunder pool within. She faintly glimpsed lightning leaping like snakes and dragons inside. Half of his face was bathed in sunlight, and his lips trembled. This is your era. His gray pupils widened, and he stared calmly at Li Qinghong, saying, What about us, sister? Li Qinghong stared at him. Her younger brother Li Yuanyuan had no achievements to speak of, and had died violently as a mere mortal, his bones lost and unrecovered. His gray pupils stared at her. Li Yuanyuan's face was 70% like their father Li Xuanling's, and also bore a strong resemblance to their grandfather Li Tongya, with long brows and deep-set eyes. This similarity, combined with his wasted, tragic death, left Li Qinghong feeling suffocated. What about us, sister? His lips softly closed, and Li Qinghong felt a chill in her heart as the scene before her blurred, and more voices emerged. You want to forge 6 wheels and refine the will of divine powers, to slay immortals and demons, to guard the land and bring peace to the people. Good, sister. I have this aspiration too. Sister, what should I do? Yuanyuan, thought Li Qinghong. Li Qinghong looked at his gray-black pupils as words stuck in her throat. She remembered her own youth had been too rushed. She could still comfort her brother when she had just begun cultivating, but later they hardly saw each other at all. She had to refine the 6 wheels, practice spear techniques, and continue her thunder arts cultivation, and the family's affairs grew heavier by the day. Li Qinghong did not even have enough time for herself. Later, when she saw Li Yuanyuan again, The boy had to bow and call her eldest sister. He had become the Li family's first male who could not cultivate, despite being the legitimate grandson of the renowned Li Tongya. This stayed until Li Yuanyun died in the market, leaving Li Qinghong both shocked and furious. In the end, she had captured Qiu Ji and used thunder to refine him, emerging from the demonic clouds, yet her heart found no peace. What had once burned in her heart, as hatred now became clearer. Li Qinghong reached out to stroke her brother's face, and everything before her suddenly faded. Yinner, boom. A sharp crack of thunder suddenly jolted Li Qinghong out of her illusion. The lightning flowed down the white steps before her, the illusion dissipating like wind, and her gaze fell back on the scene before her. Lightning churned in the sky, as Li Qinghong watched quietly. There were various spell markings and illustrations on the walls of the Grand Hall. Unlike her family's celestial thunder, these lightning bolts mostly appeared silver-white and crawled slowly along the walls. Silver-white lightning hung from the sky like liquid, extending deep into the boundless darkness. Li Qinghong opened her eyes slightly, and the grand hall before her was now close at hand. The rolling silver lightning danced, and the murals on the walls shifted constantly. One moment, it was transforming into a dragon and a serpent devouring each other, the next into a person raising a sword to the sky, and another into a broken sword dissolving into a single bead. Li Qinghong had never been accustomed to using the six-fold profound thunder punishment tokens and had left them on Zhongquan Island. The Duruwa spear still shone brightly as it continued to tremble in her hand. Chapter 866, Li Qinghong's Side Story 2. The Duruwa spear was a silver-white spear that was originally of the profound thunder lineage and not part of the celestial thunder. However, many celestial thunder treasures had also been refined into it during its forging. This spear had accompanied Li Qinghong through life and death. It had been tempered by her blood and spirit and had long since become one with her. She stepped onto the white steps. The rumbling in the hall had ceased, but the golden rain still splattered against her skirt, making its hem tremble slightly. Zhang Yuanyu, the fruition attainment of metal virtue, and his surname is Jiang. He must be that true monarch from the Golden Feather Sect. The words of one at the level of true monarch carried immediate magical effects. He must have fought in this hall, leaving behind echoes that, along with various visions, still reverberated, sometimes as golden rain and sometimes as white lightning. This true monarch of the thunder lineage might have already perished, and the white lightning that marked the beginning of his fall was incredibly dense, with spiritual lightning flowing down, brushing past both sides of her. The Grand Hall's doors were tightly shut. There were carvings of surging waters on both sides of the door. Ferocious dragon kings loomed faintly in the stormy rain and sea, and above, immortals stood calmly with hands folded behind their backs, a command token floating before them. Below was inscribed, "Falling water, rising storm." Falling water, rising storm. Shi Zikong had once said that the master of this hall had slain the fourth son of the true hornless dragon to attain enlightenment. Now Li Qinghong understood. Why is there this spiritual aura of falling water, rising storm? Why did Dongfang Yu fail to refine the converging water and die instead, resulting in falling water and rising storm? It fits the struggle between converging water and profound thunder. The son of the true hornless dragon died by thunder, and from then on, whenever a dragon clan's converging water line perished and water fell, thunder would inevitably rise. Li Qinghong's face brightened and darkened in turn under the silver-white lightning. All kinds of illusions gathered before her once again, and the grand hall suddenly seemed to recede into the distance, replaced by a bright moonlight. Moonlight gathered before her eyes, and the white steps of the thunder pool in front of Li Qinghong transformed into a clear, bright lake. The dark green water rippled with glints of light, and pale white moonlight cascaded down as she stood among the clouds. Before her stood a middle-aged man. His brows were long and arched, his bearing broad and composed. He wore a flowing gray robe, holding a sword and carrying another on his back, both sheathed. His calm gray eyes turned toward her, and he spoke gently. "Qinghong, that boy from the Fei family probably has some feelings for you. What do you think, grandfather?" Her heart ached, and in her ears, her own voice from her spirited youth rang out. "I have no interest in romance and do not wish to become anyone's wife or concubine." Li Qinghong realized that she had not yet faced much hardship back then. Both her elder brothers were alive, and her father and grandfather were the family's pillars. The girl's voice was still bright, echoing over the lake. Though I am not a man, I too aspire to refine the 6 wheels and hone divine abilities, to slay immortals and demons, to guard the land and bring peace to the people. Let the red tassel of my spear move, and heroes falter and immortals bow their heads. Li Qinghong remembered those words, but had long buried them deep in her memories. She looked at Li Tongya before her, who lowered his brow slightly, paused for several breaths, then spoke a single word. Hard. Heart. Li Tongya gave her just one word, but it carried all the decades of struggle she had faced. At the time, she had not even registered Li Tongya's answer. Now, as she recalled it, Li Qinghong's eyes finally grew moist and muttered, hard. Li Yuanxiu had been murdered, Li Xianling fell at Jinhui Temple, and Li Tongya had slain Yu Xiaogui with his sword and perished. Later, her younger brother Li Yuanyun died an ignoble death. Her second brother Li Yuanjiao died at Green Pine Temple. Li Yuexiang, Li Xianfeng, Li Qingliao, Li Shijuan. Li Qinghong was not one to show her emotions, but that did not mean she did not feel pain. Meeting her grandfather's gaze, which was as warm as ever, Li Qinghong's voice grew hoarse as she softly said, Grandfather, if the great Tao lies ahead and there is a chance to attain divine abilities, yet the risk is 9 deaths out of 10, and I fear it will shake the very foundations of the clan, should I take that step or not? I also understand Ximing's thoughts. On one side is the endlessly tempting path of the Tao, on the other, the interests of our brothers in the family. How can one separate the two? Li Tongya watched silently, as Li Qinghong's voice grew even quieter. Grandfather, Uncle Xianfeng took the human pill, but what could we have done? When I was young, I thought that righteousness was righteousness, that good was good and evil was evil, and that doing good was enough. But now I see that we cultivators are 100 or 1,000 times stronger than mortals. Thus, doing good is extremely difficult, yet doing evil is all too easy. Yet merit cannot offset the sin of killing. If it could be offset, then Huai, who saved millions but devoured hundreds of thousands, or saved 100,000 but ate one, wouldn't he have canceled it out completely? Thus, a single crime, a single evil, is a lifelong stain. She spoke in a low voice. Grandfather, it seems to me that our family today is like a boat traveling through muddy water. All things are pure at the beginning, but when things get stirred, there will inevitably be traces of mud. After 100 years of navigating, stains have already appeared. I don't wish to complain about the ways of the world, but there is certainly no such thing as a perfectly pure, spotless world. In every generation, which family is without sin? Is eating people only a sin when they are in your mouth? Which family's hands are not stained with human blood? She slowly raised her head, her voice hoarse yet still pleasant to the ear. Grandfather, how is it that we are always guilty? Is there truly no path in the mortal world but sin or death? Li Tongya before her watched her quietly, one hand resting on her head. His voice was as warm and gentle as ever. Don't take it too heavily. Each generation does what it must. Boom. Thunder echoed in the sky as Li Qinghong gradually came to her senses. Before her was a white stone staircase ascending into the endless void, surrounded by raging lightning. Li Qinghong's eyes gradually cleared as she stepped onto the final stair, its surface dense with patterns that glowed with a silver-white light. Purple lightning flowed from her slender hand, sliding down the white steps into the thunder pool below. Li Qinghong held her spear pointed diagonally toward the ground, her long hair fluttering in the wind like ink dissolving in the endless purple, her eyes contrasting strikingly in black and white. The thunder pool behind her kept surging. A middle-aged man knelt at its edge, his massive, thunder-imbued axe shattered into a chaotic mess of fragments that danced on the ground under the pull of lightning. Black blood gushed from his lips, quickly turning into white lightning that rose into the sky. Yet he lifted his head and laughed wildly. Purple lightning, primordial radiance secret technique. Ha ha ha. His laughter aggravated his wounds, and black blood spurted again, turning white in midair. Without turning his head, he transformed into lightning and shot upward, shouting loudly. Li Qinghong, Li Qinghong. Above the thunder is the dragon. Above the thunder is the dragon. Thump. Li Qinghong turned her face slightly, the raging lightning sweeping her black hair behind her ear. Her voice was cold and pleasant, like the soft chime of a bell. I know. Her cyan-white feathered robe glowed with silver-white lightning. Her profile shone bright in the light, tinged with an apricot-white luster that reached her chin. She stepped forward until she reached the front of the grand hall. 6 stone slabs extended to the entrance before her. They glowed bright silver white, with even brighter patterns blooming across them. 9 enormous pillars stood in a row, each entwined with itself and seamlessly integrated with the main columns. Dazzling white runes soared upward, circling and leaping around the pillars. Thread-like lightning crackled as they wove through the runes. Her cloth shoes disintegrated in the dazzling thunder, leaving her barefoot on the stone slabs. Qinghong, draped in a long feathered cyan robe, stepped across the shining white stone slabs and approached the grand hall doors. She placed a slender hand lightly upon them and slowly pushed. Faces began to appear before her eyes. Her father Li Xuanling's steady, gentle brows. Her mother Lu Wanrong's sorrowful expression. Her elder brother Li Yuanxiu's bright profile. Li Yuanjiao's cold and sinister gaze. Li Xuanxuan's look of hopeful concern. Boom! The bright white doors emitted a sharp crack of thunder, as ferocious dragons on both sides roared. The carvings of the watching immortals slowly sank into darkness, revealing a vague, purple-black glow. Li Qinghong gazed quietly into the hall. There was nothing inside but an endless, boundless black void. 2 beams of golden light fell from the sky, illuminating her face. A handsome youth in an immaculate cloud-patterned Taoist robe stood in the void. He bowed slightly toward her and said softly, "I am Dongfang Heyun. Taoist friend, please follow me inside." He led Li Qinghong forward into the endless black void. His voice was clear and polite. "Taoist friend, please look." Dongfang Heyun extended his hand into the black void. Li Qinghong looked closely, focusing her sight to its utmost, and at last, she saw countless faint white lightning currents spiraling and twisting through the darkness, stretching endlessly into the sky. The lightning that fell from the sky came from the mouth of a pitch-black abyss. This object was unimaginably massive, extending all the way up to the pinnacle of the black void before coiling downward into the deep darkness at its base. The 2 golden suns hung directly above her. She and the grand hall doors behind her were so tiny they looked like small dots of light, as they vanished in the endless purple-black void. Dragon. Chapter 867, Urgent Persuasion, I. Jiang lifted his head to gaze at the astral qi tearing through the sky, trailing a long golden flame. Its golden light was as brilliant as a sword that split a dark cloud in 2. His expression remained unchanged, but he silently stepped back as the golden light manifested before him. Clad in thunder, Li Qinghong twirled her slender hand, retracting her long spear, which now hung upside down behind her as purple lightning rained down. A man in platinum armor appeared beside her. The man had a broad chest, sharp eyes, and was slightly taller than Li Qinghong. He was clad in armor and wielded a massive, fierce golden bow. He hovered in the air, invisible astral qi spreading around him. His eyes under long eyebrows opened like an eagle's, scanning the heavy demonic clouds. "Second uncle," Li Qinghong said delightedly, and the man in platinum armor nodded slowly, raising his gaze to meet Jiang's eyes. His eyes were only slightly cold, but Jiang involuntarily gritted his teeth, feeling as if ice and snow had fallen on him from head to calf. The young man forced himself not to look away and quietly met the gaze. He saw the man's brow twitch upward, his black-gray pupils slowly dilating, and all the fierce, killing intent dissipated. The man's lips trembled, and Jiang heard a hoarse voice, "You." The youth felt frozen stiff all over, but that single word made hot blood surge to his head. His hand clutching the talisman twitched twice, and a strange thought crossed his mind. His voice sounds much older than his face. Jiang raised his hand and touched his storage pouch, taking something out. He tried to steady his voice, but couldn't help the slight tremble as he said, "Senior." He produced a golden arrow, heavy and cold, with bright feathers at the tail. Its arrowhead was finely polished and shining with a faint glow. A few small characters were carved on the shaft, Li Xianfeng, of E Mountain. The bold script revealed the owner's spirit. The man's gaze fell on the arrow, and the youth even felt it grow heavier in his hand. Li Xianfeng then intently examined Jiang's eyes and brows. The youth maintained his composure and spoke softly. "This is yours, senior. I am returning it." Li Xuanfeng's gaze lingered on the arrow for a moment. Jiang vaguely heard his restrained breathing. Then that slightly hoarse voice sounded again. "So it was you." Those words felt like they burned the youth, and he immediately closed his eyes. His figure turned from black to gray, then slowly faded away, leaving behind a wisp of black smoke that drifted away in the air, vanishing without a trace. Li Xianfeng still stood steadily, the dimly glowing arrow floating in the air. His emotions were hidden beneath his iron-hard demeanor, and no one could see anything from his face. Astral chi twisted in the air, occasionally brushing against Li Qinghong's cyan sparrow plume and producing a sharp, grating sound. Li Qinghong carefully studied Li Xuanfeng's face, then recalled Yu Zhang's face, her expression turning thoughtful. Li Xianfeng maintained his rigid posture, his voice slightly hoarse as he spoke softly. "So it was you." Li Qinghong stood beside him as a beam of green light streaked across the sky and landed nearby, revealing a middle-aged man with a sword at his waist, exuding a touch of elegance. He stared solemnly at the dark clouds in the north, his expression grave. "This is bad, Brother Xianfeng." This man was naturally Yuanli. He and Li Xianfeng had just escaped from Chengshui Tomb in Great Ning Palace and rushed over just in time to see the rolling demonic smoke. He knew well the filth between the various sects and the schemes between the Purple Mansion realm cultivators. When he saw the rolling demonic smoke along the way and recalled that all the Purple Mansion realm cultivators were trapped inside, his heart trembled. He whispered, "Brother Xianfeng, I fear this is the plot of another sect. This is trouble." Yuanli glanced carefully across the river, then immediately turned to look at Li Qinghong behind him and asked quietly, "Where is Qinghong? Is he stationed at the rear? Who is in charge of the riverbank defense? Have him come out to see me at once." Though Yuanli had recently kept a low profile in Great Ning Palace, in the end, he was highly valued and Bushio's direct descendant. Even though he usually held no position within the sect, he did not need to bow to Qinghong. Moreover, although the Si family was small in number and usually kept a low profile, Bushio was fiercely protective of his own. Even Yuanbai, known to be kind, once threw 12 rain summoning talismans at Yuanwu Peak in a fit of anger and nearly flooded it. His words were cold and instantly revealed his status, but Li Qinghong returned the courtesy with a light bow and said gently, "Reporting to Senior, there is no one in charge of the riverbank." Yuanli seemed to vaguely understand and replied coldly, "Where is Qinghong? My lord is still at Mount Bianyan." Li Qinghong's voice was gentle and her etiquette impeccable as she politely replied, "Dade, my lord took his trusted followers to guard Mount Bianyan to observe the situation within the devil cultivators, so as to better plan for us." She spoke politely, but when he saw Li Shiji beside her look away and Li Shiming curl his lip, Yuanli immediately understood and laughed in anger. What a coward! He's not even worth a hair of his brother. He's still worrying about that at a time like this? Sitting back while the riverbank collapses and all the cultivators rush in to seize Jiangnan's lands. Yuanli's eyes narrowed, and a chill suddenly crept into his heart. The man may be greedy and timid, but he's no fool. Could it be that he knows Qi Tianxing and others died in Anhuai heaven, leaving the Qi family without Purple Mansion realm cultivators? Does he now fear losing control and wants to cut off branches to preserve the trunk? But Qinghong is still around. Could Qinghong have already gone into seclusion to break through to the Purple Mansion realm? Growing up in the sect, Yuanli was especially sensitive to these factional struggles. The Si family was small in number, and the Qi family wasn't much better. However, the Qi family's internal struggles had grown increasingly intense in recent years. It was a dire situation. He felt uneasy at this thought. He lightly brushed the silk pouch at his waist, took out a small bright bead, and blew on it, instantly releasing a wisp of white wind. The wind enveloped them all, isolating them from the outside world. Only then did Yuanli's expression darken as he spoke. "I just remembered something. The Qi family only have a few direct descendants from 2 generations, and now they're dead in Anhuai heaven. Taoist Master Buzi has been missing for years. How could Qinghong not be afraid?" Although the devil plague was terrifying and many direct descendants from various families died, the best among them survived thanks to Li Xianfeng holding off Tang Shidu at Chengshui Tomb. Instead, they seized a lot of resources, completed many cultivation techniques, and even learned many secrets. There aren't many Foundation Establishment realm cultivators in these families, but every one of them clawed their way up. There aren't any disposable guest cultivators among them. Just look at your esteemed family, and you'll understand. Chapter 868, Urgent Persuasion 2. Yuanli's eyes narrowed as he spoke in a low voice. The Azure Pawn sect is different from the Golden Feather sect. It exploits far too harshly. The Golden Feather Sect has plenty of family and rogue Foundation establishment realm cultivators they can throw at the slaughter. But which Foundation establishment realm cultivator left alive in the Azure Pond Sect's territory is an easy target. They can only carve flesh from their own bodies. Most of the Foundation establishment realm cultivators lost in the North-South struggle were the Azure Pond Sect's guest cultivators and Foundation establishment realm cultivators. Once Qinghong counted the losses, he must have realized he couldn't afford any more. That's why he's consolidating power and using this crisis to cut away everyone's strength. Yuanli's voice remained quiet. I understand now. The Purple Mansion realm cultivators were simply convenient meat for the Azure Pond Sect to carve up. Qinghong reacted quickly, immediately choosing a method that balanced gains and losses to minimize his own damage. Qinghong's heart cleared. How could she not understand after that? She thought silently. So some of the Purple Mansion realm cultivators who bear deeper grudges against the Azure Pond Sect are not satisfied. Qinghong glanced silently at Li Xianfeng and suddenly understood the message Kongsijiang had brought from Taoist Master Changxi. She thought to herself, perhaps that message wasn't meant for me at all, but for Second Uncle. She used a secret technique to transmit her voice. Second Uncle. I passed by Profound Peak Gate earlier, and Taoist friend Tingyun brought a message from Taoist Master Changxi. Li Xianfeng listened carefully, and at last his expression changed. His sharp brows relaxed, and his voice turned deep and hoarse as he muttered, flooding the seedlings and wiping out 100 years of harvest is certainly satisfying. But when the river flows back and drowns the steps of the courtyard, that's even more gratifying. His words seemed like a recitation, but they made Yuanli shiver in fear as he turned to stare blankly at Li Xianfeng. How could he not understand the meaning of those words? As long as the riverbank was harder to swallow than Mount Bianyan, then naturally the river would flow back to attack Mount Bianyan in the Devil Cultivator's isolated heartland. But Mount Bianyan contained the Qi family's direct descendants. Compared to the severe losses the Azure Pond Sect families suffered from the flooding of the seedlings, it was truly drowning the courtyard steps, the Qi family's direct line. It would truly wound them to the bone. When Yuanli heard this, his heart was pounding like a drum, and all the blood rushed to his head. River flowing back, river flowing back. Such a counterattack was extremely brilliant. It was so legitimate that even Qinghong couldn't pick a flaw in it. Yet Yuanli hesitated, to the point that the Dharma light on his body flickered faintly. He certainly enjoyed seeing the Qi family make a fool of themselves. He'd even laugh heartily at the deaths of Qi Tianqing and Qi Fujiu. Yet in the end, the Qi, Si, Ning, and Tang families were all one body. Though he'd suffered much oppression in terms of benefits, he'd never harbored the intention to actively persecute them. This method was good, even legitimate, but who with eyes couldn't see it? Making that decision meant offending the Qi family. When he heard those words spoke aloud, even someone as composed as he felt a sense of panic in his heart. Though his face remained calm, the hand gripping his sword hilt turned white. Li Xianfeng slowly raised his head, his eyes sharp enough to terrify, and his voice cold and hoarse. But his words struck right at Yuanli's heart. Taoist friend Yuanli, why would the Taoist master give the Huai river map to me? This is an ancient spirit artifact originally meant to guard the riverbank. Guard the riverbank. Could it be for this very moment? That straightforward statement shattered Yuanli's psychological defenses as a cold fear, like 10,000 years of black ice, rose in his heart. The meaning was perfectly clear. Boishiu himself also supported this move. But the Taoist master clearly didn't tell me beforehand. Yuanli was instantly thrown into confusion. Yuan Xiu had never shown any dislike towards the Qi family, and he'd even often treated them courteously. He'd even gone so far as to ask people to bring the Qi family to Great Ning Palace. He couldn't have tried harder. But the thoughts of Purple Mansion realm cultivators are unfathomable. Who knows what the Taoist master was really thinking? His heart sank. Across from him, Li Xuanfeng's gravelly voice aligned perfectly with his own thoughts. Qi Tianqing and Qi Fujiu were also specifically invited by the Taoist master. The same words, from his mouth, carried a completely different flavor. Qi Tianqing and Qi Fujiu were now probably unrecognizable corpses in Anhuai heaven. Yuanli couldn't help but feel suspicious. Could the Taoist master have done this on purpose? All the evidence pointed to Boishiu's instructions, yet Yuanli couldn't help but feel a lingering doubt. Every clue now darted through his mind along with Li Xuanfeng's words, making his head pound as though it might split open. Li Xianfeng simply spread his hands, revealing a small golden talisman in his palm that was only 2 fingers wide and filled with pure white patterns. He said coldly, "Brother Yuanli, you can see for yourself. This talisman was handed to me privately by the Taoist master. Perhaps it was for this very moment. It shouldn't be shown in private, but the urgency of the situation leaves no choice." He spoke solemnly. "The Taoist master saved my life from Maha's hands and helped me greatly. I remember that in my heart. As long as Brother Yuanli gives the order, I will certainly act. But if Brother Yuanli wants to abandon the river and leave..." Li Xuanfeng's expression was calm as he spoke quietly. "Of course, I will hand over the spirit artifact and talisman to Brother Yuanli. But I cannot disregard the millions of people behind me. I will stay here and defend them to the very end." Yuanli didn't even need to look closely. This talisman was extremely powerful, and he'd personally seen the Taoist master refine it with his divine abilities. He never expected to find it in Li Xuanfeng's hands. He silently took a breath, unable to find words, and murmured, "How can this be?" Beside them, Li Qinghong had understood everything. She stepped forward and urged softly but urgently, "Senior, I won't speak of my own private concerns in my home region. Even if we can't hold this place, my family still has the means to protect itself. But behind this river are millions of common people, all depending on us." Yuanli fell silent, but the devil cultivators across the river could no longer hold back. The heavy devil winds slowly approached. The white mist dissipated, returning into the bead in Yuanli's hand. Li Xianfeng turned slightly, and finally took action. Clang! He raised his bow, brilliant golden light gathering along the string. A sharp buzzing sound rang in everyone's ears, and the man's eyes filled with a fierce killing intent. His voice thundered like rolling lightning, carried by the wind. "Li Xianfeng of Bianyan is here. Step forward and die." The voice, powered by mana, rolled through the thick black smoke like thunder rolling in the clouds. "Li Xianfeng of Bianyan is here. Step forward and die. Step forward and die." The voice spread among the demonic sounds, actually halting the restless demonic clouds on the horizon. The gathered cultivators looked at each other, but no one dared take the first step. Only the river below continued to flow. The man in platinum armor hovered above, his cold eyes watching. He had halted the cultivators with a single shout. He regarded the thousands of devil cultivators before the river as if they were nothing. He slowly turned to look back, his sharp eyes calm, and spoke in a low voice. "Intimidation can only work for a moment. Brother Yuanli, make your decision quickly." His voice spread through the air, prompting Lingyu Lanying and the others not far away to raise their heads. Yuanli's face flushed faintly. He exhaled heavily from deep in his chest and said solemnly, "Hold." As his words fell, the eyebrows of the man before him slowly rose. The icy calm demeanor faded away as a savage expression, like that of a tiger or a leopard, took over his face. A smile slowly curved his lips, and he showed the same wild arrogance he'd worn at the age of 6 when his uncle had pulled him from a mountain of corpses. Golden light flared, and a frozen voice rang out. Xianfeng obeys. Chapter 869. Lingering sunlight over the Huai River. The wind along the riverbank was fierce, with dark black rocks scattered among the river waters. The jagged stones created eddies in the flow, some calm, others turbulent. Occasionally the reflections of the sky could be seen in the bends where the water was smooth. However, there was a single point of brightness amid the dense night fog. A man in platinum armor rose high into the sky, shining like a white star in the dim night, radiating a blazing light. The cultivators in the north hesitated for a moment, then all looked up at him. Li Xianfeng of Bianyan. The crowd of cultivators did not just have rogue cultivators and family cultivators, but also experts. They were all silently waiting for something. The entire stretch of the river from north to south fell eerily silent, leaving only the sound of the surging water. Yuanli was also a decisive man. Once he'd made his decision, his mindset shifted immediately. His sword aura was ethereal as he stood beside Li Xianfeng. There were many cultivators on the northern bank, yet they were divided into several factions. Several Buddhist cultivators and master monks gradually arrived, settling in the back like immovable mountains. The front was mostly made of family and rogue cultivators conscripted from the northern counties, with their sects often a mix of Taoist, Buddhist, and demonic practitioners. It made for a complicated scene. The rogue cultivators and minor sect cultivators were clearly much simpler. They were either purely practicing Taoist or devil cultivation, or sometimes both. In any case, they were all demonic in nature, with no real conflict. They were mixed with devil cultivators from all over the southern and northern regions. There were even some from overseas, all here to fish for profit. It made for a chaotic gathering. Yuanli watched for a while, and even saw some Zhao states banners. He wasn't surprised. Zhao's imperial court had become a puppet of the Buddhist Tao, but unlike Wu and Yu, it wasn't just an empty shell. The Buddhist cultivators used Zhao's court to conscript cultivators, and it looked more legitimate that way. He turned to Li Qinghong and spoke softly. Buddhist cultivators from the way of emptiness, compassion, and virtuous are gradually arriving. The northern bank is no longer as chaotic and leaderless as before. Buddhist cultivators like to seize the destiny and fortune of this north-south conflict. They definitely won't give up easily. We must remain vigilant. Boom. Thunder rumbled twice in the clouds when he finished. The dim, dark smoke rose, and Li Xianfeng stood in midair, bow in hand, and bathed in golden light. The cultivators he had halted with his shout began to press forward again after more than 10 seconds. Brilliant platinum light shimmered in the air, beams of bright light shooting out, piercing the night across the river. The man released the string and drew a scroll from his waist. The scroll wasn't large and looked quite ordinary, yet now all eyes from north and south were focused on him alone. Every burning gaze fell on that scroll, some curious, some suspicious. All their pupils followed its every movement. Li Xuanfeng's eyes also fell on the spirit artifact. He poured his spiritual sense and mana into it. The ivory-white hook fastener untied itself, and the long scroll unfurled, forming a sheet of white in the air. Li Xianfeng personally held the scroll and took in its contents at a glance. It was a vast depiction of the Huai River region. The depiction covered 5,000 kilometers of the river, with rich scenery of vividly lifelike birds and beasts on both banks. It was far longer than the river at his feet as it wound and twisted its way until it flowed grandly into the eastern sea. His gaze followed the scroll all the way to the end. Huai River Map, Boi Chui Yin, year 317 of Jingha. When the scroll opened, countless red light streams burst forth, swirling like fireflies in the air. Li Xuanfeng's voice was slightly hoarse, but sonorous and powerful, shining in the profound mystery, remnants of sunlight over the Huai River. His voice was drawn into the scroll the moment he spoke. The sky instantly brightened, and the clouds transformed into a brilliant golden hue as a sheet of bright light fell from the heavens. Below, Li Ximing's pupils slowly widened. His immortal foundation seemed to stir, letting out a series of rumbles. A dazzling brilliance was reflected in his eyes as he murmured, "Bright Yang." Before tens of thousands of onlookers, a golden light flew out from the scroll and descended from the sky. A brilliant radiance appeared beneath Li Xuanfeng's feet. The great river had turned into a bright, clear golden stream. The bright river continued to surge forward. A shadow faintly emerged on the water's surface, and a second later, a tall pass rose from beneath the water, breaking through the surface and soaring into the sky. The pass stretched on without end, its patterns intricate and bright. The white bricks fitted together perfectly, with a jade-like color that shone even brighter. It exuded an ancient yet elegant beauty as it rose into the sky. Splash! The heads of the assembled cultivators slowly lifted as their eyes followed the pass into the air. Golden river water shimmered as it cascaded down the pass like countless golden waterfalls. An ancient spirit artifact. Huai River Map, a voice from the north murmured. The words echoed among the cultivators, sounding especially sharp in the quiet atmosphere. The sky grew dim once more. The man in platinum armor stood atop the 100-jiang pass, dividing north and south, like an ancient celestial general. Behind him, white illusions formed concentric rings of light, illuminating the space at his side. Countless mysteries rose in Li Xuanfeng's mind, and both of his immortal foundations received some kind of blessing. Thick mana surged outward, allowing him to lightly float in the air. The heavenly gilded helm covering his body shone more clearly than ever, exuding a fierce and mighty aura along with dazzling platinum light. Buzz! He raised his bow, and a mysterious arrow immediately fell onto the string. Sharp light began to flicker along the bow, and powerful astral chi spread behind him, leaving golden trails that occasionally put his face in shadow. Whoosh! A flash of golden brilliance streaked through the air. All the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators felt a sudden alarm in their hearts and hastily raised their Dharma artifacts in panic. The cultivators on the riverbank froze all at once as colorful Dharma artifacts, red, orange, green, rose into the air, creating a dazzling display. Boom. But the head of a middle-aged cultivator standing on the northern bank exploded with a bang. The Dharma artifact in his hand was torn through like thin paper, raining down on the others in a flurry. The blast of Dharma light and astral chi erupted, producing a deafening roar. Rumble. The surrounding cultivators all backed away. This person hadn't even taken a single blow before being killed on the spot. His only claim to existence was a red mist rising to the sky, transforming into a crimson light like a sunset glow. A phenomenon that's truly dead. The elderly cultivator beside him turned pale, trembling as he exclaimed in fright, "Chunyu Bei is dead." Even though he was injured, that was just one arrow. How can this be reasonable? We are, after all, prefecture temple masters from many regions, yet in front of this man, we're like dogs and chickens. What's the point of fighting? The crowd did not even have a chance to mourn before a fearful wailing rose in their ears. The cold-faced man already had 5 more arrows knocked on his bow. The embryonic breathing realm and chi cultivation realm cultivators that were at his feet, the monks and nuns, couldn't see the situation clearly and rushed forward in confusion, but every Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator collectively took a step back. Not good. Boom. Brilliant golden light exploded everywhere. Before the elder could even see who had died or been injured, several black escape lights shot into the sky. Li Xianfeng exhaled lightly, and 5 more arrows appeared on his bowstring. The elder felt a cold chill on his neck, stepped back, and exclaimed in shock, "Why is no one stepping up? Are you forcing us to die for nothing?" Terror spread across the northern bank. Even the lesser cultivators on the ground raised their heads, and the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators' escape lights flickered in and out, showing signs of collapse. Chapter 870. Lingering Sunlight Over the Huai River, 2. Meanwhile, the many cultivators on the southern bank were equally shocked. They all looked up at Li Xianfeng in the air, expressions of joy appearing on their faces. They flew up to the pass one after another, each raising their Dharma artifact. Li Xuanfeng's body shone brightly as he lightly juggled the arrows in his hand. At last, the north could no longer hold out. A monk soared forward on the wind, his muscular body tense and eyes wide with anger as he shouted, "Little demon, how dare you be so insolent?" This monk, so different from the usual Buddhist cultivators with their few Dharma artifacts, now stood on a golden cloud at his feet. He also held a crescent moon spade covered in brilliant patterns. It was quite luxurious. Only then did he ride the wind upward, immediately followed by a tall, thin monk with a constant smile on his face. His left hand rested flat against his chest, thumb and index finger pinching a golden ring. He said nothing as he silently followed. Li Xianfeng, empowered by the spirit artifact beneath his feet, shone with bright light that moved with his every motion. It did not just boost his physical strength and mana, but also spread his spiritual sense across the entire riverbank. He merely glanced coldly as he drew his bow, golden light streaming past both sides of his face. Buzz. Although the 2 monks called him a demon, they didn't dare to be careless. Their faces turned serious, and the smile on the thin monk's face froze, as if facing a great enemy. He raised the golden ring in his hand. The golden ring rolled and expanded in midair, revealing dense patterns. It spewed a hazy golden light that abruptly captured a speck of golden energy. The thin monk immediately beamed and commanded, "Collect." The dense clattering of metal echoed across the riverbank, making everyone's ears ring. The thin monk looked tense, as if facing a great foe, and the burly monk quickly swung his Dharma artifact forward, aiming to strike Li Xianfeng. The 2 monks' brief obstruction allowed the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators behind them to finally reach the riverbank. The northern and southern cultivators clashed, countless lights rose into the sky, and roaring sounds filled the air. Li Xuanfeng's single arrow had been blocked, but his expression remained unchanged. He was renowned far and wide, so it was only natural that the north would send special Dharma artifacts and cultivators to counter him. It was no surprise. Courting death. The tall, thin monk wasn't particularly strong. It was clear from a glance that he was just a pawn sent to probe. Only his Dharma artifact was somewhat unusual. Li Xianfeng stamped his black boots, drew his bowstring, and sneered, "Go." The golden-red arrow in his hand vanished in an instant. A burst of golden-red light erupted in the sky, and the golden ring seemed to be struck hard from the front. The mana dissipated, and it reverted to its original form as it flew backward. The thin monk spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes reflecting the golden-red brilliance. Bang! Li Xuanfeng's full-strength shot, empowered by the Purple Mansion Realm's spirit artifact, was even more powerful than the arrow that once pierced through Tang Shidu. The thin monk's upper body was instantly torn to shreds. His lower body lingered for just a moment before being shredded by astral chi as well, leaving only a golden light drifting northward toward reincarnation. Only then did the burly monk charge forward, his body covered in golden runes. His crescent moon spade fell like a meteor from the sky, bringing a sweeping golden light crashing down. Boom! The golden light scattered, revealing a large hand covered in golden white armor plating that had caught the Dharma artifact. Li Xianfeng tightened his grip on the artifact. The platinum patterns on his face intertwined with radiant light, transforming his previously fierce features into a solemn majesty. "Just with you." The cold words froze the monk in place, preventing him from retreating. His voice thundered through the sky, "Since Tang Shidu rebelled and turned to the Merciful One, then killing me in the midst of the North-South conflict must be a fine opportunity." Circles of light rippled behind him, his golden armor shining brilliantly. The patterns on his face radiated authority. He held the burly monk's Dharma artifact lightly in his hand and cast his bright, golden gaze northward. "Come out, all of you." His voice rolled like thunder, reverberating through the clouds, drawing the attention of everyone present. Figures appeared one after another around him, some holding spears or staffs, and others cradling bottles or rings. Their faces bore the golden features of compassionate Buddhas, but their bodies were like unbreakable vajra. They stood scattered in the air, around a dozen in total, all eyes staring coldly at him. Their voices resonated through the air, some male, some female, as if tens of thousands spoke at once. Brazen demon. A young man in black emerged from the black smoke, clutching a talisman tightly. He slipped into the crowd of cultivators on the north bank, heading deeper northward until he reached a small hill on the northern side. A large, fat monk wearing a kasaya approached him. He beamed as he said, "Taoist friend you." "Master Monk Xiuwang." Jiang responded casually, his face calm though his mind was elsewhere. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why does your Buddhist sect have so many Taoist and demonic cultivators under its command?" "Ah." Xiuwang chuckled twice and replied, "What are you saying? My Orthodox sect is the most magnanimous and treats all equally. How could we possibly coerce Taoists or demons, or deny others their Tao lineages? Taoist friend, you've been in the Southern Sea, and you've only heard that the Great Zhao is a Buddhist nation, so you assume too much." He spoke more seriously. Although Great Zhao reveres Buddhism, there are still plenty of Taoists and demonic cultivators. We of the Buddhist sect prevail in the prefecture cities, but we Buddhists never interfere in the surrounding prefectures and the mountain wilderness. Those places are left for those with the affinity to find them. As he spoke, he led Jiang to the top of the hill, where several people were already seated in a great hall. One of their number, wearing Taoist robes, looked sullen. When he heard Master Monk Xiuwang from afar, he sneered, "Isn't that the truth? If there were no devil cultivators, who would even believe in Buddhism? The common folk are clever. They only become more devout when the devil cultivators grow rampant. Haven't you heard that beneath Buddhist mountain lies hell itself?" He glanced over and recognized Jiang, his tone easing a bit as he casually said, "Taoist friend, you come from Danzhongwolo in the Southern Sea, the place where the revered one attained Tao. Now it's where devil cultivators are most numerous, isn't it?" Xiuwang didn't get angry, but laughed instead. "What are you saying? We respect their Tao lineages and do not interfere with the mountain cultivators. If they cultivate themselves into demons, eat human flesh and drink blood, and frighten the common people, then in the end, we kill them. That is our merit, is it not?" The man in Taoist robe sneered, but said no more. Jiang turned to look over at an effeminate man in a python robe sitting silently and sipping his tea. Jiang sat nearby, knowing well why he had been invited. Still, he spoke coldly. "Master Monk, why did you so urgently ask me to come? What's the matter?" Xiuwang chuckled and replied in a low voice, "Our Mahas, the merciful ones, have lost contact. It's time for us to ponder his true intentions. Taoist friend you're still in touch with some great cultivators. Could you give us some guidance? What is there to guide? Jiang understood his meaning but deliberately didn't expose it. Instead, he wanted to glean more information, so he stood up and pointed south, speaking coldly. Can't you see what's happening in the south? You're asking me to break the Purple Mansion Realm's spirit artifact? You think too highly of me. That's a troublesome matter. Please find someone else for it. No. The fat, big-eared monk shook his head repeatedly as he laughed. The situation is changing. How could the plan remain the same? That ruthless man in the south. The monk laughed heartily and replied, Of course that's a chance for the senior brothers of my sect. There's no need for the Taoist friends to intervene. Jiang's heart jolted at that, but then he saw the monk point northward, a smile appearing on his face as he spoke softly. Taoist friend, you have a grudge with the Azure Pond sect, do you not? Only you can quickly break the Great Formation on Mount Bianyan. Chapter 871, Breaking the Formation, Oh. Jiang's face was completely different from when he had faced the Li family just now. His skin was light brown, typical of a southern sea cultivator. He already knew what Wang was plotting, so he sat down, one hand resting limply on the armrest, and said casually, Grievances are grievances, but there's no reason to expect something for nothing. The situation in Anhuai heaven was uncertain. The various Purple Mansion realm cultivators and Mahas might emerge at any time. Master Monk Wang was all smiles on the surface, but inwardly he was extremely anxious. If those few come out right now, everything in front of me will fall back into the game of high cultivators. That would be troublesome. I absolutely cannot delay any longer. If this person doesn't have any excessive demands, then I'll agree to them. Wang's current actions could be seen as testing his superior's intentions, but they might also be interpreted as acting on his own authority. He had been stuck at Master Monk for over 100 years and only needed one opportunity. Once he took Mount Bianyan, not only would his breakthrough be within reach, but he'd also obtain great merit. At that time, it would be all benefits and no losses. But if he failed to take the mountain, or if someone from Anhuai heaven came out halfway, then he'd be roasted alive. The competition for the northern seat was already fierce. No matter what attitude the Azure Pond sect's Purple Mansion realm cultivators held, the various merciful ones would rather watch him fall than offer a helping hand. They certainly wouldn't protect an ambitious junior hoping to carve a share for himself. Only by standing out and catching Mahas can I claim the position of the merciful one. Then who would dare not smile when they see me? He was much stronger than his fellow disciples, and he had already calculated everything in his mind. Ali Xianfeng, powered by the Huai River map, is not someone any one person can defeat. If it weren't for a group of cultivators surrounding him, who could possibly take his life? Even if Tuoba Chongyuan were reborn, he'd have to die a few more times. But if it's a group attack, how much merit will I even get out of it? That's no fun. His ambition was boundless. Since heading south was no longer possible, and he didn't want to fight for Li Xuanfeng's life, taking Mount Bianyan was important for his own survival. He said at once, Time is pressing. Fellow Taoist, if you have any requests, just state them. Jiang smoothed out his expression and replied, I have a way to break Mount Bianyan. I only need one blossom of lesser yang fire. As soon as the name of this item was spoken, the eyebrows of the man in the python robe sitting nearby slowly rose. Wang, of course, recognized the item and quickly whispered to him. Quite a bit of this lesser yang-type item was acquired when Great Zhao broke Liang. The imperial line is weak, and the attendant over there should have seen it. Please lend a hand. He spoke softly, with all the polite words he could muster. The python-robed man finally spoke, his voice sharp and thin. Once the item is given, it's considered the Taoist master's will. Fellow Taoist Wang, you'd better understand the Tao you must walk from now on. Faced with the pressing situation, Wang could only nod and agree, taking out a stone vial and handing it to Jiang. The others also understood that this was something that had to be done decisively or not at all, so they said nothing more and quickly flew off together. They were only a few hundred kilometers from Mount Bianyan. Once they passed through the billowing demonic smoke, they arrived at the front of the formation, where countless Buddhist and devil cultivators had already surrounded the formation and were attacking it with all their might. The grand formation glowed pale green, concealing the scenery within, yet it was incredibly solid and reliable. Despite the cultivators besieging it for so long, it still shone brightly, as unwavering as a pristine green lotus amidst the surging demonic abyss. A circle of cultivators had already formed around the formation's perimeter, with even more cultivators who had failed to head south gathering here. The three of them all turned to Jiang. Wang's heart leapt into his throat as he whispered, "From here on, it all depends on your skill, fellow Taoist. Give me the jade talisman," Jiang demanded, and the monk hurriedly handed over a jade talisman. It was indeed the talisman for entering and exiting the formation before them. It had been taken from a certain immortal cultivator. But this formation was so sophisticated that it required every talisman to be officially recorded for entry, so it was of little use. Jiang took the jade talisman, unhurriedly using his hand as a blade to lightly slice his chest open. He reached inside and groped around twice, then carefully took out several talismanic implements one by one. These talismanic implements came in various shapes, but they were all smooth and bright. He selected 3 long plates of beast fangs from them, placing one in front of him first, respectfully welcoming Supreme Shaman 39. Then he placed one on each side and recited, respectfully inviting Jade, True 69, praying to merging Owl 19. The 3 Fong plates glowed together. He then took a white talisman from his sleeve, pressed it between his palms, and, with the tiger's mouth facing his lips, exhaled twice, murmuring, "Sacrificial talisman whole pill, combining ancient methods, transformations beyond measure. There is one here, grant me an arrow, lost first then returned, a temporary borrowing. They come to me, and I to them. I also borrow." His words were vague, interspersed with many incantations that the others could not clearly hear. Strange sounds of bones cracking emanated from his body. His eyebrows grew longer and sharper, and his eyes turned a pale gray. A dignified, commanding aura radiated from between his brows, sweeping over the few people nearby. Li Xianfeng. One look nearly scared Wang out of his wits. He hurriedly stepped back a pace. The man in the python robe even pulled out a long whip. Wang exclaimed in shock, "Fellow Taoist, what a skillful art of transformation." This. Jiang's appearance as Li Xianfeng was not just a mask. Even his aura was exactly the same. When they probed him with spiritual sense, no matter how they looked, he seemed to be Li Xianfeng himself. If not for the absence of his signature astral qi, they might have truly thought Li Xianfeng was present. Wang clapped his hands together at once, a sudden realization dawning on him. He sighed and said, "I was wondering why fellow Taoist insisted on seeing Li Xianfeng that time. So it was to use the Southern Sea cultivator's appearance to get close to him, just to perform this spell at this very moment. Fellow Taoist planned this all along, and fooled us all so thoroughly. Fellow Taoist, so perceptive." Chapter 872, Breaking the Formation 2. Jiang nodded, outwardly displaying a look of praise, though he thought, if I truly needed his appearance, I wouldn't need to rely on anything. It's just to dispel suspicion. He coldly glanced at all 3 of them. When they couldn't help but avert their gazes, he finally picked up the jade talisman, rose on the wind, and said softly, "I will enter the formation. I will open the formation gate before Qi Jian can react. All of you stay sharp. Do not miss this opportunity." His transformed face gave his words an added air of authority. The others felt uneasy in their hearts, but nodded in response. Jiang entered the formation. After just 3 breaths, the green lotus-like formation began to flash, its light flickering on and off, revealing several openings. A roar rang out from within. "Who? Kill!" The voices of demon cultivators instantly shook the heavens, and countless black clouds poured through the portals. Wang laughed heartily, shouting, "My opportunity to attain the Tao has come." The green lotus in Jiangbei gradually dimmed, while the radiant light in Jiangnan grew ever more brilliant. The sky was already shrouded in all sorts of Buddhist light, and the sharp energies of spears, staffs, knives, and swords interwove. Lake water poured from a bottle, surging and roaring in the sky. All the master monks had appeared together, yet Li Xianfeng remained as cold and hard as iron. He seized the master monk's crescent shovel with one hand. Bright light shone and wrapped around his body, but his other hand pierced straight through and exploded the master monk's head with a loud boom. Splash! The blood of the burly master monk transformed into countless drifting, fragrant lotus flowers. His headless body was now covered in cracks. The master monk abandoned even his Dharma artifact, hurriedly flying downward, grateful that Li Xianfeng had used his fist instead of his arrows. The two small master monks used as bait had both lost the bodies they had cultivated for 100 years and fled in panic. The 14 master monks in the sky, who had specifically targeted him, finally took the opportunity to step forward. Their faces were filled with rage as they bellowed. "Bold demon, how dare you act so wildly?" Boom. Countless Dharma artifacts fell together, producing a deafening roar. Blades, spears, axes, and clubs all struck at once, bursting with a dazzling brilliance that made one's eyes spin. The sharpness of metal intertwined with the colorful light of the Buddhist cultivators, but everything was blocked by a single golden bow. Li Xuanfeng's figure sank, and his aura finally faltered. Blood appeared faintly at the corner of his mouth. The brilliant light under his feet soared as the Huai River map's mysteries operated, allowing him to break free from the encirclement of over a dozen people. He reappeared on another pass, the celestial bow in his hand gleaming sharply. Clang! A sword light suddenly leapt upward from below. Yuanli lifted his sword essence, but two master monks purposely separated from the group, each holding a bottle designed to absorb sharp energy, and tied him down. These two bottles were unusually shaped. They were not for spraying out, but for absorbing. Clearly, they were specifically designed to counter sword cultivators like him. It only took them a second to swallow all his sword chi, producing a metallic, grinding sound. Pine white full essence sword art. Yuanli's azure sword flipped in his hand, weaving bits of ethereal sword brilliance. Although the two before him clearly targeted sword cultivators, he was no ordinary man. He fearlessly conjured countless drifting sword lights. He encircled the two golden body master monks before him, his expression steady. His vast and mighty swordsmanship grew ever more fluid as he seized the opportunity to observe the entire riverbank situation. There were many Foundation Establishment realm cultivators from the north below. Li Qinghong, wielding thunder and lightning, was the most dazzling. Li Shiming held the Radiant Origin Pass, suppressing several opponents on his own. Li Shiji's spell arts were nimble, toying with groups of cultivators in the palm of his hand. All of them displayed remarkable skill, which made Yuanli secretly startled. The Li family of today already has the strength of the Shao family of the olden days. Li Shiming is comparable to Shao Yuanzi, and Li Qinghong is on par with Yuan Qingdan. As for Li Shiji, he's also in the sect, and his tactics and scheming surpass even Shao Yuanzi. Having grown up around the internal struggles of a minor sect, he always viewed things from the perspective of factional disputes. Even now, that was his first reaction. The more he thought, the more astonished he became, and he mused silently. I don't know if Busey has fallen, but now that my family has taken this step, we're bound to offend the Qi family in the future. Since we've already taken this step, we must draw the Li family in as an ally. All the other cultivators had to deal with enemies, but only he had the chance to help Li Xianfeng, so he observed more closely. Yet most of his attention remained focused on Li Xianfeng. Brother Xianfeng. The man in white gold armor had rings of light spreading out behind him, pushing back the rushing water from the spirit bottles. The longbow in his hand was drawn to a full moon as it flickered with golden light. On the other end, the Buddhist light seemed to dye the sky in colors. 12 master monks of the Buddhist cultivation each took their seats, their voices buzzing in the air in unison. Huai Shu demon subduing grand formation. A faint and ethereal bell rang out as deep golden patterns mingled with colorful brilliance in the air, forming a massive grand formation. Each master monk settled into their assigned positions, their Dharma artifacts shining even more brightly as a terrifying amount of power coalesced. Chapter 873, Kongsijiang Demon Bowl, I. This man was dressed in typical Fei family attire, and the spear in his hand was scarred and broken. Decades of managing the household had worn away all the color from his face, yet he still retained a trace of the nobleman's bearing. This was none other than Fei Qingyi, the current head of the Fei family on the north bank of Moongaze Lake. The Fei family had fallen into silence and decline over the decades. Fei Qingyi's days had been the most difficult, and that illusory sword light would always appear before him whenever he closed his eyes at night. The sight of that man casually slaughtering his grandfather, Fei Wangbai, like a dog, would always play in his mind. From that day on, the Fei family could no longer restore the patterned brocade that had been passed down for generations. A century of accumulation had evaporated, and starting anew plunged them into endless torment. He had truly awakened from nightmares too many times to ever mistake it. It was definitely that person in the sky. Fei Qingyu's current position was so humble that he didn't even have the qualifications to know that person's name. Yet he was not anxious. He murmured, "Such a big matter. Qingyi can find out. Good, good." The man who had always been as hesitant as a white weasel calmly gazed at the vast rainbow light in the sky. Clearly, even a single thread of that force could tear him to shreds, yet he felt no fear. He murmured, "As long as there is a place for vengeance to go, I fear not its disappearance. You beheaded my grandfather and left his corpse lying in the snow under the eyes of all. The body could not be joined back together for 3 months. The Fei family still has 3,000 people who hate, with their ancestors weeping blood. Even a 3-year-old child in the peaks draws talismans with wooden sticks. Just wait, just wait." Those eyes sank into the black smoke and disappeared into the darkness. Meanwhile, the golden light in the sky brightened again. Yuanli remained fully focused and didn't show the slightest sign of discovering him. His blue robe fluttered as he danced through the sky, forcing the 2 master monks to retreat again and again with his ethereal and unrestrained swordsmanship. Yuanli had been sealed away by Yuan Xiu for many years, and he reveled in the satisfaction of displaying his sword. The pine-white full-essence sword art had a profound heritage that could be traced back to Sima Jun, who once defended the riverside of Wei State. The sword energy in his hand was snow-white, resonating with the Huai river map beneath his feet and growing ever sharper. The master monks only gave him momentary pause, and the jade ring on his wrist flashed bright and dim. He immediately disengaged and glanced up at Li Xianfeng. Li Xianfeng had already exchanged several rounds with the master monks, filling the sky with thunderous booms. Their battle was now at a critical juncture. High in the sky, the 6 master monks glared with round, furious eyes as their Buddhist chants grew louder. Some had 3 heads, some had 6 arms, some had burning eyes on their chests, and others had 4 ears that trembled on both sides, each revealing their true form. Once they reached the level of master monk, apart from 2 special Dao lineages, most highly cultivated master monks were both male and female in form. Their faces shifted between male and female, intertwining in a rather eerie way. Their arms were strong and graceful, glinting with gold powder. They tightly gripped their Dharma artifacts, all bearing down on the golden bow that was interwoven with brilliance. The fierce golden bow had hooked onto the blades of all the weapons, holding them steadily back in midair. Li Xianfeng was being restrained by 6 Buddhist cultivators. His astral qi rolled like clouds, materializing from intangible to tangible as countless sharp lights that gradually interwove in the air. They spiraled upward along the edges of his heavenly gilded helm and coiled around his body. The hand that braced the golden bow was as steady as a mountain, yet streams of golden light flowed out from between his fingers. A white scroll unfurled beside him, drifting like a long snake, and Li Xianfeng suddenly vanished. The 6 Buddhist cultivators' Dharma artifacts simultaneously dropped down before they caught themselves. 6 pairs of eyes, seemingly cast from the same mold, all turned in unison and caught sight of the man in platinum armor manifesting in the south. His longbow was drawn like a full moon and aimed straight at them. Clang! The 3 golden rings in the air suddenly leaped in place, bursting with a dazzling light, as if they had seized a fiercely struggling foe. They emitted a frenzied metallic clashing sound, but Li Xuanfeng's bowstring did not pause. Clang, 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 clang. The 3 Buddhist cultivators holding the golden rings paled as they simultaneously spat out blood. The remaining 9 hurriedly formed seals and cast their spells, chanting deep, complex incantations that bewitched the mind, murmuring in the air. We respectfully summoned the Kongsijiang demon bull. The grand formation trembled as the great void cracked open with a roar. A point of golden light darted through, falling right in the middle of the 12. It rippled outward like a small stone dropping into water, swiftly gathering and solidifying into a large purple bowl. The purple bowl was encircled by 2 black bands. It bore no inscriptions, yet it was mysterious and solid. Its black mouth swallowed and held countless incoming golden lights. A treasure of the purple mansion realm. Yuanli's expression instantly sank, and he grew wary. He secretly sensed some terrifying news. This Kongsijiang demon bowl was unmistakably something a Maha had bestowed. It had undoubtedly been summoned at the directive of one of the 7 Dharma forms. Its descent here signified that at least one Maha was currently paying close attention to them. Ha ha ha. Yuanli grew extremely vigilant. These 12 had summoned a Dharma artifact specifically meant for Li Xianfeng. The frustration they had felt in failing to defeat a single man earlier dissolved a little, and they all began to laugh loudly, their voices overlapping and resounding through the sky. A mere tribe from the southern barbarian Mount Yu dares to test the holy laws of our orthodox sect? The revered one is merciful, but we will make sure you fall here today. This voice roared like thunder, causing many cultivators to turn their heads. No matter how powerful Li Xianfeng was, he was only one man. He was facing 12 orthodox master monks of the Way of Emptiness. Each one was at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. They were not just capable of borrowing power from higher forces, but also possessed extremely sophisticated formations. How could one person possibly stop them? At that moment, Li Qinghong's expression creased with worry as she considered how to abandon her current foe and rush forward to help. She almost convinced herself that by fully activating her vast Sky-Fear Sparrow, she could still pose a threat to the cultivators even if she took a few more injuries. But Li Xuanfeng's expression did not change. He said softly, "Just watch." As soon as Li Xianfeng finished speaking, the golden string in his hand flickered. The scroll at his side leaped into the air and unfurled in midair, twisting and turning like a swimming dragon. A brilliant silver light shone from it. Countless golden rays surged from his hands. It was like a dam bursting as a flood gushed forth. In an instant, countless beams of profound light flew into that clear silver light. When the golden rays touched the silver light, they immediately split into gold and silver, then split again and again until they leaped into the clouds high above. Clang! The sky was filled with profound light rushing toward the heavens. However, before it could fall back down, the silver light swept down first. The purple bowl held up somewhat better, but the 3 golden rings were jolted askew as if struck by a speeding comet, wobbling crazily. Clang, 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 clang. The 3 Buddhist cultivators controlling the golden rings turned pale, but with the help of the formation balancing their mana, their complexions quickly warmed again. Yet all 12 Buddhist cultivators hesitated for a brief moment. This grand formation had a long heritage and was incredibly wondrous. The 12 of them could not only balance their mana and distribute damage evenly, but also connect their minds. They instantly started communicating through the array. This demon is formidable. The Kongsijiang demon bowl can only hold so much. How can we waste it so easily? Better to put it away first and use the formation to respond. None of these Buddhist cultivators were simple. They refused to give Li Xianfeng a chance to test the Kongsijiang demon bowl. The purple bowl vanished, and the 12 returned to their formation, intoning in a booming voice, "Me." Chapter 874, Kongsijiang Demon Bowl 2. A massive golden formation spanned the banks, with countless golden incantations flowing through it. It manifested in the shape of a slightly tilted circular array that was as large as a mountain. It scattered clouds and demons alike with an overwhelming presence. What an incredible formation! By this point, the cultivators on both sides of the battlefield were gradually losing their fighting spirit. But they were all bound by orders from above, so none dared to stop. When they sensed the commotion, they all looked up but had no time to examine the formation closely. They vaguely saw a flickering behind it. Yuanli finally lost his composure, and the light of his sword wavered slightly. Luckily, his opponent had long been beaten to the point of being unable to retaliate, so this slip caused no consequence. Yet his heart was filled with terror, and he muttered in a low voice, 32,768. As his words faded, a sky full of stars appeared above him, intertwined in gold and silver. They flickered uncertainly as they slowly grew larger in the pupils of the onlooking cultivators, transforming into a sea of profound light that fell from the sky. But the heavenly downpour was preceded by an aggressively sharp aura. What is this? Is this Foundation establishment realm? The cultivators below had all lost color in their faces. Li Qinghong's eyes turned slightly red as she thought silently. Second uncle must have used a secret technique that burns his own lifespan for Yuan Xiao. The sky full of profound light fell like a torrential rain, and the many lesser cultivators on the ground immediately ran for cover. Fortunately, the light gathered on its own halfway down and slammed down on the central formation like a falling river of stars. The 12 Buddhist cultivators were all pinned inside the formation. Their eyes were filled with gold and silver light. The formation wavered like a lotus leaf in the rain, tilting this way and that, But in the end, there were 12 of them. Every so often, one of them would cough up blood, yet the formation remained unbroken. The 12 master monks were temporarily suppressed, and the profound light filling the sky had not hit the ground. Yet the lesser cultivators on both sides retreated to either bank. The Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators also had no intention of stopping them. The torrential rain of profound light and golden mist forced the offensives on both the north and south sides to temporarily cease. The cultivators on both sides lost their will to fight. Those at the embryonic breathing and chi cultivation realms withdrew one after another, leaving only the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators still locked in a stalemate. By now, almost everyone on the field understood clearly that the outcome came down to Li Xianfeng and these 12 Buddhist cultivators. Either Li Xianfeng would kill all 12, forcing the north to retreat, or the 12 master monks would slay Li Xianfeng. Once Li Xianfeng died, the Huai River map would naturally collapse, and the northern cultivators would have a chance to advance south. As tens of thousands looked on, the golden string in Li Xuanfeng's hand was drawn back to its full length. His eyes shone with astonishing brightness. Even with the boost from the ancient spirit artifact, it was still not enough. 2 streams of his immortal foundation within him began to evaporate recklessly, giving off a thin golden mist. Over the years, Li Xianfeng had naturally learned methods to burn his essence qi and lifespan. He had studied the Foundation sacrifice stabilizing technique, a secret of the Ning family. He had already used it once back when he killed Tang Shidu. This secret technique came with extremely severe aftereffects, often overdrawing 30 to 40% of one's immortal foundation, leading to a collapse of one's cultivation. Although he had used this technique once to kill Tang Shidu, he had remained stable in the Great Ning Palace thanks to Yuan Xiu's intervention and his current state. His cultivation was largely stored in talisman seeds, and nearly half separated from his body. Thus, he was effectively always borrowing power from the talisman seeds. This unexpectedly had its advantages where his immortal foundation was supported by the talisman seeds, and unless he exhausted it all at once with the secret technique, his cultivation would not collapse no matter how he drew on it. Thus, now he wielded the technique again without hesitation, seizing the moment while the 12 were tied down. The golden red arrow in his hand grew ever more solid, with surging mana and astral chi condensing in his grip. Buzz. The sky full of profound light lasted dozens of breaths. When that gold and silver brilliance finally faded, the golden red light in Li Xuanfeng's hand also disappeared at the same time. The 12 trembled as one, but had no time to summon the Kongsijiang demon bowl. Only the 3 golden rings floated up alone and suddenly grabbed something. The 3 circular rings paused for a moment and buckled. An instant later, the Dharma artifact let out a sharp, tearing sound in the air. Ka-ka, clang. The 3 Dharma artifacts exploded, scattering golden fragments that fell with a rustling sound. The 3 Buddhist cultivators had severed their connection with the Dharma artifacts in time, yet they still coughed up blood, their faces pale as gold paper. Fortunately, it had bought them enough time. The purple gold bowl reappeared in the air, swallowing the freed golden red arrow. It shook twice, then flickered bright and dim. The 12 Buddhist cultivators seized the moment and decisively leaped from their positions. They put away the bowl, and the remaining 9 Buddhist cultivators shifted positions, reforming the grand formation. They shouted in unison, "We beseech Suxikong, true path to subdue the demon." The sky vibrated with a roar. The remaining 9 Buddhist cultivators' bodies shone brightly. A pair of cold, emotionless eyes opened on their chests in unison. Golden lines erupted all over their faces. They no longer looked human. The strange eyes all turned toward Li Xianfeng. There was no colorful light or golden brilliance, no sign of anything tearing through the air. But the radiance beneath his feet trembled, causing the cultivator's footing to sway. The bright light on Li Xuanfeng's body dimmed for an instant, and he was frozen in place. The 9 Buddhist cultivators all leaped forward together. The formation beneath their feet dissolved instantly, and they attacked together, empowered by Suxikong's true form. Boom. In that instant, gold clashed with stone, like the meeting of a landslide and a tsunami. All the brilliance in the sky dimmed, and both the northern and southern banks froze simultaneously. 10 Buddhist cultivators struck together, empowered by Suxikong's true form that had been summoned by the grand formation. Their combined strength had reached a terrifying level. Yuanli stood to the side, a sense of impending doom rising in his heart. he exclaimed in horror. I underestimated them. The radiant pass beneath his feet wavered. Yuanli broke into a cold sweat. Panicked, he searched the intertwining golden and multicolored lights of the various weapons and saw a hint of red. Ting ting. The scattered droplets of blood were like shattered strings of jade pearls, each round and crystal clear, scattering in all directions. When they struck the Dharma artifacts stacked by the master monks, they actually rang with a sound like jade beads. Clatter, clatter. Blood dripped and turned into a golden rain in the dim sky. Under the gaze of countless anxious or relieved eyes, both the golden bow and Li Xuanfeng's figure vanished. Where is that fierce man? Could he have turned to ashes and smoke? Yuanli stared as the blood rain fell. Suddenly, he heard a crisp clash of metal on metal, and an icy, hoarse voice echoed in the sky, carrying all the way to the ears of the northern and southern cultivators. When the heavenly stem meets Run and Gui 1, gold is used to its utmost. The crisp clash of metal grew even louder, almost louder than thunder itself. The cold, hoarse voice grew even deeper. Invoke the proper position of the metal of Shun and you too. Grant me dominion over metal. 1. Ren and Gui refers to the heavenly stems where Run is the 9th stem and Gui is the 10th. 2. Shun and you refer to the 9th and 10th earthly branches. Follow current novels on Freeway, B, Novel.com. Chapter 875, Monarch Calling Command Golden Talisman. What is this? The 12 Buddhist cultivators, each with a different expression, cautiously landed, reforming the massive golden formation that spanned the great river. The faces of males and female alike glittered with golden powder, but they were all filled with suspicion and uncertainty. All the cultivators craned their necks as they searched the sky. They came from diverse backgrounds. Some were peak masters of Azure Pond Peak, some from southern clans, some had gained fame at a young age, and some were seasoned veterans. But everyone was watching intently. Could he be dead? Could he really be dead? Below, a middle-aged man in splendid robes wore a solemn expression. He was none other than Yuan Hudu, head of the Yuan family, who had once been struck by an arrow. His face remained calm, but inside he was more anxious than anyone. His strength surpassed the norm long ago. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? He searched carefully, his hand half-heartedly continuing his spellcasting, as he listened to the whispers around him. In the sky, 2 points of platinum light drifted downward. Li Xianfeng. In the sky, Yuanli, dressed in fluttering azure robes, wore a complex expression as he looked at the white-armored man appearing not far away. The proper position of metal in Shun and Yu had transformed into the white of the west. Li Xuanfeng's heavenly gilded helm had responded first to the talisman and turned pure white. Stark, white lines crawled up his cheek to the corner of his eye and then into his gaze. Grant me dominion over metal. Li Xianfeng had always thought this talisman was a kind of supportive technique or protective spell. Only now did he realize that the reason Yuanli had recognized the monarch calling command golden talisman at a glance was not because it was something Buoxiao had simply crafted. It was actually a treasure, perhaps a talisman tool, or even a Dao treasure. Of course, how could a single talisman suffice for something as important as Anhuai heaven? Anyone who enters must surely have at least one purple mansion realm item. Both of Li Xuanfeng's immortal foundations resonated with the monarch calling command golden talisman. As his spiritual sense flooded into it, the last doubt in his heart finally dissolved completely. Why me? Why the heavenly gilded helm? He thought. Could the goodwill of a purple mansion realm Taoist master be without cause? The monarch calling command golden talisman had always been Buoxiao's trump card, and the heavenly gilded helm its most compatible vessel. Buoxiao had specially refined a pill and likely added many techniques to make this immortal foundation resonate with this set of treasures. Now, the heavenly gilded helm poured into the monarch calling command golden talisman, drawing out all the stored divine abilities and mana within. At this moment, he looked like the incarnation of slaughtering metal, clad in white armor, fearsome and fierce. White energy dripped from his elbows, dyeing his golden bow a cold, ghostly white. Autumn dew fell from the sky like raindrops, pitter-pattering around him. Is he really Li Xianfeng? The doubt even surfaced in the minds of the onlookers. A ring of bright light shimmered behind the man as he stood on the pass gate. Autumn dew flew sideways as he stood unmoving, but that cold, white metal aura silenced them all. Li Xuanfeng's pupils were fixed on the 12 master monks. Fear finally filled the 12. They could no longer utter their earlier words about subduing demons and evil spirits. They all avoided his gaze but quickly recovered, and their expressions turned angry as if their pride had been trampled. They roared, "What a monster! You dare resist!" Their hands did not stop casting spells. The Dharma bottle in the sky glowed with bright lake water, spraying gleaming droplets once again. The water droplets circled the light around him, mixing with the autumn dew and losing their way. The scorching and sharp mirror light of a golden mirror shot toward him, but it dissolved in front of him and disappeared. Li Xianfeng merely opened his fierce eyes slightly, staring at them with a terrifying presence. Ha ha ha! As silence fell over the north and south, laughter suddenly rang from the north. A few more master monks tore through the air, their attire completely different from those before. The leader appeared to have come from afar, his body covered with scattered wooden talismans and his clothes full of patches. He took one look at the grand formation, then burst out laughing and jeered. "Suan, you and your brothers are all a bunch of useless trash. Such a golden opportunity. More than a quarter of an hour, and you still couldn't take him down. Now that we're here, if the way of emptiness can't swallow this meat, we'll take a share of it too." He laughed for 2 seconds before realizing how eerily quiet it was over the river. He awkwardly stopped, scanned the scene, and saw that 3 of the 12 had withered auras and the other 9 bore slight injuries. Then he looked toward the man in white armor across from him. The monk's expression quickly turned solemn. After glancing at the bright gate under his feet, he quietly retreated a step. The sky was filled with distorted, translucent, slightly white metal qi. Li Xianfeng remained motionless, silently resonating with the Monarch calling command golden talisman within him as his aura steadily rose to its peak. The cold, white metal qi seemed ready to slice open Yuanli's cheek. Of course, he knew exactly what was happening and was extremely familiar with the Monarch calling command golden talisman. This was a treasure of the sea family. Though it was called a talisman, it was more like a spirit artifact. After each use, it required a Purple Mansion Realm Taoist master's personal spellcasting to restore it before it could be used again. It was the ultimate object, but it was not something just anyone could wield. Each person's power differed, without a special technique. Only a Purple Mansion Realm cultivator could truly unleash its might. He had never doubted Si Bushio's actions, yet he felt both awe and fear again at the far-reaching vision of the Purple Mansion Realm cultivator. He thought to himself, the heavenly gilded helm. Brother Xianfeng actually brought the Monarch calling command golden talisman to such a level. Never mind this place. Who in Anhuai heaven could be his match even for one round? Everyone watched him in stunned amazement. The 12 tried probing attacks to no avail, and as time slowly passed, they finally exchanged glances. The massive formation in the sky reassembled. Brilliant golden light flowed, and a whispering chant fell from the 12's mouths in unison, echoing in the sky. It grew from a murmur like an ant swarm to a roar like thunder until it gradually reached its peak. Li Xianfeng moved. He still held the white bow, forged from the metal of Shun and Yu, and perfectly attuned to his mana. The savage expression on his face had faded, leaving only a slender sharpness. As he drew it fully, it truly resembled an autumn moon. Yet there was no arrow on the bow. Everyone was puzzled, but before the 12 could react, something seemed to dart across the sky. The sky slowly turned white, and autumn dew fell like rain. A chill descended from above. What? Yuanli had already disengaged from his duel with 2 other cultivators. He gently reached out and caught a small object amidst the falling autumn dew. He slowly opened his hand and saw a pink flower petal nestled in his palm. The sun shone brightly, the clouds in the sky dispersed, and countless pale pink flower petals fell from above. A sound of mixed joy and sorrow filled the air, carrying a faint, eerie fragrance. The petals were tender pink, exuding a delicate fragrance, resembling both a lotus and a peony. They floated on the north wind, drifting across the stunned eyes of the Buddhist cultivators, and gracefully falling into the surging river below. Yuanli's gaze followed the pink petals swirling on the river's surface. Slowly, he raised his head, and his eyes found the master monks on the opposite side. Of the 12 master monks, only 11 remained. Chapter 876, Clash Between Evils, I. 1 arrow. Li Xianfeng stood in the air, clad in gleaming white armor. The markings on his face shone as his long brows relaxed. His white radiance flowed across his chiseled face, and his eyes were fixed on the distance. Petals fluttered down from the sky behind him. It was an omen marking the fall of a Buddhist cultivator. One arrow from Li Xianfeng had caused the heavens to pale and obliterated the monk without even a chance at reincarnation. Everyone stared in stunned silence. There was not a whisper on either the Jiangnan and Jiangbei sides. Only the faint crashing of water against the rocks echoed as countless eyes watched the petals fall, killed by a single arrow. Many embryonic breathing and Qi cultivation realms cultivators were at a loss as they only saw a monk fall on the Buddhist side. Cheers erupted in the south, while some in the north remained silent. Others gnashed their teeth, cursing the demon under their breath. But the Foundation Establishment realm cultivators all fell silent. These were all prominent figures from Jiangnan and Jiangbei. This great battle between the two sides had broadened their horizons. Cases of one-shot kills among Foundation Establishment realm cultivators weren't unheard of. Notable figures in the southern-northern struggle such as Tuoba Chongyuan, Tang Shidu, Lingyu Rao, and even some from the Morong family could easily dispatch early-stage Foundation Establishment realm cultivators in one exchange. Li Xianfeng himself had risen to fame after slaying Morong Wu in a mere 15 minutes. Yet, though those 12 monks varied in strength, they were all proper cultivators of the void path. To kill one with a single arrow. The most troublesome part of the monk's path was their reincarnation method. Unless they were destroyed in an instant, body and soul, they could always revive through a devout follower. That arrow had utterly erased both body and soul. It was an unbelievable feat. A shared thought rose in everyone's heart. Could it be that a special purple mansion realm talisman was activated with that incantation and bound to the arrow? Is this really Li Xianfeng? Or did he unleash some kind of demonic force? The monk holding the pagoda had not merely been slain. The arrow had shattered his body and soul. The Huai demon subduing grand formation collapsed with a boom, and the Kongsijiang demon bowl could no longer be maintained. The remaining 11 monks turned pale, staring in shock and pain at the flower rain filling the sky. Suemo has returned to the Buddhist soil. Shock and suspicion surged among the remaining 11 monks. All of Jiangnan and Jiangbei seemed paralyzed for a moment. No one moved, and only the white-armored man's bowstring stirred. Buzz! The white bow instantly bent into a full moon shape. All 11 felt like blades were pressed against their backs, and sweat poured down in unison. Their hands twitched, but none managed to form a spell before a fragrant breeze swept over them. The sky brightened once more. Too fast. The Dharma artifact of the ring-holding monk shattered. His face was pale, then abruptly went slack. Flower petals filled the sky again, mixed with dewdrops like jade pearls and an auspicious glow that filled the sky. All hearts turned cold. Another arrow. No, only 10 of the 11 monks remained in the air. Their minds went blank, leaving just one word: flee. The northern cultivators were the only ones who were even faster. The very moment the bowstring rang out, the demonic clouds over the north had already begun to scatter like melting snow under the sun. Countless streaks of escape light erupted, filling the sky with chaotic colors as everyone fled northward. Whoosh! The entire northern bank of cultivators routed. All sorts of Dharma artifacts shot skyward as they scrambled to flee north. The Foundation Establishment realm cultivators vanished in a single breath, while the embryonic breathing realm, Qi cultivation realm disciples, and monks below were thrown into chaos. They rose and fell, colliding in disarray. The northern factions had always been a disorganized mess. Thus, the beginning of the rout was like a dam breaking as everyone started to flee in all directions. Some greedy individuals even took the opportunity to attack one another amid the chaos, sending bloodlight flashing across the sky. Shouts rang out. Run quickly. Head to Mount Bianyan. The great formation there has broken. The northern bank, long shrouded in demonic smoke, was finally cleared. Only bloodstains remained on the ground, as even the corpses had been scavenged for use. There was nothing to see aside from the red-black stain across the land. But even as the northern cultivators withdrew, the 10 monks in the sky did not move an inch. All wore frozen expressions. It was not just the 10. The monks who arrived afterward were also stuck in place, unable to move. Yuanli's joy froze on his face as he looked toward the horizon. A layer of color slowly emerged, dazzling and radiant, suspended on the farthest edge of the sky like a giant eye that gazed coldly at them. The Maha is watching with his own eyes. Yuanli had a scholarly background, and thus recognized it at a glance. He quickly ducked his head, panic rising within, and instantly understood why none of the monks fled. He muttered to himself, "It's not that they can't flee, they dare not." In the 7 Dharma forms of Buddhist Tao, one stage higher could crush someone outright. The fate and very lives of these monks were in the Maha's hands now. How could they possibly escape? A suffocating pressure lingered for a moment. Those on the southern bank also began to sense something amiss when they saw the colorful light in the sky mirrored on the ground. Something in the great void had responded to a call and was emitting a faint glimmer. The light pierced through the air, turning into a deep purple-black hue. It rapidly expanded in the sky, revealing a purple alms bowl ringed by 2 black bands. No incantations adorned it, but its gaping mouth was dark and terrifying. The true form of the Kongsijiang demon bowl. The Buddhist artifact gradually took form. The eldest monk among them pressed his palms together and murmured softly, "This demon of great evil has come this far, yet is returned to our junior brother. Everyone, the mundane world is void. It is time for us to suppress the demon with our bodies and return to the Buddhist soil." His expression remained calm, and his tone steady. He was clearly a cultivator of great attainment. Yet among the remaining 9, 6 looked down, faint traces of fear and anxiety in their eyes. Still, despite fearing that they would see themselves blasted into dust in the next moment, not one of them hesitated. They formed hand seals together, abandoning any thought of escape. The Maha made no move and merely watched. Yet the monks had already lost their right to flee. Even those nearby who weren't of the same Tao lineage stood paralyzed, their freedom gone. These 10 did not evade. Suxikong's true form activated, as his Dharma body radiated colored light. Their Dharma artifacts surged forth together, soaring toward the white-armored man in the sky. "Senior brother, since there's no chance of escape, at the very least, let this opportunity fall into our own hands." Several whispers echoed in the ear of the leading monk. His smooth face darkened slightly. He had clearly understood his junior brother's intention. Li Xuanfeng's karmic burden had only grown ever more dreadful as he repelled the northern forces. His karmic entanglement would only deepen with every one of the 12 he slew. Even if only 1 or 2 survived out of 10, as long as Li Xianfeng was killed, infinite karmic rewards would follow. With fewer people to share them, they might immediately attain the title of the Merciful One and have a boundless future. The 10 understood there was no retreat. Filled with a desperate resolve, they charged together, gritting their teeth as they rapidly closed the distance. Every cultivator knew Li Xianfeng was no slouch in close combat, but no matter how strong he was up close, how could it compare to the bow in his hand? If they kept engaging from afar with spell arts, their only fate was to be picked off one by one. Biting down under the mounting pressure, they advanced and shouted coldly in unison, "Fiend, meet your end." Chapter 877, Clash Between Evils, 2. Buzz. Li Xuanfeng's gaze swept across the heavens. Though he hadn't read as many ancient texts as Yuanli, he had personally seen a Maha. He drew his white bow back into a full moon once more. Thump! The Kongsijiang demon bowl had yet to fully manifest when petals began raining down again. The remaining 9 Buddhist cultivators didn't even look back. They had already rushed in, their male and female features suddenly clear. Golden powder fell from their faces, their teeth glinted gold, and they furrowed their brows in rage. The monk charging at him was fierce, with bulging eyes and pronounced brow bones. Muscles swelled across the face, radiating killing intent. It was a true visage of a wrathful Vajra. Li Xuanfeng's gaze was icy sharp and as piercing as steel. He sensed the arrogance and fear hidden beneath and spoke in a hoarse voice. Fierce in appearance, weak within. He simply opened his hand, and pale white energy gathered in his palm. He threw a fist forward and 3 shades of chilling white energy morphed into tigers and leopards that slammed straight into the target. Boom! The monk's head exploded with a loud bang. Countless sparkles flew up to try and reform, but were instantly dissolved by the golden aura in midair. The headless body stumbled back in defeat. The man's eyes were cold as metal, and his other hand swung fiercely. Clang! He grabbed the neck of the monk beside him. The monk, covered in gold powder, frantically reached up with 6 hands to pull at his arm, like a panicked octopus. Li Xuanfeng's voice was chilling as he said, always putting on a fierce face to scare the common folk. His broad hand clenched. The monk's neck shattered with a crack, and 3 shades of pale golden energy shot into the sky, kicking the head far into the distance like a ball. Monster! But the monk's spell arts had arrived. Countless golden chains swirled down from the sky, interlinking and locking around him, striking bright sparks against his pale white armor. Clang! The Kongsijiang demon bowl manifested above him like a colossal mountain. Buddhist cultivators appeared in the distance as they rushed over from afar. The spirit wind that had allowed cultivators to remain airborne dissipated, and they all began descending to the ground. Only Li Xianfeng remained in the sky, supported by the Huai River map. The Kongsijiang demon bowl now looked completely different from before, having grown to the size of a mountain. It was no longer meant to block his arrows. It was meant to stop him from escaping. Clang! Golden currents flowed in layers beneath the Kongsijiang demon bowl. Spears, halberds, axes, and cudgels fell from the sky and struck Li Xuanfeng's chest with a ringing clang. He stood unmoved as he slowly raised his head. His gaze sparked a surge of astral qi. Each of the 4 attackers had intricate, eye-blinking patterns on their chests, silk sashes at their waists, and were dressed in resplendent robes gleaming with golden lacquer. Li Xianfeng caught their weapons with one hand, while the other swept across them with his white bow, unleashing a dazzling wave of sword-like radiance. Clang! The metallic ring of the radiance clashing against the Dharma artifacts echoed across the battlefield. Several Buddhist cultivators' expressions changed simultaneously, only to see the man enveloped in pale white aura reaching out to grab one monk's arm. Build great beams and pillars, burn wood for fuel, seize golden gauze to adorn your body. He yanked the monk's muscular arm off and crushed it to dust as he stepped forward. He drew his bow back in one smooth motion, 3 streams of white light forming with a thrum. 3 monks casting spells from afar instantly coughed up golden blood as their heads, chests, and abdomens exploded simultaneously. Li Xianfeng broke free from the golden restraints on his body and blocked the incoming palms of 2 charging monks with both hands. How dare you! Several more monks flew in from both sides, their faces rigid and bitter. Their mouths moved involuntarily, voices righteous and solemn as they shouted, "Fiend! You've slain countless lives, lackey of the demonic Tao. Even if we perish into the Dharma realm, we will still suppress you, monster." Li Xianfeng firmly suppressed the 2 monks' Dharma bodies. As their bodies began to crack from the pressure, the image of the battlefield before him was replaced by the ruined remains of Zhenhui Temple on Mount Bianyan. His voice was icy as he said, "A world cleansed that remains impure, emptiness that is not empty, compassion that is not kind. Temples stretch for kilometers, yet still you cry of demons. Golden bodies 30 meters tall, boasting doctrines steeped in worldly pride." His words rang like thunder, drawing the attention of both the north and south. Many master monks and Buddhist cultivators looked away. The Kongsijiang demon bowl in the heavens trembled as if enraged and released a deafening clamor. Clang! The sound echoed beneath their feet, sweeping across the north and south and delving deep into the demonic mist. Yuanli was also shaken by the Kongsijiang demon bowl and had no choice but to descend to the riverbank. Things had once again gone beyond his expectations. He looked up, and his expression darkened. Maha cannot act directly. This Dharma artifact can only be summoned by the master monks, and thus, it can exert pressure. Nothing more. Clang! The distant monks all looked up, their faces pale as if they'd seen a ghost. They exchanged glances, then simultaneously turned and fled in the opposite direction. Something terrible has happened. If we keep flying that way, we'll surely become one of Maha's blades. Ha ha ha. White light blazed beneath the Kongsijiang demon bowl light. The white armor on Li Xuanfeng's body had cracked, and the markings on his face had fractured, but this only made him appear more real. He was no longer like some celestial general, but like Li Xianfeng himself. The white bow in his hand had been suppressed by the bowl in the sky, as it struggled dimly. Before him stood the remaining Buddhist cultivators, some missing arms, others without heads, all in tatters. Only 8 were left, their radiance flickering, standing silently like shattered statues after a temple collapse. But they now had a more fearsome air. They exchanged glances, and their voices grew hushed. He's not invincible all the time. Despite those words, the Buddhist cultivators remained frozen in place, staring at the man who stood with one foot on a broken Dharma body. Of the original 9 master monks of the Way of Emptiness and the 6 who joined later, only 8 of them remained alive. The strength of the 12 monks of the Way of Emptiness had varied. The disparity had not been all that apparent when forming the Grand Formation, but the fierce battle that followed had been a thresher. Only the 5 strongest survived. What a fiend, what a demonic presence. A broken golden spear remained lodged in the fiend's chest, flickering between the cracks in his white armor. Its shaft trembled faintly with each breath he took. His sharp eyes and brows landed on them, and he exhaled softly. The broken Dharma body beneath Li Xuanfeng's foot continued to float there, its head dangling loosely. Li Xianfeng raised a long brow as he took in the 8 monks whose gazes had grown feverish and greedy. Kill him, kill him, kill him, and the position of the Merciful One will be ours. Li Xianfeng calmly held their gaze as he crushed the half-broken Dharma body beneath his foot. His hands shot out and grabbed 2 heads, replete with compassionate expressions. He raised them high, and upon seeing the fear lingering in their eyes, laughed from deep in his throat. I am no saint either, but this is perfect. 2 evils killing each other, and everything ends cleanly. Chapter 878. All Tinted Rose, I. The massive black-purple bowl continued to loom in the sky, its hollow, circular center glowing with a radiance like intertwined branches and leaves that blanketed the heavens. Pale golden, curling clouds spread outward and settled motionless above. Now that the true form of the Kongsijiang demon bowl had been revealed, not a single person across Jiangnan or Jiangbei could rise on wind. All were forced to the riverbanks. Even Li Qinghong, riding celestial thunder and bolstered by a feathered robe, could only hover 40 meters above the ground. She looked upward as the rumbling from the sky slowly descended. All the cultivators around her were wounded, but she clutched her spear tightly and turned towards Yuanli. She asked quietly, Senior, do you have a treasure that can ascend? Yuanli was intently examining the Kongsijiang demon bowl, bitterness filling his heart. Just as Boshio had granted the Huai River map, the monks above summoning Maha's bowl technically didn't count as direct intervention. But the Maha's control over master monks was unlike that of the Purple Mansion realm cultivators. When the stubborn master monks claimed they were slaying a demon, who could really argue? The Kongsijiang demon bowl is nurtured by a Maha. Now that it's revealed, who could possibly ascend? Yuanli murmured. He's dead set on using these master monks to exchange for a competent Merciful One. If they can't share in the treasures of Anhuai heaven later, this alone is still a worthwhile reward. Although Li Qinghong didn't fully understand the intricacies of Buddhist cultivation, she had heard that many Mahas were deeply moved and personally intervened when Tang Shidu rebelled. At this moment, Li Xuanfeng's appeal was likely even greater. Just as Yuanli finished speaking, the sky-darkening Kongsijiang demon bowl began to shift again. The 2 black rings on the bowl began to gradually glow golden, and a distant, ethereal decree echoed. Compassionate karmic fire. Burn the wicked and punish the evil. The voice drifted down and lasted only a moment before everyone instinctively covered their ears. The black-purple hue in the sky turned deep crimson, and the multicolored clouds transformed into a fiery blaze. The entire sky now seemed to burn with erratically flickering flames. A thunderous roar followed. The karmic fire is here. The fiend is doomed. As the voice rang out, Yuanli's heart jolted, and he silently began to pray, Please, let nothing go wrong. Inside the demon bowl, boom, Li Xianfeng stood within the blazing deep crimson flames ignited inside the Kongsijiang demon bowl. The flames clung to him like a shadow, climbing along his armor, their tongues licking and crackling with metallic clangs. The 8 monks saw the flames, exchanged glances, and burst into laughter, shouting in relief. The karmic fire has come. The fiend is doomed. Li Xuanfeng's spiritual sense roiled within the fire, but was soon forced back into his body. He could feel a searing heat around him, causing the mana in his body to hiss and crackle. He glanced down and sneered. Karmic fire? It's nothing but a fusion of the true flame, merging fire and molten fire. But the combination of all 3 fires had weakened the golden chi protecting him. The once indestructible white armor began to groan and crack under the strain, creaking loudly from the burning. The 8 monks thrived in the fire, surging forward like fish in water. Even as he spoke, Li Xianfeng had already drawn the golden spear from his chest. The white bowstring twanged, releasing 5 white arrows. Now, not only was the Kongsijiang demon bowl suppressing him, but the blazing triple flames were also burning fiercely. The flash of white light had far less might than before. Bang! The astral chi on Li Xuanfeng's white bow weakened in the flames. The 5 arrows managed to block only 5 monks. The remaining 3 rushed forward, forming hand seals. The Icaria taught me to invoke the Suxikong method, the Shijiali art. Ding dang. 3 intricately patterned golden chains flew from their hands, links interlocking as they coiled around Li Xuanfeng's body. Sparks flew as they climbed up his arms, only for Li Xianfeng, who had been waiting, to condense golden chi into giant hands, seize the chains, and yank fiercely. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of the chains striking the white armor thundered like rolling drums. The 3 monks were stunned as a tremendous force surged along the chains. Sparks exploded as they were pulled straight toward the white-armored figure. Their spiritual senses flared. They saw the other 5 monks already closing in behind Li Xianfeng, 5 Dharma artifacts aimed at his back. Suddenly, realization dawned in their hearts. His spiritual sense must be scorched by the karmic fire. He can't sense the situation clearly anymore. Joy overtook fear in their hearts. They lunged forward, deeper into the embrace of that pale, rune-marked face, and shouted, "Die, monster!" Boom. Li Xuanfeng's eyes had turned entirely pale white. He unleashed a massive blow that shattered their Dharma bodies. The 3 monks below him suddenly erupted with golden radiance. Unfazed, his fist moved like a blur of light, smashing down upon the 3 below. Shards of glass-like limbs flew into the air as 3 anguished screams rang out. Li Xianfeng, you're seeking death. But golden chi struck the massive Dharma body without restraint. The 3 monks were already injured with missing heads or limbs, but 3 cries of regret and fury rang out as Li Xianfeng yanked them toward him. You? How utterly foolish. None of the 3 had expected such ferocity. They were annihilated in an explosion of shattered shards of colored glass and drifting petals. Li Xianfeng let out a muffled groan. Crack! 5 Dharma artifacts pierced through his body, dragging golden chi in their wake. He swept his white bow around in retaliation, but his movement had grown sluggish and heavy. The 5 monks leapt back nimbly, each retreating and laughing in unison. Excellent! Clatter! Pale golden chi flowed like blood, trailing down his armor's etched lines. It turned into a white mist in midair and dissolved into the flames. Li Xianfeng slowly straightened. 2 spears had pierced through his body, with one entering at the left rib and exiting the back, the other transfixing his chest and abdomen. Both bore ornate golden patterns, releasing radiant light that seeped into him. His left leg bore web-like fractures from a monk's warhammer. 2 massive wounds had opened in his abdomen, revealing karmic fire dancing and burning in a hollow inside his white armor. Ha ha ha! The 5 monks retreated together, wary of a dying counterattack. Yet they all breathed a sigh of relief. Rather than feeling triumph, it was more like a weight had lifted from their shoulders. Li Xianfeng had judged correctly. The karmic fire in the Kongsijiang demon bowl was indeed a fusion of 3 fires. But each fire was of the purple mansion realm. The 5 had known from the moment they saw it that his death was inevitable. No matter how powerful your white armor is, it's rootless, like floating duckweed. How could it withstand such flames? His vision had been obscured and body grievously wounded, but he had still insisted on dragging 3 down with him. Now, all the 5 needed to do was guard against a dying blow, and wear him down bit by bit till he died. Pleased with their advantage, the 5 monks each began plotting. They slowly and subtly widened the distance between each other. The glow around their bodies was not only watching Li Xianfeng, but also wary of one another. If I can bring down a few more, wouldn't I earn a greater share of fate? Chapter 879. All Tinted rose, too. As the glow behind their heads grew stronger, their eyes began to shift. Their peripheral vision tracked each other's movements. Meanwhile, Li Xianfeng stood motionless, raising his white bow. His entire body was shattered, hollowed out by karmic flames burning within. His aura weakened bit by bit, yet he still stood firm, the string of his bow quietly humming. What is he doing? The 5 were momentarily stunned as he drew his bowstring back to a full moon. Some chuckled, and one monk wielding a hammer even laughed aloud. Bathed in karmic fire, what could you possibly shoot? Despite the mocking words, all 5 tightened their guard. Mana surged within them, ready to intercept at any time. It wasn't carelessness. They simply didn't want to be the first to make a move and risk falling to a teammate's betrayal. And so, all 5 froze in mutual hesitation. Li Xianfeng raised his bow and aimed it straight at the hammer-wielding monk. The latter's expression darkened, while the other four immediately smiled and activated their Dharma artifacts, rising higher into the air. Buzz! A thunderous roar rang out as the white glow vanished from Li Xuanfeng's bowstring. The other four simultaneously hurled their Dharma artifacts at the hammer-wielding monk, whose face changed drastically as he cried out in horror. "You fools! How could you be so careless?" Buzz! The white light shimmered in Li Xuanfeng's hand, but the white arrow materialized in front of another man, whose face bore a wrathful Vajra expression. Sword in hand, startled and furious, his voice thundered, "You dare!" Sowing discord. Good. The hammer-wielding monk's expression darkened, while the other three rejoiced. For the first time, they felt admiration for the white-armored man before them. Pity, how many arrows can he still fire? No matter his schemes, death awaits. Li Xianfeng was clearly engulfed in karmic fire. There was no faking that. His mystical arrows had grown weak and feeble. The three relaxed, sneering internally, tricks of an insect. All he's doing is helping us claim more glory. While the five circled in midair, Li Xianfeng pulled back his bow once again, and this time, a golden-red arrow shimmered on the string. The arrow was slim but blindingly bright. It was the very mystical arrow forged in Green Pine Temple's mirage mirror heaven and tempered by merging fire and binding ring. It was highly resistant to flames. The other five had long melted in karmic fire, while this one merely glowed red. Li Xianfeng focused completely. Golden light burst from his white bow, gathering in his palm. Dense astral chi poured out like water, forcing the karmic flames around him back 3 feet. He no longer looked like a man at the end of his rope. On the contrary, he was even more terrifying than before. The edges of his shattered white armor burned with searing brilliance, stirring fear deep in the soul. Buzz! All five froze as the familiar dread of death returned in full force. As astral chi surged outward, they all let out sharp howls in unison, shaking the flames around them. Ah! Unbelievable shock filled each of their hearts. A single thought surfaced in all their minds: impossible. A torrent of golden light erupted like a pillar that connected heaven and earth, parting the karmic fire and converging into the golden red arrow, which screamed with an ear-piercing shriek. This arrow was forged from all the astral chi Li Xianfeng had accumulated over countless shots. Over 20 years ago, he had used it against Yu Muxian and nearly killed that genius in a single strike. Now, after 20 years of late-stage Foundation establishment realm, of bloodshed and killing, every arrow held the force of years of effort. How could this accumulated force not be terrifying? When the karmic fire scorched him, he realized his white armor could no longer protect him. But his decades of combat experience, far exceeding the battles these monks had ever seen, he made a split-second calculation and unleashed this arrow. Buzz! The 5 master monks in the air were instantly engulfed by astral chi. One after another, they and their Dharma artifacts were devoured until they were completely erased in that overwhelming storm of astral chi. The brilliant golden light flooded the entire Kongsijiang demon bowl. The mountain-sized artifact trembled, letting out a dreadful, muffled roar. The 2 closest monks didn't even have time to groan as their bodies and souls were obliterated in an instant. Even their Dharma artifacts turned into golden dust as they were completely annihilated. The next 2 had unfortunate comrades shielding them, one blocked by the white arrow, the other by a teammate's body, yet they too were reduced to ash. Only 2 faint streams of light flickered in the karmic fire, falling earthward like meteors and veering northward toward reincarnation. The last monk managed to shift half a step before his body vaporized into nothingness. He only had half a head remaining. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and he had no jaw left to speak. The head tumbled into the karmic fire with a dull thud. Ugh! He barely formed a mouth, but not a single word emerged. The Kongsijiang demon bowl grew dim. The white-armored man now stood before him, eyes cold and resolute. He'd stomped down without hesitation. Crack! Shards like colored glass scattered amid the rolling flames. The severed head still held a pleading look in its eyes, but it was crushed underfoot. The supreme golden chi shattered soul and spirit alike, ending his life. Silence finally returned within the karmic fire. Li Xianfeng was surrounded by the remains of monks and scattered Dharma artifacts. The fire's tongues licked at the white armor, gradually consuming the golden chi that cloaked him. Drip! Autumn dew trickled down Li Xuanfeng's armor. only to evaporate into nothing in midair from the fire. He slowly pulled the golden spear from his chest and dropped it before him with a clang. Crack! He crushed the glass beneath his foot, then slowly sat down. The two immortal foundations within him had been reduced to a thin, flickering layer. He had a faint smile beneath the pale white runes as he sat atop a mound of broken Dharma bodies like a man on his throne. His white bow was lodged in the chest of a corpse as it rested gently in his palm. Beneath his feet stretched a field of shattered limbs like stained glass. There were arms, legs, snarling faces, and Vajra-like bodies, all lying still in the karmic fire. The white bow stood beside him, glowing faintly. He slowly adjusted his breathing as he waited for the remaining monks to arrive. But perhaps the other Mahas had intervened, or perhaps the remaining master monks were not fools and had already withdrawn. The Kongsijiang demon bowl hovered motionless in the sky, but with no monks to sustain it. It lingered for no more than 10 seconds before reluctantly fading back into the great void. Li Xianfeng sat atop the mountain of monk corpses. The scenery of Jiang had finally returned in his flame-dimmed eyes. The surging river flowed east, eddies curling through currents fast and slow. Its cold indifference remained timeless. Jagged rocks jutted up, waves rose and fell. The view was no different than before he entered the formation. Only now, the river's surface was crowded with petals, drifting and scattering freely. They clustered together, flowing with the current from west to east, rushing toward the distant eastern sea. His eyes shifted slightly, turning north, along the river's stretch of 50 kilometers from north to south. The ground was covered in glassy shards, all tinted rose. Truly beautiful, he muttered. Chapter 880, Annihilation. The Kongsijiang demon bowl in the sky faded, and the eye-like colors at the horizon disappeared with it. The radiant lights across the heavens dimmed, gradually returning to the normal sky. All the cultivators simultaneously looked up, pupils dilating as they collectively froze. The purple-black hue and colored lights brought by the Kongsijiang demon bowl had yet to completely fade. The entire sky bore a light violet tint, with flowing lights that exuded an entrancing, soul-stirring aura. But glass-like fragments of bodies, both big and small, were scattered across this violet sky. These master monks' Dharma bodies were immense to begin with, and now they littered the air like countless fallen statues. All eyes traced the trail of broken corpses upward until they landed on a mountain of golden remains formed from Dharma bodies. A white-armored man sat quietly cross-legged at the peak, with a white bow planted beside him. He slew the entire assembly of monks. The scene lasted only a moment. Now that the suppression of the Kongsijiang demon bowl had vanished, the fragments of Dharma bodies instantly vaporized into dazzling lights, and the floral rain in the sky intensified, accompanied by cascading shards of colored glass crashing down with clinks and chimes. The crowd still craned their necks, stunned. Though it was but a fleeting moment, the sight was so terrifying it branded itself into the pupils of every cultivator present. Most hadn't even moved to collect the falling glass, frozen in place. Boom! A muffled thunder rumbled. Li Qinghong rose first, transforming into a bolt of violet lightning. She pierced through the falling dewdrops and petal rain, searching for the white-armored Li Xianfeng. He had already descended on the wind. The gaping wounds across his body and the hollow insides beneath them had been concealed, and he was suited in his domineering white-gold armor once again. His white bow was held with casual ease in his hand. Li Xuanfeng's eyes, flickering with golden energy, now appeared faintly gray. He raised a hand to silence Li Qinghong's words. She immediately swallowed her anxiousness, stood firm with her silver spear behind him, and the uncle and niece descended toward the southern bank amid the celestial phenomena. Below, everyone stared blankly at the wonders overhead, allowing the pink petals to reach their knees. When Li Xianfeng stepped onto the radiant pass summoned by the Huai River map, even the noble Yuanli trembled, unable to meet his gaze. Everyone knelt in reverence from west to east. The fierce and majestic man radiated brilliance in his white armor. Families on either side bowed their heads. Immortal descendants lowered their gazes, and rogue cultivators and kin alike prostrated like blades of grass. Dew and petals rained down as a thunderous chorus erupted from the southern bank. "Greetings, my lord." Li Xianfeng gave a slight nod and gently raised his left hand. A scroll slowly materialized, floating long and horizontal in midair. The white-armored man unfurled it with a soft flick of his wrist. Splash! The long, radiant pass beneath his feet instantly vanished, turning into streams of golden light that flowed back into the scroll. Li Xianfeng said nothing more. The scroll spun once in the air and landed in front of Si Yuanli. Swish! Si Yuanli stared blankly at the sky as pink blossoms spiraled down onto his face, only to be brushed aside by the Dharma light shielding him. His perception technique was among the finest. He had clearly seen the glass-like Dharma bodies scattered across the heavens the moment the Kongsijiang demon bull vanished from the sky. Coupled with the terrifying, hair-raising phenomena, only one thought remained in Si Yuanli's heart. All 18 master monks had been executed. Soft petals had risen past his knees. Si Yuanli cast his gaze northward, where endless pink and gold stretched before his eyes. Dew, petals, and glass covered the land like an ocean, dazzling him so much he could hardly keep his eyes open. Who could compare to such divine might in the last 500 years? The names of figures like Duanmu Kuei and Shang Yuan surfaced in Si Yuanli's mind. Perhaps only that incident 70 years ago, the pacification of Su State, when Shang Yuan entered alone into a gathering of monks, slain 2 monks and 3 devils, and walked away unopposed, could be considered comparable. His gaze slowly traveled from the sky full of wonders to the cultivators along the riverbank. Some eyes held fear, some relief, and others joy. But one emotion prevailed among the family cultivators and rogue cultivators: reverence. Si Yuanli looked away, dazed and confused. Li Xianfeng slightly tilted his head and looked toward him, causing Si Yuanli to jolt upright and listen intently. Li Xuanfeng's slightly hoarse voice echoed through the air. It wasn't loud, but it made all the cultivators bow and listen solemnly. The northern monks have been slain. My duty as guardian is fulfilled. My lifespan and immortal foundation are all but spent. I only hope to be permitted to return to the lake and enter death. His words made all cultivators raise their heads, stirred. Even those from the Yuan family, who had clashed with him before, now looked at Li Xianfeng with reverence. The entire assembly fell silent. Though most cultivators had come to defend the river out of necessity rather than devotion, they had also fought with all their strength. After all, their families and cave dwellings lay behind the riverbanks, and who hadn't brought their entire family? Now, nearly all could see that it was Li Xianfeng alone who had defended the riverbank. This fearsome man was about to enter death, and the family's dread and fear gradually turned into relief. Along with reverence came gratitude. Thank goodness, truly, thank goodness. Instead, it was the rogue cultivators and family members who exchanged glances filled with regret and gratitude, lifting their heads to look at him, at a loss for words. But in Si Yuanli's mind, a shudder ran through him. The ominous premonition he had been dreading was now reality. He thought in fear. He is going to enter death. Li Xianfeng dying in battle versus surviving with heavy injuries. These were 2 entirely different outcomes for Si Yuanli. Just moments ago, he had admired Li Xuanfeng's imposing might and felt a touch of relief. But now, his heart was left only with cold dread. This changes everything. This changes everything. Li Yuanqin is a close aide to the Qi family. If he perishes in the line of duty, the Qi family will seize the chance to exploit the situation. At that point, it won't even matter whether the Li family can support us. The entire war might shift in a dangerous direction. No matter how cold his heart felt, when the words reached his lips, all he could do was respond bitterly. How could this be? Very well. Xianfeng. Li Xianfeng gave him a slow nod, his voice slightly lowered. The monarch calling command Golden Talisman cannot be retrieved now. Once I enter death, my family will surely deliver it. His gaze had softened slightly. Though the man hailed from Azure Pond Sect and had committed acts better left unspoken, the survival of millions behind the river was in no small part thanks to him. As a swordsman, at least he still held to some lines he would not cross. Meeting his gaze, Si Yuanli felt a flicker of guilt. Li Xianfeng was about to die, ultimately due to obeying his orders. The man had not yet realized how much Si Yuanli had come to admire him in secret. He only felt pain. What a pity. Li Xianfeng gave a soft laugh and transformed into a gust of bone-white wind, departing. The Li family members had no reason to remain, and all rose into the air. Everyone stood to the side and spoke in respectful unison, respectfully seeing the Lord off. The voices spread from east to west, gradually merging into one. Even Lingyu Laning's eyes revealed a trace of reverence. She turned slightly and offered a salute in the direction of his departure. respectfully seeing the elder off. Yuanli felt his chest fill with icy snow, but soon realized more and more eyes were turning toward him. A woman in green robes stepped forward, her attire elegant and striking, a sword at her waist. She first offered him a bow. "This is bad." Yuanli's scalp tingled. Lingyu Laniying's voice rang through his mind like a great bell, sending a jolt through his whole body. "Senior Yuanli, the northern cultivators have retreated. Should we proceed to aid Bianyan?" Yuanli turned his head and realized the entire southern bank was watching him with cold stares. The silence was so complete one could hear a pin drop. Every gaze stabbed at him like blades, like a rain of arrows piercing him through. Those eyes held curiosity mixed with pressure, pressing against his chest little by little. Chapter 881, Better to Act Decisively, I. Lingyu Laniying's seemingly baseless remark caused the surrounding cultivators to subtly change expressions, turning Yuanli into the center of attention. He didn't need to think too hard. Just by looking at the crowd's furious expressions, he knew that Qinghong's orders and actions had long been deliberately leaked by the esteemed families. These cultivators may lack deep heritage, but they were no fools. Who among them wasn't bitter right now? Sending aid to Mount Bianyan? If Lingyu Laniying hadn't brought it up in public, Yuanli wouldn't have treated it as a matter of concern at all. Though the northern cultivators had retreated, the south was ultimately weaker, and who would dare act rashly with Li Xianfeng on the verge of death? Yuanli had only intended to dismiss the crowd, then secretly send a few to scout the north. He could then claim to the Qi family that it was a rescue mission. With the riverside barely secured and no orders from the south, who could call him a liar? Once the riverside crowd dispersed, only a few direct descendants of esteemed families would know what he had done. But Lingyu Laniying's blunt question had thrust him into the spotlight, leaving him prickling with discomfort under so many eyes. "This isn't just about putting me in an awkward position." The riverside fell silent. Yuanli stood slightly to the side, meeting the gaze of the green-robed woman before him. Her eyes showed no aggression nor outrage, only calm. He realized the sword in his hand had gone cold. Though more calculating than his older brother Yuanbai, the moment he met that gaze, his heart had skipped a beat. Any family that had lasted a century within the Azure Pond sect represented more than just itself. It symbolized vast power behind the scenes, and at times, a particular voice, the Purple Mansion realm. In a moment so full of scrutiny, if someone from the Li family spoke, Yuanli had to consider whether it was actually Xiao shooting swill. If someone from the Yuan family acted, he had to wonder if Busey had returned. The Lingyu family, a naturalized house of Mount Yu, had stood firm for 300 years and guarded the southern sea on the Azure Pond sect's behalf. Though their roots were deep and tangled, their true strength lay in being the in-laws of a Taoist master from the great Xiaokuei temple. Lingyu Laniying's words represented more than just the Lingyu family. It also signified the stance of Jiachuan Prefecture, the southern sea cultivators, and even the shadow of the Lin family from Xiaokuei. His mind raced. Neither Lingyu Laniying nor the southern sea cultivators had any real conflict with him. Their provocation was not meant as an attack, but a confirmation. They wanted a response from him, whether it be a vague evasion or a polite deferral, which cultivator present wouldn't see through an attempt to shirk responsibility. As long as Yuanli wasn't a die-hard loyalist of the Qi family, their resentment wouldn't land on him. But then again, the Qi family were no fools either. The sword cultivator calmly sheathed his weapon as he said, "Qinghong has gathered elite forces and stationed them at Mount Bianyan, which is protected by a grand formation. The northern cultivators are being forced to detour around it. Mount Bianyan should be several times safer than here. They ought to be secure." With a single sentence, he set the tone, indirectly confirming the rumors spread by the esteemed families and pinning the blame squarely on the Qi family. Only then did he continue. "But the minds of devil cultivators are unpredictable, and their methods are strange. Who knows what schemes they may have? If the rescue fails, it would be a grave mistake. I will personally lead a team to investigate, in case a devil cultivator returns for an attack." He spoke crisply and efficiently. Lingyu Laniying nodded along, and several peak masters and Taoists close to the Lingyu family stood behind her in contemplation, while the rest of the cultivators whispered among themselves and turned to peer at him. Yuanli spoke warmly. "Everyone, please rest for now. The promised essence-gathering pills and spirit items will be fully distributed within 3 days. As long as I, Yuanli, am here, not a single one of you will be shortchanged." A chorus of cheerful voices rose from below. Yuanli stood with his hands behind his back on the riverbank, meeting Laning's smiling face. His eyes narrowed slightly as the woman before him softly said, "Be at ease, senior. There are no unusual signs in the sky, and no one has fled back in defeat in a long time. It must surely be safe." That reminded Yuanli. He didn't believe in peace and safety at all. With such a perfect opportunity, the fall of Mount Bianyan was inevitable. The current silence could only mean the truth was being concealed. Qinghong is finished. Yuanli likely knew best of everyone how many were still at Mount Bianyan. For that very reason, he still found it hard to believe. Qinghong, second only to Sect Master Qinghong in the Qi family's direct descendants, along with 7 direct descendants, from Qi Liangzhe to Qi Dongqing, plus numerous peak masters and Taoists of the Qi family, whether by blood or marriage, and even Ning Huan from the Ning family. The 2 most talented generations of Qi family juniors had been deliberately kept within the sect, only to be taken out by Boxiu. Then, they perished with him inside the grotto heaven. The situation at Mount Bianyan was entirely unlike that of the riverbank. Qinghong was no Li Xianfeng. Suddenly, Yuanli realized that Laning's question had been inevitable. His heart grew clear with insight. There is no room for diplomacy in sect strife and faction struggle. From the moment I chose to defend the riverbank, I had already taken a side. Be it the Li family or the Lingyu family, the will of the people is clear. A look of decisive clarity finally emerged on Yuanli's face as he thought in his heart. In the path of shifting power, only speed and ruthlessness prevail. To seek compromise is to invite ruin. Better to be resolute. Mount Bianyan. Billowing demonic smoke drifted over the blood-stained mountaintop. A black boot sent ripples through a pool of blood as the sharp-eyed black-robed youth looked up at the sky raining with blood. The green-robed cultivator before him had a handsome face and ethereal attire, yet the sinister glint in his eyes added a terrifying edge. He stood with sword in hand, his face covered in blood. His dharma robe was slashed in several places. His complexion was pale and grim as he panted heavily, struggling to exhale the chilling air that had invaded his lungs. Qinghong. The black-robed youth said the name with a smile, and the blood pool beneath his feet trembled slightly with his voice. Jiang stood with arms crossed, 3 bone tokens circling around him, and smiled. "I heard you're the sect master's younger brother from Azure Pond sect. Well then, how do you like this grand gift? Brother Jiang, why waste words on him?" Master Monk Shuang let out a hearty laugh, though his eyes betrayed urgency. The spells in his hand grew fiercer and more relentless, breaking Qinghong's tendons and bones. If not for the sturdiness of his dharma robe, he would have already collapsed. Severed heads lay at his feet, their faces still frozen in terror. Qinghong gasped for breath, blood dripping steadily from his collar. In just 15 minutes, he had exhausted all his trump cards. Qinghong's innate talent was decent, but his strength was not outstanding, and he rarely needed to engage in battle. There was a clear gap against these opponents. If not for several powerful items on him, he would have been killed already. As a core member of the Qi family, he naturally carried Purple Mansion Realm talismans, multiple even. But after 15 minutes of fighting, he had only used one, and even that had been neutralized through the combined efforts of his opponents. Meanwhile, Jiang's shamanic arts had begun to take effect. When Qinghong reached for the embroidered pouch on his waist a second time, it had turned into a damp, furry golden rat, its long tail tied to his belt as it let out shrill squeaks. How bizarre. Qinghong carried not only Purple Mansion Realm talismans, but also a rare talisman that allowed a brief escape into the Great Void. It was tied to his wrist and was yet unused. Despite his repeated attempts to activate it, it showed no response. Qinghong's gaze moved past his opponents to the sky. His heart gradually calmed. The Great Void here had already been sealed. Even if Purple Mansion Realm cultivators could come and go freely, his talisman alone would not allow him to escape. Chapter 882, Better to Act Decisively, 2. By command, the black-robed youth cast another spell. Qinghong's longsword suddenly transformed into a colorful lizard that twisted and bit at his wrist. Qinghong no longer had the strength to dispel the spell. He simply reached for his waist, hoping to switch weapons altogether. Squeak, squeak. The fat, golden-furred rat squeaked again, and only then did Qinghong remember that the pouch could no longer be used. A wave of despair rose in his heart. To think I would fall here. He didn't know what had happened in the south, but the swarm of devil cultivators from the sky had sealed off Mount Bianyan. Demonic light shimmered in every direction. To be fair, Mount Bianyan's defenses were not weak. There were over 10 peak masters, all of significant strength. Only 4 devil cultivators among the enemy were formidable, and the grand formation had only been breached in a few spots. They still had the strength to fight. But the north did not only bring you Jiang and his 3 companions, but many more devil cultivators that surged from the south. Though they were weaker, they mercilessly slaughtered the Qi cultivation realm disciples on the mountain. Since the main 4 were holding off the top defenders, the key nodes of the formation were quickly dismantled and lost all brilliance. The peak masters were then executed one by one. Qi Liangzhe, Qi Dongqing, and others had fallen before his eyes. Qi Jian gradually understood that he had miscalculated. I should have abandoned the riverbank and let the devil cultivators sweep down from there. Instead of having them trap us at Mount Bianyan, there would have at least been a chance to escape. Qi Jian's heart turned cold. His storage pouch still held pills and talismans, yet Yu Zhang's persistent spells prevented him from using them, while Xu Wang pressed closer with ruthless aggression. Finally, blue rain began falling from the sky. The blue rain was laced with droplets of blood pouring over the battlefield. The hooked serpent seal floating in the air reverted to its true form and hovered silently. The Xinyo pristine marsh seal has been broken. He could no longer see Ning Heyuan through the hazy rain. All he saw was a delicate-looking man in a python robe emerging with a long whip in hand, lashing out in a cold flash. Splurt. Qi Jian could only raise both arms to block. The last of his mana had run dry. His Dharma robe dimmed, and a searing ray of colored light pierced his chest. His heart turned utterly cold. Xu Wang's palm strike pierced through his chest and shot upward, shattering his face as well. In that fleeting instant, what remained of Qi Jian's consciousness flickered. So I've ruined my brother's great plan after all. Boom. As he fell, several beams of golden light mixed with rainbow hues shot into the sky. Xu Wang suddenly rose into the air. Countless corpses and blood below him lifted with the surge, shining with golden radiance. Wisps of soul-like pure energy rose skyward, flowing into his body. Xu Wang sat cross-legged midair as a golden lotus bloomed beneath him, joy lighting up his face as he thought, destiny has arrived. Within the great void, a vast, multicolored radiance condensed within the great void. Layers of iridescent clouds drifted like smoke as a dark purple alms bowl hovered silently in the air, trembling slightly, yet unable to move. A single dot of amethyst light rested upon the bowl. It was gleaming faintly, yet it was as immovable as a mountain. Just like that, the treasured Kongsijiang demon bowl, refined over many years by a Maha, was pinned in place within the great void, unable to advance or retreat, hovering dumbly in the air. A woman in purple robes was standing before it. Her black hair was pinned back with an ordinary white hairpin. An elegant brow lifted as she looked northward, her gaze landing on the vast, round shape of Anhuai heaven suspended within the great void. She said nothing. Zipei, Maha's voice echoed from near and far, tinged with fury, rumbling across the great void like a multitude speaking in unison. It was one thing for you to ruin my plans, but now you won't even let it go. What is it you want? Li Xianfeng carried the fated weight of the North-South conflict. The Maha had been lurking in the great void, awaiting changes within Anhuai heaven. But when he sensed such a ripe opportunity, he could no longer restrain himself. If I could seize such a dense fate, wouldn't that be perfect? Though the Maha could not act directly, there was still a host of master monks in the north. He summoned them and granted the Kongsijiang demon bowl with the goal of forging a merciful one under his command. If one of them killed Li Xianfeng and became his merciful one, it would not be just any servant. He would gain a powerful subordinate. Then, with the merciful one's fate in his hands, he could absorb that destiny to nourish himself, skipping much of the effort required for cultivation. The Kongsijiang demon bowl had 3 transformations. He had only used 2. Though they had been summoned by a master monk rather than wielded by him directly, they were already more than enough to deal with Li Xianfeng. He had intended to take more time and let a few more monks die so their fate could gather. Thus he had not unleashed the final transformation. Who would have thought Zipei would suddenly interfere, causing the prize already in his grasp to slip away? That wretched woman actually didn't enter Anhuai heaven? How is that possible? Thought the Maha. To put it bluntly, with Shang Yuan and the others now gone, Zipei was already the most formidable cultivator in Jiangnan. If she had entered Anhuai heaven to compete with the others, she would have secured a significant share. Who could have predicted that she would show no interest? Now, his treasured artifact was suppressed by Zipei's divine power, trapped and unable to act. The Maha could neither advance nor retreat. He glared at her with hidden fury, secretly growing uneasy. He had taken advantage of the Purple Mansion Realm cultivator's momentary absence in the south to summon 2 transformations of the Kongsijiang demon bowl. Though it had not been wielded by his own hand, relying on those monks to enact his plans was already crossing the line. Now, feeling guilty, he found himself at a loss for words. Taoist Master Zipei finally spoke. The bald monk certainly crafted a fine Dharma artifact. So many transformations, all just to target a single Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. She tilted her head slightly to the side, and a flicker of violet light spun atop the bowl. The Kongsijiang demon bowl shook violently, emitting pained wails. Maha's voice boomed in fury. "Fellow Taoist, are you trying to break the rules?" Zipei watched coldly, her divine ability drawing forth a swirl of gray mist. The mist dispersed and transformed into 3 kinds of flame, each falling into her hands. She lifted her head and said coldly, "You, Daisy, are no more than a Maha of 2 incarnations, and you dare speak to me of rules? Even Zhilu wouldn't presume so much. Get lost while you still can." Maha Daisy's radiance flickered in the great void, bearing the flavor of forced restraint. He truly dared not retort. Retracting the wailing Kongsijiang demon bowl, his eye-shaped glow dissolved into a patch of rainbow mist and retreated northward. An ordinary merciful one possessed only early-stage Purple Mansion Realm strength and lacked divine protections, making them comparatively weak. Even those who had cultivated for years were barely equal to an early-stage Purple Mansion Realm cultivator. Only after becoming a Maha would one gain true power. It took 3 incarnations to reach mid-stage Purple Mansion Realm, and 5 to 7 to approach the late stage. Frankly speaking, Dicey was no match for the woman before him. He had no choice but to swallow his anger and flee like a defeated dog. Zipei lowered her eyes, quietly gazing at Anhuai heaven before her. The grotto heaven was gradually fading away, while the aura of metallic essence pulsed in and out, releasing a sudden, thunderous roar. Chapter 883, Scattered Geng, Drifting White, I. Moongaze Lake. The sky was bright, while the lake water was clear and crystalline. Qingdu Peak stood tall in the middle of the lake. Stone steps wound up the mountain to the great hall. An old man, wrapped in a gray-blue cloak, paced in slow circles in front of the grand hall. Li Xianxian waited a moment before finally seeing a spear-wielding man land in front of the hall. At the 9th stage of Qi cultivation realm, he brought his hands together in salute and said respectfully, "Siwei greets the Lord. How is the situation by the shore?" Li Xianxian raised him to his feet and hurriedly asked. This man was none other than the calm and composed Siwei, son of Enjian. The handsome and dignified man replied quietly, "What I saw just now was no illusion. To the north, everything along the river where the Fei family moved was dyed in crimson, numbering over 1 million. It was mixed with glazed glass, golden sands, and various treasures, drawing cultivators to scavenge. There were figures everywhere. I overheard those from the north say it was a sign of a fallen Buddhist cultivator." Li Xianxian twirled his beard, heart sinking. He tightened his grip as he replied, "Buddhist cultivators excel in reincarnation. If one has truly fallen, it likely means the battle has reached a critical turning point. My lord says the same as well." And Siwei was clearly referring to Li Shijuan, who was still investigating by the shore. Before he finished speaking, frost and snow stirred before the hall, and Li Shijuan swept in with the wind, the Han Lin hanging from his waist, his face still slightly pale. "Shijuan," Li Xianxian called out to him. Li Shijuan returned the salute before speaking softly. "Quite a few master monks may have fallen. There seems to be some spirit artifacts suppressing the riverbank, and the situation looks much better. Earlier there were a few devil cultivators circling around, but now not a single one remains." He pressed a hand to his sword and took a step forward into the hall. After a moment of thought, he said in interest, "Seems Mount Bianyan may not be such a good place after all. The real experts are full of schemes. If the riverbank is held, then where would the devil cultivators go next?" Li Shijuan's words eased Li Xuanquan's mind considerably. The old man raised his brow and looked into the distance as he noticed a surge of silvery gold aura from the north. He immediately grew alert. Li Shijuan's perception technique was the most formidable. He had already seen through it. He exhaled lightly, and his eyes glimmered with unusual brilliance. The trace of worry between his brows vanished as he turned back with a smile and said, "It's a great victory." He instantly relaxed and sighed, loosening the grip on his sword hilt. A new thought arose in his mind. Seems there was truly a scheme at play, but since I'm stationed in the rear, I haven't heard much. Maybe Qi played a brilliant move, but if it was a scheme by the Purple Mansion Realm cultivators, then things are about to get very interesting. Li Xianxian still couldn't clearly see the distant figures, but when he saw thunderous clouds dyed in colorful light and golden aura glowing with bright yang, as well as heard Li Shijuan's words, his heart relaxed. He had spent half the night anxious, but now his face could not hide the joy. The ancestors must be watching over us. This looks like a great victory. He gradually recognized his own younger kin and counted several of them, but he did not see Li Xuanfeng's figure. Instead, he noticed a man in white armor, around whom the others respectfully gave way as he walked. His status appeared extremely high. The old man immediately said, "It seems there's a high-level cultivator as well. That white aura is blinding. I can't make out his face. We should have gone out to greet him earlier, so as not to be disrespectful." Li Shijuan was briefly surprised, then understood that Li Xianxian did not cultivate a perception technique and couldn't see clearly. He smiled inwardly and nodded solemnly. It should indeed be more formal. Let us go and greet them together. The group rode the wind together to welcome them. Li Shijuan stepped slightly ahead of Li Xianxian. When he sensed the family jade pendant at his waist glow in response, he was reassured and respectfully stepped aside with a junior's bow. Splash! Li Xuanxuan's eyes first fell on Li Qinghong, who was always valiant and spirited, though now a trace of worry lingered in her brows. Li Shiming and Li Shiji were beside her. They looked somewhat worn out, but bore no serious injuries. Only after he calmed himself did he focus on the white-armored cultivator in the center. The man wore a tiger-headed black helmet that extended to his cheeks and seemed extremely imposing. His pupils were pale, while his hair and beard were jet black. He seemed to be in his prime. Faint white patterns shimmered across his face and neck, so glaring they made it difficult to look at him directly, let alone observe his features. Li Xianxian found his figure vaguely familiar and thought, "This golden aura is even colder than my second brother's Geng metal. It might be a high-level cultivator of the Dui metal Dao." He dared not look further and turned his gaze away, but even before the man arrived, his presence already made everyone feel as if blades were cutting their faces. Li Xianxian grew more doubtful, pondering, could this be a Taoist master from the Golden Feather Sect? What ties could he possibly have to our family? When the group finally approached, Li Shijuan spoke in a gentle voice. "Greetings to all brothers and elders." His voice was as clear as ever. Li Shiming and Li Shiji looked dispirited and did not respond immediately. Even Li Qinghong turned to the man in the center. Li Xianxian was puzzled when he heard a slightly hoarse male voice say, "No need for formalities." Drip. A drop of clear dew rolled off Li Xuanxuan's gray-blue robe. Autumn dew had begun falling all over the lake. Its sound crisp and piercing. The sound made the old man lift his head instantly to meet those eyes. He said in a daze, "Xianfeng?" The pale patterns on Li Xuanfeng's face had faded. His eyes were sharp and spirited. Having just slain a host of Buddhist cultivators, his suppressed killing intent had transformed into an indescribably majestic aura. His armor made him look all the more divine, like a celestial general descended from an immortal mansion. Yet his face looked just over 30. In an instant, Li Xianxian was pulled from breathless disbelief back into the past. The old man gave a soft grunt. His face slightly flushed as he said, "Second brother, elder brother." Li Xianfeng replied softly, and the autumn dew over the lake grew even more intense, like a sudden downpour. Beside him, Li Qinghong appeared worried and gently said, "Why don't we head into the peak first?" Li Xianxian, once the head of the family and no ordinary elder, quickly picked up on something from the junior's expression. He stepped forward swiftly and led the white-armored Li Xianfeng into the hall. But his heavy gaze never left his younger brother's face. His eyes were slightly red, as if studying something closely. Li Xianfeng had shed all his youthful arrogance like a divine bough weathered by time, revealing only a perfected essence. It wasn't just Li Xianxian who was stunned. Even Li Xianfeng himself would likely pause if he saw his own reflection. Li Xianfeng took his seat and glanced around at the younger generation. After a moment, he brought up a matter in a quiet voice. Qinghong, that hellion Chongming has been slain by my hand. You need not worry about him anymore. Li Qinghong's almond-shaped eyes reddened slightly. She nodded, not interrupting him. Li Xuanfeng's pupils shifted slightly, and his voice remained calm. All the Buddhist cultivators along the riverbank were slain, frightening the northern cultivators into retreat. Mount Bianyan sank without a trace. The Qi family's direct descendants and forces perished there. Yuanli acted under an immortal command and fanned the flames. Though it may appear righteous, enmity between the Si and Qi families has now taken root. If I were to die, the Jiang and families would surely celebrate. The Azure Pond sect would fall into the hands of Yuanli and Ling Yuaniang. Though Yuanli has some good in him, he is by no means indecisive. He will act when change comes. Chapter 884, Scattered Geng, Drifting White, 2. His iron-hard face lacked some of his father's calm, but it carried the domineering air of one who had slaughtered countless cultivators. His every word was chilling. The 5 prefectures are where the Yuan family once supported the Qi family. With Yuan Tuan and Yuan Qingdun dead, how can there be no resentment? Hu Yuan is kind but weak, while Hudu is venomous and ruthless. Should the balance shift, they may not remain loyal. The Yu family was fragmented by the Qi family. Only Yu Wei could have united them, but he died early, so rising again will be near impossible. The Ling Yu family is deeply entrenched and has long harbored ambitions. They have ruled the southern sea for generations and are an esteemed family of Mount Yu, allied by marriage to the Shokue family. Yuanli will surely court them with favor, and they may serve as his support. The Ning family's fate hinges on Ning Wan. Ning Heiyuan likely has no chance of survival. Since the family will fall to Ning Hejing, they cannot be trusted lightly. His gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Li Shiji. He said quietly, Shiji, our Li family has labored through 3 generations to reach the ranks of the Jiangnan families. The Qi family has grown too large to control. Yuanli will surely use you. Handle family affairs on your own initiative. Rest assured, second great uncle. The graceful and composed young man nodded, showing his usual poise. He said softly, I only worry about Uncle Yuanqin. It is of no concern. The white-armored man sat upright and spoke in a low voice. He knows his limits. Li Shiji withdrew thoughtfully. Li Xianfeng opened his eyes and looked at Li Qinghong, his voice softening. Qinghong, if I am not around, you alone are best at combat among the family members. Thunder arts are fierce and explosive. Keep to the seas, deter those with ill intent, and do not involve yourself too deeply in the sect's inner duels. Yes, replied Li Qinghong. Only then did Li Xianfeng turn to Li Shiming. Li Shiming had always feared him and kept his head lowered, not daring to speak. The man before him merely asked, Shiming, how confident are you in reaching the Purple Mansion realm? Li Shiming felt bitter inside, his heart full of sorrow, and answered heavily, less than 20%. Li Xianfeng nodded and said gently, that's already considered good. Don't rush for quick success. Where's Ming Huang? He's gone to the Eastern Sea and has yet to return. Li Shijuan answered softly. Li Xianfeng looked at him and spoke calmly. You have a true passion for the sword Dao. It's a shame our family has held you back. Not everyone is born with the bearing of a sword immortal. Even Wang Sun had to travel the world. You should get out more. Li Shijuan paused slightly, only to see Li Xianfeng turn to the elder nearby. For the first time, a slight tremor entered his voice. Xianling was the same back then. Once is enough. There's no need for it to happen again. Bring the family registry. Li Shijuan immediately withdrew, and before even 2 seconds passed, he returned with a purple jade slip, along with a book pressed beneath it. Li Xianfeng took it gently, placed the jade slip casually on the table, and lifted his hand. Clang! Golden aura gathered in his hand, condensing into a pen of interwoven gold and silver. He turned to a single page marked Uncle Branch, then flicked the brush across it. Li Yuanyu. He handed the items to Li Qinghong and said hoarsely, You're the most perceptive of all when it comes to reading people. You saw it clearly. I handled this matter poorly, but I have no more chances. From here on, you must keep a close watch over things. Li Xianfeng exhaled a breath of golden energy and fell silent. After a moment, he unfastened the brocade pouch at his waist, casually lifted its restriction, and gently drew out a white bow with his other hand. This white bow was forged from transformed Geng metal. Li Xianfeng carefully examined the mystic bow that had accompanied him through a lifetime of battle, gently caressing it. The words Golden Age on the bow vanished, shifting and transforming into two new words, White Lightning. His voice grew gentler as he said, I wielded gold metal in the rightful position and finally completed this bow. The rest of my belongings in the storage pouch shall remain with the Yu family. This celestial bow, let it be passed on to Yuanqin. Li Qinghong vaguely saw golden sands rolling beneath her feet. Realizing Li Xuanfeng's time was short, she simply nodded. The white-armored man rose for the final time, silver-white light rippling across his face, and his voice rang out like clashing metal. In the war between North and South, I killed without count. Morong, Hellion, emptiness, compassion, all fell to my blade in blood debt. Now I enter stillness, and their resentment may rest for a time. Let no younger of the family travel north without reason, lest they fall victim to others. I, Li Xianfeng, have committed the greatest bloodshed and done much evil. To fall by killing is only just, there is no resentment. All those beneath the hall bowed their heads as tears streamed down their faces, but the man laughed heartily, pulling the sobbing Li Xianxian to his feet. He sent everyone else out of the hall with a light wave of his hand. The doors slammed shut, and he laughed. Brother, our second uncle disliked wine, so the three of us never dared drink much. Now that all is settled, how about one final drink? A golden flask appeared in his hand, and he dropped a few glistening Wanlin blossoms into it. Pouring it into jade cups, he smiled as he filled one for the weeping old man. Though his voice was slightly hoarse, it carried the boldness of one seasoned in war. Brother, Li Qinghong and the others stood outside the hall. The woman raised tear-filled eyes to see radiant brilliance flooding the entire hall, casting two shadows upon the door. One brother cried, the other laughed, and their voices rang out. They spoke of green swords and white blades, of casting down fiery clouds, of throwing swords through wood, of youthful daring, of subduing serpents and felling monks, and of moonlit whales sinking beneath the tide. The two laughed, argued, jested, and gambled with wine. When they spoke of shooting down the Lord of Golden Tang Gate with an arrow, they drank 3 rounds first, their arrows illuminating Chengshui tomb, raising their cups in mutual respect. Then they spoke of tearing apart the Yen State Demon General with bare hands. They slammed the table and clinked cups as they told the story of slaying 18 monks, slaking each toast with a full bowl. Their laughter even drowned out the sobs outside the hall that echoed through the mountains. Li Xianxian had never felt so unrestrained and free. He spoke of things long buried, and Li Xianfeng before him laughed heartily, bold and unflinching. But the brilliance within the hall slowly began to fade, though the elder's voice remained strong. Xianfeng. Back then, the seat of leadership, it should have been yours and Xuanling's. Li Qinghong's tears gradually ceased, and her almond eyes fell. Only one shadow remained on the hall doors. Everyone looked up, listening as the old man shouted and cursed, wept and laughed, yet no one ever responded to him again. Splash! The autumn dew fell like rain from the sky, urgently drumming against the rooftops. A cold wind swept through the mountains, rustling the leaves with a loud whisper. It passed over everyone present, but not a single person summoned their mana. The clear, transparent autumn dew rolled down their dharma robes, circled once or twice in the muddy soil, and gradually gathered into a stream, washing the dirt down the stone steps and leaving behind a patch of cold, pristine clarity. Li Qinghong lifted her head. The heavy clouds in the sky had scattered. Dusk deepened, stars began to twinkle, and the distant lake roared with waves. A few dark reefs rose from the surface, glinting faintly with metallic light. She stepped forward quietly and gently pushed the hall doors open. Inside, starlight and moonlight cast a soft, warm glow. The dark-colored steps stood out clearly, and the old man was slumped asleep against a pillar, dressed only in a white inner robe. Thankfully, someone had kindly draped his gray-blue cloak over him. In front of him was a scene of chaos, as the table was soaked in spilled wine. Yet across from him, everything was neat and tidy. The white bow stood upright by the desk, and a jade cup sat perfectly placed at the edge, filled with clear wine that reflected the moonlight, as if untouched. A single Wanglin blossom floated in the wine. Her gaze slowly moved across the dark table. The only source of light in the grand hall was a charm, 2 fingers wide, placed on the corner of the desk, etched with intricate patterns. Everything was clean and orderly, as though the host had simply stepped away. Li Qinghong did not step inside. She knelt lightly outside the door, her voice slightly muffled, and murmured softly, "Second uncle." Chapter 885, Returning, I. The autumn dew over the lake had yet to fade, even as the morning sun dimly appeared over the horizon. Li Qinghong stepped out of the great hall, and the sword-bearing Li Shijuan approached her. He said quietly, "All families may see clearly with the autumn dew filling the lake, but news of mourning should still be sent to all. Report to the Ning family in the Azure Pond Sect, then pass word to Mountain, the 5 prefectures, and even the cultivators along the riverbank. My lord preserved Jiang single-handedly, and such grace must be swiftly consolidated." Li Qinghong nodded and instructed him to proceed. Li Shiji stepped forward lightly and continued, "I'll handle the news to the Azure Pond Sect. I'll set off in 3 days, after observing the proper rites." He paused, then shifted the topic gently. "We should also wait for Yuanli." No one showed any doubt. Li Qinghong nodded as though it were only natural. Yuanli, who would be returning triumphant to his residence, would surely stop by Moongaze Lake. He wouldn't leave without presenting himself properly. The woman then spoke softly. "Yuanqin is held as a hostage in Mountain, and there was no hope of seeing him. But now that the Azure Pond Sect is in sudden chaos, we must seize this chance to summon him back at once. If we hesitate, we may never see him again." Though the Qi family had suffered severe damage to its core and most of its direct descendants had perished, there could still be ambitious ones among the collateral branches. Li Yuanqin's closeness to the Qi family was well known, and Li Qinghong feared a shift in the situation could lead to unforeseen troubles. "I'll send someone there overnight," Li Shijuan replied softly. Just then, the formation let out a burst of sound, and a towering elder descended from within it, his back slightly hunched. His voice was low and deep. "My lords, Li Wuxiao and Li Minggong have returned from the north. They are waiting outside the formation. Quick, bring them in." Li Shijuan felt a chill run through his heart and quickly gave the order. Moments later, several figures descended from the formation and knelt before the hall. Li Minggong was in front and bowed at the base of the steps. "Greetings to all elders." Her face was slightly pale, but her clothes were still neat. She was clearly in the best condition among them all. The grim-faced Li Wuxiao, an elderly man, stood behind her with a burly figure. Both of them were at the 9th stage of the Qi cultivation realm. The elderly man had a full white beard, a smooth, bald scalp, and was missing an eye. He knelt blankly on the ground. The burly man was physically intact, but his face was the color of gold paper. He was also swaying like a teetering iron tower, as if he could collapse at any moment. Li Qinghong lowered her eyes slightly and spoke softly. "The upheaval at Chengshui Tomb that broke Mount Yin Pass was part of a larger shift. It is not your fault. Go on and speak." Li Minggong, a bright and gracious woman from the first lineage who had always been fond of smiling, now spoke with a choked voice. Less than half a day had passed from when the lords had entered Chengshui Tomb when the devil cultivators arrived. A devil general rode in on a wave of violet aura, holding Yusu's severed head. He activated several talismans and breached the pass in under 15 minutes. The cultivators collapsed like a landslide, fleeing south in panic, fearing only that they weren't running fast enough. They trampled over the rear formations, and half of them abandoned their posts. Midway, I encountered Masterin, who was gathering the scattered forces under his banner. We made our way toward Ant. The ant she referred to as naturally Li Yuexiang. Regret colored Li Minggong's face, and she choked up for several breaths before continuing. The scene was complete chaos, with a gray and overcast sky. We couldn't tell which experts were above us. The hearts of the people had scattered, so we rushed toward the rear. Soon we saw Anhuai, wielding her sword and controlling fire, locked in battle with a devil cultivator. At this point, she was overcome with sobs. Behind her, Jiang, who resembled a lifeless corpse, crawled forward a few steps on his knees and took up the tale in a hoarse, grating voice. I sought only to aid, and led the cultivators to support her. When Yuexiang saw us, her expression changed. She rebuked me and said, "Masterin, are you here to harm me as well?" At those words, Li Qinghong slowly closed her eyes. Li Shiji lowered his head. Li Shijuan's hand gripped his sword hilt so tightly that his knuckles turned white, and Jian's forehead knocked hard against the ground as he went on. Then a Buddhist cultivator descended from the sky, calculated with his fingers, and smiled with delight. He looked around and said, I nearly missed a fine delicacy. Li Shijuan dared not look at Li Shiji. He stood alone as Jiyan continued, weeping. Only then did this old man recall that Buddhist cultivators relish esteemed blood. It was already too late. That bald demon struck Li Qin dead with a single palm, plucked out his heart for inspection, then sneered. All the cultivators were shaken with fear. My son Simon charged in with his sword, but died in 5 exchanges. That bald monk killed several others, and was about to strike me when Li Wen threw his hammer to stop him. Li Minggong had regained her composure and continued softly. Aunt Yu took my hand and said urgently, If I must die today, I will not drag others with me. Then she relinquished her spiritual essence, summoned a talisman, and looked at Master In, saying, Escort them home. Do not waste my life in vain. We fled several miles, while Aunt Yu used a Foundation Establishment Realm talisman to protect herself and headed north. She was cloaked in pheasant fire. It must have been self-immolation. There must have been quite a few survivors back then, yet only the 2 with the highest cultivation made it out. And Jian merely kept knocking his head to the ground. I am incompetent. Please execute me to atone for my crimes. And Jian collapsed to his knees like a corpse. Li Yuexiang and Siming, Li Qin, nearly everyone had died because of him. How could the old man not be driven nearly mad? Inwardly, he repeated to himself coldly, in the past, I was reckless and caused my eldest son's death. Now, I've caused the death of my second son and brought ruin upon my lord's family and fellow cultivators out of stupidity. A man more useless than me does not deserve to live. Better to die early, so I harm no one else. Li Qinghong gazed quietly at the old man before her. He had served faithfully since the time of Li Tongya, through 4 generations. His 2 sons had both given their utmost, and even now, Siwei was still guarding below the mountain. How could she say anything more? The hall fell into heavy silence. At last, Li Wen spoke. The honest man had already discarded his golden hammer and said in a deep voice, The situation then was urgent. Had I been leading, I too would have gone to help. Master and merely happened to be there in the moment. I asked to be punished along with him. Li Minggong also stepped forward to accept punishment. Only Li Wuxiao remained in the rear with a sour expression, lost in his own thoughts. All of Jiangbei was in chaos at the time. If they saw their own kin locked in battle with devil cultivators, anyone not exceptionally sharp would have struggled to react in time. The elders above said nothing, their expressions heavy. Li Qinghong waited for a while before Li Shiji finally spoke, his voice quiet. Were any belongings left behind? At last, Li Wuxiao stepped forward. He held up a broken sword and a small box with both palms. Li Shiji took them gently, glanced briefly inside the box, then quickly turned his gaze to the sword. The wooden talisman tied to the sword's end swayed gently. Li Shiji examined the script, then put the sword away. He handed the small box to Li Qinghong before finally speaking. Deliver lenient judgment. Chapter 886, Returning to Qingshui Marsh. The gloom over Jiangbei had gradually faded away. Bright light reflected across the surface of Qingshui Marsh. The converging water had also thinned, and one could vaguely make out the wreckage at the bottom. The air trembled faintly as the pitch-black great void revealed itself. An elderly man in green robes emerged, holding a talisman. He stood suspended in midair, his complexion slightly flushed, and began coughing, cough, cough. His cough stirred ripples across the water's surface, causing it to flash with a hint of golden light. A young man, also in green robes, appeared behind him and stepped forward cheerfully. Uncle, are you feeling better? The elder kept a stern expression, his voice slightly hoarse as he replied. Mount Chonghuai is, after all, the leading sect of Wu state, not so easily dealt with. This was none other than Taoist Master Yuan Xiu, Sibuxiu. He glanced at Qi Buzi before him and frowned. And yet you didn't even make a move? 3 strands of metallic essence. If you'd truly given it a go, you might have seized one for yourself. Thinking back, he still looked regretful and said with a sigh, that was the metallic essence left behind by the true essence and divine fiend true Monarch Tianwu. That fruition attainment is still unclaimed. The essence itself is a thing of beauty. Even if true Monarch Tianwu had some scheme, he acted with honor. At the very least, he would have risen to a subordinate station. Ha. Unexpectedly, Qi Buzi laughed twice, glanced northward, shrugged, and replied, Uncle, you know I'm the most suspicious sort. Just looking at that thing gives me the creeps. I'm no saint. If I really tried to attain true essence, who knows if I'd even succeed? I fear the Lord's backup plan would send me off to the afterlife before I got there. Si Buoxiu burst into laughter, shook his head, and sighed. You overthink it. If the true monarch hadn't perished, the 3 strands of metallic essence in Anhuai heaven wouldn't look like this. The fruition attainment remains unclaimed simply because our Lord has no use for it. He certainly wouldn't fake death just to leave it vacant. The old man paused for a moment before replying. At most, it's like the moon and sun not responding. There's no way a true monarch could exist while the fruition attainment remains vacant. Qi Buzi curled his lips, activated his divine ability, and calculated with his fingers. He shook his head and said, I've nothing more to say. I still need to divine something. I don't have time to waste here. Taoist Master Yuanli squinted slightly and said suspiciously, You're not going back to the sect? Jiang is in closed-door cultivation, trying to break through. I fear no one is left to oversee the larger affairs. Forget it. Qi Buzi waved his hand disinterestedly and said, Isn't Uncle still around? If worst comes to worst, there's always Lord Suiguan. What's there to worry about? Qi Buzi had no intention of returning to manage the Azure Pond sect on behalf of Pristine Water. Ever since Qi Wei's death, he had gradually come to see the flaws in the pursuit of metal essence. Every moment spent in the Azure Pond sect felt like torment. Why would he return at all? Si Buoxiu furrowed his brow, his voice growing solemn. You know well what Lord Suiguan is like. The Qi family was never populous to begin with, and now there isn't a single Purple Mansion realm cultivator left. How can they hold the ground? With Jiang in seclusion and you refusing to return, the Qi family may not endure. Heh! Qi Buzi sneered inwardly and thought to himself, I've been gone for years, and he's the one who's been thrilled. He's coveted the moon-glazed tree for ages, and now he's finally getting his wish. He's probably praying I die out here. Qi Buzi, being extremely cunning, fully understood Si Buoxiu's true intentions. He knew the kind-sounding words were mere pretext, so he simply smiled and said, I was born into this world to follow my nature and cultivate my fate. My parents gave me life, but they never forced me to do anything. I cared for them without obligation. They died early, and I've since changed bodies multiple times, so what bloodline could I possibly speak of? Qi Buzi is just a name. What has the Qi family to do with me? An immortal ought to cast aside worldly burdens, thinking of family, then sect, then all beings, and finally the cosmos. But the cosmos follows natural law. What does that have to do with me? A Taoist master has but one truth, the self. To follow nature and fate, succeed and one ascends, fail and one dies. Si Buoxiu looked at him deeply, as if slowly beginning to understand why this man could cultivate with such speed, breaking through barrier after barrier. He only shook his head silently. He bears no concern for morality, family, or all living beings. Only the word immortal remains in his heart. Qi Buzi had no interest in mincing words. He was eager to seek out Purple Mansion realm demonic creatures. He said everything he needed to in one breath, then entered the great void and vanished without a trace. Left behind, Si Buoxiu stood in silent thought, running several things through his mind. There were only 3 strands of metallic essence to begin with. Zipei struck unexpectedly, caught Zhilu off guard, and forced the essence out. In the end, the Buddhist cultivators didn't get a single share. How satisfying. But this was also Qinghong's final move. Once she returns, she'll be attempting to attain purple essence. How incredibly difficult that is. Once she succeeds, this entire north-south contest will come to an end. Si Buoxiu gathered his sleeves, stepped into the great void, and with a turn, disappeared as well. Mount Bianyan. The sky above Mount Bianyan was completely empty. The vegetation on the mountain was torn and scattered. Even the 100 spirit cords embedded into the mountain as formation anchors had cleanly been dug out. Si Yuanli stood at the summit, quietly gazing into the distance. Clad in a flowing Dharma robe and bearing a sword at his waist, he appeared otherworldly in posture, yet his brows were knit with concern. Behind him stood his nephew, Si Qingyi, his most trusted aide. Most of the Qi family's direct descendants, as well as the peak masters and guest cultivators, had all died here. The resulting phenomena had been utterly suppressed, leaving behind only devastation, as if nothing had ever occurred. He had no need to feign sorrow or sigh in lamentation in front of his confidants. He simply stood in the night air, lost in silent contemplation. His other companions had been sent off to search for Qijian's whereabouts, but the white-robed middle-aged man knew his fate full well in his heart. The Mahas and Purple Mansion cultivators of Jiangbei have dissipated together. The larger confrontation between North and South has vanished as well. Everything can now be calculated piece by piece. The soul lamps on Azure Pond Peak must have gone out in swaths like a storm passing through. There's no way to hide it. Every move Yuanli made in the limited time left would shape the fate of the Azure Pond sect. The faces of each family head and each peak master flashed through his mind. Alone, facing the biting winds, he exhaled deeply. After turning it over in his mind, something struck him. He turned quickly towards Qingyi. He flipped his hand over and produced a white jade command token. He said with solemn urgency, "Take my seal and rush back to the sect tonight. Deliver a secret order to Li Yuanqing. Tell him to go to Moongaze Lake to see his father one last time. This must not be made public. I fear it may already be too late," Qingyi said thoughtfully. But Yuanli shook his head. Whether he makes it in time doesn't matter. It's just an excuse to send him back to the Li family. Let them talk and see what he's made of. Qingyi rose at once and rode the wind southward at full speed. Only then did Yuanli relax slightly and return to his thoughts, looking for any missed details. After a while, divine light surged before him. Yuanli looked up thoughtfully as a familiar aged figure appeared. Joy lit his face, and he felt a sense of relief as he bowed respectfully. "Ancestor." Taoist Master Yuan Xiu swept his gaze over the ruined Mount Bianyan, his eyelid twitching. He said nothing and merely flicked his sleeve. Yuanli's surroundings instantly dimmed. He was now walking within the great void. Taoist Master, the Huai River map guarded the riverbanks. Li Xianfeng used the Monarch calling Golden Talisman and died in fierce combat. We followed orders and used every hidden card the Taoist Master had left behind. Yuanli swiftly reported everything, only to see Buoxiu standing silently, expressionless, hands clasped behind his back. There was no hint of praise on the old man's face, only wordless stillness. Chapter 887, Condolences, I. Buoxiu stood with his hands behind his back, seemingly lost in thought. The late-stage Purple Mansion realm cultivator said nothing, but Yuanli could read his expression. He was already harboring doubts, but a chill of dread surged through his heart. Could it be? Just as the chill set in, he noticed a look of amused interest appear on the elder's face. The old man turned around and spoke. Li Xianfeng. Though he hadn't reached the Purple Mansion realm, he was still a remarkable talent of his time. Yuan Su's eye for talent has always been accurate. The words eased Yuanli's mind. The old man fell into thought again, raising his brow to gaze northward as he mused. What a scheme. That boy Hofu must have had a hand in this. The sword gate and the aloof Hengzhu shouldn't be involved. Xiao shooting wouldn't have the time either. Who else? Could it be Changxi? Would he dare? It no longer mattered whose plan it was. Buoxiu soon turned and said casually, "I saw Qi Buzi in Anhuai heaven. He's already at the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm. He is cultivating in solitude, and truly the prized tree of the Qi family." The color drained from Yuanli's face. Before he could ask further, Buoxiu shot him a glance and continued. He's focused solely on the path to immortality now. He said he'll no longer involve himself in Azure Pond sect matters, and has cut ties with the Qi family. Yuanli relaxed instantly, now more confident in his own schemes. Forming a seal and casting a spell, he drew a small cauldron from his sleeve, along with a securely bundled scroll, and said solemnly, "This junior has obtained the item that Taoist Master requested." This was, of course, the bronze cauldron from the Great Ning Palace. With the constant battles inside the palace, there'd been no time to refine it. He'd had to flee while lugging it around. Now that he had the chance, he had refined it into a palm-sized cauldron. Buoxiu accepted it without fuss, squinting slightly as he said hoarsely, "When I return to the sect, say I've entered life or death seclusion to heal. Don't respond to anything from the outside world." Yuanli understood immediately and nodded, then asked softly, "Ancestor, may I ask about Anhuai heaven?" "No need to ask." Yuan Xiu cut him off and said in a soft voice, "From now on, if any talented youth cultivating true essence appears under the Azure Pond sect's jurisdiction or within the southern and eastern seas, report to me immediately." "Yes," Yuanli responded, and at last, Buoxiu's gaze fell upon him. His voice softened slightly as he said, "You're more sensible than those other uncles and cousins. From you downwards, Tongyi and Tungwen are all capable. In the past, I had to carry the burden alone, but now our Sea family should rise again. We can finally stretch our arms and legs. Sea Yuanli understood what he meant, but one matter still weighed on his heart. Taking advantage of the elder's good mood, he spoke softly. It's just that our family still has too few Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators of our own blood. I wonder if there's any chance of bringing my elder brother back. The moment he mentioned his elder brother Si Yuanbai, Si Bushio's expression darkened, anger flashing across his face as he said coldly, "Him? He's hopelessly rigid and soft-hearted, utterly blind to the situation. He listens too easily to others. If you bring him back, he'll just oppose everything. Better to let him wander freely. Please calm your anger, Taoist master. Calm down." Si Bushio's face grew even darker, and he growled. Where did he get the guts to reprimand Qi Wei in front of all the Taoist masters? That rabid dog was desperate to extend his life, his eyes glowing green with greed, and even Yuan Su stepped aside for him. But your brother ran straight to Azure Pond Peak to hurl insults. If I hadn't acted first and suppressed him beneath the tower, Qi Wei, who's nearing the end of his lifespan, would have lashed out, disregarding my face and the younger generation. As it is, not even his bones can be found. Si Yuanli could only sigh. Si Bushio glanced at him, then gradually eased his tone. The moon-glazed tree grows on Azure Pond Peak. It's a spirit item that can assist in breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm. If you get the chance, take note of it. As for Qi Zhiyun, ignore him. If he breaks through too early, I'll handle it. Break through to the Purple Mansion realm. Those words struck Si Yuanli like thunder. The allure of Purple Mansion realm divine abilities was immense. A rush of heat surged to his head as he struggled to believe what he'd heard. Si Bushio paid no further attention to what the junior might do next. With a flick of his sleeve, he sent him back to the mortal world, then continued drifting through the sky, lost in thought. Yuanli's ruthless move suits the situation. The Purple Mansion realm cultivators are all of one mind. Li Xianfeng has already been used thoroughly. He protected Jiangnan and died at the right time. No need for me to intervene. The younger generation is stirring up storms, so this is the perfect moment. As for Qi Zhiyun, Si Bushio let out a cold chuckle and said quietly, the boy fears Buzi and is too impatient. Soon, Zipei will break through, and a dragon kin will swallow thunder. Heaven and Earth's spiritual aura shifts every decade. Mount Azure Pond is only 500 kilometers from the purple smoke blessed land. You want to break through to Purple Mansion realm and attain fire virtue divine abilities? Then waste decade after decade trying in vain. The old man put away the talisman in his hand, his figure gradually fading into the great void, leaving behind only a faint murmur in the air. Mount Anhuai dispatched several Purple Mansion realm cultivators to protect this metallic essence. There must be a scheme brewing. The immortal system of Wu State differs from Yu State. For sects, 9 esteemed families, and Mount Anhuai stands above them all. This makes it far easier to act as they please. Moongaze Lake. The mourning rites lasted 3 days. Li Xuanfeng's storage pouch lay quietly on the table. Everyone, having busied themselves with the funeral, finally sat down together. Li Xianxian only woke up after 2 days of drunken stupor. The Wanglin blossom, brewed to prolong life and ease sorrow, had been specially prepared for him by Li Xianfeng. Only with it had he been able to drink so freely. Its effects still lingered, leaving the old man somewhat dazed. Li Shijuan took the registry in hand, its pages densely packed with names. After reading it carefully, he sighed inwardly. The Li family had contributed more than any other in this struggle between North and South. From the chaos at Chengshui Tomb, the crushing defeat at Mount Yen Pass, to the battle at the riverbank, they had given everything, suffering grave losses. The disasters at Chengshui Tomb and Mount Yen Pass had been completely unforeseen. All cultivators below Foundation Establishment realm perished at Chengshui Tomb, while barely 1 in 10 survived at Mount Yen Pass. As for the riverbank battle, fought just behind Moongaze Lake, the Li family fought with the utmost valor and self-sacrifice. Though most of their Foundation Establishment realm cultivators had survived, the prominent families, guest cultivators, and especially the radiant lure generation of the Li family suffered unprecedented losses. White mourning cloths hung at every household. Many skilled guest cultivators of the Li family had headed north. Chen Dongha had been wounded in the riverbank battle, though not seriously, and Jian had lost an eye. Only Li Wan and Tian Zhongqing remained. Nearly everyone else who went north perished. The Radiant Lure generation was nearly wiped out. Only Li Minggong had made it back alive from Mount Yin Pass. Li Qingliao and Li Qinghua had been defending the riverbank. Li Qinghui had been in the Eastern Sea. Lastly, there was also Li Chengdan, whose cultivation was lacking. Only these few remained out of the dozen Qi cultivation realm cultivators before. Chapter 888, Condolences, 2. Li Shijuan looked through the list again, his heart heavy. When he looked up at Li Qinghong, he saw that she had already reviewed the registry. Seated at the head, her mood was clearly grim as well. The restriction on Li Xuanfeng's storage pouch had long been removed. Li Qinghong picked it up and looked toward Li Xianxian. The old man shook his head, so she could only rise and speak gently. In accordance with the elder's will, all belongings shall be confiscated. She opened the storage pouch and poured its contents out with a rustle. Clearly, Li Xianfeng had made thorough preparations before heading north. Much of his wealth had already been left to Li Yuanxin. The items now laid out mostly came from the Great Ning Palace. They were brilliant, dazzling, and varied, but possessed a weathered, ancient aura. Li Qinghong swept her spiritual sense across the table, immediately counting everything, and briefly froze. 17 Qi Cultivation Realm Dharma artifacts, 11 Foundation Establishment Realm Spirit items, for treasured panaceas, and 75 Qi Cultivation Realm Spirit items. There were plenty of spirit items, though none at the embryonic breathing realm. After fighting his way through the Great Ning Palace, Li Xuanfeng's collection of Foundation Establishment Realm spirit items alone far exceeded the Li family's reserves. The Li family had operated by the lake for over a century. Their stores were naturally full of embryonic breathing realm spirit items and many Qi Cultivation Realm Dharma artifacts. But Foundation Establishment spirit items and treasured panaceas were rare, and they usually had fewer than 50 types of Qi Cultivation spirit items. Setting aside the armor prepared for Li Zhouwei and various miscellaneous items, several objects placed at the center immediately drew everyone's attention. From left to right, they were a stack of golden talismans, a letter, an incense burner, a screen the length of an arm, and a drop of mercury. Li Qinghong examined them closely. The golden talismans and the mercury drop were inscrutable in depth. The incense burner was a Foundation Establishment Realm Dharma artifact crafted with ancient techniques. It had not yet been refined and glowed a dull red. The base bore the seal character Sima. She picked up the letter first and unfolded it. The letter was written on a kind of spiritual fabric, carelessly folded and pressed under the incense burner for who knows how many years. Deep impressions of the burner's base remained. The script danced across the page like dragons and was written in ancient seal characters. Yuanli and Xuanxiang have gone south into Yu and founded a sect called Lingyu Gate. The king of Yu holds them in high regard. They are not easy to deal with. Your esteemed family has long guarded the riverbank and must remain vigilant. The true monarch has not responded in years. Caution must come first in all matters. The letter appeared to be from a cultivator of Ning State, addressed to the Sima family. It was an old matter regarding Lingyu Gate. Li Qinghong read it carefully and thought to herself, so the Chun family of Lingyu Gate truly did migrate from Ning State. No wonder they gave their full support in the siege against Taoist Master Donghua. It was likely for the sake of the Ning's Li lineage. The king of Yu held them in high regard, but the Chun family is now destroyed, and the Yang family is thin in numbers. Who knows when that old ancestor will achieve a breakthrough? She passed the letter along for others to read and picked up the screen. It, too, had not been refined with mana and was now only the length of an arm. The painting on its surface was indistinct, and it lay quietly in her palm. The screen was also a Dharma artifact made with ancient techniques. But the screen had a mysterious luster, and Li Xianfeng had placed it carefully in a corner. Clearly it was no ordinary item, and Li Qinghong gave it a few extra glances. Both of these ancient Dharma artifacts were extraordinary. Just refining them would take several months, so their full potential couldn't be seen for now. Just as Li Qinghong was about to speak, an old man transformed from a white ape descended into the hall. He spoke in a buzzing voice. Message from the riverbank. The northern cultivators have retreated. The Azure Pond Sect's Immortal envoy has reached the northern shore and is heading straight for Qingdu. Li Shiji nodded and added aloud. I've also received word. Mount Bianyan suffered a devastating defeat. They say the Grand Formation was breached and everyone scattered. But 8 or 9 out of 10 likely won't survive. As the master of Azure Pond Peak, Li Shiji was better informed. The others exchanged glances. Li Shijuan lifted his head thoughtfully and said in a low voice, "If the carnage reached this level, there must be Purple Mansion realm cultivators scheming involved. Great Uncle predicted it well. The Qi family's bloated influence is now plain to see." Li Qinghong had personally taken part in the matter and knew the truth best of all. She even knew that Taoist Master Changxi of Profound Peak Gate had played a part. But such things were not for open discussion, so she only nodded slightly. Li Shijuan followed suit, and the group rode the wind out of the grand formation together. Li Shiji still looked a bit downcast. The aunts and nieces were all dressed in white. A faint glow of white spirit boats appeared in the distance. Though they couldn't compare to the heavenly glow Dawn Cloud liner, they were still decent immortal vessels. It was rather ironic as the Dawn Cloud liner was a rare and extravagant weapon. But since the North-South conflict involved powerful cultivators, Qinghong was reluctant to use it. As a result, the Azure Pond sect only used the heavenly glow Dawn Cloud liner to transport personnel, and the immortal vessel was still docked at Azure Pond Peak. Yuanli's presence was visibly diminished without the Dawn Cloud liner. Gone was the typical grandeur of the Azure Pond sect, where the heavenly glow would arrive before the immortals themselves. The white cloud boat drifted in from afar and was only noticed when it reached the lake. But Yuanli didn't care. He sat in the cabin, somewhat lost in thought, still shaken by what he had learned. Purple Mansion. So the Moonglaze tree is a spirit item that helps one break through to the Purple Mansion realm. The Azure Pond sect had many ways to assist breaking through to the Foundation Establishment realm. There was the 3 aspects breaking realm pill, Tunghua powder, essence gathering pill, and more. Most were used by the direct descendants of the Qi, Si, Ning, and Tang families. The essence gathering pill was especially precious. Just swallowing it gave a 5% success rate, and if one refined an immortal foundation or a foundation establishment realm demonic beast, the chances multiplied. If the immortal foundation even matched the user's cultivation method, the success rate could rise to 40 or 50%. However, as a descendant of a Purple Mansion realm lineage, Yuanli knew that ways to aid in breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm were rare. Pills. Somehow, after the cataclysms, all pills meant to assist in Purple Mansion realm breakthroughs had lost effectiveness. Only a handful of pills developed post-cataclysm were useful, and they were exceedingly rare. The only options left were cultivation methods and secret arts. The Si family's Wesong scripture was a Purple Mansion realm technique of the rare Wood Virtue lineage. Passed down through generations, it contained 4 secret arts. Mastering them could increase one's breakthrough chances by 20%. It was an extremely rare advantage. Ningwan's cultivation method only has 1 secret art. Even the Qi family's murky and weighty dark floating compliant cloud sutra only contains 4. These secret arts were painstakingly developed by their predecessors and weren't necessarily tied to the grade of the technique. It largely depended on the prestige of one's ancestors. As such, the Si family's long-standing heritage gave them an edge over the Ning family. As for using spirit items to assist in Purple Mansion realm breakthroughs, the process was mysterious and unreliable. Truthfully, most Purple Mansion realm cultivators succeeded through sheer risk and resolve. But now, with this fruit in reach, how could his heart not pound with desire? "My lord, we've arrived at Mount Qingdu." Yuanli was pulled back to reality. He adjusted his robes and rose, lifting the jade curtain of the cabin. His gaze had already sharpened and was completely different from before. Taking control of the Azure Pond sect wasn't just a matter for the Si family. It was Yuanli's own chance at the Purple Mansion realm. Never had his resolve been so ironclad. He brushed the curtain aside, his face now sorrowful and eyes reddened as he stepped out to greet them. Li Qinghong was personally waiting by the lake. Yuanli quickly saw that all the Li family's Foundation Establishment realm cultivators had arrived, showing him due respect. Yuanli truly felt some grief and regret over Li Xuanfeng's death. There was no need for him to feign emotion. His expression was naturally sincere. Brother Xianfeng fought to the end to protect the millions of Jiangnan. It is a deep and sorrowful loss, thought Yuanli. Yuanli landed on the peak and first glanced at Li Shiming. Though the man had abundant mana, there was nothing exceptional about him. His focus shifted to the graceful and poised Li Shiji, quietly assessing. This one has the backing of both the Yang and Li families, with deep cultivation and clear judgment. Qi favored him heavily back then, and I saw through it early on. Fortunately, Qi has already exhausted himself with foolish blunders. Chapter 889, Submission, I. Yuanli entered the mountain with a stern expression on his face and noticed that every family had sent people to the lake. However, aside from several obscure small families he had never heard of, only the Fei family's contingent was somewhat presentable. However, the Fei family members were being exceedingly humble, seemingly not having fared well in recent years. Yuanli sighed inwardly at the sight and didn't spare them another glance. Everyone bowed as a chorus of voices respectfully called out, "Greetings, emissary." Under the watchful eyes of all, Li Shijuan brought out the talisman and placed it flat on a jade plate so every clan could see it clearly. Li Qinghong received it first and said softly, "The Monarch calling command golden talisman is here. We will return it to you first, senior." Yuanli sighed as he accepted the talisman, secretly inspecting it closely. He circulated his mana through it twice and confirmed it was genuine. He said apologetically, "Brother Xianfeng stepped forward to preserve Jiangnan for my Azure Pond sect. It is an unprecedented merit. Your family also suffered great losses of vital qi in this struggle. I have seen it all." His words were vague, but Li Qinghong shook her head and replied, "Before my second uncle perished, he said that Taoist master Yuan Xiu saved him from Ma's hands and prevented the traitor Tang from being offered to the merciful one. He not only preserved the Lord's life, but also safeguarded our family's security. The favor is immense. Fulfilling our duty is only right." The two had not had much prior contact, and Li Qinghong had only spoken a single sentence when he had come to persuade them. Now that both had exchanged pleasantries, she feared Yuanli might say more about stepping forward. So she lightly stepped aside and said softly, "Please." Yuanli nodded, rode the clouds through the formation, glanced over Mount Qingdu, and said with a smile, "The Immortal Peak is serene and isolated in the lake. It's a fine place for cultivation." Although Mount Qingdu was fairly decent among the peaks of Moongaze Lake, it was rather unimpressive in the eyes of a Purple Mansion realm immortal descendant like Yuanli. He managed to force out a compliment before heading toward White Gauze Hall. Everyone waited outside the hall as he went in to pay respects to Li Xianfeng. When he came out, he wore a deeply sorrowful expression. A trusted aide of the Xi family stepped forward to support him, and the middle-aged man sighed. "The sect has suffered a major loss of vital qi, and now Xianfeng is dead. The sect master is in seclusion, with no sign of when he'll emerge. You and I held the demons at bay along the riverbanks, but we didn't expect Qi Jian and the others to vanish. Now we return with our people, yet we have no idea what to do next." Yuanli's time was indeed extremely limited. He could not afford to linger. As soon as the rites were complete, he immediately began to speak. The members of the Li family all lowered their heads in silence, as if they hadn't heard a thing. Only Li Shiji spoke softly. "You overthink things, my lord. Your achievements are clear to me and the other peak masters. With Master Yuan Xiu suppressing the sect, no petty man would dare stir trouble. Now that you return, all that remains is to reward merits and achievements." He exhaled and said solemnly, "As for matters of the upper sect and immortals, they should not be revealed before the noble clans. I ask that the Li family be excused." Li Shiji's words made Yuanli pause for a moment before he sighed. "You all stood with me defending the riverbank. We share the bond of comrades in arms. There's no need for such formality." Li Shiji, of course, refused and cupped his hands respectfully. "In times of sect unrest, you have returned triumphant. Though your prestige is well-earned, favoritism is inappropriate. We must still abide by the rules." What a joke. The Li family's foundation establishment realm strength was now ranked among the top families, and they had considerable achievements to their name. How could they possibly throw their entire family under Yuanli's command just like that? Admittedly, the Li family and Yuanli were naturally aligned in position, but the man had been on the lakeshore for less than 15 minutes and hadn't offered a single benefit. Li Shiji had already shown enough goodwill and courtesy. Yuanli was merely making a gesture. He had never expected others to pledge their entire households just because he spoke a few words. He walked out of the hall with Li Shiji, saying warmly, "Shiji, your cultivation has advanced swiftly. You once governed the marketplace and managed Green Pine Island. I've heard of your name long ago. It's just a pity, alas. Even Qingsui Peak has long voiced grievances on your behalf." Li Shiji cupped his hands and replied, "Many thanks, my lord. But Qingsui Peak originally belonged to the Yuan family. The sect had its reasons for arranging things as it did. The sect master compensated me with Changtian Peak, so consider it balanced." "Oh, Yuanli paused and glanced at Li Shiji. The elegant young man was composed as he said softly, "The Yuan family, after all, is an ancient family with a long legacy and has had ties with my family since the early days. In the end, it's all about interests. There's no need for conflict or enmity." His words carried a subtle implication, stirring something in Yuanli's heart. Stroking his beard, he thought to himself, it seems the Li and Yuan families haven't become completely hostile yet. He's right. How much favor has the Yuan family really received from the Qi family? They may lack standout figures, but the Mushroom Forest Plain is larger than an entire province. If we can draw them in along with the Li family, that's far better than making them enemies. His eyes lit up, and he looked at Li Shiji with newfound appreciation, thinking, a family that rose from such a harsh land within barely a century, with strict upbringing. Of course they produce talented heirs. Good, good, this Li Shiji will save me quite a bit of trouble. Just as he was about to offer praise, a streak of light rapidly flew in from the distance. Only when it drew close did he see it was his own junior, Qingyi. The Li family opened the formation to let him in. Qingyi landed beside him and stepped close, sending a whisper through a secret sound transmission technique. Qingyi's lone arrival already made Yuanli's expression shift slightly, but the words that followed made him turn grim. Li Yuanqing isn't an E-Mountain city. Qi Fubo has also vanished. Ning has mobilized all forces from Yuanqing Peak. I tried to fly over with the Cloudliner, but he seized control of the heavenly Glowed Dawn Cloudliner. If not for Yuanqing Peak being understaffed due to years of inactivity, I might not have been able to leave the Azure Pond Sect at all. I fear we can't afford any more delay. Ning muttered Yuanli. The Qi family had 6 branches. The brothers Qi Jian and Qi Jiun were born of Qi Wei's main line and were Purple Mansion realm immortal descendants. They were always considered prime candidates for the sect master position. Meanwhile, Qi Fubo, whom Li Yuanqing was close to, belonged to the secondary branch, which, while competent, was not as strong. Only those 2 lines had ancestors who reached the Purple Mansion realm. The other 4 were not worth fearing. However, the main branch had nearly been wiped out in the north. Yuanli's face grew darker as he listened. Standing beside him, Li Shiji seemed to sense something and said softly, "Since your lordship has finished the rites, it's unwise to linger. Allow me to accompany you back to the sect and report in." "Very well." Yuanli let out a deep breath, not even sparing time to bid farewell to Li Qinghong and the others, and said gravely, "With Xuanfeng's passing, his great merits must be honored. I will return to the sect and deliberate on it thoroughly." Several of them boarded the Cloudliner and activated it with mana. They left streaks of white mist in the sky as they sped southward under the gaze of the crowd. The other peak masters followed behind and soon disappeared into the distance. Yuanli had departed in such haste that he stayed for less than 15 minutes. Li Shijuan watched the large group of cultivators depart, silent and contemplative as his fingers rested on his sword hilt. Li Qinghong moved to face him, and the young man spoke in a cool voice. "Aunt, the men we sent to fetch Uncle Yuanqing will likely return empty-handed." He had immediately deduced from Yuanli's unceremonious departure that something had almost certainly gone wrong at the Azure Pond Sect. No matter how fast the Li family moved, they couldn't outrun the Xi family, and the result would inevitably be failure. The Azure Pond Sect reacts quickly. Li Qinghong did the math. Though the demonic smoke in Jiangbei was slowly dissipating, the Jade Talismans tied to the lives of their guest cultivators had not yet shattered. The Azure Pond Sect's soul lamps might be far more refined, but couldn't be much faster. It would have taken 10 days for Qi Cultivation Realm cultivators to travel from the riverbank to Mount Azure Pond with intermittent flying. An ordinary Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator would need 3 days without rest, relying on pills to recover. Even the fastest escape spell user among the Li family, Li Qinghong, would still need a full day. Chapter 890, Submission 2. The message brought by the Xi family was at least a day old, meaning the Azure Pond Sect had taken action the day after, or even the same day, that Li Xianfeng had slaughtered the Buddhist cultivators. In a world without transmission spells, that kind of speed was terrifying. Qi Jiun might have made arrangements. Li Shijuan speculated briefly, then shook his head. No matter what he planned, he couldn't have predicted things would deteriorate to this level. The last Purple Mansion Realm battle was at Moongaze Lake 400 years ago. The aunt and nephew returned to the peak, where Li Shiming was reading a letter. His brows had relaxed slightly. He placed the letter on the table and said, "Aunt, the Fei family has arrived in full and is waiting respectfully at the riverside, requesting an audience." Li Shiming's words made Li Qinghong slightly raise an eyebrow. Li Shiming straightened his Taoist robe and met Li Shijuan's inquiring gaze, then nodded. Almost certainly. The three of them flew out together, and sure enough, they saw a densely packed crowd on the lakeshore. As the three descended from the sky, men and women alike lowered their heads and fell to their knees en masse with a rustle. Li Qinghong landed at the front and saw an elderly man leading the group. His face was covered in ghastly bruises of a purplish hue, and his left hand was missing 3 fingers. Upon seeing the trio, he bowed deeply and said respectfully, "Fei Qingyi of the Fei family greets the 3 lords." Li Qinghong naturally recognized him from when she had trained in spear techniques at the Fei family in her youth. Back then, Fei Qingyi had been elegant and refined. When she visited again after she had broken through to the Foundation establishment realm, he had already begun to show signs of age. Now, however, he looked startlingly horrific. Li Qinghong was taken aback, but quickly understood the source of his injuries. Though he was indecisive, he had always been devoted to the family. Naturally, he wouldn't have hidden behind the younger generation. He must have gone north himself. Fei Qingyi bowed deeply, lifting his scar-covered hands high. He held up a jade plate that displayed a green seal and a storage pouch. He said respectfully, "The Fei family of Northern Shore Glacial Cloud humbly prays for your grace and earnestly requests to become a subordinate household." As Fei Qingyi knelt, the crowd behind him echoed his words loudly and in unison. "We humbly request to become a subordinate household." The shoreline erupted with thunderous voices, shaking the waters of the lake into turbulent waves. Members of other families looked up as 3 figures floated in the sky. Lightning flashed around the central figure, radiant brilliance to the left, and drifting frost and snow to the right. Someone murmured softly, "Truly the bearing of an esteemed family." The Li family's foundation establishment realm strength has already surpassed the Jiang family of old. This lake ought to bear the Li name now. Within the mirror, 3 strands of metallic essence. Mount Chonghuai took 1, Zipei took 1, and 1 escaped. The world remained calm, but a great battle raged on in Anhuai heaven. Lu Jiangxian stood aside, watching everything clearly. Mount Chonghuai had dispatched 4 Purple Mansion realm cultivators. As the strongest faction, they rightfully took 1 portion. The 3 Buddhist cultivators and Mahas had tied each other up in battle, giving Zhilu a chance to seize it. But as Zhilu emerged from Anhuai heaven, he was promptly ambushed by Zipei, who had been lying in wait. Zhilu clearly could have escaped with the metallic essence, but Anhuai heaven's formation was designed to target Buddhist cultivators. Getting in was already troublesome, and getting out even worse. Zhilu was then besieged by the other 2 Mahas and, caught between advance and retreat, had no choice but to surrender the treasure. The final portion of metallic essence became the most fiercely contested among the Purple Mansion realm cultivators. However, through a twist of fate, it ended up in the hands of Taoist Master Qingyan of Changshao Gate, who was only in the early Purple Mansion realm. Though he had stepped into the Purple Mansion realm years ago, he had made no progress since, spending his days in seclusion cultivating a single divine ability. How could he dare hold on to this hot potato? There was no joy in his heart, only fear. Though his family's Taoist master Changshao was formidable, he had not come to Anhuai heaven. Qingyan himself was not from some prestigious immortal family. When he saw the Purple Mansion realm cultivators closing in on him, he gritted his teeth and sent the metallic essence beyond Anhuai heaven. He would rid himself of the hot potato and hope that Changshao might be waiting in the outer heavens. The moment he did this, the other Purple Mansion realm cultivators began cursing aloud, and they were forced to rush to the outer heavens to fight for it. Everyone except for the Purple Mansion realm Taoist Master Hengli of the Hengzhu Dao Gate, who turned back to chase after Qingyan, swarmed outward. Someone even cursed bitterly. This is a disaster. But Qingyan had calculated correctly. Changshao was indeed waiting in the outer heavens. Overjoyed at the sight, he was about to unleash his divine ability when suddenly a black alms bowl flew across and blocked him. The metallic essence moved with such incredible speed that Changshao missed it by a hair's breadth. Once the true essence, the metallic essence left Anhuai heaven, it began to transform. At first, it was just a treasure being pursued by Purple Mansion realm cultivators. After a few seconds, it expanded within the great void, turning into a radiant, shining golden stone. Half of the Purple Mansion realm cultivators turned and fled immediately. The rest, either confident in their strength or clinging to hope, refused to give up. After another dozen seconds, the metallic essence transformed into a stone bird. It turned around and absorbed one early-stage Purple Mansion realm Taoist master. Already spent and drained of his divine powers, the Taoist master was caught off guard and devoured in a single gulp. And so, the Purple Mansion realm cultivators could only scatter in all directions, curses against Taoist master Qingyi erupting from all sides. Meanwhile, the stone bird, having developed a taste for flesh, turned around, laughing wildly, to chase and devour more people. Fortunately, the creature was clearly unnatural. After licking its beak in lingering hunger, it soon vanished. Lu Jiangxian thoroughly enjoyed the spectacle. Once he returned to the mirror world and fell into deep thought. He took out the bright radiant Yang Imperial Union essence and pondered silently. If this thing were to descend into the world, it would surely be something terrifying. That Taoist master Qingyi of Changshao Gate probably won't dare show his face for the next 100 years. Standing among the clouds, he suddenly raised his head as if sensing something. The layered mists parted in the sky, and a sparkling stream of light flew toward him from afar, coming to rest before him. The talisman seed glimmered faintly with golden light. He picked it up, finding the mana within it to be extremely thin. It was barely a qi cultivation realm. Xianfeng. Li Xianfeng had expended nearly all his cultivation, leaving little behind. Yet in contrast, the talisman seed was filled with an incredibly dense and alluring store of fate, all tightly bound within it. When Li Xianfeng had taken the human pill, the talisman seed should have extracted all his cultivation and detached itself. But Lu Jiangxian had forcibly suppressed it. During the battle on the riverbank, when Li Xianfeng drew on mana, it was Lu Jiangxian again who restrained the talisman seed, allowing him to accomplish his task and then retreat. Upon Li Xuanfeng's death, his fate should have dissipated with him. But talisman seeds had never followed reason. They wouldn't yield what they didn't want to. Yet when taking, they took everything. It had consumed all his fate and brought it back into the mirror. Lu Jiangxian silently gazed at the talisman seed, sighing inwardly. He had resolved to die long ago. Li Xianfeng had already made his resolution to die the moment he took the human pill. He had simply been waiting for the right moment. He simply wanted to take down a few more enemies before he fell. Taking 18 master monks with him, that fulfilled a hero's ambition, muttered Lu Jiangxian. He held the fate-rich talisman seed, but did not absorb it into himself immediately. Instead, he hesitated. There was no other reason. The mirror was currently stuck at this stage. Without a breakthrough into the Purple Mansion realm and feedback from his divine ability, it would only slightly enhance the strength of his profound light at most. That would be far too wasteful, muttered Lu Jiangxian. Chapter 891, Scheme I. Lu Jiangxian had read the memories of several major Buddhist cultivators and possessed dozens of Buddhist cultivation techniques, but he had never practiced them himself. His own cultivation experience came from the Li family members after their pill condensation and had nothing to do with the Buddhist Tao. As a result, Lu Jiangxian's understanding of fate was limited to the five-eyed technique. His old shortcut of shaping humanoid figures out of mana for cultivation had no effect when it came to fate. Mana could circulate freely, but how could fate be anchored to a mere clump of energy? Lu Jiangxian did not yet feed the strand of fate into the mirror. Instead, he summoned the soul of Jiang, who still appeared dazed and disoriented, having been sealed ever since being drawn out of Buzi's body. When the time is right, this fellow can be put to use. For now, I'll keep this fate strand in reserve. He looked up as he suddenly sensed something. The bright radiant Yang Imperial Union essence was emitting a faint glow. A scene of a sea island covered in palaces and pavilions, with cultivators moving to and fro, slowly unfolded. A stone gate on the island slowly closed. Inside the cave dwelling, a youth sat cross-legged, his body radiating bright light that illuminated the chamber in clear brilliance. Li Zhouwei is in seclusion, breaking through to Foundation Establishment realm. In the Great Void, Lu Jiangxian had seen how the Tianwu true essence and divine fiend could turn into monstrous evils. Even without mutation, ordinary Purple Mansion realm cultivators struggled to suppress the metallic essence. But the metallic essence in Li Zhouwei's body had been personally bound by Lu Jiangxian using high-grade immortal arts, so it caused little disturbance. But Lu Jiangxian had also seen Li Zhouwei's eldest son, Li Jiangao. Li Jiangao's current condition was already considered mild, but it was in large part due to his constant maintenance and suppression. The bright young lineage often produces many sons. The eldest tends to be fierce, and the second cruel. The ones most affected are always the first and second sons. If my calculations are right, the court politics of the Weasley lineage will be quite bloody. The battle between the legitimate heir and the second son won't be a simple one, especially since both are born with divine anomalies. Li Zhouwei's current inherent rank was far from ordinary. According to Lu Jiangxian's calculations, Li Jiangao might even transform into some monstrous entity like the red-eyed white cicada or the gold-eyed white qilin. That was why Lu Jiangxian had kept a close watch on him since his birth. Fortunately, whether due to the decline of Weasley lineage, or because Li Zhouwei's fate was personally crafted by me, Li Jiangao is merely inhuman, nothing worse. Lu Jiangxian had kept an eye on them for several months before slowly shifting his attention. Once he has more sons, the trouble will lessen. It's merely a matter of temperament being affected. His cultivation progress could accelerate by several degrees with more wives and children. As for reaching the Purple Mansion realm, Li Zhouwei has learned a secret art and should have over a 70% chance. If he can obtain a bright young spirit item, his chances will be even higher. As his perspective broadened, Lu Jiangxian no longer concerned himself much with the 7 Dharma forms of the Buddhist cultivators or the various immortal sects of Wu and Yu. His only worries now were Mount Luoxia and the underworld, both Dao embryo-level powers within the mainland. Each move of a piece took years of deliberation, and he dared not act rashly. The fact that these 2 Immortal Mansion-level forces had yet to reveal their whereabouts only made them more fearsome. Moongaze Lake. Li Qinghong stood upon lightning before the eyes of all, floating in the air while all members of the Fei family kept their heads lowered. She descended lightly, her voice gentle yet loud enough to pierce the heavens. Fellow Taoist, what is the meaning of this? Please, rise quickly. Fei Qingyi naturally refused to rise, but violet lightning had already lifted him off the ground. Li Qinghong said softly, "My second uncle and your family's forebears were close friends, while our families have been allies for generations. How did it come to this? Our elder perished guarding the riverbank, but gratitude is not meant to be repaid with the annexation of another's family." She took a jade box from her storage pouch and handed it to Fei Qingyi, speaking gently. "This box contains renewal spirit pills refined by Qiming. Please take good care of your health." Qingyi is still in seclusion in the Azure Pond sect, preparing for her breakthrough. Her future holds great promise. The woman turned to the side and gave an order. "Shijuan, have someone escort them back to the North Shore." Yes. Li Shijuan had already made preparations and helped Fei Qingyi descend. Only after Li Qinghong and Li Qiming landed on Mount Qingdu did the onlooking families finally avert their gaze and disperse. Now standing atop the mountain, Li Qiming sighed and said, "Fei Qingyi hasn't left seclusion for years. The Fei family must truly be at the end of their rope." In recent years, the Li family had grown ever more dominant, and the Fei family's tenuous hold on the northern shore had relied entirely on Fei Qingyi. But the woman had been in seclusion for years without a word. When Li Xianfeng had slaughtered the Buddhist cultivators, the Fei family could no longer hold on. Li Qinghong replied, "Since he's made such a public declaration, it won't be long before he sends his direct descendants. Have Shijuan begin making arrangements." Since the Azure Pond sect was now in turmoil, it was indeed an opportune time to consolidate power over the lake. Fei Qingyi had clearly surrendered willingly, but the power gap between the Li family and the Fei family had grown enormous. The other esteemed families, especially the Si and Qi families, would not see it the same way. Such a grand and public display made the Li family appear domineering and ambitious. Though Li Qinghong had formally refused Fei Qingyi's submission, with the Li family's current strength and influence, whether or not the Fei family became vassals was simply a matter of nodding their heads. Fei Qingyi is, after all, an uncertain variable. Li Qiming stood with his arms crossed, tilting his head slightly as Li Shijuan entered the hall. The younger man was striking in appearance, and his arrival through the drifting snow brought a sudden brightness to the great hall. When he heard his elder brother's words, Li Shijuan casually remarked, "Fei Qingyi has improved quite a bit." When Li Qiming looked over, the young man replied, "The unrest at Chongming, the tomb, hasn't been fully accounted for. Yuanli will surely settle accounts with the Tang family to win popular support. Fei Qingyi is from Yuanwu Peak. Whether she's implicated or not is just a matter of a single word. He had always seen clearly through political currents. Hugging his sword to his chest, he said softly. He deliberately chose to make a move in full view of all, so everyone would see clearly. Oh, the Fei family now belongs to the Leaf family. That precious daughter of theirs obviously has no ties to the Tang family anymore. Qinghong, knowing how calculative he always was, listened closely and nodded in agreement. That was indeed a clever move. Even if I had refused, I would still have had to say a few polite words. Nothing comes without a price. The northern shore now belongs to us. The southern shore has spirit items, the east has spirit fields, and the north is rich in spirit ores. With this peace in place, our shortage of Dharma artifacts can finally be resolved. Li Shijuan lifted his head, a trace of nostalgia in his expression, and replied. Years ago, Uncle Ping asked me about our family. I answered, the Li family on the lake, with offices around the peaks. Now, 40 years have passed, and the Great Lake has finally come into our hands. Li Shiming lowered his brows slightly at these words, and Li Qinghong immediately added in a quiet voice. Now only Taoist he on the western shore remains. It was rather interesting, as Taoist he, a mid-stage Foundation establishment realm cultivator, was rumored to have ties within Azure Pond Sect. He had never needed to pay tribute to the Azure Pond Sect. In the Li family's 100 years along the lakeside, the man had never shown himself even once. Foundation establishment realm cultivators lived no more than 300 years, and he had been gone for over 100. Though long-renowned, his lifespan was clearly running short. After some thought, Li Qinghong replied, I heard he was a close friend of someone within the sect back then, which is why no one on the lake dared provoke him. He's always been preoccupied with his own affairs. Li Shiming replied, Nowadays, aside from Taoist Master Yuan Xiu, who else counts as well-connected? If his old friend was among those Foundation Establishment Realm elders who once broke through to the Purple Mansion realm, they've likely passed away by now. Li Shijuan nodded slightly, saying softly, Why don't we wait a few months, settle things at home, and then Aunt and I can pay him a visit together. In the meantime, I'll write a letter and ask our elder brother about it. Li Qinghong responded softly, and Li Shijuan took the opportunity to add quietly. Speaking of this matter, the sect is complicated, and our elder brother doesn't have anyone truly loyal at his side. I was thinking of sending Senior Wu Xiao to assist him. Li Shijuan always spoke with polish and logical clarity. Since Li Wuxiao had once pledged loyalty to Li Yuanjiao, and with Li Yuexiang now deceased, it was indeed proper for him to follow Li Shiji. Li Qinghong nodded and said, His foundation is already solid. We can reward him with a treasured panacea for his recent contribution. Let him head to the Azure Pond Sect and use the opportunity to break through to the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. Chapter 892, Scheme 2. The Azure Pond Sect. The Immortal formations were brightly lit, while all the peaks were sealed off except for Yuanqing Peak, where people bustled about. The mountain was nearly entirely forged from golden iron, adorned with thousands of iron pillars linked by iron chains. It was a rather grim and intimidating view. Yet in the main hall atop the peak, its master stood with a spear in hand, brow furrowed with deep anxiety. Ning had received the news early. Qi Zhiyun had never truly trusted his brother Qi Zhiyan. While he didn't believe Qi Zhiyan would recklessly squander all their forces, he feared that his subordinates might lie to him. So he had secretly placed informants in several locations. When Li Xianfeng crushed the Buddhist cultivators and the north fell silent, a specialized courier flew back from the riverbank. He had used talismans and all his mana to barely make it to the city's market. Upon collapsing, a second messenger immediately took over. The relay labored non-stop day and night, until the message finally reached Ning by the next day. Killed all 18 monks. Are you kidding me? Ning entire attention was on Li Xianfeng. His mind filled with that terrifying feat, he began to sense things had gone awry at Mount Bianyan. Initially, he thought nothing of it. Qi Zhiyan had a purple mansion realm talisman, and could even traverse the great void. What could mere devil cultivators do to him? At worst, he would suffer a few casualties. But Qi Zhiyun had left orders to seize control of the heavenly glow cloud ship, seal off all peaks, and summon all members of the Qi family back to Azure Pond Peak. It felt like overkill, but Ning, afraid of punishment should Qi Zhiyun emerge from seclusion, went along with it. Then came the second message. No word from Mount Bianyan, and Li Xianfeng was dead. Ning Hujing felt some relief, but sensed something off. On the third morning, the soul lamps on Azure Pond Peak, once a sea of purple, snuffed out like candles in the wind. Only a few remained. Even Qi Jian's soul lamp had extinguished. Ning Hujing was stunned for a full half-minute. How is this possible? He turned to check the green soul lamps on the other side. They were completely gone. Only a handful of cultivators who had stayed behind in the sect had survived. Now seated in the grand hall, Ning Hujing felt cold to the bone. He sat silently at the head of the room, before a crowd of cultivators. Most of them were aged and speaking in wavering tones, their voices rising and falling in discord. His heart burned with frustration, but he didn't dare scold this group from the chief family. Instead, he restrained himself and asked quietly, "My lords, Yuanli must already be on his way back. Do any of you have thoughts on what we should do?" Yet most of those below merely looked on coldly, keeping their distance. Ning Hujing took them all in, and though fury surged to his head, his expression did not change. The core figures of the Qi family's first lineage had perished at Mount Bianyan. Those from that line who remained here had no voice in decision-making. The rest were from the second lineage and harbored long-held resentment. Now they looked on with barely concealed schadenfreude. Ning Hujing knew these pampered, idle old wastrels were no good. If they had any real ability, they wouldn't have aged into obscurity without gaining a single post. But even he hadn't expected them to be this foolish. His heart went cold. Yuanli's actions have already doomed Qi Jian. Why would he rush back now with any goodwill in mind? You all still bear the surname Qi. Honor and disgrace are shared. How can you just stand by and watch? He was both furious and afraid. But fortunately, not all of the second lineage elders were useless. A few remained silent in deep thought, though these old foxes still held their tongues and merely waited in silence. Scanning the hall, Ning Hujing noticed only two remained standing in front, both silent but visibly anxious. He recognized the one in front as Qi Fubo, the eldest direct descendant of the Qi family's second lineage, a formidable figure. Ning Hujing quickly spoke up, "Fubo, what's your view on this?" Qi Fubo's expression was dark as he replied, "Uncle Hujing, Bianyan was a trap laid by the Purple Mansion Realm cultivators. Anhuai heaven was designed specifically to strike at our Qi family." His words brought a hush over the hall. Qi Fubo was well regarded among the second lineage, and most gave him due respect. Ning Hujing could only sigh. "Of course I know, but Yuanli is nearly here, so how could I possibly refuse him at the gates? Once he enters the sect, with Taoist Master Buzi missing and Taoist Master Yuan Xiu absent, the Azure Pond sect will be his to command." Ning Hujing, stationed on Yuanxing Peak, had once overseen Yuanbai. When Yuanli had visited multiple times, he had dismissed him as a nobody. With the Purple Mansion Realm cultivator's ban in place, he had left him out in the cold. Now, if Yuanli took over sect affairs, he would surely place his own family in charge of Yuanxing Peak. Between personal enmity and political rivalry, Ning Hujing's fate would be bleak. Though Qi Buzi was merely missing, not confirmed dead, though Yuan Xiu had always been friendly toward the Qi family, though Yuanli usually kept a low profile, Ning Hujing still didn't trust him. Even if Yuanli didn't dare act recklessly, Ning Hujing still had to push the issue for his own safety. He quickly whispered to Qi Fubo, "Yuanli is a wolf with wild ambition. With the sect master in seclusion and the main seat vacant, he won't let the chance slip by. If the Xi family takes over and the main family is weakened, both the Qi and Ning families are sure to be pushed aside." By sheer luck, his warning struck a chord. But Qi Fubo was no fool. He was ambitious too. He responded quietly, "You're right, Uncle Hujing. But what can we do now? He's returning in triumph, and our forces are nearly gone. What can we even say?" Their conversation left both men frowning, anxiety thick in their hearts. Ning Hujing said, "Taoist Buzi's soul lamp is still lit. There are countless strange places in the world. Who's to say it's not some fate-distorting realm?" After exchanging thoughts, both became increasingly unsettled by Yuanli's rapid return. Qi Fubo immediately turned to gather a few senior members, clearing the great hall of the rest and leaving only trusted insiders. After reviewing everything again, Qi Fubo exclaimed in alarm, "If Taoist Master Buzi is truly gone, the first lineage is finished, and the other families are full of resentment. If Taoist Master Yuan Xiu harbors any intention, how could the Azure Pond sect possibly remain under the Qi family? But Taoist Master Yuan Xiu is closest to our Qi family. A white-haired elder nearby spoke softly. It was Qi Buhua, the eldest of the Qi family's second lineage, his face full of hesitation and disbelief. His voice echoed through the hall, but as he spoke, even he began to doubt himself. To the others, it sounded almost mocking. Qi Fubo's face darkened, his fists clenched pale. A horrified Ning Hujing slowly lifted his head, his face cast in shadow as he rasped, "The heart of a purple mansion realm cultivator. Who can truly fathom it?" Chapter 893, Uncle and Nephew. Qi Fubo felt a chill run through in his heart at those words. His gaze swept around and landed on the young man behind him, who was silent with his head lowered. He asked, "Yuanqing, what do you think?" The young man behind him had sharp, long eyebrows and slightly narrow eyes. His expression was gloomy, his pupils grayish-black, his cheeks gaunt, and his aura dark. He was dressed in luxurious robes. It was none other than Li Yuanqing, son of Li Xianfeng. Li Yuanqing appeared momentarily dazed, with only one thought echoing inside. He's dead. How is that possible? The news that Li Xianfeng had slaughtered the entire host of Buddhist cultivators came first, shocking the Azure Pond sect disciples so much they thought it was a false rumor. Naturally, Li Yuanqing became the center of attention, but he didn't care. Every time a battle report about Li Xianfeng came in, it was always like this. He had long grown used to it. But when news of Li Xuanfeng's death spread the next day, all the cultivators breathed a sigh of relief. Though Ning Hujing stayed behind closed doors, Li Yuanqing knew this dear uncle of his was overjoyed. Some members of the Qi family even laughed aloud. Li Yuanqing staying secluded was already a sign of restraint. Although Qi Fubo had come to offer his condolences immediately, even with reddened eyes, Li Yuanqing had known him for many years, so how could he not know this man's true nature? Even if he was not gleeful, he was at least relieved. Li Yuanqing showed no change in expression. In fact, his heart felt empty. His confusion outweighed his grief. He's dead? Even he could die? That hollowness left him restless and uneasy, but fortunately, he had always been reserved and deep-minded. No one could see the slightest trace on his face. He drank when it was time to drink and laughed when it was time to laugh. Now he calmly watched everyone panic with cold eyes. Not even Qi Jian's death stirred any emotion in him. His mind was blank, and facing Qi Fubo's question, he thought for a moment. But Ning Hujing leapt to his feet. This uncle didn't even recognize his own nephew at first. It was only upon hearing the name that he reacted. He bristled, letting out a grunt as he rose from his seat, glaring coldly. What kind of mess has Qi Fubo gotten us into now? Ning Hujing certainly knew that Li Yuanqing was close to the Qi family, but in his heart, he didn't trust Li Yuanqing at all. His study of the Li family was thorough, to the point he held Yuanqing in contempt. The Li family are ruthless and suspicious, as well as domineering and cruel. Yet they are also loyal and fraternal, willing to die for each other. They are the most venomous wolves. Li Xianfeng was one, and so is Li Yuanjiao. The only thing he truly resented about Yuan Su was overusing Li Xianfeng, along with the nauseating Ning Heyuan who followed him, shamelessly calling him brother-in-law. Now that Ning Heyuan was dead, well, he was still a fellow clansman, so there was nothing more to say. But when it came to his nephew Li Yuanqing, he had absolutely no trust. As for Li Yuanqing, don't even think about it. He's obviously pretending. People like him are cruel and cunning by nature. They're skilled in manipulating hearts. That boy is born wicked. How could anyone trust him? Even if, by some stretch, Li Yuanqing was one of them. What right did he have to be here? To put it nicely, he was a nephew. But bluntly, he was Li-blooded filth. His very lineage was tainted. He shouldn't even be allowed inside this hall. The truth was, he was Li Xuanfeng's orphan. Li Xianfeng had achieved much on the surface, which made him difficult to touch. Otherwise, Ning Hujing would have taken him down long ago. He could no longer bear the sight of Li Yuanqing in front of him and said coldly, "So it's you. Your father's achievements were so grand." The words were laced with malice, immediately snapping the youth to alertness. His gaze lingered on his uncle's face for a beat before Ning Hujing snarled, "Get out at once." Hey. Qi Fubo had seen firsthand what Li Yuanqing was capable of. He hurriedly held Ning Hujing back and tugged at Li Yuanqing's sleeve. The young man slowly lowered his head and said softly, "My lord." Si Yuanli held the riverbank, forcing my father to stay there and defend it. He wagered his life just to protect the great river. But Si Yuanli and the Si family elites clearly had Purple Mansion realm talismans and methods, yet refused to use them. They watched my father die without lifting a hand. His words startled everyone. Li Yuanqing's narrow eyes brimmed with tears as he cried and said, "See, Yuanli now treats the rewards issued along the riverbank as property of the Sea family, and is using them to win over the esteemed families. He's clearly planning something big. With Taoist Master Yuan Xiu absent, he's acting entirely on his own. We cannot allow the families to blindly follow his reckless commands." Ning Hujing's expression froze on his face. He quickly ran the situation through in his mind, thinking, that's right. The Sea family may be strong, but Yuan Xiu hasn't shown himself. Without him, they're just another group of Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. If we can unite the noble clans, perhaps they're not so frightening after all. Li Yuanqing carries weight in name, and the words will only have effect if they come from his mouth. He holds high seniority within the Li family. His voice could be used to rally their forces. Though Ning Hujing's personal strength wasn't extraordinary, he had managed Yuanqing Peak for many years. His gaze was sharp and his mind calculating. He wasn't a simple man. How could he not grasp this point? Though he was deeply unwilling, he could only keep silent for now and listen. Chi Fubo's eyes were practically glowing, and he nodded repeatedly. My lords, as long as Taoist Master Yuan Xiu doesn't take action himself, what can Sea Yuanli really do? Will he truly lead the Sea family's elites into an all-out war against us? He just wants more power. We already hold the upper seats. So what if his reputation is at its apex right now? Must every peak master obey Sea Yuanli? Li Yuanqing nodded but did not say much more. At this moment, any word of persuasion would be ill-timed. No one present was a fool. They would all come to their own conclusions. Sure enough, an elder of the second lineage, Qi Jihu, slowly showed signs of being moved. His voice was quietly pensive. The first lineage's forces are nearly spent, but no one among us in the second lineage holds truly high authority. There's only Hujing, and all he has is Yuanqing Peak. In the end, we're just humble Taoists. Li Yuanqing bowed respectfully and said in a soft voice, My lords, the sect master has already issued a command. It rests in Lord Hujing's hands. Li Yuanqing's smooth and unhurried words echoed through the empty great hall. He had voiced what several of them were secretly thinking. The Qi family members all looked visibly pleased, except for Ning Hujing, whose expression turned dark. He raised a hand to halt them and said coldly, Li Yuanqing, I don't trust you. Those few words echoed through the great hall. He narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke in a low voice. You play the role well, but all things are driven by profit. What do you gain from this? Hatred for Li Xianfeng? What a joke. He stepped down from the upper seat, expression icy and his tone even colder. The discord between the first and second branches has long existed, but surely you played your part for this generation's split to be so severe. You Li family people are vicious, ruthless, treacherous, and cunning. The man's eyes were razor-sharp and even glinted with killing intent. He walked right up to his nephew. He spoke coldly through gritted teeth. A person like you is hard to deal with. I'm stationed far from the sect, so naturally I haven't caught any of your misdeeds. But Qi Fuju being repeatedly punished, even drawing the sect master's displeasure, that was your doing, wasn't it? You've been sowing discord all these years, haven't you? Chapter 894, Returning to the Heart of the Lake, I. The remark hadn't caused any visible reaction from Li Yuanqing yet, but Qi Fubo's expression had already changed. Shocked and suspicious, he urgently interrupted Ning Hujing. Uncle Hujing, what are you saying? Yuanqing is my close friend. How could you speak of him like that? Several elders of the Qi family's second lineage standing nearby also looked displeased. Li Yuanqing's ideas had consistently considered the interests of the second lineage, which had greatly satisfied them. But Ning Hujing had disrupted the harmonious atmosphere in the hall with just a few words. Qi Jihu's dissatisfaction was written all over his face. He held back from acting out and simply glared at Ning Hujing. This bastard's heart is entirely with the first lineage. All I did was mention appointing someone from our second lineage, and he acts like his own mother was murdered, spewing wild accusations. A heavy silence filled the hall as Qi Fubo's words faded, but Li Yuanqing quietly said, I merely cultivated alongside Brother Fubo. The dispute between the two lineages has gone on for ages. Brother Fubo and I reside in a mountain city, 5,000 kilometers away. How could I possibly have the skill to sow discord? My lord flatters me too much. Yuanqing, there's no need to say more. Qi Fubo stepped in to shield him. He was well aware that Li Yuanxin's current identity and status were a crucial piece in this shifting situation. He had to be drawn in, so he said softly, "You step back. I'll speak with him." Ning Hejing's expression was grim, and his eyes darkened slightly as he stared coldly at Li Yuanxin. Once Li Yuanxin had withdrawn, Qi Fubo let out a long sigh. "Uncle Hejing, couldn't this be discussed privately? Why go so far as to lay everything bare?" Yuanxin offers help out of both resentment and his ambition to control the Li family. "I'm hardly blind to his efforts at sowing discord. I use him while the tide allows it. Once he's entangled too deeply, how can he back out easily? Sooner or later, he'll be entirely ours. What's wrong with that?" He shook his head repeatedly, trying to persuade. "Uncle Hejing, you command Yuanxin and are used to acting decisively, but this is a crisis. How can you push allies away right now?" Qi Fubo paused, seeing the other remain unmoved, and lowered his voice. "This is not the time for such arguments. Uncle Hejing, please quickly produce the sect master's order to appoint the elders to the peaks, so the main family can be protected." Ning Hejing's eyes narrowed, making his pupils hard to see. He spoke in a deep voice. "The sect master ordered me to seal off the peaks. There were no residual instructions. How could Qi Zhiyun have left behind any orders? He hadn't even brought the sect master's seal into the cave. He wasn't a purple mansion realm cultivator. How far ahead could he predict? How could there possibly be any orders appointing members of the second lineage? But how could Qi Fubo not know this? Whether or not Qi Zhiyun left a final order didn't matter. Li Yuanxin's so-called leftover decrees had always just been self-authored statements passed off as official. But Ning Hejing had laid things out plainly. The refusal immediately soured Qi Fubo's expression. Ning Hejing's tone remained somewhat gentle as he said, "The implications are too great. I dare not act rashly. There are several peak masters within the sect, trusted aides of the sect master, with both strength and integrity. Their merits over the years are sufficient, and promoting them now is not improper. I command Yuanxin Peak. You esteemed elders may assist from the side. If the situation shifts unfavorably, then we can reassess." Qi Fubo's gaze swept across the man's face again and again. At last, he realized that the reason this person had summoned his group was to identify those loyal to the first lineage within the Qi family. His heart filled with fury and cold derision. "Yes," Qi Fubo answered, smoothing out his expression as he stepped back a few paces. Several of the uncles looked displeased, but what more could they say with Yuanxin Peak's formation eyeing them like a tiger watching prey? They all dispersed, leaving only Ning Hejing behind. Ning Hejing rubbed the center of his eyebrows, the shadow on his face lingering stubbornly. He summoned a trusted aide and said in a low voice, "I thought the second lineage could see the bigger picture and support the first lineage, but they're all the same kind of people. Now they want me to only appoint members of the second lineage. If I do that, I will betray the sect master's trust. I can no longer rely on them. Go invite the other peak masters." While Ning Hejing made his arrangements, Qi Fubo exited the Great Hall. The Qi family members all looked grim. Qi Zhihu said angrily, "I say he's even more overbearing than Si Yuanli." Qi Fubo's expression was dark as he griped. "Ning Hejing is a loyal hound of the first lineage. His mother was a legitimate daughter of the first lineage, so of course he won't side with us. He's extreme, ungrateful, and self-important. He won't last long, but I only fear he'll ruin everything first." Qi Buxin looked aged, but his tone was the most decisive as he said softly, "Since when did the Ning family get to meddle in Qi family affairs? If not for his current control over Yuanxin Peak, we'd have killed him outright, no matter the chaos. Why should we care what he thinks?" Li Yuanxin was waiting outside the hall and had caught most of the conversation in just a few lines. He said quietly, "If only there were an order from the sect master." The others were waiting for him to speak. When they heard him, they awaited the next sentence. Qi Fubo asked softly, "Brother Yuanxin, are you saying?" Li Yuanxin lifted his head slightly, looking at the spiritual smoke drifting through the immortal sections. He said calmly, "The sect master is in closed-door cultivation, seeking to break through to the purple mansion realm. By protocol, someone should inherit the sect master's position." Qi Fubo's heart pounded with excitement, but reason still held him. He sighed. "But we are weak in numbers and have neither legitimacy nor public support. Without a formal decree, assuming the sect master's seat on our own would be suicide with Ning Hejing standing in opposition. We'd just be handing a gift to Si Yuanli." Li Yuanxin replied, "The sect master has no children, but Qinghong has many wives and concubines. He still has a legitimate son within the sect. Though he's young, he can be jointly supported. His expression didn't change, and he quietly transmitted his next words to the others through a secret technique. Lord Ning claims to act for the good of the main line. If a legitimate heir from the main line issues the order personally, how could he disobey? With the first lineage nearly gone, who else could that child possibly trust but you elders of the Qi family? Even if the sect master emerges from seclusion, he'll have no cause to complain. He may even reward you all. Qi Fubo and the others exchanged glances, entered a hall together, activated formations, and sealed the area. Qi Fubo spoke slowly. But in the future, Li Yuanqing already knew what was on his mind. The first lineage of the Qi family had finally stumbled, so of course they harbored thoughts of taking over. Wouldn't doing this just hand it all back to the first lineage? First, preserve ourselves. Later, when power is in hand and our own people control Yuanqing Peak, we can watch the situation unfold slowly. If all major matters proceed smoothly. The youth's voice was frighteningly calm, yet it made Qi Fubo's eyes light up. The mana lamp's glow cast shadows over Li Yuanqing's face as he said, "My lord, this child is in the Qi cultivation realm. He must break through to the Foundation Establishment realm, but Foundation Establishment realm is a life or death pass." Chapter 895, Returning to the Heart of the Lake. 2. Moongaze Lake. Cultivators moved across the lake. A white-robed man rode Frost down onto a peak, a sword at his waist. Li Shijuan ascended the steps, where two young men waited beside the hall. One wore a heavy cloak, tall and broad-shouldered, with a spear strapped to his back and a commanding presence. His sharp, powerful gaze revealed him to be the former family head, Li Qingliao. The other was slightly younger, sword at his waist. He was leaner in comparison, and clad in long robes. He stood beside Li Qingliao, and was Li Qinghuai, son of Li Shiji. Li Zhouwei was still overseas, and the two brothers of the Radiant Lure generation had returned from the north to take charge of the family. Li Qingliao had once been the family head, so handling these matters came naturally to him. Li Qinghuai was now at the 7th stage of the Qi cultivation realm and was managing affairs in Mount Yu. Though he lacked his father's charisma, he was a competent leader. The two had come to pay respects to Li Shijuan, both already grown men. Compared to Li Shijuan, they seemed more like brothers than uncle and nephew. After all, pills and spirit items nourish the body. Li Shijuan understood this well. In the generation of Li Tongya and Li Xianfeng, they had hardly relied on pills or spirit items, relying solely on their own cultivation. Thus, they aged quickly. Li Tongya had reached Foundation Establishment realm late, and, by the age of 70 or 80, looked like he was already in his 50s or 60s. F.R.E. Web.N/oval. C. O.M. Things had clearly improved with Li Yuanjiao's generation. By the time of Li Shijuan's generation, they already had the air of legitimate heirs of an esteemed family. All three of the Shi brothers looked no different in age from the younger juniors. Eighth uncle. Li Qingliao stepped forward, offered a bow, and handed over a letter, speaking softly. "News from Zhongshuan Island. It's good news." Though a senior family member had just passed, Li Qingliao called it good news. Yet there was no joy in his expression, only seriousness. Li Shijuan gently took the letter and unfolded it. Zhouwei has broken through to the Foundation Establishment realm during his seclusion. Li Zhouwei had taken a 3-aspects breaking realm pill and a talisman pill with him before setting out, so his breakthrough came as no surprise. Li Shijuan nodded slightly and continued reading. However, before his Foundation Establishment realm breakthrough, Li Zhouwei had written of several matters in his letter. All of them were good news. The first was that Li Chenghui, who cultivated thunder arts, had already reached the 8th stage of the Qi cultivation realm. If the family sent him a pill, he could begin cultivating the Cloud Thunder Inquiry technique and attempt to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm. Li Qinghong's Purple Thunder Secret Origin technique, though from the Grotto Heaven of the Tao of Thunder Steering and Cloud Dwelling, was essentially a technique for modifying spiritual Qi. It wasn't high grade on its own. Only the appended Purple Talisman Origin Light Secret technique was truly powerful. Li Qinghui's current cultivation technique, the Cloud Thunder Inquiry technique, was an ancient method brought back from the Three Drums Wall of Green Pine Temple. It not only shortened his lifespan less than other methods, but it was also more profound than the Purple Thunder Secret Origin technique. Its brilliance lay in forging a Tao foundation known as the Profound Thunder Pool. He had already mastered the purple talisman origin light secret technique. Li Shijuan silently praised in his heart. Chenhui is still young, but his cultivation is progressing quickly, and his technique is solid. If he successfully forms his foundation and crosses the life or death barrier, he will surely be a prime candidate to serve as our family's protector. The news put him in an excellent mood. Reading further, he saw that the second piece of news was the birth of Li Zhouwei's second son. The second son is handsome, quiet, and cries little, though he has a large appetite. He shows no signs of anything extraordinary. He was no different from a mortal child. Li Shijuan felt a sense of relief reading that. Li Jiang's appearance was still vivid in his mind. The fact that there were no abnormalities was already the best news. He kept reading. Though the second son shows no signs of the extraordinary, Zhouwei bears a fated destiny. There's fear that all his sons may be a bright young heir, which is no trivial matter. I asked great uncle to consider carefully and, for now, not to include him in the family register. Li Shijuan immediately understood that Li Zhouwei was clearly still wary after Li Jiangao. Li Zhouwei was afraid that his second son, though human in appearance, might be a demonic being within. He was being extremely cautious. He shall not be entered into the four lineages. He will be named Li Jiangqian. If uncle has any reservations or considerations, please reply to me. Li Shijuan exhaled softly, put away the letter, and congratulated Li Qingliao. Congratulations. Li Qingliao gave a solemn nod and said quietly, a pity about Lady Su. The incident with Li Jiangao had long been sealed away and known to only a handful. Li Qingliao only knew the woman had died suddenly. He didn't know his eldest grandson had been confined on the mountain. So he finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing of Li Jiangqian's birth. FRE/EW/EBNOV.EL/ Company M. I had feared Lady N would die as well, and all the families would begin to gossip. Thankfully, little Qian is well. I can now set my mind at ease. Li Shijuan nodded, dismissed the two, and turned into the great hall. His gaze swept across the table. He activated a spell to link with the grand formation, and immediately, radiant light shone forth as a jade box materialized before him. This jade box had been acquired by Li Tongya. It was incredibly sturdy, marked with mysterious patterns, and capable of storing Purple Mansion realm spirit items, though it had not been used in the household for quite some time. He put away the jade box, rode the wind northward, and flew across most of Moongaze Lake. He stopped in the center of the lake when a large island came into view, shimmering with brilliance and echoing with sounds of thunder and fire. He could make out ruins, broken walls, and shattered tiles amid the glow, the remnants of the former marketplace at the heart of Moongaze Lake. A white ape stood upon the lake. Upon seeing him, it bowed. Towering in size and casting a large shadow, it said quietly, "My lord, you've arrived." Senior. Though the Li family didn't fully understand Daoist He's background and remained cautious for the moment, they certainly wouldn't waste such a rare opportunity. Li Qinghong and Li Shiming had already entered the island at the heart of the lake. Chen Taoping of Lingyu Gate perished when the marketplace had been destroyed, and the ancient formation had been shattered by the deadly Thunder Formation Destroyer. This gave rise to a forbidden formation that had flickered over the lake for 70 years. The forbidden formation was extremely difficult to break, but Foundation Establishment realm cultivators could come and go freely. Thus, cultivators of that realm took turns looting the treasures left in the marketplace. Now, the formation's power had waned to the point where even some Qi cultivation realm cultivators could last briefly within. But the place had already been ransacked repeatedly, to the point where no one was willing to enter anymore. Li Shijuan landed on the island. As expected, the spiritual Qi was rich. After a careful estimation, he thought, just this spot alone already rivals our Mount Qingdu. If it's a place where spiritual energy gathers, it might even compare to Mount Wu. If not for the great trouble of entering the forbidden formation, and the fact that no additional formations could be set up within, making it highly unsafe, they would have long seized this place. However, it was too tasteless for Foundation Establishment realm cultivators and too dangerous for Qi cultivation realm cultivators to stay long. He was surrounded by ruined walls and overgrown grass. Sunken white bones had weathered into fragments beneath his feet. Li Shijuan rode the wind to the center, where the ground was covered in formation patterns. For pale stone pillars stood around a deep well. A youth in golden robes stood between them, divining with his fingers while reading the runes on the stone pillars. When he saw Li Shijuan, His eyes lit up, and he called out, "Brother Shijuan, you've returned. Did you bring the item?" Li Shijuan nodded, stepped forward, and landed on the broken formation base. The deep well that served as the formation's core was etched with arcane patterns. The water within had seemingly been drained, leaving only a gaping, black void. Li Shijuan had specifically returned to Mount Qingdu to retrieve this jade box. According to the family records, this jade box was retrieved from this very well by our great-grandfather. A box symbolized both defense and containment, and this deep well was the core of the formation. At first, Li Shiming believed it to be a symbolic object suppressing the formation's center, much like the 5 kinds of spirit water within their own Mount Qingdu formation. He asked, if this is indeed the object that suppresses the formation's core, it might help us break the formation. But the white-robed youth examined it carefully, compared the ground patterns with those on the jade box, and shook his head. No, this jade box doesn't match the grand formation. It's not an accessory of the formation's core. Li Shijuan pondered for a moment, a trace of insight dawning in his heart, and replied, "It seems this mysterious well was dug precisely to guard and conceal this jade box." Chapter 896, The Beginning of Total Achievement, I. Li Shijuan considered all this and remained cautious, but unfortunately, the jade box was completely empty inside. It had no grooves or fixed protrusions, and was simply a hollow container. Before the two could discuss further, a bolt of lightning flashed down onto the island. When the purple light dispersed, it revealed a female cultivator in a feathered robe, holding a spear. Her voice was gentle. "I've inspected the island, including the surrounding islets and wetlands. It covers roughly 50 kilometers. That's not small at all." Although Moongaze Lake was famed as a 1,500-kilometer-wide lake and the largest in Yu State, it was no longer comparable to its ancient size. In the west, its narrow stretch reached Mount Shiping, and in the east, its tributaries extended into the wilderness. The lake islets were all flat reed marshes. Even at its peak, the lake only spanned about 500 kilometers. The island at the heart of the lake was already considered massive. The lightning of this forbidden formation seemed harmless to Li Qinghong, instead gathering affectionately on her draw spear as arcs of violet lightning danced. She said, "Have you managed to uncover anything from this forbidden formation?" And, though Li Shiming was an alchemist, the Li family's heritage covered formations, pills, talismans, and tools. After a few days of study, he had found some clues and bowed in reply. This grand formation doesn't seem to be a creation of later generations. The patterns are ancient, and the 4 pillars within symbolize merging fire, converging water, molten fire, and valley water. Since all 4 remain intact, it retains great power. Li Shijuan picked up the thread of conversation. This appears to be an ancient formation, and not one set by Chen Taoping. The Fei family's cloud-gathering southern heaven formation on the lake is also ancient. They may share a common origin. I sent someone to the Fei family to retrieve the formation core and personally went home to fetch this jade box. Li Shijuan explained its background in detail. Li Qinghong took the jade box and examined it. The white box shimmered in her slender hands, and a flash of purple lightning flickered over it. Before she could speak, a person and a white ape descended from the sky. "Greetings, esteemed elders." The person and the ape were, of course, Fei Qingyi and the white ape. Fei Qingyi was not strong enough to enter the formation alone, so the white ape had waited for him outside. Fei Qingyi had taken medicine and looked much better. As soon as he landed, he knelt and raised both hands, presenting a small flag. The small flag was colored dark yellow and black, its edges embroidered with dark silver patterns, and it emitted a misty, shadowy aura. It was quite beautiful. He hid his 2 missing fingers behind the flag and bowed as he spoke respectfully. "The core of the cloud-gathering southern heaven formation, the profound boundless flag, is here. You are too polite, senior." Li Shijuan spoke politely, sidestepping to avoid the bow, and immediately helped him up, his expression warm. Li Qinghong accepted the flag and responded gently. "Shijuan is right. Brother Fei is one of our own. There's no need for formality." Fei Qingyi merely stood respectfully with his head lowered. Li Shijuan took a closer look and remarked, "So the cloud-gathering southern heaven formation belongs to the category of boundless essence. That's quite rare in the south." The boundless essence chi appeared as a dark yellow hue. The one most knowledgeable about it among the Li family was Li Shiji. He had once crossed paths with Tuoba Chongyuan, a a cultivator of boundless essence. Emperor Wu of Liang held the title of true monarch Tianqing of boundless essence, a true monarch of that very path. Li Qinghong began speculating. If I'm not mistaken, the cloud-gathering southern heaven formation must have been established during the Liang dynasty. That would explain the use of boundless essence. Back then, the formation must have been quite formidable. Now that Liang is gone, I suspect it has lost over 60% of its power. Even weakened, the cloud-gathering southern heaven formation had long been the strongest on the lake before the Leaf family's arrival. Ordinary Foundation establishment realm cultivators could not easily breach it, and the Fei family had relied on this formation to endure for generations. Sure enough, Fei Qingyi nodded respectfully and replied. Replying to the elders, this formation was where our ancestors once resided. It dates back to the Great Liang era. When Great Ning cultivators attacked this place, it was cultivators from Ning State who guarded the river and set it up. Our family history does record its weakening. Fei Qingyi paused slightly and lowered his head. Though ancient, this formation has never failed in all these years. The only exception was when our old ancestor was slain. That man walked through the formation as if it didn't exist. Neither the formation plate nor the flags responded. It was as if they respectfully let him leave. Li Qinghong tilted her head slightly and met Li Shijuan's gaze. The young man appeared deep in thought. Cultivators of Ning State who guarded the river, /in ov/e/l.com. Li Xuanfeng's relics had included a letter from the Great Ning Palace, written by a cultivator of Ning State to the Sima family. It once mentioned, your family has long stood guard along the riverbanks. Could it be that this formation once belonged to the Sima family? Freway, b. noved@l.co/m. Li Shijuan suppressed his doubts, took the formation flag, and carefully compared it to the markings on the ground. After a while, he said, it was likely crafted by the same hand. Li Shiming exhaled slightly, shook his sleeves, and said, that makes things much easier. If we have the core artifact as a reference and invite a formation master, a few Foundation establishment realm cultivators working together can break this formation. It's just a forbidden formation now, so it's not that difficult to deal with. The three rose together. Li Shijuan first looked at Fei Qingyi and said gently, Senior, you may return for now. I still need to copy the patterns from the formation flag to break the formation. I'll need to borrow it for another 2 or 3 days, and will return it afterward. Fei Qingyi responded with a respectful bow and was escorted out by the white ape. Once he had left, the three of them exited the formation together. Li Shiming looked quite satisfied, thinking, that's 2 birds with 1 stone. Now we also control the formation's secrets. No matter what happens in the future, at least this grand formation won't be able to cause much trouble. Li Shijuan nodded slightly. The formation markings just now did seem to come from one hand. Regardless of whether it was true, it was the right story in front of Fei Qingyi. He said softly, there must be both power and sacrifice when drawing others into allegiance. Gaining the formation flag this way is far gentler than other methods. At least it doesn't damage the dignity of the rest of the Fei family, and it spares Fei Qingyi from being caught in too awkward a position. This kind of thing really is your specialty, 8th brother. Li Shiming shook his head in admiration. Li Qinghong was still examining the jade box in her hand. Li Shijuan turned and said, make a copy of the patterns and send a portion to Brother Ji as well. Let's investigate in the sect for any connection. The Fei family is a cautionary tale. These ancient formations, techniques, and Dharma artifacts are indeed powerful, but if we don't know who the original owner is, we may end up letting outsiders come and go as they please. Now that they were speaking of ancient techniques and Dharma artifacts, Li Shiming's eyes lit up. He took something from his sleeve and tossed it into the air, where it spun and expanded, transforming into a man-sized incense burner. The burner was entirely crimson red, its 3 legs carved with beast faces. Its sides had an image of a 3-eyed creature, neither wolf nor tiger, its 4 feet stepping on cloud smoke. It was vivid and lifelike, a depiction of the famed ancient 3-eyed Mount Tiao beast. Only the base bore the word Sima, glowing faintly. After spending a long time refining it, Li Shiming had finally succeeded and was quite satisfied. This burner is called Shuaxiang. It is a Foundation establishment realm ancient Dharma artifact and different from most current Dharma artifacts. It is not meant for combat. Chapter 897, The Beginning of Total Achievement, 2. Seeing the other 2 look over, Li Shiming began to explain. This burner excels at nurturing fire and burning incense. It can not only preserve multiple spiritual flames, but also suppress fire veins, transforming the malignant aura they emit into spiritual smoke. Such an effect is unheard of. He formed a seal with his fingers, and a flame leaped from the burner, taking the shape of a bird. The Li family's sole spiritual flame, the long-marching fire essence, had been stored within. View the correct content at Novel Fire. The Li family's Wutu Mountain had a fire vein of average strength. It was suitable for alchemy, but somewhat lacking for refining artifacts. Fortunately, the Yu family was well established. Their Millen Mountain had 2 fire veins, one for alchemy and one for refining, both with long histories. This Dharma artifact would certainly be of use. Li Shiming's talisman Qi, the valley wind leading fire, was already capable of refining flames. After demonstrating the burner's fire-nurturing ability, he continued, "Even better, this burner has a Qi nourishing function. It can store all kinds of spiritual Qi without them interfering with one another. Most spiritual Qi can be gently sustained inside, preventing it from dissipating over time." This effect was truly impressive and made Li Shijuan's eyes light up. The Li family now had dozens of Qi gathering methods, and each type of spiritual Qi had different containment requirements. What's more, each spiritual Qi required a special jade vial, which added up over time. These vials had spatial properties, but still couldn't be stored in a storage pouch. "Send it to the Jade Court," Li Shijuan murmured, then said softly, "No, better to send it to Millen. We can set up a new department there that's solely responsible for Qi gathering." The Li family was growing ever larger, and allowing the Jade Court guards to centralize too much power was not ideal. Responsibilities needed to be distributed. Li Shijuan had already begun laying the groundwork for a new system, intending to use the move to the Lake Islands as an opportunity to reform. Li Qinghong understood his intentions. The woman reflected inwardly, "Shuaxiang is a family treasure, and the painted screen isn't far off in value. Pity the refinement process is so difficult. The mana I've poured into it has vanished without a trace. Who knows when I'll finish refining it?" Shuaxiang was in Li Shiming's hands, while the painted screen was naturally in Li Qinghong's. Neither had been fully refined yet. The Li family still didn't know anything about the golden talisman and mercury droplets, but Yuanli, who had accompanied Li Xianfeng, most likely knew about it. Li Shiji had already begun inquiring. As the 3 descended onto the peak, they were met by Li Xianxian, who held a letter in his hand, his brow tightly furrowed. Li Shijuan stepped forward and greeted respectfully. "My lord, this is..." Li Xianxian simply handed over the letter, which Li Shijuan began reading. "Ning Hujing, Qi Fubo, and others, in accordance with the late Sect Master's final immortal command, appointed Qi Jian's son, Qi Shuxiao, as Sect Master overnight. Promoted Qi Jihu, Xia Yun, Ning Huda, and others to roles in the General Affairs Hall, Shiqi Peak, Immortal Tribute Office, and Cloudliner Office." At midnight, Yuanli returned to Azure Pond Sect, admitting he failed to aid in time. Qi Shuxiao did not fault him and instead rewarded him generously. Li Shijuan read in silence. Li Shiming took the letter next, frowning as he spoke. How did a Qi cultivation realm sect master suddenly appear? The letter stated that Qi Shuxiao was only 12 years old and at the second stage of the Qi cultivation realm. It had been over 300 years since the Azure Pond sect had a sect master of the Qi cultivation realm. Li Xianxian could only shake his head as he said, "All I can see is that Yuanli is in for a rough time." None of them seemed to have good intentions toward him. The group sat down in the main hall, and the letter was passed around. Once it returned to Li Shijuan, he read it twice again, then said quietly, "The Azure Pond sect's response was shockingly fast, but this move was unexpected." The white-robed young man rested a hand on his sword hilt, speaking in a low, calm voice. "They've gone and appointed another sect master. What are Ning Hujing and the Qi family thinking?" Most of the names in the letter were unfamiliar, save for a few recognizable ones, and Qi Jihu of the Qi family's second lineage. The rest were likely either remaining Qi loyalists or members of the Ning family. Li Shijuan said, "In truth, since Qi Jiun hasn't emerged from seclusion, there was no need to rush. They could have just promoted a few Qi family and loyal members into key positions, drawn in the noble clans, and observed the situation calmly. Though many families are dissatisfied with the Qi family, Qi Jiun is adept at winning people over. Most of the sect's Taoists still recognize the Qi family. Doing this now only makes them look weak. Of course, All of these moves by the Qi family, the families, and the Taoists assumed that the Taoist master Yuan Xiao, Si Boxiu, was either missing or unwilling to interfere. If Si Boxiu chose to act, replacing Qi with Si at the Azure Pond sect would be a matter of a single command. Li Qinghong nodded and said softly, "Judging from Si Yuanli's actions, at the very least, Yuan Xiao has no ulterior plans. Otherwise, why would he enter the hall and admit guilt?" Li Shijuan took a moment to gather his thoughts, then said decisively, "Qijun couldn't possibly have left any true command behind. If he foresaw today, he wouldn't have appointed a child. This so-called command is definitely forged. My humble guess is that there was some compromise between Ning Hejing and the Qi family. Maybe the Qi family doesn't trust Ning Hejing, and Ning Hejing fears being discarded once used. Many scenarios are possible. In any case, this appointment list or Qi Shuxiao himself is the result of that compromise." Everyone fell into thought. Li Xianxian studied the situation, quietly taking it as a lesson as he pondered the interlineage systems, then said, "No matter which family it happens to, the collapse of a main bloodline like this will take decades to recover from, especially since the Qi family's Purple Mansion realm cultivators has gone missing." Li Qinghong raised her teacup and took a sip at the mention of the Qi family's missing Purple Mansion realm cultivators, lowering her eyes to conceal her expression. Li Shijuan slightly raised an eyebrow and continued, "That's true. The sect master has been appointed, and it does come with its advantages. It's better than doing nothing. Now it's up to Si Yuanli to worry about resolving the situation. In any case, the chaos at the Azure Pond sect has already begun. Yuan Xiao's faction is deeply entrenched and ambitious. The Qi and Ning faction may have the name, but their strength is inconsistent. Although the Li family had long anticipated turmoil in the Azure Pond sect, events don't always unfold as expected. Who could say whether Si Boxiu would personally intervene? Who could predict whether Ning Hejing and the others would passively await their fate? If the Si family advanced with unstoppable momentum and seized control of the Azure Pond sect under the leadership of a Purple Mansion realm Taoist master, then how well would those uncontrollable esteemed families fare afterward under the eyes of the Si family? Whoever held that position, be they named Si or Qi, their stance would be the same. The only difference was that the Li family rendered prior service, so the Si family might show some leniency. But would they truly allow an entire lake region to fall wholly into the Li family's hands? To most, the current situation seemed perfectly normal. Yet only Li Shijuan quietly let out a breath of relief. Even his brows relaxed, his eyes grew bright, and he changed the topic, saying, "As for our Li family." The white-robed youth exhaled, his tone now far more relaxed as he spoke softly. "With the upper sect in chaos, factions at odds, offerings neglected, and the esteemed families left unchecked, we should seize this moment to fulfill our family's century-old ambition. Devour the Great Lake, enter the island at the heart of the lake, become the head of a prefecture, seize spirit items, and pursue the Purple Mansion realm." He paused, clad in white as pure as snow, his voice turned sharp and resolute, each word ringing with force. "Complete the work of 6 generations." Chapter 898, Chongming Profound Insight Screen, I. Lush vegetation flourished as mountain mist cascaded like waterfalls. Snow-white tendrils ghosted along the eaves, green hues forming the base, accented by swirls of dark yellow and black. The stone steps glistened, shrouded in a thin layer of white fog. View the correct content at Novel Fire. Tap. A cloth boot stepped through the mist, revealing the intricate patterns etched into the stone steps. A man in a feathered robe wore white silk tied around his forehead. His bearing was already elegant, and iridescent light shimmered at the corners of his eyes, striking awe in all who beheld him. The young man beside him followed half a step behind, slightly bowing with a respectful tone as he spoke softly. "Peak Master, Chantian Peak seems rather bare. Perhaps we could have some people arrange furnishings. It would help maintain appearances." "No need." The trailing end of Li Shiji's white silk fluttered in the wind. Behind him, flowing clouds painted a picturesque scene, and the immortal peak pierced the heavens like a sword. He turned his head slightly and said softly, "I appreciate the thought, but I have no need for such things. It feels more tranquil on Changtian Peak with fewer buildings." Si Tongyi followed obediently. The two entered the hall together and took their seats in short order. The young man cupped his hands and said, "There was some dispute in the main hall regarding Lord Xuanfeng's reward. Qi claimed that a father's blessing should pass to his son, and that it should go to Li Yuanqing. But my lord said that Lord Xianfeng had instructed him to deliver the item to the Li family instead. Oh, Li Shiji gave a slight nod and asked, "What does Lord Ning think?" My lord's view is, perhaps it's best to set the matter aside for now. Since the spirit item cannot be easily divided, the Li family's tribute may be waived temporarily. We'll summon a few of their disciples to train on the peak and grant them some Dharma artifacts. Then revisit the matter when Lord Jiyun exits seclusion. Li Shiji poured himself some tea but gave no response. Si Tongyi quickly continued, "There's no need to finalize things just yet. My lord will certainly do his best to advocate. Then I thank your lord sincerely." The first quiet struggle between the two sides had already played out in the main hall. Li Shiji said little, while Si Tongyi shifted the topic and spoke softly. "Now that Peak Master has returned, we should begin preparations for accepting disciples. You may visit the various prefectures under the Azure Pond sect. If there are any suitable children below the mountain with sufficient innate ability, they can be brought into the peak." Li Shiji simply nodded and saw Si Tongyi out. Returning to the main hall, he took the letter from his sleeve and placed it on the table. Reward. Li Shiji didn't give the reward much thought. It likely contained nothing truly useful. The Li family's real ambition was the bright young spirit item of the Purple Mansion realm. How could they place hope in a reward? Neither Yuanli nor the Qi and Ning families were blind. Li Shiming was already at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm and cultivating the bright yang. If the Li family started searching for a Purple Mansion realm bright yang spirit item now, wouldn't that be openly declaring their intention to break through into Purple Mansion realm? They probably couldn't even mention it aloud. This pursuit must remain secret. As of now, only a few seniors like Kong Tingyun of Profound Peak Gate know of it. He sat quietly in the hall for a while before Yang Shower entered from the rear of the hall and sat obediently beside him. She was from the Yang family and had nothing to worry about. Naturally, she was using all 60 years before attempting Foundation establishment realm. Now at 58, she was honing her cultivation for the breakthrough. Though nearing 60, Yang Shower looked no older than 30, thanks to the Yang family's exceptional pills and cultivation resources. As the couple murmured softly to each other, someone entered from outside the hall. Shiji. This man had bright, glowing eyes and a powerful presence. His feathered robe was rich and dignified. He nodded to Li Shiji with words of condolence, then greeted Yang Shower, 11th sister. View the correct content at Novel Fire. Yang Ruizhao of the Yang family had followed Li Xianfeng out of seclusion in the first battle at Mount Bianyan, slain several devil cultivators, and was severely wounded. Afterward, he had remained in the sect recuperating. Li Shiji exchanged a few casual words with him. Yang Ruizhao offered praise and lament, with a touch of sincere emotion, and sighed. "It's a pity I was seriously injured and couldn't help guard the river. I failed to contribute my part." Then he shifted the topic and shook his head. Snow fell heavily on the peak last night. The east wind blew, then the west wind followed. Who knows when it will end? Li Shiji nodded and replied, "The snow on the peak is beautiful. And since there are no commoners below the mountain, the longer it lasts, the better." Yang Ruizhao chuckled in agreement, clearly pleased with the sentiment. He raised his cup toward Li Shiji, and the two shared silent understanding. Then Li Shiji spoke softly. "I invited you here today, brother-in-law, because there's something I need to inquire about." He picked up the letter on the table and handed it to Yang Ruizhao. Yang Ruizhao accepted it and examined it. When he saw that it was written by someone from the Li family, he was immediately pleased. Seeing how Yang Shower and Li Shiji were so affectionate, he took this act as a sign of true kinship and thought to himself, 11th sister married him as a political union, and yet they've grown so close. That's rare indeed. But after reading the contents, his expression turned strange. He paused for several moments before letting out a bitter laugh and said, "Shiji, you've certainly asked the right person. This Taoist, his real name is He Ting, and as for his close friend in the sect," Yang Ruizhao continued to chuckle as he answered, "A flood washing into the Dragon King Temple. That friend of his is none other than our family's ancestor." This, Li Shiji was genuinely taken aback. He set the jade cup in his hand down on the table and immediately replied warmly, "This ancestor. Could it be Ancestor Tianya?" "Exactly," replied Yang Ruizhao. "Over 100 years ago, Mount Yu had taken root in the wilderness along the riverbank. The Yang family's ancestor, Yang Tianya, led troops to suppress them, and while passing by Moongaze Lake, developed a connection with the Li family's forebear, Li Mutian. He had been in seclusion for over 50 years. Though there was no confirmed news, judging by the timeline, he had likely already passed. Li Shiji did the math. This Hiting was also nearing the end of his lifespan. The timeline matched perfectly. Yang Ruizhao said gently. Taoist, he is an artifact smith with considerable skill. His presence here is no coincidence. He holds a Foundation Establishment Realm Dharma artifact known as the Nine Gates Temple, but it doesn't truly belong to him. It is the artifact of Tianke Zhenren from the Golden Feather Sect. As a family with centuries of history, the Yang family had once even held an exalted status. Naturally, they were well informed about such matters. Yang Ruizhao explained calmly. Taoist Master Tianke wanted a Purple Mansion Realm Spirit artifact, but he had a notoriously bad temper and bore grudges against the likes of Yuan Wu and Heng Li. After much searching, Taoist, he was the one who took up the task. He accepted Hiting's nephew as a disciple. In return, Hiting used the remainder of his life to forge the Nine Gates Temple. This artifact is highly unusual. It required cooperation from 45 scattered Dao lineages to cultivate and refine it over generations. Then Hiting used his own Dao foundation to nurture it for a century, allowing a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator to produce a Purple Mansion Realm artifact embryo. No wonder. Li Shiji finally understood why so many small, scattered families existed under Taoist He's rule on the Western Bank, untouched for years. They had been ignored by both the Golden Feather Sect and the Azure Pond Sect, with no tribute demanded. So it was the work of Taoist Master Tianke. He hasn't appeared for a century because he's been refining the artifact embryo. Li Shiji furrowed his brow and asked, and now, this artifact embryo. If that was the case, Taoist he would indeed be a troublesome figure. Only now did Li Shiji raise the question, but Yang Ruizhao simply chuckled. Don't worry. It was delivered to the Golden Feather Sect long ago. Li Shiji realized the expected problem no longer existed. He secretly felt fortunate that his family still had some luck, and he expressed his thanks aloud. So there's such a backstory. That clears up many doubts for me. Thank you, brother-in-law. No need for such formality. Yang Ruizhao waved his hand broadly and grinned. I saw Taoist he the year I was born. He held my brothers and me in his arms. I also visited him a few times afterward. He's a very kind and reasonable elder. Let's go to the lake together and speak with him in person. He's always been a decent man, and now that he hasn't much time left, he surely won't turn down your family's goodwill. He chuckled and added, when the end comes, you can't take anything with you. Helping his nephew befriend a major family for free? That's a guaranteed win for him. Li Shiji nodded gently, and the two began chatting freely in the hall. Yang Ruizhao was a man of action and said directly, I'm always busy. Rather than picking a day, why not strike while the iron's hot? Let's head to the lake now and get this matter settled. It was clear that Yang Ruizhao feared a major shift might occur once he left the sect. He was determined to resolve this matter while things were still calm and free of conflict. The sooner Moongaze Lake was unified, the better. Li Shiji thought the same. The two nodded, but before they could speak further, someone came in to report, kneeling in the hall and speaking respectfully. Reporting to the Peak Master, Fei Qingyi from Yuanwu Peak has come to pay a visit. Fei Qingyi has broken through? Li Shiji tilted his head slightly, catching the flicker of surprise in Yang Ruizhao's eyes. Even someone as well informed as him hadn't known of her breakthrough. Fei Qingyi must have come to pay respects the moment she exited seclusion. Li Shiji nodded, took a sip of tea, and spoke gently. I have an honored guest visiting and will soon be departing for the south. If she has the time, she's welcome to join us. Chapter 899, Chongming Profound Insight Screen, 2. Moongaze Lake, Mount Qingdu. Li Qinghong, clad in a simple white dress, was in the dimly lit main hall atop Mount Qingdu. Her Durwa spear rested on a rack, and a mana lamp flickered softly with its pea-sized white glow casting gentle illumination. Her cultivation had gradually approached perfection. After years of tempering her Immortal Foundation's thunder pool, she was nearing her next advancement. Though there was still some room, the bottleneck wasn't far off. The Tao of Thunder Element breakthroughs is likely out of reach now. Li Qinghong had always been a seeker of the Tao, and her innate talent was far from lacking. Now, at this point, she silently contemplated her options. Other than that grotto heaven, only the northern and southern seas are known to have Purple Mansion Realm thunder arts. The northern sea was rich in profound thunder, with several Tao lineages of thunder arts, some of which were possibly tied to celestial thunder. The Southern Sea's Miao family was also likely of the profound thunder lineage, but neither were options she could lay claim to. She had once encountered Shen Yanqing and Miao Quan in the Eastern Sea. They had mentioned the profund thunderstone in their conversation. Piecing the clues together now, it might well be a celestial thunder purple mansion realm spirit item. If Shen Yanqing holds the profund thunderstone, the Shen family might possess celestial thunder techniques, but it may not necessarily be the profound thunder pool. No matter how she turned it over in her mind, the Tao to the purple mansion realm seemed increasingly out of reach. Her only chance lay in the Tao of thunder steering and cloud dwelling's grotto heaven, which had been swallowed by the dragon clan. She let out a quiet sigh of relief. Good thing it was swallowed by the dragon clan. Otherwise, trouble would have come to us. Her technique, the purple talisman origin light secret technique, belonged to the Tao lineage of thunder steering and cloud dwelling. More than one person had recognized it. Miao Quan, members of the Shi family, all could identify the spell. If they could recognize it, then the real master of the purple smoke gate had long taken notice. Her technique had been passed down from Lin Jianzi, but there was no need to say more. Lin Jianzi might think he had concealed it well, but he had likely been exposed from the beginning. When I met with them back then, I'm fairly certain a purple mansion realm Taoist master was standing nearby, silently listening in. But the grotto heaven was given to the dragon clan, with Yuan Tuan and Yuan Chengdun as keys, so even if the purple mansion realm Taoist master brought us in, it would have been useless. Only now did she truly realize the danger she'd been living with all these years, and she sighed inwardly. I'd best settle my family matters first. She opened her eyes, violet light flickering within them. She turned her palm over and a miniature screen about the length of a forearm, dark in color and seemingly plain, except for the thick, flowing violet lightning that lent it a mysterious and extraordinary air, appeared in her hands. After months of effort, Qinghong had finally finished refining this Dharma artifact. A name slowly surfaced in her mind, Chongming Profound Insight Screen. The more time she spent refining it, the more she realized how unusual this artifact truly was. Her expression was now solemn. She rose on thunder and flew through the clear night toward the side hall. It was late, but Li Shijuan was still practicing his swordsmanship. Since he had just broken through to sword essence, there was far too much to absorb. He didn't want to waste even a moment. When he saw Li Qinghong enter, he sheathed his sword and asked in confusion, "Aunt?" "I've finished refining the ancient Dharma artifact," Li Qinghong answered crisply. She lightly tossed the Chongming Profound Insight Screen into the hall, releasing a wave of dark teal light. It slowly unfurled and revealed its true form. Its frame was forged from deep green-black metallic stone, adorned with archaic patterns. There were 8 panels in total, each glowing faintly with concealed light. The aunt and nephew gazed upon it together as the images on the panels lit up one by one. The screen depicted a grand palace, its halls interconnected in a way that made the viewer dizzy. On the 8th panel, beyond the hall, dark winds and green pines created a celestial atmosphere. A flight of steps led to the gate, and a figure stood outside, seemingly listening intently with his ear turned. Correct content is on Novel Fire. He wore white robes, had a refined and respectful face, and a sword hung at his waist. A crescent moon-shaped jade pendant dangled from the sword tassel. Inside the hall, a youth in green robes and black boots, holding a book, was lounging on the outermost seat. His posture was extremely casual. His face was blank and completely featureless. Farther in stood a woman in purple, poised and upright. A spirit screen and a violet book lay on the desk before her. Her face was also blank, just like the next 4 figures behind her. Then came 2 men, one in red, the other in white. The red-robed man was taller and stood slightly ahead. The white-robed man bore a sword, while the red-robed one held a small halberd. Closer to the front, just beneath the main seat, was a man in a hemp robe. He wore a command token at his waist. He looked entirely ordinary and unremarkable. The foremost figure stood beside the main throne, his face likewise blank, his sword hanging loosely at his side. Li Shijuan's gaze moved past him, settling on the main seat. Novel Fire. A single golden circle was drawn upon the celestial seat. There were 7 people inside the hall, yet only the man standing outside had facial features. The clothing and Dharma artifacts of the others were rendered in fine detail, but their faces were completely blank. It was eerie to behold. This must be Chongming Hall. He turned to look at Li Qinghong. only to see her staring at the white-robed figure beside the celestial seat. She said nothing, her grip on her spear turning pale from tension. Violet lightning surged around her. Aunt. Sensing something was wrong, Li Shijuan called out to her twice and quickly stepped between her and the Chongming profound insight screen, cutting off her view as he caught her gaze. Faint comet-like stars flickered in Li Qinghong's gray-black eyes. It was as though she had fallen into a sea of storm and darkness. She spoke slowly. I think I've seen that person before. Chapter 900. Fei Qingyi, I. The formation in the grand hall shimmered faintly. Li Qinghong suddenly recalled the falling water-rising storm years ago, when she had ridden lightning over the sea. A true monarch of the Yu-cultivating sect, Taiyue, had severed a celestial phenomenon with a single slash, causing countless comet-like stars to fall from the sky. Back then, I couldn't make out the true monarch's form. I could only see a blur of white light. Though the first disciple in the hall also has no visible face, there's an uncanny sense of familiarity, thought Li Qinghong. True monarch Taiyue had attained fruition, and beings of that level, once seen, could probably be recognized instantly even if only drawn roughly. After much thought, she swallowed her words and said softly, he simply feels familiar. Li Shijuan wisely refrained from pressing further. After a moment of silent observation, he replied, the hall in the painting should be Chongming Hall. Correct, replied Li Qinghong. Though the 6 sons of Chongming were renowned, the painting depicted 7 figures. Li Qinghong recalled that the Chuanyi Dao Gate of the Eastern Sea also hailed from the Green Pine Dao lineage. She had once crossed swords with Shi Chong of the Chuanyi Dao Gate, whose cultivation method was rooted in the principle of tying. It was an encounter she remembered vividly. The one outside the hall should be the founder of the Chuanyi Dao Gate. The guardian-like figure outside the hall was most likely a member of the Shi family. The crescent moon on the sword matched perfectly. She explained her deduction in detail, and Li Shijuan, gaining insight, nodded and said, the purple essence radiant canopy, the guardian treasure of the purple smoke gate, is famous. The senior in purple robes must be their founder. The one in red likely represents Hengzhu Dao Gate. The white-robed sword-bearer is from the Wanyu Sword Gate. The one in hemp robes must be from the Chonghuai sect, and the seated first disciple. Li Qinghong responded, he's likely the one from Jiang. The two counted and identified each figure except for the youth in green robes and black boots. Since they were on their turf, they knew better than to speak of him openly. Li Shijuan carefully examined the image and soon spotted a few lines of text-like markings in the dark green pattern on the side. Li Shijuan naturally couldn't make much sense of it, but Li Qinghong closed her eyes to concentrate. Drawing on her connection with ancient Dharma artifact techniques, she soon deciphered the meaning. These markings are the unique arcane seals of an ancient cultivator. They roughly mean Jiang Bing, Chen Xuanli. Li Qinghong explained. The image on the screen was painted by the former, and the artifact itself was crafted by the latter. Li Shijuan nodded thoughtfully, one hand on the sword at his waist, and said softly, I heard the Chen family hails from Jiangbei. Chen Taoping of the island at the heart of the lake is likely a descendant of Chen Xuanli. He once used the alias Zhang Cuotian and seems to have made a name for himself. Let's try out this painted screen first. Li Qinghong said no more and took to the skies with him on lightning. The night was deep. She unfurled her Dharma artifact, and the Chongming profound insight screen spun in the air. Mystical wind flowed across the screen as pines swayed. It cast a wave of dark azure light. This is heavy abyssal gale, a technique of disruption, specifically meant to counter flying swords and Dharma light. Li Shijuan nodded lightly and casually pulled out a golden leaf-shaped Dharma artifact from his storage pouch. Though it was merely a low-grade Qi cultivation realm tool, he infused it with mana and sent it flying. Sure enough, it began to wobble in midair as it grew harder to control. Li Shijuan had never studied flying swords in depth, but the mana consumption was clearly genuine. He casually recalled the artifact and nodded. It truly counters the Golden Tang Gate the most. Now that Jiangbei had stabilized, the Golden Tang Gate had likely reopened its mountain gate. This immortal sect was famed for its use of flying sabers, flying swords, and Dharma light, so they feared disruption techniques like this the most. Li Qinghong changed the Dharma seal with new hand seals. The Chongming profound insight screen unfolded once more, releasing several strands of pale golden iridescence that lit up a 9-meter radius around them. She turned and said, This is perception severance, an isolation technique that's capable of blocking surveillance and obstructing spiritual sense. This happened to be Li Shijuan's specialty. White mist surged from his eyes as he examined it carefully. After a full quarter of an hour, he nodded in praise and said, "It's indeed remarkable. Even I can only glimpse a faint silhouette." Li Shijuan's perception techniques were exceptionally powerful. Once he layered Talisman Qi atop his eye arts, he could pierce grand formations even at the Qi cultivation realm. If even he could only see a vague outline, it was unlikely that any Foundation Establishment realm cultivator in Jiangnan could penetrate it. Li Qinghong changed hand seals again. The 8-faced screen shuddered and formed a circle. All 8 edges lit with mystical radiance, forming a bright light barrier that looked quite sturdy. She explained, "This is Golden Dao, a defensive technique. The technique is vague in the text, but it appears quite solid." Novel fire. Li Shijuan nodded gently. The long sword at his waist leaped into the air, trailing frosty light as it landed in his palm. Naturally, it was the Li family sword cultivator's signature technique, Celestial Moon Slash. Clang. Li Shijuan had formed his sword essence and wielded it with ease. In his hands, the Celestial Moon Slash held no trace of moonlight. It felt entirely like his own creation. The bright sword light intertwined with frost and snow, forming a curtain of falling snow that descended softly. Li Qinghong let out a sound of admiration as the flurry of snow descended. At that moment, the 8 edges of the Chongming Profound Insight screen lit up in unison, and its radiant barrier began to rise. Both were taken aback. View the correct content at Novel Fire. They saw the 5th screen quietly shift. The once frozen radiance within the hall painting began to flow. Pages fluttered, white robes billowed, and a long sword gleamed. The sword-bearing man turned his blank, faceless head toward the falling snow. The Chongming Profound Insight screen released a wave of dark azure light. The sword light in Li Shijuan's hands suddenly dimmed, and the countless sword essences overhead silently faded. The snow froze midair, as if its spirit had been drained, and dropped to the ground. Ding-dang. The sword essence struck the screen light, and quickly dissipated, sending out ripples. The sword in Li Shijuan's hand twisted gracefully, raising a new flurry of frost and snow that fell like pine needles, producing a delicate, rustling sound as it descended. Threefold moonlight, 3 streaks of sword light, as pure and cold as frost, shot forth from his blade. They were bright, radiant, and nimble, circling each other once in midair. But before them stood a Dharma artifact, not a person. It was a screen of light that revealed no weakness. Buzz. The dark azure hue of the Chongming Profound Insight screen descended once more. The 3 streaks of sword qi faltered as if they were being suppressed, then smashed against the screen in unison, unleashing a crisp and resounding crack. Crash. This sword technique finally caused the Chongming Profound Insight screen to tremble slightly. Its radiance dimmed a little, and the artifact grew heavier in Li Qinghong's hands as her mana drained rapidly. Li Shijuan sheathed his sword mid-technique and exclaimed, "What a fine Dharma artifact." The first 2 abilities of the Chongming Profound Insight screen were impressive, but still within the realm of what modern Dharma artifacts could achieve. They lacked the uniqueness of ancient technique artifacts. Though Li Shijuan had praised it, he wasn't yet astonished. But this Golden Dao ability was the true core of the Chongming Profound Insight screen, and it truly gave both of them a major surprise. Li Qinghong also showed signs of surprise, but quickly regained her composure. When she saw someone flying toward them from below, she retracted the Chongming Profound Insight screen and rapidly descended. Li Shijuan caught up on the wind and said solemnly, "When my sword struck that screen, at least 20% of its power had been blunted prior." As he ascended the mountain with Li Qinghong, he spoke with emotion. 20%. If this applies to all sword qi, then this treasure is truly extraordinary. And this is only one screen, there are 7 figures on it. Just how many Dao lineages can it correspond to? This is a treasure capable of suppressing a family's entire fate. It's far beyond something like the treasure furnace, Shuaxiang. Li Qinghong nodded in disbelief as she said softly, "One of the Jiangnan Dao lineages was inherited from the 6 sons of Chongming, while the other was granted by the Moonlight Origin Mansion. If this treasure advances to Purple Mansion realm, it could likely suppress several entire prefectures of Jiangnan." Aunt and nephew exchanged a glance and entered the mountain. The Chongming Profound Insight screen unfurled, enveloping a 9-meter radius around them. Li Shijuan murmured, "This might be the only treasure in my family that rivals our ancestral heirloom. Now this is a true ancient Dharma artifact. The water wall pearl already requires someone of Water Mansion Dao mastery to use its full potential. With this artifact in hand, every Foundation Establishment realm cultivator of the Jiangnan Dao lineages would stand 2 levels below." His thoughts turned swiftly, as always, and he mused aloud. They say Ning State has always had designs on Wu and Yu states. The friction has only escalated over time. This Chongming Profound Insight screen clearly has a purpose. It was made for use against the Yu state, and it even holds specific suppressive power over sword cultivators. After some discussion, the aunt and nephew decided to leave the artifact with Li Qinghong. The woman said gently, "Let's not jump to conclusions. In the future, we should test this Chongming Profound Insight screen under different circumstances and see if all 8 sides respond individually." Li Shijuan nodded, then reported recent household matters. Soon after, a guard outside the hall came forward to report that Li Chengliao had arrived. Having once served as family head, he still wore his great cloak. Holding a swaddled infant in his arms, he stepped before the hall and said respectfully, "Eighth uncle, someone came from the sea. Jiang has returned." Li Shijuan stepped forward and received the infant. The child was calm and well-behaved, adorably quiet as his golden amber eyes immediately examined Li Shijuan's face. Li Jiangxian was completely unlike his elder brother. He neither looked fierce nor bore golden scales, but was as quiet as an ordinary child. After examining the child for a few moments, Li Shijuan pinched the child's cheeks and, seeing no sharp white fangs in his mouth, handed him back to Li Qingliao with instructions. "Raise him in the mountains for now. Keep a close eye on him and don't let your guard down." Chapter 901. Fei Qingyi 2. The Azure Pond Sect. Li Shiji and Yang Ruizhao exited Changtian Peak together. Fei Qingyi was already waiting outside the formation. She wore a simple white robe, her long hair flowing behind her as she stood respectfully. It had to be said that the Fei family was blessed with good looks. Fei Qingyi had bright eyes and pearly teeth. She carried herself with a natural grace that drew glances despite her simple white robe. Junior Qingyi greets the honored seniors. Recognizing Li Shiji at once, she quickly stepped forward to offer her greetings with proper courtesy. Li Shiji nodded in return and replied, "Congratulations, fellow Taoist. If Senior Tongyu knew, he would surely be overjoyed." Fei Qingyi responded politely, "Our 2 families have shared good relations for generations. I've only just barely completed the cultivation of Anhuai water cold and came right away to pay my respects. Thankfully, I arrived in time, or my father would have scolded me for being negligent." The Yang family spirit boat was already docked at the Green Hills. She displayed utmost humility, smiling warmly from the beginning. The 3 of them interacted harmoniously, yet unbeknownst to them, the woman in white was inwardly full of relief. "Thank goodness I didn't hesitate. I was barely half a quarter hour away from missing them." Fei Qingyi had rushed over at top speed the moment she had completed her breakthrough. She had just happened to catch Li Shiji before he left. If she had delayed for a single round of meditation, she would have missed him and would have been stuck in the sect alone. If the main hall chose that moment to settle old scores with Tang and I, and Li Shiji wasn't around, with no word from Moongaze Lake, then she would have had no escape in heaven or on earth. Just as the elegant and dignified man stepped onto the boat, and Fei Qingyi's sense of relief had yet to fade, Li Shiji turned to her and said warmly, "The situation is complicated right now, and your identity is sensitive. It's safer for you to leave the sect and come with me. We happen to be returning to the lake." Fei Qingyi froze for a moment. So it wasn't just good fortune and coincidence. This man had made arrangements to bring her out. Her emotions grew complicated, and she softly expressed her thanks. Watching how he turned the situation around so smoothly with just one sentence, Yang Rizhao sighed inwardly and thought, to carry both the Qi and Shao bloodlines alongside the Li family. Neither of those families are simple, and he's clearly inherited the best of both their upbringings. Yuantuan really wasn't exaggerating back then. He's impressive. As he thought further, Yang Ruizhao suddenly realized just how extraordinary Li Shiji's background truly was. The Li family side was obvious. Not only was he from the Sword Immortal line, he was also the direct son of Li Yuanjiao. The Shao family head, Shao Gitu, was his maternal uncle. Shao Yongling and Shao Yuanci were also closely related to him by blood. Once he added his own Yang family, Li Shiji's background was truly among the most distinguished. Since Li Shiji was one of their own, Yang Ruizhao had no intention of exposing any of this. He simply tilted his head to look outside the boat and listened as Fei Qingyi replied softly. Your esteemed family has prospered greatly these past few years. Our families were once very close, but my father has always been too proud to bow his head. He didn't want your family to think the Fei family were opportunists, so we never made a special effort to draw near. But we have always remembered your kindness and waited for a chance to repay it in your time of need. I never expected it would be the Li family once again who would come to our rescue. I, Qingyi, truly don't know what to say. The Li family exchanged letters frequently, so Li Shiji naturally knew what kind of person Fei Qingyi was. He might have believed that Fei Tongxiao had once admired his aunt, but it was certainly not the case with Fei Qingyi. He said gently, my family understands. There's no need for formal thanks. Seeing how sensible Fei Qingyi was, Li Shiji naturally asked, how is Yuanwu Peak doing now? Fei Qingyi immediately answered, the Yu family fared a bit better, they were only find some wealth. The Tang family, however, was locked down within the peak and unable to leave. I happened to be in a cold spring in the mountains breaking through, so I wasn't involved. As for those who were once close with the Yu family, some still held resentment in past years. But now that Yuanwu Peak has been found guilty of major offenses, all of them have completely distanced themselves. /Novel fired C.O.M. She understood what Li Shiji wanted to hear and said softly. Though many were once close to Yu Muxian over the years, only two truly acted out of vengeance. One died by the riverbank, and the other. Fei Qingyi smiled gently and continued. He was a close friend of Yu Muxian, clearly understood the enmity, and was full of hatred. But when he nearly died guarding the river, Senior Qinghong saved him in a flash of lightning. She didn't recognize such a minor figure and left immediately after, but he was deeply grateful and sought out her name. After returning to the sect, he reportedly grew quiet and no longer mentioned revenge. Li Shiji and Yang Ruizhao exchanged a glance. Yang Ruizhao chuckled and said, quite the character, that one. But Li Shiji was reminded of Quan Yi, who had once fought alongside him against Tuoba Chongyuan. He had brought Quan Yi's mother into the mountain peak, an elderly woman in poor health who was bedridden all day. If I get the chance, I'll take in a youth of the Quan family as my disciple, so they won't have to rely on me forever, thought Li Shiji. After a bit more conversation, they arrived in the skies above Moongaze Lake. Li Qinghong and others came on lightning to greet them. Introductions were made, and Fei Qingyi's eyes lit up when she looked at Li Qinghong, showing a clear desire to be close to her. After all, female cultivators were rare in Jiangnan, and Li Qinghong was famous along the riverbank after saving many members of the Fei family. She was straightforward, generous, and dashing, clearly someone easy to get along with, so Fei Qingyi naturally felt drawn to her. Since Li Shiji was racing against time on this trip, he didn't linger. He sent Fei Qingyi home and led the others riding the wind toward the western shore. Chapter 902, Western Shore. The western shore was dotted with Taoist temples and cultivation families, and the population was quite large, yet the cultivators lived in pitiful conditions. There weren't even enough Qi cultivation realm cultivators to count on two hands in this vast western shore region, let alone any foundation establishment realm once. The Azure Pond sect didn't bother controlling Taoist He, but these small families had no such privileges. They had to offer tributes to both Taoist He and the Azure Pond sect. After 5 hard years of cultivating their spirit patties, they still couldn't produce enough to meet both sides' demands. So they had no choice but to scrape together spirit stones using every means possible. This meant either risking their lives in Mount Dali, serving under the Li or Yu families, or even crossing the lake into the wilderness to become outlaws and send spoils back home. These heavy burdens left cultivators of the western shore with no time for cultivation at all. On the rare occasion someone reached the Qi cultivation realm, they were sent to Taoist He's temple to forge Dharma artifacts. Thus, for nearly 200 years, not a single cultivator had reached the foundation establishment realm. In truth, there wasn't anyone with a chance to try. Thus, as Li Shiji and his group traveled, what they saw was truly lifeless. Some cultivation families had only one cultivator, who had to go out and risk their life, while mortals managed the household. However, the Li family was no stranger to the struggles of the lower class, and Li Qinghong remarked, at least the mortals here live quite well. Every family is eager to have cultivators, and Taoist He doesn't demand blood food. He only hopes to raise more people and awaken more spiritual orifices to gain another laborer. Only Yang Ruizhao, raised in privilege and comfort since childhood, looked closely and furrowed his brows, never relaxing them as he sighed. Moongaze Lake is truly a desperate land that somehow keeps producing talent. As they continued riding the wind toward Nine Gates Mountain on the western shore, an elderly cultivator flew out to greet them. Dressed in Taoist robes, he initially looked calm, but as he approached, his pupils widened suddenly. For Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators, and 2 of them are at the late stage of the Foundation Establishment Realm. This is bad. The Li family has come to attack. His legs gave out, and he dropped into a full bow, trembling as he said, "Greetings, esteemed seniors." Since Yang Ruizhao was mediating this time, he stepped forward and stated plainly, "No need for excessive courtesy. Just report to your Taoist master that Yang Ruizhao is here to visit." The old cultivator fled back into the formation, and a few dozen seconds later, a white-haired elder flew out. His face was long, and his eyes were sharp and bright. He looked surprised as he called out, "The 3rd son of the Yang family? Now that's a rare guest. What brings you to my place today?" Yang Ruizhao responded warmly and courteously, and the 4 entered together. Mount Jumin was entirely crimson, with scorching air from the endlessly surging fire veins. They flew into the cave dwelling and took their seats one after another. Ting, being nearly 300 years old, only needed a glance at their faces to guess most of Yang Ruizhao's purpose. He had the old Taoist serve tea, and Yang Ruizhao began introductions, saying, "This is Li Qingyi, Peak Master of Changtian Peak." I know. The old man responded cheerfully. "Your ancestor, Li Mutian, once joined Brother Tianya in suppressing Mount Yu. His bearing was extraordinary. Though I wasn't part of that campaign, I heard Tianya praise his swordsmanship often." The Li family members fell silent for a moment. Li Qingyi responded politely, and after a brief exchange with Yang Ruizhao, Ting chuckled. "At the time, Tianya had trouble refining the Yu sealing seal. I had him lead troops to suppress the rebellion, living and eating alongside the soldiers until he could complete the refinement. So in a way, I contributed to it too." "Ancestor." Yang Ruizhao began to speak, but Ting waved his hand and replied hoarsely, "If you're here to ask me to take action, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." He opened his Taoist robe to reveal an empty space beneath. He had been speaking with them all this time as nothing more than a head draped over a Dharma robe. Yet Ting looked utterly at ease and said gently, "In order to refine that spirit embryo for the Taoist master, I completely dispersed my Tao foundation, and along with it, this entire body. The Taoist master was gracious and gave me a spiritual pill, so this head can still last another 3 to 5 years." The group fell silent. Yang Ruizhao paused for 3 full seconds before saying, "This time, I also came to invite you, ancestor, to return to the Azure Pond Sect and see the elders and brothers one last time." "Of course." Ting smiled warmly and turned to the members of the Li family, speaking kindly. "I have no children, and I was as close as a brother to Yang Tianya. I've long had this intention. As for this vast western shore and its hundreds of thousands of people, I now entrust them to your esteemed family." "Rest assured, Taoist," Li Qingyi replied. Ting called up the old Taoist again, saying softly, "This is my adopted son, Jumin I. He's inherited a portion of my teachings and will henceforth serve under your esteemed family's command." He glanced around and sighed. Nine Gates Mountain doesn't have rich spiritual energy, nor are the formations impressive. It's only at the Qi cultivation realm. But the fire vein here carries the densest baleful aura in all of Moongaze Lake. It's the only thing of true value. Let Yang Ruizhao keep me company for a while. The rest of you may go on ahead. The Li family naturally had no objection and exited the mountain together. Li Shijuan let out a quiet breath and said, "Now we owe the Yang family a favor." Walking atop a rainbow light, Li Shiji nodded silently. As his eyes wandered over the thunder-wreathed forbidden formation at the lake's heart, he suddenly recalled something and said, "I looked into the formation markings from the letter. I couldn't find any record of them, but I did find the origin of those golden talismans." "Oh." The 2 turned to look immediately. Li Shiji extended his hand, and Li Shijuan promptly took out the stack of golden talismans, 12 in total, and passed them over. Li Shiji inspected them carefully as he explained. "See, Yuanli personally sent someone to explain. These are shamanic talismans from the ancient merging Tao, and it's divided into 3 types. There's transformation, concealment, and blessing arts. Li Shiji separated them into 3 piles and said, in this stack, there are 2 transformation, 5 concealment, and 5 blessing arts talismans. It said the transformation type allows you to take another's form via blood, though Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators with perception arts can easily see through it, so it's not very useful. The concealment type can temporarily block divinations, which is quite valuable. As for the blessing arts, they're complex. It's not something I can explain in a short time. He pulled out a small booklet and handed it along with the talismans to Li Shijuan, saying, this was given to me by someone from the Sea family. Brother Shijuan, you should take a look. You might find them useful, and they could prove quite effective. Seeing Li Shijuan nod, he continued, as for the mercury drop, it seems to be a fairly high-grade whole pill Dao treasure. Cultivation methods of this type are usually difficult but powerful. I already sent a portion home. You could try letting one of the juniors cultivate with it. Li Shijuan took those words to heart. Then he saw Li Shiji gazing at the distant lightning and asking, is the island at the heart of the lake ready? Li Shijuan answered, we sent people to search for Senior Lu Changdai. We checked several locations, but still haven't found him. Even the boys guarding his cave dwelling haven't seen him. It'll take time to track him down. Fortunately, we have some reference materials for the formation patterns, so dismantling the forbidden formation isn't too difficult. I've already invited formation masters from various prefectures, and our family has many Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. Breaking the formation should take no more than half a year to a year. Novel Fire 1. Juman means 9 gates in Chinese. Chapter 903. Raging Thunder Quelled by Earth. Fei Qingyi rode the wind all the way. The lake rippled beneath her as cultivators wearing jade pendants at their waists passed through the scattered islets that dotted the waters. Flags fluttered on both shores. She looked up at the land before her. There was Milan Prefecture, Jade Court, Glacial Clouds Peak, Huazhong, but all she saw was the word, Li. She hadn't returned for decades. When she had left, the 3 families had agreed not to fight within the lake, an agreement personally established by Yuanwu Peak. And now, everything bore the Li surname. Fei Qingyi only felt a faint chill on the lake breeze. As she made her way to the northern shore, the people who came to greet her didn't recognize her, addressing her as Milady one after another. She simply waited in silence for Fei Qingyi. Soon, an old man approached. His face was weathered, eyes slightly bulging, fingers maimed, and one foot still bandaged and suspended. He was clearly not yet healed. From afar, he looked utterly wretched. She had left home at the age of 6. And so, much like the current Fei family, the old man before her felt like a complete stranger. Suppressing her tears, she followed her father into a small courtyard filled with plum blossoms and asked, why don't I see any of the uncles? They died by the river. Fei Qingyi replied dismissively, not the least bit sorrowful. A ferocious hatred blazed in his eyes, his mind entirely fixated on the sword-wielding enemy by the river. He asked urgently, have you confirmed it? That man is Yuanli, from the Sea family of the Azure Pond Sect. Fei Qingyi felt everything around her was unfamiliar, and the old man before her even more frighteningly so. She silently nodded, while Fei Qingyi grew visibly excited. His hunched body straightened abruptly as he asked, Yuan Xiao? How many members does the Sea family have? What's their strength, their lineage? His questions came like a barrage of arrows. Fei Qingyi answered them one by one, a growing terror gripping her heart. Her delicate hand, hidden in her white robe, was clenched so tightly that it turned pale. There were no questions about how she had walked on thin ice all these years within the sect. Her father Fei Qingyi was consumed entirely by hatred. Fei Qingyi had spent 3 years on Yuanwu Peak. She had seen Yuanwu grow increasingly deranged as his lifespan dwindled. She gradually sensed the signs of downfall, but what could she say? The Fei family dared not associate with the Li family when Yu Muxian was alive. After Yu Muxian's death came Tang Shidu, and when Tang Shidu left, there was still Yu Su. For years, the Fei family had no contact with the Li family, partly thanks to her own persuasion. But it was all for self-preservation, nothing more. However, Fei Qingyi paid no mind to her days. His questions grew increasingly reckless, forgetting the situation entirely, until he finally asked something that sent a chill down her spine. He asked urgently, how much lifespan does Yuan Xiao have left? Fei Qingyi finally lowered her head, closed her eyes to hold back her tears, and replied softly, Father, that's the Sea family. Do you not realize whose formation lies beneath our feet? don't you have even a shred of caution? You've never been to the Azure Pond Sect, nor seen Purple Mansion Realm cultivators. You don't understand the dread of the Qi and Sea families, nor what the Purple Mansion Realm truly means. Father, that is the Purple Mansion Realm. Her words stunned Fei Qingyi. He frowned and said, of course I know the formation isn't right. But who in the Fei family hasn't raged in hatred all these years? If it really had any eavesdropping ability, we'd have been destroyed long ago. Besides, this courtyard has its own warding formation. Seeing that he completely ignored the second half of what she said, the woman wept as she said, I've seen Tang Yuanwu. He was a Purple Mansion Realm cultivator. In their eyes, we're not even ants. We're tools and objects. Father, what we think, he can perceive in a single thought. What he thinks, he can transform into what we believe. Father, that is the Purple Mansion Realm. Yuanwu isn't even as formidable as Yuan Xiao. Lord C is a late-stage Purple Mansion Realm cultivator. Fine, say you've stirred up hatred in the Fei family, and in me. Then what? The moment I re-enter the sect, maybe Yuanli won't notice, but Lord C will know instantly, and disaster will strike out of nowhere. It might even be the extermination of our family. Fei Qingyi's lips trembled. He snapped and said, he, Si Buoxiao, is so lofty. How could he ever probe the mind of a junior like you? Fei Qingyi took a deep breath. Her slightly reddened eyes stared at her father as she said, but he would. If he couldn't, he wouldn't be worthy of the Purple Mansion Realm. That's what's terrifying. Her voice rang through Fei Qingyi's mind, freezing him where he stood. Fei Qingyi had come here from the edge of death, with one foot still in the underworld. She no longer had the will to argue. Her eyes revealed her deep exhaustion, and her voice grew quieter. Father, the deaths of our predecessors were already enough. It was the force of fate. The Jade True Immortal Foundation can be consumed by Shang Yuan. He may not do it, but the other sects must still guard against it. If not the Sea family, then others. The Leaf family is fearsome, yes, but have you ever considered how different the Yu families Yumugo and Yumayuan are? Why did the Shao family and so many other forces behind the scenes all choose to side with the Leaf family? It was because back then, all who cultivated Jade True were destined to die, whether it be the Lord or Yu Feng. The tide of fate compelled them. You may be unhappy with our family's decline, but from the moment true monarch Shang Yuan decided to break through to the Golden Core realm, she paused for several seconds, then said heavily, whether it's the Fei family or the Yu family, we've long been kicked off the table of power on the lake. Our decline was inevitable. Fei Qingyi looked at her in disbelief, but Fei Qingyi didn't even wait for him to speak. She hurriedly said, now the Sea and Li families are on good terms. They may even join forces in the future. If this matter reaches the Li family, what will become of us? Li Qinghong is more lenient, but Li Shijuan is ruthless and capable. How will he see our family then? Seeing her father sitting silently beside the jade table, saying nothing, she softened her voice. Father, it's enough. I truly think it's enough. Please rest well. Forget these matters. Stop stirring trouble. Leave a breath of life for our family, will you? Snowflakes drifted down on Glacial Cloud Peak. Fei Qingyi stood like a broken statue, frozen in place. Fei Qingyi waited in silence. Only after half a cup of tea's time did she rise and say softly, Father, I will return to report. Fei Qingyi remained motionless and unresponsive. The woman paused for half a step, then turned, brushing the snow from his shoulders one flake at a time. Only then did she rise on the wind and vanish toward the south. Mount Qingdu. Li Shiji and Yang Ruizhao were pressed for time. After a brief inspection of the lake's grand formation, they prepared to depart. Fei Qingyi had made a quick return from the Fei family and now followed respectfully behind them. She was strikingly beautiful, dressed in white robes. When a large boat revealed itself in the air and everyone gathered before it, Fei Qingyi bowed and said respectfully, there is an item that originally belonged to your esteemed family, but long ago fell into the hands of Yuanwu Peak and has yet to be returned. It came into my possession by chance, and I have come today to return it to its rightful owner. Oh, Li Shiji nodded, while Yang Ruizhao smiled and asked, what item? Fei Qingyi lifted both hands, and a stream of white light emerged and coalesced into a jade mountain. It was no larger than a fist, exquisitely carved with cranes and ancient pines, all shrouded in mist. Its translucent glow radiated a brilliant jade luster that was truly eye-catching. Jade Smoke Mountain. All eyes fell upon it. Li Shiji took it and examined it closely. There was a faint sword mark halfway up the jade smoke mountain. As expected, that mark must have been left by the celestial moon sword, Li Tongya. Yang Ruizhao sighed, and Fei Qingyi replied softly, indeed. This item is forged from supreme radiant profound jade, incomparably durable and impervious to all forms of mana. Only a figure of his caliber could leave a mark on such a Dharma artifact.